Darkness. A young peasant, with white eyebrows and eyelashes and broad cheekbones, in a torn sheepskin and big black felt-over boots. Waited till the Zemstvo doctor had finished seeing his patients and came out to go home from the hospital. Then he went up to him, diffidently. "Please, Your Honor," he said. "What do you want?" The young man passed the palm of his hand up and over his nose, looked at the sky, and then answered. "Please, Your Honor. You've got my brother Vaska the blacksmith from Varvarino in the convict ward here, Your Honor." "Yes, what then?" "I am Vaska's brother, you see. Father has the two of us, him, Vaska, and me, Karila. Besides us there are 3 sisters, and Vaska's a married man with a little one. There are a lot of us and no one to work. In the smithy it's nearly 2 years now since the forge has been heated. I am at the cotton factory, I can't do smith's work, and how can father work? Let alone work, he can't eat properly, he can't lift the spoon to his mouth. What do you want from me? Be merciful. Let Vaska go." The doctor looked wonderingly at Karila, and without saying a word walked on. The young peasant ran on in front and flung himself in a heap at his feet. "Doctor, kind gentleman," he besought him, blinking and again passing his open hand over his nose. "Show heavenly mercy, let Vaska go home. We shall remember you in our prayers forever. Your Honor, let him go. They are all starving. Mother's wailing day in, day out, Vaska's wife's wailing, it's worse than death. I don't care to look upon the light of day. Be merciful, let him go, kind gentleman." "Are you stupid or out of your senses?" asked the doctor angrily. "How can I let him go? Why, he is a convict." Karila began crying. "Let him go. Tfu, queer fellow. What right have I? Am I a jailer or what? They brought him to the hospital for me to treat him, but I have as much right to let him out as I have to put you in prison, silly fellow. But they have shut him up for nothing. He was in prison a year before the trial, and now there is no saying what he is there for. It would have been a different thing if he had murdered someone, let us say, or stolen horses, but as it is, what is it all about? Very likely, but how do I come in? They shut a man up and they don't know themselves what for. He was drunk, Your Honor, did not know what he was doing, and even hit father on the ear and scratched his own cheek on a branch, and 2 of our fellows, they wanted some Turkish tobacco. You see, began telling him to go with them and break into the Armenian's shop at night for tobacco. Being drunk, he obeyed them, the fool. They broke the lock, you know, got in, and did no end of mischief. They turned everything upside down, broke the windows, and scattered the flour about. They were drunk, that is all one can say. Well, the constable turned up, and with one thing and another they took them off to the magistrate. They have been a whole year in prison, and a week ago, on the Wednesday, they were all 3 tried in the town. A soldier stood behind them with a gun, people were sworn in. Vaska was less to blame than any, but the gentry decided that he was the ringleader. The other 2 lads were sent to prison, but Vaska to a convict battalion for 3 years. And what for? One should judge like a Christian. I have nothing to do with it, I tell you again. Go to the authorities. I have been already. I've been to the court. I have tried to send in a petition, they wouldn't take a petition. I have been to the police captain, and I have been to the examining magistrate, and everyone says, it is not my business. Whose business is it, then? But there is no one above you here in the hospital, you do what you like, Your Honor. You simpleton, sighed the doctor, once the jury have found him guilty, not the governor, not even the minister, could do anything, let alone the police captain. It's no good you're trying to do anything. And who judged him, then? The gentlemen of the jury. They weren't gentlemen, they were our peasants. Andrei Guriev was one, Alashka Hook was one. Well, I am cold talking to you. The doctor waved his hand and walked quickly to his own door. Karela was on the point of following him, but, seeing the door slam, he stopped. For 10 minutes he stood motionless in the middle of the hospital yard, and without putting on his cap stared at the doctor's house. Then he heaved a deep sigh, slowly scratched himself, and walked towards the gate. "To whom am I to go?" he muttered as he came out onto the road. "One says it is not his business, another says it is not his business. Whose business is it, then? No, till you grease their hands you will get nothing out of them. The doctor says that, but he keeps looking all the while at my fist to see whether I am going to give him a blue note. Well, brother, I'll go, if it has to be to the governor." Shifting from one foot to the other and continually looking round him in an objectless way, he trudged lazily along the road and was apparently wondering where to go. It was not cold and the snow faintly crunched under his feet. Not more than half a mile in front of him the wretched little district town in which his brother had just been tried lay outstretched on the hill. On the right was the dark prison with its red roof and sentry boxes at the corners, on the left was the big town copse, now covered with hoarfrost. It was still. Only an old man, wearing a woman's short jacket and a huge cap, was walking ahead, coughing and shouting to a cow which he was driving to the town. "Good day, grandfather," said Karela, overtaking him. "Good day. Are you driving it to the market?" "No," the old man answered lazily. "Are you a townsman?" They got into conversation. Karela told him what he had come to the hospital for, and what he had been talking about to the doctor. "The doctor does not know anything about such matters, that is a sure thing," the old man said to him as they were both entering the town. "Though he is a gentleman, he is only taught to cure by every means, but to give you real advice, or, let us say, write out a petition for you, that he cannot do. There are special authorities to do that. You have been to the justice of the peace and to the police captain, they are no good for your business either. Where am I to go?" "The permanent member of the rural board is the chief person for peasants' affairs. Go to him, Mr. Siniakov." "The one who is at Zolotovo?" "Why, yes, at Zolotovo. He is your chief man. If it is anything that has to do with you peasants even the police captain has no authority against him. It's a long way to go, old man. I dare say it's 12 miles and maybe more. One who needs something will go 70. That is so. Should I send in a petition to him, or what? You will find out there. If you should have a petition the clerk will write you one quick enough. The permanent member has a clerk." After parting from the old man Karela stood still in the middle of the square, thought a little, and walked back out of the town. He made up his mind to go to Zolotovo. 5 days later, as the doctor was on his way home after seeing his patients, he caught sight of Karela again in his yard. This time the young peasant was not alone, but with a gaunt, very pale old man who nodded his head without ceasing, like a pendulum, and mumbled with his lips. "Your Honor, I have come again to ask your gracious mercy," began Karela. "Here I have come with my father. Be merciful, let Vaska go. The permanent member would not talk to me. He said, 'Go away.'" "Your Honor," the old man hissed in his throat, raising his twitching eyebrows, "be merciful. We are poor people, we cannot repay your honor, but if you graciously please, Kiryushka or Vaska can repay you in work. Let them work." "We will pay with work," said Karela, and he raised his hand above his head as though he would take an oath. "Let him go. They are starving, they are crying day and night, your honor." The young peasant bent a rapid glance on his father, pulled him by the sleeve, and both of them, as at the word of command, fell at the doctor's feet. The latter waved his hand in despair, and, without looking round, walked quickly in at his door. Polinka. It is 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Shopping is at its height at the Nouveautés de Paris, a drapery establishment in one of the arcades. There is a monotonous hum of shopmen's voices, the hum one hears at school when the teacher sets the boys to learn something by heart. This regular sound is not interrupted by the laughter of lady customers or the slam of the glass door, nor the scurrying of the boys. Polinka, a thin fair little person whose mother is the head of a dressmaking establishment, is standing in the middle of the shop looking about for someone. A dark-browed boy runs up to her and asks, looking at her very gravely. "What is your pleasure, madam?" "Nikolai Timofeich always takes my order," answers Polinka. Nikolai Timofeich, a graceful dark young man, fashionably dressed, with frizzled hair and a big pin in his cravat, has already cleared a place on the counter and is craning forward, looking at Polinka with a smile. "Morning, Pelagia Sergeevna," he cries in a pleasant, hearty baritone voice. "What can I do for you?" "Good morning," says Polinka, going up to him. "You see, I'm back again. Show me some gimp, please." "Gimp, for what purpose?" "For a bodice trimming, to trim a whole dress, in fact." "Certainly." Nikolai Timofeich lays several kinds of gimp before Polinka. She looks at the trimmings languidly and begins bargaining over them. "Oh, come, a ruble's not dear," says the shopman persuasively, with a condescending smile. "It's a French trimming, pure silk. We have a commoner sort, if you like, heavier. That's 45 kopecks a yard, of course, it's nothing like the same quality." "I want a bead corselet, too, with gimp buttons," says Polinka, bending over the gimp and sighing for some reason. "And have you any bead motifs to match?" "Yes." Polinka bends still lower over the counter and asks softly. "And why did you leave us so early on Thursday, Nikolai Timofeich?" "Hm. It's queer you noticed it," says the shopman, with a smirk. "You were so taken up with that fine student that, it's queer you noticed it." Polinka flushes crimson and remains mute. With a nervous quiver in his fingers the shopman closes the boxes, and for no sort of object piles them one on the top of another. A moment of silence follows. "I want some bead lace, too," says Polinka, lifting her eyes guiltily to the shopman. "What sort? Black or colored?" "Bead lace on tulle is the most fashionable trimming." "And how much is it?" "The black's from 80 kopecks and the colored from 2.5 rubles. "I shall never come and see you again," Nikolai Timofeich adds in an undertone. "Why?" "Why? It's very simple. You must understand that yourself." "Why should I distress myself? It's a queer business. Do you suppose it's a pleasure to me to see that student carrying on with you? I see it all and I understand. Ever since autumn he's been hanging about you and you go for a walk with him almost every day, and when he is with you, you gaze at him as though he were an angel. You are in love with him. There's no one to beat him in your eyes. Well, all right, then, it's no good talking." Polinka remains dumb and moves her finger on the counter in embarrassment. "I see it all," the shopman goes on. "What inducement have I to come and see you? I've got some pride. It's not everyone likes to play gooseberry. What was it you asked for?" "Mama told me to get a lot of things, but I've forgotten. I want some feather trimming too." "What kind would you like?" "The best, something fashionable. The most fashionable now are real bird feathers. If you want the most fashionable color, it's heliotrope or cannock, that is, claret with a yellow shade in it. We have an immense choice. And what all this affair is going to lead to, I really don't understand. Here you are in love, and how is it to end?" Patches of red come into Nikolai Timofeich's face round his eyes. He crushes the soft feather trimming in his hand and goes on muttering. "Do you imagine he'll marry you, is that it? You'd better drop any such fancies. Students are forbidden to marry. And do you suppose he comes to see you with honorable intentions? A likely idea. Why, these fine students don't look on us as human beings, they only go to see shopkeepers and dressmakers to laugh at their ignorance and to drink. They're ashamed to drink at home and in good houses, but with simple uneducated people like us they don't care what anyone thinks, they'd be ready to stand on their heads." "Yes. Well, which feather trimming will you take?" And if he hangs about and carries on with you, we know what he is after. When he's a doctor or a lawyer he'll remember you. Ah, he'll say, I used to have a pretty fair little thing. I wonder where she is now. Even now I bet you he boasts among his friends that he's got his eye on a little dressmaker. Polinka sits down and gazes pensively at the pile of white boxes. No, I won't take the feather trimming, she sighs. Mama had better choose it for herself, I may get the wrong one. I want 6 yards of fringe for an overcoat, at 40 kopecks the yard. For the same coat I want coconut buttons, perforated, so they can be sewn on firmly. Nikolai Timofeich wraps up the fringe and the buttons. She looks at him guiltily and evidently expects him to go on talking, but he remains sullenly silent while he tidies up the feather trimming. I mustn't forget some buttons for a dressing gown, she says after an interval of silence, wiping her pale lips with a handkerchief. What kind? It's for a shopkeeper's wife, so give me something rather striking. Yes, if it's for a shopkeeper's wife, you'd better have something bright. Here are some buttons. A combination of colors, red, blue, and the fashionable gold shade. Very glaring. The more refined prefer dull black with a bright border. But I don't understand. Can't you see for yourself? What can these walks lead to? I don't know, whispers Polinka, and she bends over the buttons. I don't know myself what's come to me, Nikolai Timofeich. A solid shopman with whiskers forces his way behind Nikolai Timofeich's back, squeezing him to the counter, and beaming with the choicest gallantry, shouts. Be so kind, madam, as to step into this department. We have 3 kinds of jerseys, plain, braided, and trimmed with beads. Which may I have the pleasure of showing you? At the same time a stout lady passes by Polinka, pronouncing in a rich, deep voice, almost a bass. They must be seamless, with the trademark stamped in them, please. Pretend to be looking at the things, Nikolai Timofeich whispers, bending down to Polinka with a forced smile. Dear me, you do look pale and ill, you are quite changed. He'll throw you over, Pelagia Sergeevna. Or if he does marry you, it won't be for love but from hunger, he'll be tempted by your money. He'll furnish himself a nice home with your dowry, and then be ashamed of you. He'll keep you out of sight of his friends and visitors, because you're uneducated. He'll call you, my dummy of a wife. You wouldn't know how to behave in a doctor's or lawyer's circle. To them you're a dressmaker, an ignorant creature. Nikolai Timofeich, somebody shouts from the other end of the shop. The young lady here wants 3 yards of ribbon with a metal stripe. Have we any? Nikolai Timofeich turns in that direction, smirks and shouts. Yes, we have. Ribbon with a metal stripe, ottoman with a satin stripe, and satin with a moire stripe. Oh, by the way, I mustn't forget, Olga asked me to get her a pair of stays, says Polinka. There are tears in your eyes, says Nikolai Timofeich in dismay. What's that for? Come to the corset department, I'll screen you, it looks awkward. With a forced smile and exaggeratedly free and easy manner, the shopman rapidly conducts Polinka to the corset department and conceals her from the public eye behind a high pyramid of boxes. What sort of corset may I show you? He asks aloud, whispering immediately, wipe your eyes. I want, size 48 centimeters. Only she wanted one, lined, with real whalebone. I must talk to you, Nikolai Timofeich. Come today. Talk? What about? There's nothing to talk about. You are the only person who cares about me, and I've no one to talk to but you. These are not reed or steel, but real whalebone. What is there for us to talk about? It's no use talking. You are going for a walk with him today, I suppose? Yes, I am. Then what's the use of talking? Talk won't help. You are in love, aren't you? Yes, Polinka whispers hesitatingly, and big tears gush from her eyes. What is there to say, mutters Nikolai Timofeich, shrugging his shoulders nervously and turning pale. "There's no need of talk. Wipe your eyes, that's all. I ask for nothing." At that moment a tall, lanky shopman comes up to the pyramid of boxes, and says to his customer, "Let me show you some good elastic garters that do not impede the circulation. Certified by medical authority." Nikolai Timofeich screens Polinka, and, trying to conceal her emotion and his own, wrinkles his face into a smile and says aloud, "There are two kinds of lace. Madam, cotton and silk. Oriental, English, Valenciennes, crochet, torchon, are cotton. And rococo, soutache, cambray, are silk. For God's sake, wipe your eyes. They're coming this way." And seeing that her tears are still gushing, he goes on louder than ever: "Spanish, rococo, soutache, cambray, stockings, thread, cotton, silk. Drunk." A manufacturer called Frolov, a handsome dark man with a round beard, and a soft, velvety expression in his eyes, and Almer, his lawyer, an elderly man with a big rough head, were drinking in one of the public rooms of a restaurant on the outskirts of the town. They had both come to the restaurant straight from a ball and so were wearing dress coats and white ties. Except them and the waiters at the door, there was not a soul in the room. By Frolov's orders no one else was admitted. They began by drinking a big wineglass of vodka and eating oysters. "Good," said Almer. "It was I brought oysters into fashion for the first course, my boy. The vodka burns and stings your throat, and you have a voluptuous sensation in your throat when you swallow an oyster. Don't you?" A dignified waiter with a shaven upper lip and grey whiskers put a sauce boat on the table. "What's that you are serving?" asked Frolov. "Sauce Provençale for the herring, sir." "What? Is that the way to serve it?" shouted Frolov, not looking into the sauce boat. "Do you call that sauce? You don't know how to wait, you blockhead." Frolov's velvety eyes flashed. He twisted a corner of the tablecloth round his finger, made a slight movement, and the dishes, the candlesticks, and the bottles, all jingling and clattering, fell with a crash on the floor. The waiters, long accustomed to pothouse catastrophes, ran up to the table and began picking up the fragments with grave and unconcerned faces, like surgeons at an operation. "How well you know how to manage them," said Almer, and he laughed. "But, move a little away from the table or you will step in the caviar." "Call the engineer here," cried Frolov. This was the name given to a decrepit, doleful old man who really had once been an engineer and very well off. He had squandered all his property and towards the end of his life had got into a restaurant where he looked after the waiters and singers and carried out various commissions relating to the fair sex. Appearing at the summons, he put his head on one side respectfully. "Listen, my good man," Frolov said, addressing him. "What's the meaning of this disorder? How queerly you fellows wait. Don't you know that I don't like it? Devil take you, I shall give up coming to you." "I beg you graciously to excuse it, Alexei Semyonich," said the engineer, laying his hand on his heart. "I will take steps immediately, and your slightest wishes shall be carried out in the best and speediest way." "Well, that'll do, you can go." The engineer bowed, staggered back, still doubled up, and disappeared through the doorway with a final flash of the false diamonds on his shirt front and fingers. The table was laid again. Almer drank red wine and ate with relish some sort of bird served with truffles, and ordered a matelote of eelpouts and a sterlet with its tail in its mouth. Frolov only drank vodka and ate nothing but bread. He rubbed his face with his open hands, scowled, and was evidently out of humor. Both were silent. There was a stillness. Two electric lights in opaque shades flickered and hissed as though they were angry. The gypsy girls passed the door, softly humming. "One drinks and is none the merrier," said Frolov. "The more I pour into myself, the more sober I become. Other people grow festive with vodka, but I suffer from anger, disgusting thoughts, sleeplessness. Why is it, old man, that people don't invent some other pleasure besides drunkenness and debauchery. It's really horrible. You had better send for the gypsy girls. Confound them. The head of an old gypsy woman appeared in the door from the passage. Alexei Semyonich, the gypsies are asking for tea and brandy, said the old woman. May we order it? Yes, answered Frolov. You know they get a percentage from the restaurant keeper for asking the visitors to treat them. Nowadays you can't even believe a man when he asks for vodka. The people are all mean, vile, spoilt. Take these waiters, for instance. They have countenances like professors, and grey heads. They get 200 rubles a month, they live in houses of their own and send their girls to the high school, but you may swear at them and give yourself airs as much as you please. For a ruble the engineer will gulp down a whole pot of mustard and crow like a cock. On my honor, if one of them would take offense I would make him a present of 1,000 rubles. What's the matter with you? Said Almer, looking at him with surprise. Whence this melancholy? You are red in the face, you look like a wild animal. What's the matter with you? It's horrid. There's one thing I can't get out of my head. It seems as though it is nailed there and it won't come out. A round little old man, buried in fat and completely bald, wearing a short reefer jacket and lilac waistcoat and carrying a guitar, walked into the room. He made an idiotic face, drew himself up, and saluted like a soldier. Ah, the parasite, said Frolov, let me introduce him, he has made his fortune by grunting like a pig. Come here. He poured vodka, wine, and brandy into a glass, sprinkled pepper and salt into it, mixed it all up and gave it to the parasite. The latter tossed it off and smacked his lips with gusto. He's accustomed to drink a mess so that pure wine makes him sick, said Frolov. Come, parasite, sit down and sing. The old man sat down, touched the strings with his fat fingers, and began singing. Nitka, Nitka, Margaritka. After drinking champagne Frolov was drunk. He thumped with his fist on the table and said. Yes, there's something that sticks in my head. It won't give me a minute's peace. Why, what is it? I can't tell you. It's a secret. It's something so private that I could only speak of it in my prayers. But if you like, as a sign of friendship, between ourselves, only mind, to no one, no, no, no. I'll tell you, it will ease my heart, but for God's sake, listen and forget it. Frolov bent down to Almer and for a minute breathed in his ear. I hate my wife, he brought out. The lawyer looked at him with surprise. Yes, yes, my wife, Maria Mihailovna, Frolov muttered, flushing red. I hate her and that's all about it. What for? I don't know myself. I've only been married 2 years. I married as you know for love, and now I hate her like a mortal enemy, like this parasite here, saving your presence. And there is no cause, no sort of cause. When she sits by me, eats, or says anything, my whole soul boils, I can scarcely restrain myself from being rude to her. It's something one can't describe. To leave her or tell her the truth is utterly impossible because it would be a scandal, and living with her is worse than hell for me. I can't stay at home. I spend my days at business and in the restaurants and spend my nights in dissipation. Come, how is one to explain this hatred? She is not an ordinary woman, but handsome, clever, quiet. The old man stamped his foot and began singing. I went a walk with a captain bold. And in his ear my secrets told. I must own I always thought that Maria Mihailovna was not at all the right person for you, said Almer after a brief silence, and he heaved a sigh. Do you mean she is too well educated? I took the gold medal at the commercial school myself, I have been to Paris 3 times. I am not cleverer than you, of course, but I am no more foolish than my wife. No, brother, education is not the sore point. Let me tell you how all the trouble began. It began with my suddenly fancying that she had married me not from love, but for the sake of my money. This idea took possession of my brain. I have done all I could think of, but the cursed thing sticks. And to make it worse, my wife was overtaken with a passion for luxury. Getting into a sack of gold after poverty, she took to flinging it in all directions. She went quite off her head, and was so carried away that she used to get through 20,000 every month. And I am a distrustful man. I don't believe in anyone, I suspect everybody. And the more friendly you are to me, the greater my torment. I keep fancying I am being flattered for my money. I trust no one. I am a difficult man, my boy, very difficult. Frolov emptied his glass at one gulp and went on. But that's all nonsense, he said. One never ought to speak of it. It's stupid. I am tipsy and I have been chattering, and now you are looking at me with lawyer's eyes, glad you know someone else's secret. Well, well. Let us drop this conversation. Let us drink. I say, he said, addressing a waiter, is Mustafa here? Fetch him in. Shortly afterwards there walked into the room a little Tatar boy, aged about 12, wearing a dress coat and white gloves. Come here. Frolov said to him. Explain to us the following fact: there was a time when you Tatars conquered us and took tribute from us, but now you serve us as waiters and sell dressing gowns. How do you explain such a change? Mustafa raised his eyebrows and said in a shrill voice, with a sing-song intonation, the mutability of destiny. Almer looked at his grave face and went off into peals of laughter. Well, give him a ruble, said Frolov. He is making his fortune out of the mutability of destiny. He is only kept here for the sake of those two words. Drink, Mustafa. You will make a great rascal. I mean, it is awful how many of your sort are toadies hanging about rich men. The number of these peaceful bandits and robbers is beyond all reckoning. Shouldn't we send for the gypsies now? Fetch the gypsies along. The gypsies, who had been hanging about wearily in the corridors for a long time, burst with whoops into the room, and a wild orgy began. Drink! Frolov shouted to them. Drink! Seed of Pharaoh! Sing! In the winter time, oh-ho, the sledge was flying. The gypsies sang, whistled, danced. In the frenzy which sometimes takes possession of spoilt and very wealthy men, broad natures, Frolov began to play the fool. He ordered supper and champagne for the gypsies, broke the shade of the electric light, shied bottles at the pictures and looking-glasses, and did it all apparently without the slightest enjoyment. Scowling and shouting irritably, with contempt for the people, with an expression of hatred in his eyes and his manners. He made the engineer sing a solo, made the bass singers drink a mixture of wine, vodka, and oil. At 6 o'clock they handed him the bill. 925 rubles, 40 kopecks, said Almer, and shrugged his shoulders. What's it for? No, wait, we must go into it. Stop, muttered Frolov, pulling out his pocketbook. Well, let them rob me. That's what I'm rich for, to be robbed. You can't get on without parasites. You are my lawyer. You get 6,000 a year out of me, and what for? But excuse me. I don't know what I am saying. As he was returning home with Almer, Frolov murmured. Going home is awful to me. Yes. There isn't a human being I can open my soul to. They are all robbers, traitors. Oh, why did I tell you my secret? Yes, why? Tell me why. At the entrance to his house, he craned forward towards Almer and, staggering, kissed him on the lips, having the old Moscow habit of kissing indiscriminately on every occasion. Goodbye. I am a difficult, hateful man, he said. A horrid, drunken, shameless life. You are a well-educated, clever man, but you only laugh and drink with me, there's no help from any of you. But if you were a friend to me, if you were an honest man, in reality you ought to have said to me, ugh, you vile, hateful man. You reptile. Come, Come, Almer muttered, go to bed. There is no help from you, the only hope is that, when I am in the country in the summer, I may go out into the fields and a storm come on and the thunder may strike me dead on the spot. Goodbye. Frolov kissed Almer once more and muttering and dropping asleep as he walked, began mounting the stairs, supported by 2 footmen. An inadvertence. Pyotr Petrovich Strizhin, the nephew of Madame Ivanov. The colonel's widow, the man whose new galoshes were stolen last year, came home from a christening party at 2 o'clock in the morning. To avoid waking the household he took off his things in the lobby, made his way on tiptoe to his room, holding his breath, and began getting ready for bed without lighting a candle. Strizhin leads a sober and regular life. He has a sanctimonious expression of face, he reads nothing but religious and edifying books, but at the christening party, in his delight that Lyubov Spiridonovna had passed through her confinement successfully, he had permitted himself to drink 4 glasses of vodka and a glass of wine, the taste of which suggested something midway between vinegar and castor oil. Spirituous liquors are like seawater and glory, the more you imbibe of them the greater your thirst. And now as he undressed, Strizhin was aware of an overwhelming craving for drink. I believe Dashenka has some vodka in the cupboard in the right-hand corner, he thought. If I drink 1 wineglassful, she won't notice it. After some hesitation, overcoming his fears, Strizhin went to the cupboard. Cautiously opening the door he felt in the right-hand corner for a bottle and poured out a wineglassful, put the bottle back in its place, then, making the sign of the cross, drank it off. And immediately something like a miracle took place. Strizhin was flung back from the cupboard to the chest with fearful force like a bomb. There were flashes before his eyes, he felt as though he could not breathe, and all over his body he had a sensation as though he had fallen into a marsh full of leeches. It seemed to him as though, instead of vodka, he had swallowed dynamite, which blew up his body, the house, and the whole street. His head, his arms, his legs, all seemed to be torn off and to be flying away somewhere to the devil, into space. For some 3 minutes he lay on the chest, not moving and scarcely breathing, then he got up and asked himself, "Where am I?" The first thing of which he was clearly conscious on coming to himself was the pronounced smell of paraffin. Holy saints, he thought in horror, it's paraffin I have drunk instead of vodka. The thought that he had poisoned himself threw him into a cold shiver, then into a fever. That it was really poison that he had taken was proved not only by the smell in the room but also by the burning taste in his mouth, the flashes before his eyes, the ringing in his head, and the colicky pain in his stomach. Feeling the approach of death and not buoying himself up with false hopes, he wanted to say goodbye to those nearest to him, and made his way to Dashenka's bedroom. Being a widower he had his sister-in-law called Dashenka, an old maid, living in the flat to keep house for him. "Dashenka," he said in a tearful voice as he went into the bedroom, "dear Dashenka." Something grumbled in the darkness and uttered a deep sigh. "Dashenka." What?" A woman's voice articulated rapidly. "Is that you, Pyotr Petrovich? Are you back already? Well, what is it? What has the baby been christened? Who was godmother?" The godmother was Natalia Andreevna Velikosvyetsky, and the godfather Pavel Ivanitch Bezhenitsyn. I believe, Dashenka, I am dying. And the baby has been christened Olympiada, in honor of their kind patroness. I have just drunk paraffin, Dashenka. What next? You don't say they gave you paraffin there? I must own I wanted to get a drink of vodka without asking you, and the Lord chastised me. By accident in the dark I took paraffin. What am I to do?" Dashenka, hearing that the cupboard had been opened without her permission, grew more wide awake. She quickly lighted a candle, jumped out of bed, and in her nightgown, a freckled, bony figure in curl papers, padded with bare feet to the cupboard. "Who told you you might?" she asked sternly, as she scrutinized the inside of the cupboard. "Was the vodka put there for you?" I haven't drunk vodka but paraffin, Dashenka, muttered Strizin, mopping the cold sweat on his brow. And what did you want to touch the paraffin for? That's nothing to do with you, is it? Is it put there for you? Or do you suppose paraffin costs nothing? Do you know what paraffin is now? Do you know? Dear Dashenka, moaned Strizin, it's a question of life and death, and you talk about money. He's drunk himself tipsy and now he pokes his nose into the cupboard. Cried Dashenka, angrily slamming the cupboard door. Oh, the monsters, the tormentors. I'm a martyr, a miserable woman, no peace day or night. Vipers, basilisks, accursed Herods, may you suffer the same in the world to come. I am going tomorrow. I am a maiden lady and I won't allow you to stand before me in your underclothes. How dare you look at me when I am not dressed? And she went on and on. Knowing that when Dashenka was enraged there was no moving her with prayers or vows or even by firing a cannon, Strizin waved his hand in despair, dressed. And made up his mind to go to the doctor. But a doctor is only readily found when he is not wanted. After running through 3 streets and ringing 5 times at Dr. Tkefariance's, and 7 times at Dr. Bultyhin's, Strizin raced off to a chemist's shop, thinking possibly the chemist could help him. There, after a long interval, a little dark and curly-headed chemist came out to him in his dressing gown, with drowsy eyes, and such a wise and serious face that it was positively terrifying. What do you want? He asked in a tone in which only very wise and dignified chemists of Jewish persuasion can speak. For God's sake. I entreat you, said Strizin breathlessly, give me something. I have just accidentally drunk paraffin, I am dying. I beg you not to excite yourself and to answer the questions I am about to put to you. The very fact that you are excited prevents me from understanding you. You have drunk paraffin. Yes? Yes, paraffin. Please save me. The chemist went coolly and gravely to the desk, opened a book, became absorbed in reading it. After reading a couple of pages he shrugged one shoulder and then the other, made a contemptuous grimace and, after thinking for a minute, went into the adjoining room. The clock struck 4, and when it pointed to 10 minutes past the chemist came back with another book and again plunged into reading. He said as though puzzled, the very fact that you feel unwell shows you ought to apply to a doctor, not a chemist. But I have been to the doctors already. I could not ring them up. You don't regard us chemists as human beings, and disturb our rest even at 4 o'clock at night, though every dog, every cat, can rest in peace. You don't try to understand anything, and to your thinking we are not people and our nerves are like cords. Strizin listened to the chemist, heaved a sigh, and went home. So I am fated to die, he thought. And in his mouth was a burning and a taste of paraffin, there were twinges in his stomach, and a sound of boom, boom, boom in his ears. Every moment it seemed to him that his end was near, that his heart was no longer beating. Returning home he made haste to write, "Let no one be blamed for my death," then he said his prayers, lay down and pulled the bedclothes over his head. He lay awake till morning expecting death, and all the time he kept fancying how his grave would be covered with fresh green grass and how the birds would twitter over it. And in the morning he was sitting on his bed, saying with a smile to Dashenka, "One who leads a steady and regular life, dear sister, is unaffected by any poison. Take me, for example. I have been on the verge of death. I was dying and in agony, yet now I am all right. There is only a burning in my mouth and a soreness in my throat, but I am all right all over, thank God. And why? It's because of my regular life. No, it's because it's inferior paraffin," sighed Dashenka, thinking of the household expenses and gazing into space. "The man at the shop could not have given me the best quality, but that at 3 farthings. I am a martyr, I am a miserable woman. You monsters! May you suffer the same, in the world to come, accursed Herods." And she went on and on. Verotchka. Ivan Alexeyevich Ognev remembers how on that August evening he opened the glass door with a rattle and went out onto the veranda. He was wearing a light Inverness cape and a wide-brimmed straw hat, the very one that was lying with his top boots in the dust under his bed. In one hand he had a big bundle of books and notebooks, in the other a thick knotted stick. Behind the door, holding the lamp to show the way, stood the master of the house, Kuznetsov, a bald old man with a long grey beard, in a snow-white pique jacket. The old man was smiling cordially and nodding his head. "Goodbye, old fellow," said Ognev. Kuznetsov put the lamp on a little table and went out to the veranda. Two long narrow shadows moved down the steps towards the flower beds, swayed to and fro, and leaned their heads on the trunks of the lime trees. "Goodbye and once more thank you, my dear fellow," said Ivan Alexeyevich. "Thank you for your welcome, for your kindness, for your affection. I shall never forget your hospitality as long as I live. You are so good, and your daughter is so good, and everyone here is so kind, so good-humored and friendly. Such a splendid set of people that I don't know how to say what I feel." From excess of feeling and under the influence of the homemade wine he had just drunk, Ognev talked in a singing voice like a divinity student. And was so touched that he expressed his feelings not so much by words as by the blinking of his eyes and the twitching of his shoulders. Kuznetsov, who had also drunk a good deal and was touched, craned forward to the young man and kissed him. "I've grown as fond of you as if I were your dog," Ognev went on. "I've been turning up here almost every day, I've stayed the night a dozen times. It's dreadful to think of all the homemade wine I've drunk. And thank you most of all for your cooperation and help. Without you I should have been busy here over my statistics till October. I shall put in my preface, I think it my duty to express my gratitude to the president of the district Zemstvo of N, Kuznetsov, for his kind cooperation. There is a brilliant future before statistics. My humble respects to Vera Gavrilovna, and tell the doctors, both the lawyers and your secretary, that I shall never forget their help. And now, old fellow, let us embrace one another and kiss for the last time." Ognev, limp with emotion, kissed the old man once more and began going down the steps. On the last step he looked round and asked, "Shall we meet again some day?" "God knows," said the old man. "Most likely not." "Yes, that's true. Nothing will tempt you to Petersburg and I am never likely to turn up in this district again. Well, goodbye. You had better leave the books behind." Kuznetsov called after him. "You don't want to drag such a weight with you. I would send them by a servant tomorrow." But Ognev was rapidly walking away from the house and was not listening. His heart, warmed by the wine, was brimming over with good humor, friendliness, and sadness. He walked along thinking how frequently one met with good people, and what a pity it was that nothing was left of those meetings but memories. At times one catches a glimpse of cranes on the horizon, and a faint gust of wind brings their plaintive, ecstatic cry, and a minute later, however greedily one scans the blue distance, one cannot see a speck nor catch a sound. And like that, people with their faces and their words flit through our lives and are drowned in the past, leaving nothing except faint traces in the memory. Having been in the N district from the early spring, and having been almost every day at the friendly Kuznetsovs, Ivan Alexeyevich had become as much at home with the old man, his daughter, and the servants as though they were his own people. He had grown familiar with the whole house to the smallest detail, with the cozy veranda, the windings of the avenues, the silhouettes of the trees over the kitchen and the bathhouse. But as soon as he was out of the gate all this would be changed to memory and would lose its meaning as reality forever. And in a year or two all these dear images would grow as dim in his consciousness as stories he had read or things he had imagined. Nothing in life is so precious as people. Ognev thought in his emotion, as he strode along the avenue to the gate. Nothing. It was warm and still in the garden. There was a scent of the mignonette, of the tobacco plants, and of the heliotrope, which were not yet over in the flower beds. The spaces between the bushes and the tree trunks were filled with a fine soft mist soaked through and through with moonlight, and, as Ognev long remembered, coils of mist that looked like phantoms slowly but perceptibly followed one another across the avenue. The moon stood high above the garden, and below it transparent patches of mist were floating eastward. The whole world seemed to consist of nothing but black silhouettes and wandering white shadows. Ognev, seeing the mist on a moonlight August evening almost for the first time in his life, imagined he was seeing, not nature, but a stage effect in which unskillful workmen, trying to light up the garden with white Bengal fire, hid behind the bushes and let off clouds of white smoke together with the light. When Ognev reached the garden gate a dark shadow moved away from the low fence and came towards him. "Vera Gavrilovna," he said, delighted. "You here? And I have been looking everywhere for you. Wanted to say goodbye." "Goodbye, I am going away." "So early?" "Why, it's only 11 o'clock. "Yes, it's time I was off. I have a 4-mile walk and then my packing. I must be up early tomorrow." Before Ognev stood Kuznetsov's daughter Vera, a girl of 21, as usual melancholy, carelessly dressed, and attractive. Girls who are dreamy and spend whole days lying down, lazily reading whatever they come across, who are bored and melancholy, are usually careless in their dress. To those of them who have been endowed by nature with taste and an instinct of beauty, the slight carelessness adds a special charm. When Ognev later on remembered her, he could not picture pretty Verotchka except in a full blouse which was crumpled in deep folds at the belt and yet did not touch her waist. Without her hair done up high and a curl that had come loose from it on her forehead. Without the knitted red shawl with ball fringe at the edge which hung disconsolately on Vera's shoulders in the evenings, like a flag on a windless day, and in the daytime lay about, crushed up in the hall near the men's hats or on a box in the dining room, where the old cat did not hesitate to sleep on it. This shawl and the folds of her blouse suggested a feeling of freedom and laziness, of good nature and sitting at home. Perhaps because Vera attracted Ognev, he saw in every frill and button something warm, naive, cozy, something nice and poetical, just what is lacking in cold, insincere women that have no instinct for beauty. Verotchka had a good figure, a regular profile, and beautiful curly hair. Ognev, who had seen few women in his life, thought her a beauty. "I am going away," he said as he took leave of her at the gate. "Don't remember evil against me. Thank you for everything." In the same singing divinity student's voice in which he had talked to her father, with the same blinking and twitching of his shoulders, he began thanking Vera for her hospitality, kindness, and friendliness. "I've written about you in every letter to my mother," he said. "If everyone were like you and your dad, what a jolly place the world would be. You are such a splendid set of people. All such genuine, friendly people with no nonsense about you." "Where are you going to now?" asked Vera. "I am going now to my mother's at Oriol. I shall be a fortnight with her, and then back to Petersburg and work." "And then?" "And then? I shall work all the winter and in the spring go somewhere into the provinces again to collect material." "Well, be happy, live 100 years, don't remember evil against me. We shall not see each other again." Ognev stooped down and kissed Vera's hand. Then, in silent emotion, he straightened his cape, shifted his bundle of books to a more comfortable position, paused, and said, "What a lot of mist." "Yes. Have you left anything behind?" "No, I don't think so." For some seconds Ognev stood in silence, then he moved clumsily towards the gate and went out of the garden. "Stay. I'll see you as far as our wood," said Vera, following him out. They walked along the road. Now the trees did not obscure the view, and one could see the sky and the distance. As though covered with a veil, all nature was hidden in a transparent, colorless haze through which her beauty peeped gaily. Where the mist was thicker and whiter it lay heaped unevenly about the stones, stalks, and bushes or drifted in coils over the road. clung close to the earth and seemed trying not to conceal the view. Through the haze they could see all the road as far as the wood, with dark ditches at the sides and tiny bushes which grew in the ditches and caught the straying wisps of mist. Half a mile from the gate they saw the dark patch of Kuznetsov's wood. "Why has she come with me? I shall have to see her back," thought Ognev, but looking at her profile he gave a friendly smile and said, "One doesn't want to go away in such lovely weather. It's quite a romantic evening, with the moon, the stillness, and all the etceteras. Do you know, Vera Gavrilovna, here I have lived 29 years in the world and never had a romance. No romantic episode in my whole life, so that I only know by hearsay of rendezvous, avenues of sighs, and kisses. It's not normal. In town, when one sits in one's lodgings, one does not notice the blank, but here in the fresh air one feels it. One resents it. Why is it? I don't know. I suppose I've never had time, or perhaps it was I have never met women who. In fact, I have very few acquaintances and never go anywhere." For some 300 paces the young people walked on in silence. Ognev kept glancing at Verotchka's bare head and shawl, and days of spring and summer rose to his mind one after another. It had been a period when far from his grey Petersburg lodgings, enjoying the friendly warmth of kind people, nature, and the work he loved. He had not had time to notice how the sunsets followed the glow of dawn, and how, one after another foretelling the end of summer, first the nightingale ceased singing, then the quail. Then a little later the landrail. The days slipped by unnoticed, so that life must have been happy and easy. He began calling aloud how reluctantly he, poor and unaccustomed to change of scene and society, had come at the end of April to the N district, where he had expected dreariness, loneliness, and indifference to statistics, which he considered was now the foremost among the sciences. When he arrived on an April morning at the little town of N, he had put up at the inn kept by Ryabihin, the old believer, where for 20 kopecks a day they had given him a light, clean room on condition that he should not smoke indoors. After resting and finding who was the president of the district Zemstvo, he had set off at once on foot to Kuznetsov. He had to walk 3 miles through lush meadows and young copses. Larks were hovering in the clouds, filling the air with silvery notes, and rooks flapping their wings with sedate dignity floated over the green cornland. Good heavens! Ognev had thought in wonder, can it be that there's always air like this to breathe here, or is this sent only today, in honor of my coming? Expecting a cold business-like reception, he went into Kuznetsov's diffidently, looking up from under his eyebrows and shyly pulling his beard. At first Kuznetsov wrinkled up his brows and could not understand what use the Zemstvo could be to the young man and his statistics. But when the latter explained at length what was material for statistics and how such material was collected, Kuznetsov brightened, smiled, and with childish curiosity began looking at his notebooks. On the evening of the same day Ivan Alexeyitch was already sitting at supper with the Kuznetsovs, was rapidly becoming exhilarated by their strong homemade wine, and looking at the calm faces and lazy movements of his new acquaintances, felt all over that sweet, drowsy indolence which makes one want to sleep and stretch and smile. While his new acquaintances looked at him good-naturedly and asked him whether his father and mother were living, how much he earned a month, how often he went to the theater. Ognev recalled his expeditions about the neighborhood, the picnics, the fishing parties, the visit of the whole party to the convent to see the Mother Superior Marfa, who had given each of the visitors a bead purse. He recalled the hot, endless typically Russian arguments in which the opponents, spluttering and banging the table with their fists, misunderstand and interrupt one another, unconsciously contradict themselves at every phrase, continually change the subject, and after arguing for 2 or 3 hours, laugh and say, "Goodness knows what we have been arguing about," beginning with one thing and going on to another. "And do you remember how the doctor and you and I rode to Shestovo?" said Ivan Alexeyitch to Vera as they reached the copse. "It was there that the crazy saint met us. I gave him a 5-kopeck piece, and he crossed himself 3 times and flung it into the rye. Good heavens! I am carrying away such a mass of memories that if I could gather them together into a whole it would make a good nugget of gold. I don't understand why clever, perceptive people crowd into Petersburg and Moscow and don't come here. Is there more truth and freedom in the Nevsky and in the big damp houses than here? Really, the idea of artists, scientific men, and journalists all living crowded together in furnished rooms has always seemed to me a mistake. 20 paces from the copse the road was crossed by a small narrow bridge with posts at the corners, which had always served as a resting place for the Kuznetsovs and their guests on their evening walks. From there those who liked could mimic the forest echo, and one could see the road vanish in the dark woodland track. "Well, here is the bridge," said Ognev. "Here you must turn back." Vera stopped and drew a breath. "Let us sit down," she said, sitting down on one of the posts. People generally sit down when they say goodbye before starting on a journey. Ognev settled himself beside her on his bundle of books and went on talking. She was breathless from the walk, and was looking, not at Ivan Alexeyitch, but away into the distance so that he could not see her face. "And what if we meet in 10 years' time?" he said. "What shall we be like then? You will be by then the respectable mother of a family, and I shall be the author of some weighty statistical work of no use to anyone, as thick as 40,000 such works. We shall meet and think of old days. Now we are conscious of the present. It absorbs and excites us, but when we meet we shall not remember the day, nor the month, nor even the year in which we saw each other for the last time on this bridge. You will be changed, perhaps. Tell me, will you be different?" Vera started and turned her face towards him. "What?" she asked. "I asked you just now." "Excuse me, I did not hear what you were saying." Only then Ognev noticed a change in Vera. She was pale, breathing fast, and the tremor in her breathing affected her hands and lips and head, and not one curl as usual, but two, came loose and fell on her forehead. Evidently she avoided looking him in the face, and, trying to mask her emotion, at one moment fingered her collar, which seemed to be rasping her neck. At another pulled her red shawl from one shoulder to the other. "I am afraid you are cold," said Ognev. "It's not at all wise to sit in the mist. Let me see you back knockhouse." Vera sat mute. "What is the matter?" asked Ognev, with a smile. "You sit silent and don't answer my questions. Are you cross, or don't you feel well?" Vera pressed the palm of her hand to the cheek nearest to Ognev, and then abruptly jerked it away. "An awful position," she murmured, with a look of pain on her face. "Awful? How is it awful?" asked Ognev, shrugging his shoulders and not concealing his surprise. "What's the matter?" Still breathing hard and twitching her shoulders, Vera turned her back to him, looked at the sky for half a minute, and said, "There is something I must say to you, Ivan Alexeyitch. I am listening. It may seem strange to you. You will be surprised, but I don't care." Ognev shrugged his shoulders once more and prepared himself to listen. "You see," Verotchka began, bowing her head and fingering a ball on the fringe of her shawl. "You see, this is what I wanted to tell you. You'll think it strange, and silly, but I can't bear it any longer." Vera's words died away in an indistinct mutter and were suddenly cut short by tears. The girl hid her face in her handkerchief, bent lower than ever, and wept bitterly. Ivan Alexeyitch cleared his throat in confusion and looked about him hopelessly, at his wits' end, not knowing what to say or do. Being unused to the sight of tears, he felt his own eyes, too, beginning to smart. "Well, what next?" he muttered helplessly. "Vera Gavrilovna, what's this for, I should like to know? My dear girl, are you ill? Or has someone been nasty to you? Tell me, perhaps I could, so to say, help you." When, trying to console her, he ventured cautiously to remove her hands from her face, she smiled at him through her tears and said, "I love you." These words, so simple and ordinary, were uttered in ordinary human language, but Ognev, in acute embarrassment, turned away from Vera, and got up, while his confusion was followed by terror. The sad, warm, sentimental mood induced by leave-taking in the homemade wine suddenly vanished, and gave place to an acute and unpleasant feeling of awkwardness. He felt an inward revulsion. He looked askance at Vera, and now that by declaring her love for him she had cast off the aloofness which so adds to a woman's charm, she seemed to him, as it were, shorter, plainer, more ordinary. What's the meaning of it? He thought with horror. But do I love her or not? That's the question. And she breathed easily and freely now that the worst and most difficult thing was said. She, too, got up, and looking Ivan Alexeyitch straight in the face, began talking rapidly, warmly, irrepressibly. As a man suddenly panic-stricken cannot afterwards remember the succession of sounds accompanying the catastrophe that overwhelmed him, so Ognev cannot remember Vera's words and phrases. He can only recall the meaning of what she said, and the sensation her words evoked in him. He remembers her voice, which seemed stifled and husky with emotion, and the extraordinary music and passion of her intonation. Laughing, crying with tears glistening on her eyelashes, she told him that from the first day of their acquaintance he had struck her by his originality, his intelligence, his kind intelligent eyes. By his work and objects in life. That she loved him passionately, deeply, madly. That when coming into the house from the garden in the summer she saw his cape in the hall or heard his voice in the distance, she felt a cold shudder at her heart, a foreboding of happiness. Even his slightest jokes had made her laugh. In every figure in his notebooks she saw something extraordinarily wise and grand. His knotted stick seemed to her more beautiful than the trees. The copse and the wisps of mist and the black ditches at the side of the road seemed hushed listening to her, whilst something strange and unpleasant was passing in Ognev's heart. Telling him of her love, Vera was enchantingly beautiful, she spoke eloquently and passionately, but he felt neither pleasure nor gladness, as he would have liked to. He felt nothing but compassion for Vera, pity and regret that a good girl should be distressed on his account. Whether he was affected by generalizations from reading or by the insuperable habit of looking at things objectively, which so often hinders people from living. But Vera's ecstasies and suffering struck him as affected, not to be taken seriously, and at the same time rebellious feeling whispered to him that all he was hearing and seeing now, from the point of view of nature and personal happiness, was more important than any statistics and books and truths. And he raged and blamed himself, though he did not understand exactly where he was in fault. To complete his embarrassment, he was absolutely at a loss what to say, and yet something he must say. To say bluntly, "I don't love you," was beyond him, and he could not bring himself to say, "yes," because however much he rummaged in his heart he could not find one spark of feeling in it. He was silent, and she meanwhile was saying that for her there was no greater happiness than to see him, to follow him wherever he liked this very moment, to be his wife and helper. And that if he went away from her she would die of misery. "I cannot stay here," she said, wringing her hands. "I am sick of the house and this wood and the air. I cannot bear the everlasting peace and aimless life, I can't endure our colorless, pale people, who are all as like one another as two drops of water. They are all good-natured and warm-hearted because they are all well-fed and know nothing of struggle or suffering. I want to be in those big damp houses where people suffer, embittered by work and need." And this, too, seemed to Ognev affected and not to be taken seriously. When Vera had finished he still did not know what to say, but it was impossible to be silent, and he muttered, "Vera Gavrilovna, I am very grateful to you. Though I feel I've done nothing to deserve such feeling on your part. Besides, as an honest man I ought to tell you that happiness depends on equality, that is, when both parties are equally in love." But he was immediately ashamed of his mutterings and ceased. He felt that his face at that moment looked stupid, guilty, blank, that it was strained and affected. Vera must have been able to read the truth on his countenance, for she suddenly became grave, turned pale, and bent her head. "You must forgive me," Ognev muttered, not able to endure the silence. I respect you so much that it pains me." Vera turned sharply and walked rapidly homewards. Ognev followed her. "No, don't," said Vera, with a wave of her hand. "Don't come, I can go alone." "Oh, yes. I must see you home anyway." Whatever Ognev said, it all to the last word struck him as loathsome and flat. The feeling of guilt grew greater at every step. He raged inwardly, clenched his fists, and cursed his coldness and his stupidity with women. Trying to stir his feelings, he looked at Verotchka's beautiful figure, at her hair and the traces of her little feet on the dusty road. He remembered her words and her tears, but all that only touched his heart and did not quicken his pulse. One can't force oneself to love, he assured himself, and at the same time he thought, but shall I ever fall in love without? I am nearly 30. I have never met anyone better than Vera and I never shall. Oh, this premature old age. Old age at 30. Vera walked on in front more and more rapidly, without looking back at him or raising her head. It seemed to him that sorrow had made her thinner and narrower in the shoulders. I can imagine what's going on in her heart now, he thought, looking at her back. She must be ready to die with shame and mortification. My God, there's so much life, poetry, and meaning in it that it would move a stone, and I am stupid and absurd. At the gate Vera stole a glance at him, and, shrugging and wrapping her shawl round her, walked rapidly away down the avenue. Ivan Alexeyitch was left alone. Going back to the copse, he walked slowly, continually standing still and looking round at the gate with an expression in his whole figure that suggested that he could not believe his own memory. He looked for Vera's footprints on the road, and could not believe that the girl who had so attracted him had just declared her love, and that he had so clumsily and bluntly refused her. For the first time in his life it was his lot to learn by experience how little that a man does depends on his own will. And to suffer in his own person the feelings of a decent kindly man who has against his will caused his neighbor cruel, undeserved anguish. His conscience tormented him, and when Vera disappeared he felt as though he had lost something very precious, something very near and dear which he could never find again. He felt that with Vera a part of his youth had slipped away from him, and that the moments which he had passed through so fruitlessly would never be repeated. When he reached the bridge he stopped and sank into thought. He wanted to discover the reason of his strange coldness. That it was due to something within him and not outside himself was clear to him. He frankly acknowledged to himself that it was not the intellectual coldness of which clever people so often boast, not the coldness of a conceited fool, but simply impotence of soul. Incapacity for being moved by beauty, premature old age brought on by education, his casual existence, struggling for a livelihood, his homeless life in lodgings. From the bridge he walked slowly, as it were reluctantly, into the wood. Here, where in the dense black darkness glaring patches of moonlight gleamed here and there, where he felt nothing except his thoughts, he longed passionately to regain what he had lost. And Ivan Alexeyitch remembers that he went back again. Urging himself on with his memories, forcing himself to picture Vera, he strode rapidly towards the garden. There was no mist by then along the road or in the garden, and the bright moon looked down from the sky as though it had just been washed, only the eastern sky was dark and misty. Ognev remembers his cautious steps, the dark windows, the heavy scent of heliotrope and mignonette. His old friend Caro, wagging his tail amicably, came up to him and sniffed his hand. This was the one living creature who saw him walk 2 or 3 times round the house, stand near Vera's dark window, and with a deep sigh and a wave of his hand walk out of the garden. An hour later he was in the town, and, worn out and exhausted, leaned his body and hot face against the gatepost of the inn as he knocked at the gate. Somewhere in the town a dog barked sleepily, and as though in response to his knock, someone clanged the hour on an iron plate near the church. "You prowl about at night," grumbled his host, the old believer, opening the door to him, in a long nightgown like a woman's. "You had better be saying your prayers instead of prowling about." When Ivan Alexeyitch reached his room he sank on the bed and gazed a long, long time at the light. Then he tossed his head and began packing. Shrove Tuesday. Pavel Vassilitch, cries Pelagia Ivanovna, waking her husband. Pavel Vassilitch. You might go and help Styopa with his lessons, he is sitting crying over his book. He can't understand something again. Pavel Vassilitch gets up, makes the sign of the cross over his mouth as he yawns, and says softly, "In a minute, my love." The cat who has been asleep beside him gets up too, straightens out its tail, arches its spine, and half shuts its eyes. There is stillness. Mice can be heard scurrying behind the wallpaper. Putting on his boots and his dressing gown, Pavel Vassilitch, crumpled and frowning from sleepiness, comes out of his bedroom into the dining room. On his entrance another cat, engaged in sniffing a marinade of fish in the window, jumps down to the floor, and hides behind the cupboard. "Who asked you to sniff that?" he says angrily, covering the fish with a sheet of newspaper. "You are a pig to do that, not a cat." From the dining room there is a door leading into the nursery. There, at a table covered with stains and deep scratches, sits Styopa, a high school boy in the second class, with a peevish expression of face and tear-stained eyes. With his knees raised almost to his chin, and his hands clasped round them, he is swaying to and fro like a Chinese idol and looking crossly at a sum book. "Are you working?" asks Pavel Vassilitch, sitting down to the table and yawning. "Yes, my boy. We have enjoyed ourselves, slept, and eaten pancakes, and tomorrow comes Lenten fare, repentance, and going to work. Every period of time has its limits. Why are your eyes so red? Are you sick of learning your lessons? To be sure, after pancakes, lessons are nasty to swallow. That's about it. What are you laughing at the child for?" Pelagia Ivanovna calls from the next room. "You had better show him instead of laughing at him. He'll get a 1 again tomorrow, and make me miserable." "What is it you don't understand?" Pavel Vassilitch asks Styopa. "Why this division of fractions," the boy answers crossly. "The division of fractions by fractions." Queer boy. What is there in it? There's nothing to understand in it. Learn the rules, and that's all. To divide a fraction by a fraction you must multiply the numerator of the first fraction by the denominator of the second, and that will be the numerator of the quotient. In this case, the numerator of the first fraction. "I know that without your telling me," Styopa interrupts him, flicking a walnut shell off the table. "Show me the proof." "The proof? Very well, give me a pencil. Listen. Suppose we want to divide 7/8 by 2/5. Well, the point of it is, my boy, that it's required to divide these fractions by each other. Have they set the samovar? I don't know. It's time for tea. It's past 7. Well, now listen. We will look at it like this. Suppose we want to divide 7/8 not by 2/5 but by 2, that is, by the numerator only. We divide it, what do we get? 7/16. Right. Bravo. Well, the trick of it is, my boy, that if we have divided it by 2 then. Wait a bit, I am getting muddled. I remember when I was at school, the teacher of arithmetic was called Sigismund Urbanich, a Pole. He used to get into a muddle over every lesson. He would begin explaining some theory, get in a tangle, and turn crimson all over and race up and down the classroom as though someone were sticking an awl in his back. Then he would blow his nose half a dozen times and begin to cry. But you know we were magnanimous to him, we pretended not to see it. "What is it, Sigismund Urbanich?" we used to ask him. "Have you got toothache?" And what a set of young ruffians, regular cutthroats, we were, but yet we were magnanimous, you know. There weren't any boys like you in my day, they were all great hulking fellows, great strapping louts, one taller than another. For instance, in our 3rd class, there was Mamahin. My goodness, he was a solid chap. You know, a regular maypole, 7 feet high. When he moved, the floor shook. When he brought his great fist down on your back, he would knock the breath out of your body. Not only we boys, but even the teachers were afraid of him. So this Mamahin used to. Pelagia Ivanovna's footsteps are heard through the door. Pavel Vasilich winks towards the door and says, "There's mother coming. Let's get to work." "Well, so you see, my boy," he says, raising his voice. "This fraction has to be multiplied by that one. Well, and to do that you have to take the numerator of the first fraction." "Come to tea," cries Pelagia Ivanovna. Pavel Vasilich and his son abandon arithmetic and go into tea. Pelagia Ivanovna is already sitting at the table with an aunt who never speaks, another aunt who is deaf and dumb, and Granny Markovna, a midwife who had helped Styopa into the world. The samovar is hissing and puffing out steam which throws flickering shadows on the ceiling. The cats come in from the entry sleepy and melancholy with their tails in the air. "Have some jam with your tea, Markovna," says Pelagia Ivanovna, addressing the midwife. "Tomorrow the great fast begins. Eat well today." Markovna takes a heaped spoonful of jam hesitatingly as though it were a powder, raises it to her lips, and with a sidelong look at Pavel Vasilich, eats it. At once her face is overspread with a sweet smile, as sweet as the jam itself. "The jam is particularly good," she says. "Did you make it yourself, Pelagia Ivanovna, ma'am?" "Yes. Who else is there to do it? I do everything myself." "Styopochka, have I given you your tea too weak? Ah, you have drunk it already. Pass your cup, my angel, let me give you some more." So this Mamahin, my boy, could not bear the French master, Pavel Vasilich goes on, addressing his son. "I am a nobleman," he used to shout, "and I won't allow a Frenchman to lord it over me. We beat the French in 1812. Well, of course they used to thrash him for it, thrash him dreye di fully, and sometimes when he saw they were meaning to thrash him, he would jump out of window, and off he would go. Then for 5 or 6 days afterwards he would not show himself at the school. His mother would come to the headmaster and beg him for God's sake, be so kind, sir, as to find my Mishka, and flog him, the rascal. And the headmaster would say to her, upon my word, madam, our 5 porters aren't a match for him. Good heavens, to think of such ruffians being born, whispers Pelagia Ivanovna, looking at her husband in horror. What a trial for the poor mother. A silence follows. Styopa yawns loudly, and scrutinizes the Chinaman on the tea caddy whom he has seen 1,000 times already. Markovna and the 2 aunts sip tea carefully out of their saucers. The air is still and stifling from the stove. Faces and gestures betray the sloth and repletion that comes when the stomach is full, and yet one must go on eating. The samovar, the cups, and the tablecloth are cleared away, but still the family sits on at the table. Pelagia Ivanovna is continually jumping up and, with an expression of alarm on her face, running off into the kitchen, to talk to the cook about the supper. The 2 aunts go on sitting in the same position immovably, with their arms folded across their bosoms and doze, staring with their pewtery little eyes at the lamp. Markovna hiccups every minute and asks, "Why is it I have the hiccups? I don't think I have eaten anything to account for it, nor drunk anything either." Hic. Pavel Vasilich and Styopa sit side by side, with their heads touching, and, bending over the table, examine a volume of the Neva for 1878. The monument of Leonardo da Vinci, facing the gallery of Victor Emmanuel at Milan. I say. After the style of a triumphal arch. A cavalier with his lady. And there are little men in the distance. That little man is like a schoolfellow of mine called Niskubin, says Styopa. Turn over. The proboscis of the common housefly seen under the microscope. So that's a proboscis. I say, a fly. Whatever would a bug look like under a microscope, my boy? Wouldn't it be horrid? The old-fashioned clock in the drawing room does not strike, but coughs 10 times huskily as though it had a cold. The cook, Anna, comes into the dining room, and plumps down at the master's feet. "Forgive me, for Christ's sake, Pavel Vassilitch," she says, getting up, flushed all over. "You forgive me, too, for Christ's sake," Pavel Vassilitch responds unconcernedly. In the same manner, Anna goes up to the other members of the family, plumps down at their feet, and begs forgiveness. She only misses out Markovna, to whom, not being one of the gentry, she does not feel it necessary to bow down. Another half-hour passes in stillness and tranquility. The Neva is by now lying on the sofa, and Pavel Vassilitch, holding up his finger, repeats by heart some Latin verses he has learned in his childhood. Styopa stares at the finger with the wedding ring, listens to the unintelligible words, and dozes. He rubs his eyelids with his fists, and they shut all the tighter. "I am going to bed," he says, stretching and yawning. "What, to bed?" says Pelagia Ivanovna. "What about supper before the fast?" "I don't want any." "Are you crazy?" says his mother in alarm. "How can you go without your supper before the fast? You'll have nothing but Lenten food all through the fast." Pavel Vassilitch is scared too. Yes, my boy," he says. "For 7 weeks mother will give you nothing but Lenten food. You can't miss the last supper before the fast." "Oh dear, I am sleepy," says Styopa peevishly. "Since that is how it is, lay the supper quickly," Pavel Vassilitch cries in a fluster. "Anna, why are you sitting there, silly? Make haste and lay the table." Pelagia Ivanovna clasps her hands and runs into the kitchen with an expression as though the house were on fire. Make haste," is heard all over the house. Styopachka is sleepy. "Anna! Oh dear me, what is one to do? Make haste." 5 minutes later the table is laid. Again the cats, arching their spines, and stretching themselves with their tails in the air, come into the dining room. The family begins supper. No one is hungry, everyone's stomach is overfull, but yet they must eat. A defenseless creature. In spite of a violent attack of gout in the night and the nervous exhaustion left by it, Kischanov went in the morning to his office and began punctually seeing the clients of the bank and persons who had come with petitions. He looked languid and exhausted, and spoke in a faint voice hardly above a whisper, as though he were dying. "What can I do for you?" he asked a lady in an antediluvian mantle, whose back view was extremely suggestive of a huge dung beetle. "You see, Your Excellency," the petitioner in question began, speaking rapidly, "my husband Shchukin, a collegiate assessor, was ill for 5 months, and while he, if you will excuse my saying so, was laid up at home, he was for no sort of reason dismissed, Your Excellency. And when I went for his salary they deducted, if you please, Your Excellency, 24 rubles 36 kopecks from his salary." "What for?" I asked. "He borrowed from the club fund, they told me, and the other clerks had stood security for him." "How was that? How could he have borrowed it without my consent?" "It's impossible, Your Excellency." "What's the reason of it?" "I am a poor woman, I earn my bread by taking in lodgers. I am a weak, defenseless woman. I have to put up with ill usage from everyone and never hear a kind word." The petitioner was blinking, and dived into her mantle for her handkerchief. Kischanov took her petition from her and began reading it. "Excuse me, what's this?" he asked, shrugging his shoulders. "I can make nothing of it." "Evidently you have come to the wrong place, madam. Your petition has nothing to do with us at all. You will have to apply to the department in which your husband was employed." "Why, my dear sir, I have been to 5 places already, and they would not even take the petition anywhere," said Madame Shchukin. "I'd quite lost my head, but, thank goodness, God bless him for it, my son-in-law, Boris Matveitch, advised me to come to you. You go to Mr. Kischanov, Mama, he is an influential man, he can do anything for you, help me, Your Excellency." We can do nothing for you, Madam Shchukin. You must understand, your husband served in the Army Medical Department, and our establishment is a purely private commercial undertaking, a bank. Surely you must understand that. Kishtchanov shrugged his shoulders again and turned to a gentleman in a military uniform, with a swollen face. Your Excellency, piped Madame Shchukin in a pitiful voice, I have the doctor's certificate that my husband was ill. Here it is, if you will kindly look at it. Very good, I believe you, Kishtchanov said irritably, but I repeat it has nothing to do with us. It's queer and positively absurd. Surely your husband must know where you are to apply? He knows nothing, Your Excellency. He keeps on, it's not your business. Get away. That's all I can get out of him. Whose business is it, then? It's I have to keep them all. Kishtchanov again turned to Madame Shchukin and began explaining to her the difference between the Army Medical Department and a private bank. She listened attentively, nodded in token of assent, and said, Yes, yes, yes. I understand, sir. In that case, Your Excellency, tell them to pay me 15 rubles at least. I agree to take part on account. Oof, sighed Kishtchanov, letting his head drop back. There's no making you see reason. Do understand that to apply to us with such a petition is as strange as to send in a petition concerning divorce, for instance, to a chemist's or to the assaying board. You have not been paid your due, but what have we to do with it? Your Excellency, make me remember you in my prayers for the rest of my days, have pity on a lorn woman, wailed Madame Shchukin, I am a weak, defenseless woman. I am worried to death, I've to settle with the lodgers and see to my husband's affairs and fly round looking after the house, and I am going to church every day this week. And my son-in-law is out of a job. I might as well not eat or drink. I can scarcely keep on my feet. I haven't slept all night. Kishtchanov was conscious of the palpitation of his heart. With a face of anguish, pressing his hand on his heart, he began explaining to Madame Shchukin again, but his voice failed him. No, excuse me, I cannot talk to you, he said with a wave of his hand. My head's going round. You are hindering us and wasting your time. Oof. Alexei Nikolaich, he said, addressing one of his clerks, please will you explain to Madame Shchukin? Kishtchanov, passing by all the petitioners, went to his private room and signed about a dozen papers while Alexei Nikolaich was still engaged with Madame Shchukin. As he sat in his room Kishtchanov heard two voices, the monotonous, restrained bass of Alexei Nikolaich and the shrill, wailing voice of Madame Shchukin. I am a weak, defenseless woman, I am a woman in delicate health, said Madame Shchukin. I look strong, but if you were to overhaul me there is not one healthy fiber in me. I can scarcely keep on my feet, and my appetite is gone. I drank my cup of coffee this morning without the slightest relish. Alexei Nikolaich explained to her the difference between the departments and the complicated system of sending in papers. He was soon exhausted, and his place was taken by the accountant. A wonderfully disagreeable woman, said Kishtchanov, revolted, nervously cracking his fingers and continually going to the decanter of water. She's a perfect idiot. She's worn me out and she'll exhaust them, the nasty creature. Oof, my heart is throbbing. Half an hour later he rang his bell. Alexei Nikolaich made his appearance. How are things going? Kishtchanov asked languidly. We can't make her see anything, Pyotr Alexandrovich. We are simply done. We talk of one thing and she talks of something else. I can't stand the sound of her voice. I am ill. I can't bear it. Send for the porter, Pyotr Alexandrovich, let him put her out. No, no, cried Kishtchanov in alarm. She will set up a squeal, and there are lots of flats in this building, and goodness knows what they would think of us. Do try and explain to her, my dear fellow. A minute later the deep drone of Alexei Nikolaich's voice was audible again. A quarter of an hour passed, and instead of his bass there was the murmur of the accountant's powerful tenor. Remarkably nasty woman, Kishchanov thought indignantly, nervously shrugging his shoulders. No more brains than a sheep. I believe that's a twinge of the gout again. My migraine is coming back. In the next room Alexei Nikolaich, at the end of his resources, at last tapped his finger on the table and then on his own forehead. The fact of the matter is you haven't a head on your shoulders, he said, but this. Come, come, said the old lady, offended. Talk to your own wife like that. You screw. Don't be too free with your hands. And looking at her with fury, with exasperation, as though he would devour her, Alexei Nikolaich said in a quiet, stifled voice. Clear out. What? Squealed Madame Shchukin. How dare you? I am a weak, defenseless woman, I won't endure it. My husband is a collegiate assessor. You screw. I will go to Dmitry Karlich, the lawyer, and there will be nothing left of you. I've had the law of 3 lodgers, and I will make you flop down at my feet for your saucy words. I'll go to your general. Your Excellency, Your Excellency. Be off, you pest, hissed Alexei Nikolaich. Kishchanov opened his door and looked into the office. What is it? He asked in a tearful voice. Madame Shchukin, as red as a crab, was standing in the middle of the room, rolling her eyes and prodding the air with her fingers. The bank clerks were standing round red in the face too, and, evidently harassed, were looking at each other distractedly. Your Excellency, cried Madame Shchukin, pouncing upon Kishchanov. Here, this man, this man, she pointed to Alexei Nikolaich, tapped himself on the forehead and then tapped the table. You told him to go into my case, and he's jeering at me. I am a weak, defenseless woman. My husband is a collegiate assessor, and I am a major's daughter myself. Very good, madam, moaned Kishchanov. I will go into it. I will take steps. Go away, later. And when shall I get the money, Your Excellency? I need it today. Kishchanov passed his trembling hand over his forehead, heaved a sigh, and began explaining again. Madam, I have told you already this is a bank, a private commercial establishment. What do you want of us? And do understand that you are hindering us. Madame Shchukin listened to him and sighed. To be sure, she assented. Only, Your Excellency, do me the kindness, make me pray for you for the rest of my life, be a father, protect me. If a medical certificate is not enough I can produce an affidavit from the police. Tell them to give me the money. Everything began swimming before Kishchanov's eyes. He breathed out all the air in his lungs in a prolonged sigh and sank helpless on a chair. How much do you want? He asked in a weak voice. 24 rubles and 36 kopecks. Kishchanov took his pocketbook out of his pocket, extracted a 25-ruble note and gave it to Madame Shchukin. Take it and go away. Madame Shchukin wrapped the money up in her handkerchief, put it away, and pursing up her face into a sweet, mincing, even coquettish smile, asked. Your Excellency. And would it be possible for my husband to get a post again? I am going. I am ill, said Kishchanov in a weary voice. I have dreadful palpitations. When he had driven home Alexei Nikolaich sent Nikita for some laurel drops, and, after taking 20 drops each, all the clerks set to work. While Madame Shchukin stayed another 2 hours in the vestibule, talking to the porter and waiting for Kishchanov to return. She came again next day. A bad business. Who goes there? No answer. The watchman sees nothing, but through the roar of the wind and the trees distinctly hears someone walking along the avenue ahead of him. A March night, cloudy and foggy, envelopes the earth, and it seems to the watchman that the earth, the sky, and he himself with his thoughts are all merged together into something vast and impenetrably black. He can only grope his way. Who goes there? The watchman repeats, and he begins to fancy that he hears whispering and smothered laughter. Who's there? It's I, friend, answers an old man's voice. But who are you? I, a traveler. What sort of traveler? The watchman cries angrily, trying to disguise his terror by shouting. What the devil do you want here? You go prowling about the graveyard at night, you ruffian. You don't say it's a graveyard here? Why, what else? Of course it's the graveyard. Don't you see it is? Oh oh oh. Queen of heaven, there is a sound of an old man sighing. I see nothing, my good soul, nothing. Oh the darkness, the darkness. You can't see your hand before your face, it is dark, friend. Oh oh oh. But who are you? I am a pilgrim, friend, a wandering man. The devils, the nightbirds. Nice sort of pilgrims. They are drunkards, mutters the watchman, reassured by the tone and size of the stranger. One's tempted to sin by you. They drink the day away and prowl about at night. But I fancy I heard you were not alone, it sounded like 2 or 3 of you. I am alone, friend, alone. Quite alone. Oh 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 our sins. The watchman stumbles up against the man and stops. How did you get here? He asks. I have lost my way, good man. I was walking to the Mitrievsky mill and I lost my way. Phew. Is this the road to Mitrievsky mill? You sheep's head. For the Mitrievsky mill you must keep much more to the left, straight out of the town along the high road. You have been drinking and have gone a couple of miles out of your way. You must have had a drop in the town. I did, friend. Truly I did, I won't hide my sins. But how am I to go now? Go straight on and on along this avenue till you can go no farther, and then turn at once to the left and go till you have crossed the whole graveyard right to the gate. There will be a gate there. Open it and go with God's blessing. Mind you don't fall into the ditch. And when you are out of the graveyard you go all the way by the fields till you come out on the main road. God give you health, friend. May the Queen of Heaven save you and have mercy on you. You might take me along, good man. Be merciful. Lead me to the gate. As though I had the time to waste. Go by yourself. Be merciful. I'll pray for you. I can't see anything, one can't see one's hand before one's face, friend. It's so dark, so dark. Show me the way, sir. As though I had the time to take you about, if I were to play the nurse to everyone I should never have done. For Christ's sake, take me. I can't see, and I am afraid to go alone through the graveyard. It's terrifying, friend, it's terrifying, I am afraid, good man. There's no getting rid of you, sighs the watchman. All right then, come along. The watchman and the traveler go on together. They walk shoulder to shoulder in silence. A damp, cutting wind blows straight into their faces and the unseen trees murmuring and rustling scatter big drops upon them. The path is almost entirely covered with puddles. There is one thing passes my understanding, says the watchman after a prolonged silence, how you got here. The gate's locked. Did you climb over the wall? If you did climb over the wall, that's the last thing you would expect of an old man. I don't know, friend, I don't know. I can't say myself how I got here. It's a visitation. A chastisement of the Lord. Truly a visitation, the evil one confounded me. So you are a watchman here, friend? Yes. The only one for the whole graveyard? There is such a violent gust of wind that both stop for a minute. Waiting till the violence of the wind abates, the watchman answers. There are 3 of us, but one is lying ill in a fever and the others asleep. He and I take turns about. Ah, to be sure, friend. What a wind. The dead must hear it. It howls like a wild beast. Oh oh oh. And where do you come from? From a distance, friend. I am from Vologda, a long way off. I go from one holy place to another and pray for people. Save me and have mercy upon me, O Lord. The watchman stops for a minute to light his pipe. He stoops down behind the traveler's back and lights several matches. The gleam of the first match lights up for one instant a bit of the avenue on the right, a white tombstone with an angel, and a dark cross. The light of the second match, flaring up brightly and extinguished by the wind, flashes like lightning on the left side. And from the darkness nothing stands out but the angle of some sort of trellis. The third match throws light to right and to left, revealing the white tombstone, the dark cross, and the trellis round a child's grave. The departed sleep, the dear ones sleep. The stranger mutters, sighing loudly. They all sleep alike, rich and poor, wise and foolish, good and wicked. They are of the same value now. And they will sleep till the last trump. The kingdom of heaven and peace eternal be theirs. Here we are walking along now, but the time will come when we shall be lying here ourselves, says the watchman. To be sure, we shall all. There is no man who will not die. Oh, oh, oh. Our doings are wicked, our thoughts are deceitful. Sins, sins. My soul accursed, ever covetous, my belly greedy and lustful. I have angered the Lord and there is no salvation for me in this world and the next. I am deep in sins like a worm in the earth. Yes, and you have to die. You are right there. Death is easier for a pilgrim than for fellows like us, says the watchman. There are pilgrims of different sorts. There are the real ones who are God-fearing men and watch over their own souls, and there are such as stray about the graveyard at night and are a delight to the devils. Yes. There's one who is a pilgrim could give you a crack on the pate with an axe if he liked and knock the breath out of you. What are you talking like that for? Oh, nothing. Why, I fancy here's the gate. Yes, it is. Open it, good man. The watchman, feeling his way, opens the gate, leads the pilgrim out by the sleeve, and says, Here's the end of the graveyard. Now you must keep on through the open fields till you get to the main road. Only close here there will be the boundary ditch, don't fall in. And when you come out onto the road, turn to the right, and keep on till you reach the mill. Oh, oh, oh. Sighs the pilgrim after a pause, and now I am thinking that I have no cause to go to Mitrievsky Mill. Why the devil should I go there? I had better stay a bit with you here, sir. What do you want to stay with me for? Oh, it's merrier with you. So you found a merry companion, have you? You, pilgrim, are fond of a joke I see. To be sure I am, says the stranger, with a hoarse chuckle. Ah, my dear good man, I bet you will remember the pilgrim many a long year. Why should I remember you? Why I've got round you so smartly. Am I a pilgrim? I am not a pilgrim at all. What are you then? A dead man. I've only just got out of my coffin. Do you remember Gubryev, the locksmith, who hanged himself in Carnival Week? Well, I am Gubryev himself. Tell us something else. The watchman does not believe him, but he feels all over such a cold, oppressive terror that he starts off and begins hurriedly feeling for the gate. Stop, where are you off to? Says the stranger, clutching him by the arm. Aie, 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 what a fellow you are. How can you leave me all alone? Let go, cries the watchman, trying to pull his arm away. Stop. I bid you stop and you stop. Don't struggle, you dirty dog. If you want to stay among the living, stop and hold your tongue till I tell you. It's only that I don't care to spill blood or you would have been a dead man long ago, you scurvy rascal. Stop. The watchman's knees give way under him. In his terror he shuts his eyes, and trembling all over huddles close to the wall. He would like to call out, but he knows his cries would not reach any living thing. The stranger stands beside him and holds him by the arm. 3 minutes pass in silence. One's in a fever, another's asleep, and the third is seeing pilgrims on their way, mutters the stranger. Capital watchmen, they are worth their salary. Yes, brother, thieves have always been cleverer than watchmen. Stand still, don't stir. 5 minutes, 10 minutes pass in silence. All at once the wind brings the sound of a whistle. Well, now you can go, says the stranger, releasing the watchman's arm. Go and thank God you are alive. The stranger gives a whistle too, runs away from the gate, and the watchman hears him leap over the ditch. With a foreboding of something very dreadful in his heart, the watchman, still trembling with terror, opens the gate irresolutely and runs back with his eyes shut. At the turning into the main avenue he hears hurried footsteps, and someone asks him, in a hissing voice, "Is that you, Timofey? Where is Mitka?" And after running the whole length of the main avenue he notices a little dim light in the darkness. The nearer he gets to the light the more frightened he is and the stronger his foreboding of evil. It looks as though the light were in the church, he thinks. And how can it have come there? Save me and have mercy on me, Queen of Heaven. And that it is. The watchman stands for a minute before the broken window and looks with horror towards the altar. A little wax candle which the thieves had forgotten to put out flickers in the wind that bursts in at the window and throws dim red patches of light on the vestments flung about and a cupboard overturned on the floor. On numerous footprints near the high altar and the altar of offerings. A little time passes and the howling wind sends floating over the churchyard the hurried uneven clangs of the alarm bell. Home. Someone came from the Grigorievs to fetch a book, but I said you were not at home. The postman brought the newspaper and 2 letters. By the way, Yevgeny Petrovitch, I should like to ask you to speak to Seryoza. Today, and the day before yesterday, I have noticed that he is smoking. When I began to expostulate with him, he put his fingers in his ears as usual, and sang loudly to drown my voice. Yevgeny Petrovitch Bykovsky, the prosecutor of the circuit court, who had just come back from a session and was taking off his gloves in his study, looked at the governess as she made her report. And laughed. Seryoza smoking, he said, shrugging his shoulders. I can picture the little cherub with a cigarette in his mouth. Why, how old is he? 7. You think it is not important, but at his age smoking is a bad and pernicious habit, and bad habits ought to be eradicated in the beginning. Perfectly true. And where does he get the tobacco? He takes it from the drawer in your table. Yes? In that case, send him to me. When the governess had gone out, Bykovsky sat down in an armchair before his writing table, shut his eyes, and fell to thinking. He pictured his Seryoza with a huge cigar, a yard long, in the midst of clouds of tobacco smoke, and this caricature made him smile. At the same time, the grave, troubled face of the governess called up memories of the long past, half-forgotten time when smoking aroused in his teachers and parents a strange, not quite intelligible horror. It really was horror. Children were mercilessly flogged and expelled from school, and their lives were made a misery on account of smoking. Though not a single teacher or father knew exactly what was the harm or sinfulness of smoking. Even very intelligent people did not scruple to wage war on a vice which they did not understand. Yevgeny Petrovitch remembered the headmaster of the high school, a very cultured and good-natured old man, who was so appalled when he found a high school boy with a cigarette in his mouth that he turned pale, immediately summoned an emergency committee of the teachers, and sentenced the sinner to expulsion. This was probably a law of social life. The less an evil was understood, the more fiercely and coarsely it was attacked. The prosecutor remembered 2 or 3 boys who had been expelled and their subsequent life, and could not help thinking that very often the punishment did a great deal more harm than the crime itself. The living organism has the power of rapidly adapting itself, growing accustomed and inured to any atmosphere whatever. Otherwise man would be bound to feel at every moment what an irrational basis there often is underlying his rational activity. And how little of established truth and certainty there is even in work so responsible and so terrible in its effects as that of the teacher, of the lawyer, of the writer. And such light and discursive thoughts as visit the brain only when it is weary and resting began straying through Yevgeny Petrovitch's head. There is no telling whence and why they come, they do not remain long in the mind, but seem to glide over its surface without sinking deeply into it. For people who are forced for whole hours, and even days, to think by routine in one direction, such free private thinking affords a kind of comfort, an agreeable solace. It was between 8 and 9 o'clock in the evening. Overhead, on the second story, someone was walking up and down, and on the floor above that 4 hands were playing scales. The pacing of the man overhead who, to judge from his nervous step, was thinking of something harassing, or was suffering from toothache. And the monotonous scales gave the stillness of the evening a drowsiness that disposed to lazy reveries. In the nursery, 2 rooms away, the governess and Seryoza were talking. "Papa has come," caroled the child. "Papa has come. Pa! 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 Votre père vous appelle, allez vite!" cried the governess, shrill as a frightened bird. "I am speaking to you. What am I to say to him, though?" Yevgeny Petrovitch wondered. But before he had time to think of anything whatever, his son Seryoza, a boy of 7, walked into the study. He was a child whose sex could only have been guessed from his dress, weakly, white-faced, and fragile. He was limp like a hothouse plant, and everything about him seemed extraordinarily soft and tender, his movements, his curly hair, the look in his eyes, his velvet jacket. "Good evening, Papa," he said, in a soft voice, clambering on to his father's knee and giving him a rapid kiss on his neck. "Did you send for me?" "Excuse me, Sergei Yevgenich," answered the prosecutor, removing him from his knee. "Before kissing we must have a talk, and a serious talk. I am angry with you, and don't love you any more. I tell you, my boy, I don't love you, and you are no son of mine." Seryoza looked intently at his father, then shifted his eyes to the table, and shrugged his shoulders. "What have I done to you?" he asked in perplexity, blinking. "I haven't been in your study all day, and I haven't touched anything. Natalia Semyonovna has just been complaining to me that you have been smoking. Is it true? Have you been smoking?" "Yes, I did smoke once." "That's true. Now you see you are lying as well," said the prosecutor, frowning to disguise a smile. "Natalia Semyonovna has seen you smoking twice. So you see you have been detected in 3 misdeeds: smoking, taking someone else's tobacco, and lying. 3 faults. Oh yes," Seryoza recollected, and his eyes smiled. "That's true, that's true. I smoked twice, today and before. So you see it was not once, but twice. I am very, very much displeased with you. You used to be a good boy, but now I see you are spoilt and have become a bad one." Yevgeny Petrovitch smoothed down Seryoza's collar and thought. "What more am I to say to him? Yes, it's not right," he continued. "I did not expect it of you. In the first place, you ought not to take tobacco that does not belong to you. Every person has only the right to make use of his own property. If he takes anyone else's, he is a bad man." "I am not saying the right thing," thought Yevgeny Petrovitch. "For instance, Natalia Semyonovna has a box with her clothes in it. That's her box, and we, that is, you and I, dare not touch it, as it is not ours. That's right, isn't it? You've got toy horses and pictures. I don't take them, do I? Perhaps I might like to take them, but they are not mine, but yours. Take them if you like," said Seryoza, raising his eyebrows. "Please don't hesitate, Papa, take them. That yellow dog on your table is mine, but I don't mind. Let it stay." "You don't understand me," said Bykovsky. "You have given me the dog, it is mine now and I can do what I like with it, but I didn't give you the tobacco. The tobacco is mine." "I am not explaining properly," thought the prosecutor. "It's wrong. Quite wrong. If I want to smoke someone else's tobacco, I must first of all ask his permission. Languidly linking one phrase on to another and imitating the language of the nursery, Bykovsky tried to explain to his son the meaning of property. Seryoza gazed at his chest and listened attentively. He liked talking to his father in the evening. Then he leaned his elbow on the edge of the table and began screwing up his short-sighted eyes at the papers and the inkstand. His eyes strayed over the table and rested on the gum bottle. "Papa, what is gum made of?" he asked suddenly, putting the bottle to his eyes. Bykovsky took the bottle out of his hands and set it in its place and went on. "Secondly, you smoke. That's very bad. Though I smoke, it does not follow that you may. I smoke and know that it is stupid. I blame myself and don't like myself for it. A clever teacher, I am," he thought. "Tobacco is very bad for the health, and anyone who smokes dies earlier than he should. It's particularly bad for boys like you to smoke. Your chest is weak, you haven't reached your full strength yet, and smoking leads to consumption and other illness in weak people. Uncle Ignat died of consumption, you know. If he hadn't smoked, perhaps he would have lived till now." Seryoza looked pensively at the lamp, touched the lampshade with his finger, and heaved a sigh. "Uncle Ignat played the violin splendidly," he said. "His violin is at the Grigorievs now." Seryoza leaned his elbows on the edge of the table again, and sank into thought. His white face wore a fixed expression, as though he were listening or following a train of thought of his own. Distress and something like fear came into his big staring eyes. He was most likely thinking now of death, which had so lately carried off his mother and Uncle Ignat. Death carries mothers and uncles off to the other world, while their children and violins remain upon the earth. The dead live somewhere in the sky beside the stars, and look down from there upon the earth. Can they endure the parting? What am I to say to him, thought Yevgeny Petrovitch. He's not listening to me. Obviously he does not regard either his misdoings or my arguments as serious. How am I to drive it home? The prosecutor got up and walked about the study. Formerly, in my time, these questions were very simply settled, he reflected. Every urchin who was caught smoking was thrashed. The cowardly and faint-hearted did actually give up smoking. Any who were somewhat more plucky and intelligent, after the thrashing, took to carrying tobacco in the legs of their boots. And smoking in the barn. When they were caught in the barn and thrashed again, they would go away to smoke by the river, and so on, till the boy grew up. My mother used to give me money and sweets not to smoke. Now that method is looked upon as worthless and immoral. The modern teacher, taking his stand on logic, tries to make the child form good principles, not from fear, nor from desire for distinction or reward, but consciously. While he was walking about, thinking, Seryoza climbed up with his legs on a chair sideways to the table, and began drawing. That he might not spoil official paper nor touch the ink, a heap of half-sheets, cut on purpose for him, lay on the table together with a blue pencil. Cook was chopping up cabbage today and she cut her finger, he said, drawing a little house and moving his eyebrows. She gave such a scream that we were all frightened and ran into the kitchen. Stupid thing. Natalia Semyonovna told her to dip her finger in cold water, but she sucked it. And how could she put a dirty finger in her mouth? That's not proper, you know, Papa. Then he went on to describe how, while they were having dinner, a man with a hurdy-gurdy had come into the yard with a little girl, who had danced and sung to the music. He has his own train of thought, thought the prosecutor. He has a little world of his own in his head, and he has his own ideas of what is important and unimportant. To gain possession of his attention, it's not enough to imitate his language, one must also be able to think in the way he does. He would understand me perfectly if I really were sorry for the loss of the tobacco, if I felt injured and cried. That's why no one can take the place of a mother in bringing up a child, because she can feel, cry, and laugh together with the child. One can do nothing by logic and morality. What more shall I say to him? What? And it struck Yevgeny Petrovitch as strange and absurd that he, an experienced advocate, who spent half his life in the practice of reducing people to silence, forestalling what they had to say, and punishing them, was completely at a loss and did not know what to say to the boy. "I say, give me your word of honor that you won't smoke again," he said. "Word of honor," caroled Serioza, pressing hard on the pencil and bending over the drawing. "Word of honor. Does he know what is meant by word of honor?" Bykovsky asked himself. "No, I am a poor teacher of morality. If some schoolmaster or one of our legal fellows could peep into my brain at this moment, he would call me a poor stick, and would very likely suspect me of unnecessary subtlety. But in school and in court, of course, all these wretched questions are far more simply settled than at home. Here one has to do with people whom one loves beyond everything, and love is exacting and complicates the question. If this boy were not my son, but my pupil, or a prisoner on his trial, I should not be so cowardly, and my thoughts would not be racing all over the place." Yevgeny Petrovitch sat down to the table and pulled one of Serioza's drawings to him. In it there was a house with a crooked roof, and smoke which came out of the chimney like a flash of lightning in zigzags up to the very edge of the paper. Beside the house stood a soldier with dots for eyes and a bayonet that looked like the figure 4. "A man can't be taller than a house," said the prosecutor. Serioza got on his knee, and moved about for some time to get comfortably settled there. "No, Papa," he said, looking at his drawing. "If you were to draw the soldier small you would not see his eyes." Ought he to argue with him? From daily observation of his son the prosecutor had become convinced that children, like savages, have their own artistic standpoints and requirements peculiar to them, beyond the grasp of grown-up people. Had he been attentively observed, Serioza might have struck a grown-up person as abnormal. He thought it possible and reasonable to draw men taller than houses, and to represent in pencil, not only objects, but even his sensations. Thus he would depict the sounds of an orchestra in the form of smoke like spherical blurs, a whistle in the form of a spiral thread. To his mind sound was closely connected with form and color, so that when he painted letters he invariably painted the letter L yellow, M red, A black, and so on. Abandoning his drawing, Serioza shifted about once more, got into a comfortable attitude, and busied himself with his father's beard. First he carefully smoothed it, then he parted it and began combing it into the shape of whiskers. "Now you are like Ivan Stepanovich," he said, "and in a minute you will be like our porter." "Papa, why is it porters stand by doors? Is it to prevent thieves getting in?" The prosecutor felt the child's breathing on his face. He was continually touching his hair with his cheek, and there was a warm soft feeling in his soul. As soft as though not only his hands but his whole soul were lying on the velvet of Serioza's jacket. He looked at the boy's big dark eyes, and it seemed to him as though from those wide pupils there looked out at him his mother and his wife and everything that he had ever loved. To think of thrashing him, he mused. A nice task to devise a punishment for him. How can we undertake to bring up the young? In old days people were simpler and thought less, and so settled problems boldly. But we think too much, we are eaten up by logic. The more developed a man is, the more he reflects and gives himself up to subtleties, the more undecided and scrupulous he becomes, and the more timidity he shows in taking action. How much courage and self-confidence it needs, when one comes to look into it closely, to undertake to teach, to judge, to write a thick book. It struck 10. "Come, boy, it's bedtime," said the prosecutor. "Say good night and go." "No, Papa," said Serioza, "I will stay a little longer." "Tell me something. Tell me a story." "Very well, only after the story you must go to bed at once." Yevgeny Petrovitch on his free evenings was in the habit of telling Serioza stories. Like most people engaged in practical affairs, he did not know a single poem by heart, and could not remember a single fairy tale, so he had to improvise. As a rule he began with the stereotyped, in a certain country, in a certain kingdom. Then he heaped up all kinds of innocent nonsense and had no notion as he told the beginning how the story would go on, and how it would end. Scenes, characters, and situations were taken at random, impromptu, and the plot and the moral came of itself as it were, with no plan on the part of the storyteller. Serioza was very fond of this improvisation, and the prosecutor noticed that the simpler and the less ingenious the plot, the stronger the impression it made on the child. "Listen," he said, raising his eyes to the ceiling. "Once upon a time, in a certain country, in a certain kingdom, there lived an old, very old emperor with a long grey beard, and with great grey mustaches like this. Well, he lived in a glass palace which sparkled and glittered in the sun, like a great piece of clear ice. The palace, my boy, stood in a huge garden, in which there grew oranges, you know, bergamots, cherries, tulips, roses, and lilies of the valley were in flower in it. And birds of different colors sang there. Yes. On the trees there hung little glass bells, and, when the wind blew, they rang so sweetly that one was never tired of hearing them. Glass gives a softer, tenderer note than metals. Well, what next? There were fountains in the garden. Do you remember you saw a fountain at Auntie Sonia's summer villa? Well, there were fountains just like that in the emperor's garden, only ever so much bigger, and the jets of water reached to the top of the highest poplar." Yevgeny Petrovitch thought a moment, and went on. "The old emperor had an only son and heir of his kingdom, a boy as little as you. He was a good boy. He was never naughty, he went to bed early, he never touched anything on the table, and altogether he was a sensible boy. He had only one fault, he used to smoke." Serioza listened attentively, and looked into his father's eyes without blinking. The prosecutor went on, thinking, what next? He spun out a long rigmarole, and ended like this. The emperor's son fell ill with consumption through smoking, and died when he was 20. His infirm and sick old father was left without anyone to help him. There was no one to govern the kingdom and defend the palace. Enemies came, killed the old man, and destroyed the palace, and now there are neither cherries, nor birds, nor little bells in the garden. That's what happened. This ending struck Yevgeny Petrovitch as absurd and naive, but the whole story made an intense impression on Serioza. Again his eyes were clouded by mournfulness and something like fear. For a minute he looked pensively at the dark window, shuddered, and said, in a sinking voice, "I am not going to smoke any more." When he had said good night and gone away, his father walked up and down the room and smiled to himself. "They would tell me it was the influence of beauty, artistic form," he meditated. "It may be so, but that's no comfort. It's not the right way, all the same. Why must morality and truth never be offered in their crude form, but only with embellishments, sweetened and gilded like pills? It's not normal. It's falsification, deception, tricks." He thought of the jurymen to whom it was absolutely necessary to make a speech, of the general public who absorb history only from legends and historical novels. And of himself and how he had gathered an understanding of life not from sermons and laws, but from fables, novels, poems. Medicine should be sweet, truth beautiful, and man has had this foolish habit since the days of Adam, though, indeed, perhaps it is all natural, and ought to be so. There are many deceptions and delusions in nature that serve a purpose. He set to work, but lazy, intimate thoughts still strayed through his mind for a good while. Overhead the scales could no longer be heard, but the inhabitant of the second story was still pacing from one end of the room to another. The lottery ticket. Ivan Dmitrich, a middle-class man who lived with his family on an income of 1,200 a year and was very well satisfied with his lot, sat down on the sofa after supper and began reading the newspaper. "I forgot to look at the newspaper today," his wife said to him as she cleared the table. "Look and see whether the list of drawings is there." "Yes, it is," said Ivan Dmitrich. "But hasn't your ticket lapsed?" "No, I took the interest on Tuesday." "What is the number?" "Series 9499, number 26. "All right, we will look." 9,499 and 26. Ivan Dmitrich had no faith in lottery luck, and would not, as a rule, have consented to look at the lists of winning numbers, but now, as he had nothing else to do and as the newspaper was before his eyes, he passed his finger downwards along the column of numbers. And immediately, as though in mockery of his skepticism, no further than the second line from the top, his eye was caught by the figure 9,499. Unable to believe his eyes, he hurriedly dropped the paper on his knees without looking to see the number of the ticket, and, just as though someone had given him a douche of cold water, he felt an agreeable chill in the pit of the stomach. Tingling and terrible and sweet. "Masha, 9,499 is there," he said in a hollow voice. His wife looked at his astonished and panic-stricken face, and realized that he was not joking. 9,499? She asked, turning pale and dropping the folded tablecloth on the table. Yes, it really is there. And the number of the ticket? Oh, yes. There's the number of the ticket too. But wait. No, I say. Anyway, the number of our series is there. Anyway, you understand. Looking at his wife, Ivan Dmitrich gave a broad, senseless smile, like a baby when a bright object is shown it. His wife smiled too. It was as pleasant to her as to him that he only mentioned the series, and did not try to find out the number of the winning ticket. To torment and tantalize oneself with hopes of possible fortune is so sweet, so thrilling. It is our series, said Ivan Dmitrich, after a long silence. So there is a probability that we have won. It's only a probability, but there it is. Well, now look. Wait a little. We have plenty of time to be disappointed. It's on the second line from the top, so the prize is 75,000. That's not money, but power, capital. And in a minute I shall look at the list, and there, 26. I say, what if we really have won? The husband and wife began laughing and staring at one another in silence. The possibility of winning bewildered them. They could not have said, could not have dreamed, what they both needed that 75,000 for, what they would buy, where they would go. They thought only of the figures 9,499 and 75,000 and pictured them in their imagination, while somehow they could not think of the happiness itself which was so possible. Ivan Dmitrich, holding the paper in his hand, walked several times from corner to corner, and only when he had recovered from the first impression began dreaming a little. And if we have won, he said, why, it will be a new life, it will be a transformation. The ticket is yours, but if it were mine I should, first of all, of course, spend 25,000 on real property in the shape of an estate. 10,000 on immediate expenses, new furnishing, traveling, paying debts, and so on. The other 40,000 I would put in the bank and get interest on it. Yes, an estate, that would be nice, said his wife, sitting down and dropping her hands in her lap. Somewhere in the Tula or Oriol provinces. In the first place we shouldn't need a summer villa, and besides, it would always bring in an income. And pictures came crowding on his imagination, each more gracious and poetical than the last. And in all these pictures he saw himself well-fed, serene, healthy, felt warm, even hot. Here, after eating a summer soup, cold as ice, he lay on his back on the burning sand close to a stream or in the garden under a lime tree. It is hot. His little boy and girl are crawling about near him, digging in the sand or catching ladybirds in the grass. He dozes sweetly, thinking of nothing, and feeling all over that he need not go to the office today, tomorrow, or the day after. Or, tired of lying still, he goes to the hayfield, or to the forest for mushrooms, or watches the peasants catching fish with a net. When the sun sets he takes a towel and soap and saunters to the bathing shed, where he undresses at his leisure, slowly rubs his bare chest with his hands, and goes into the water. And in the water, near the opaque soapy circles, little fish flit to and fro and green water weeds nod their heads. After bathing there is tea with cream and milk rolls. In the evening a walk or vint with the neighbors. Yes, it would be nice to buy an estate, said his wife, also dreaming, and from her face it was evident that she was enchanted by her thoughts. Ivan Dmitrich pictured to himself autumn with its rains, its cold evenings, and its St. Martin's summer. At that season he would have to take longer walks about the garden and beside the river, so as to get thoroughly chilled. And then drink a big glass of vodka and eat a salted mushroom or a soused cucumber, and then, drink another. The children would come running from the kitchen garden, bringing a carrot and a radish smelling of fresh earth. And then, he would lie stretched full length on the sofa, and in leisurely fashion turn over the pages of some illustrated magazine, or, covering his face with it and unbuttoning his waistcoat, give himself up to slumber. The St. Martin's summer is followed by cloudy, gloomy weather. It rains day and night, the bare trees weep, the wind is damp and cold. The dogs, the horses, the fowls, all are wet, depressed, downcast. There is nowhere to walk, one can't go out for days together. One has to pace up and down the room, looking despondently at the grey window. It is dreary. Ivan Dmitrich stopped and looked at his wife. I should go abroad, you know, Masha, he said. And he began thinking how nice it would be in late autumn to go abroad somewhere to the south of France, to Italy, to India. I should certainly go abroad too, his wife said. But look at the number of the ticket. Wait. He walked about the room and went on thinking. It occurred to him, what if his wife really did go abroad? It is pleasant to travel alone, or in the society of light, careless women who live in the present, and not such as think and talk all the journey about nothing but their children, sigh, and tremble with dismay over every farthing. Ivan Dmitrich imagined his wife in the train with a multitude of parcels, baskets, and bags. She would be sighing over something, complaining that the train made her head ache, that she had spent so much money. At the stations he would continually be having to run for boiling water, bread and butter. She wouldn't have dinner because of its being too dear. She would begrudge me every farthing, he thought, with a glance at his wife. The lottery ticket is hers, not mine. Besides, what is the use of her going abroad? What does she want there? She would shut herself up in the hotel, and not let me out of her sight. I know. And for the first time in his life his mind dwelt on the fact that his wife had grown elderly and plain, and that she was saturated through and through with the smell of cooking. While he was still young, fresh, and healthy, and might well have got married again. Of course, all that is silly nonsense, he thought, but, why should she go abroad? What would she make of it? And yet she would go, of course. I can fancy. In reality it is all one to her, whether it is Naples or Klin. She would only be in my way. I should be dependent upon her. I can fancy how, like a regular woman, she will lock the money up as soon as she gets it. She will hide it from me. She will look after her relations and grudge me every farthing. Ivan Dmitrich thought of her relations. All those wretched brothers and sisters and aunts and uncles would come crawling about as soon as they heard of the winning ticket, would begin whining like beggars, and fawning upon them with oily, hypocritical smiles. Wretched, detestable people. If they were given anything, they would ask for more, while if they were refused, they would swear at them, slander them, and wish them every kind of misfortune. Ivan Dmitrich remembered his own relations, and their faces, at which he had looked impartially in the past, struck him now as repulsive and hateful. They are such reptiles, he thought. And his wife's face, too, struck him as repulsive and hateful. Anger surged up in his heart against her, and he thought malignantly. She knows nothing about money, and so she is stingy. If she wanted she would give me 100 rubles, and put the rest away under lock and key. And he looked at his wife, not with a smile now, but with hatred. She glanced at him too, and also with hatred and anger. She had her own daydreams, her own plans, her own reflections, she understood perfectly well what her husband's dreams were. She knew who would be the first to try and grab her winnings. "It's very nice making daydreams at other people's expense," is what her eyes expressed. "No, don't you dare." Her husband understood her look. Hatred began stirring again in his breast, and in order to annoy his wife he glanced quickly, to spite her at the 4th page on the newspaper and read out triumphantly. Series 9499, number 46. Not 26. Hatred and hope both disappeared at once, and it began immediately to seem to Ivan Dmitrich and his wife that their rooms were dark and small and low-pitched. That the supper they had been eating was not doing them good, but lying heavy on their stomachs, that the evenings were long and wearisome. "What the devil's the meaning of it?" said Ivan Dmitrich, beginning to be ill-humored. "Wherever one steps there are bits of paper under one's feet, crumbs, husks. The rooms are never swept. One is simply forced to go out. Damnation take my soul entirely. I shall go and hang myself on the first aspen tree. Too early. The bells are ringing for service in the village of Shalmovo. The sun is already kissing the earth on the horizon, it has turned crimson and will soon disappear. In Semyon's pothouse, which has lately changed its name and become a restaurant, a title quite out of keeping with the wretched little hut with its thatch torn off its roof, and its couple of dingy windows, 2 peasant sportsmen are sitting. One of them is called Philemon Slyunka. He is an old man of 60, formerly a house serf, belonging to the Count Zavalin, by trade a carpenter. He has at one time been employed in a nail factory, has been turned off for drunkenness and idleness, and now lives upon his old wife, who begs for alms. He is thin and weak, with a mangy-looking little beard, speaks with a hissing sound, and after every word twitches the right side of his face and jerkily shrugs his right shoulder. The other, Ignat Ryabov, a sturdy, broad-shouldered peasant who never does anything and is everlastingly silent, is sitting in the corner under a big string of bread rings. The door, opening inwards, throws a thick shadow upon him, so that Slyunka and Semyon the publican can see nothing but his patched knees, his long fleshy nose, and a big tuft of hair which has escaped from the thick uncombed tangle covering his head. Semyon, a sickly little man, with a pale face and a long sinewy neck, stands behind his counter, looks mournfully at the string of bread rings, and coughs meekly. "You think it over now, if you have any sense," Slyunka says to him, twitching his cheek. "You have the thing lying by unused and get no sort of benefit from it, while we need it. A sportsman without a gun is like a sacristan without a voice. You ought to understand that, but I see you don't understand it, so you can have no real sense. Hand it over. You left the gun in pledge, you know," says Semyon in a thin womanish little voice, sighing deeply, and not taking his eyes off the string of bread rings. "Hand over the ruble you borrowed, and then take your gun." "I haven't got a ruble. I swear to you, Semyon Mitrich, as God sees me, you give me the gun and I will go today with Ignashka and bring it you back again. I'll bring it back, strike me dead. May I have happiness neither in this world or the next, if I don't." "Semyon Mitrich, do give it," Ignat Ryabov says in his bass, and his voice betrays a passionate desire to get what he asks for. "But what do you want the gun for?" sighs Semyon, sadly shaking his head. "What sort of shooting is there now? It's still winter outside, and no game at all but crows and jackdaws." "Winter, indeed," says Slyunka, hooing the ash out of his pipe with his finger. "It is early yet of course, but you never can tell with the snipe. The snipe's a bird that wants watching. If you are unlucky, you may sit waiting at home, and miss his flying over, and then you must wait till autumn. It is a business. The snipe is not a rook. Last year he was flying the week before Easter, while the year before we had to wait till the week after Easter. Come, do us a favor, Semyon Mitrich, give us the gun. Make us pray for you forever." As ill luck would have it, Ignashka has pledged his gun for drink too. "Ah, when you drink you feel nothing, but now, ah, I wish I had never looked at it," the cursed vodka. Truly it is the blood of Satan. Give it us, Semyon Mitrich. I won't give it you, says Semyon, clasping his yellow hands on his breast as though he were going to pray. You must act fairly, Philomenushka. A thing is not taken out of pawn just anyhow. You must pay the money. Besides, what do you want to kill birds for? What's the use? It's Lent now, you are not going to eat them. Slyunka exchanges glances with Ryabov in embarrassment, sighs, and says, we would only go stand shooting. And what for? It's all foolishness. You are not the sort of man to spend your time in foolishness. Ignashka, to be sure, is a man of no understanding, God has afflicted him, but you, thank the Lord, are an old man. It's time to prepare for your end. Here, you ought to go to the midnight service. The allusion to his age visibly stings Slyunka. He clears his throat, wrinkles up his forehead, and remains silent for a full minute. I say, Semyon Mitrich, he says hotly, getting up and twitching not only in his right cheek but all over his face. It's God's truth. May the Almighty strike me dead, after Easter I shall get something from Stepan Kuzmich for an axle, and I will pay you not 1 ruble but 2. May the Lord chastise me. Before the holy image, I tell you, only give me the gun. Give, Ryabov says in his growling bass. They can hear him breathing hard, and it seems that he would like to say a great deal, but cannot find the words. Give. No, brothers, and don't ask, sighs Semyon, shaking his head mournfully. Don't lead me into sin. I won't give you the gun. It's not the fashion for a thing to be taken out of pawn and no money paid. Besides, why this indulgence? Go your way and God bless you. Slyunka rubs his perspiring face with his sleeve and begins hotly swearing and entreating. He crosses himself, holds out his hands to the icon, calls his deceased father and mother to bear witness, but Semyon sighs and meekly looks as before at the string of bread rings. In the end Ignashka Ryabov, hitherto motionless, gets up impulsively and bows down to the ground before the innkeeper, but even that has no effect on him. May you choke with my gun, you devil, says Slyunka, with his face twitching, and his shoulders, shrugging. May you choke, you plague, you scoundrelly soul. Swearing and shaking his fists, he goes out of the tavern with Ryabov and stands still in the middle of the road. He won't give it, the damned brute, he says, in a weeping voice, looking into Ryabov's face with an injured air. He won't give it, booms Ryabov. The windows of the furthest huts, the starling coat on the tavern, the tops of the poplars, and the cross on the church are all gleaming with a bright golden flame. Now they can see only half of the sun, which, as it goes to its night's rest, is winking, shedding a crimson light, and seems laughing gleefully. Slyunka and Ryabov can see the forest lying, a dark blur, to the right of the sun, 1.5 miles from the village, and tiny clouds flitting over the clear sky. And they feel that the evening will be fine and still. Now is just the time, says Slyunka, with his face twitching. It would be nice to stand for an hour or two. He won't give it us, the damned brute. May he? For stand shooting, now is the very time, Ryabov articulated, as though with an effort, stammering. After standing still for a little they walk out of the village, without saying a word to each other, and look towards the dark streak of the forest. The whole sky above the forest is studded with moving black spots, the rooks flying home to roost. The snow, lying white here and there on the dark brown ploughland, is lightly flecked with gold by the sun. This time last year I went stand shooting in Zivki, says Slyunka, after a long silence. I brought back 3 snipe. Again there follows a silence. Both stand a long time and look towards the forest, and then lazily move and walk along the muddy road from the village. It's most likely the snipe haven't come yet, says Slyunka, but maybe they are here. Kostka says they are not here yet. Maybe they are not, who can tell, 1 year is not like another. But what mud! But we ought to stand. To be sure we ought, why not? We can stand and watch, it wouldn't be amiss to go to the forest and have a look. If they are there we will tell Kostka, or maybe get a gun ourselves and come tomorrow. What a misfortune, God forgive me. It was the devil put it in my mind to take my gun to the pothouse. I am more sorry than I can tell you, Ignashka. Conversing thus, the sportsman approached the forest. The sun has set and left behind it a red streak like the glow of a fire, scattered here and there with clouds. There is no catching the colors of those clouds, their edges are red, but they themselves are 1 minute gray, at the next lilac, at the next ashen. In the forest, among the thick branches of fir trees and under the birch bushes, it is dark, and only the outermost twigs on the side of the sun, with their fat buds and shining bark, stand out clearly in the air. There is a smell of thawing snow and rotting leaves. It is still, nothing stirs. From the distance comes the subsiding caw of the rooks. We ought to be standing in Zivki now, whispers Slyunka, looking with awe at Ryabov, there's good stand shooting there. Ryabov too looks with awe at Slyunka, with unblinking eyes and open mouth. A lovely time, Slyunka says in a trembling whisper. The Lord is sending a fine spring, and I should think the snipe are here by now. Why not? The days are warm now. The cranes were flying in the morning, lots and lots of them. Slyunka and Ryabov, splashing cautiously through the melting snow and sticking in the mud, walk 200 paces along the edge of the forest and their halt. Their faces wear a look of alarm and expectation of something terrible and extraordinary. They stand like posts, do not speak nor stir, and their hands gradually fall into an attitude as though they were holding a gun at the cock. A big shadow creeps from the left and envelopes the earth. The dusk of evening comes on. If one looks to the right, through the bushes and tree trunks, there can be seen crimson patches of the afterglow. It is still and damp. There's no sound of them, whispers Slyunka, shrugging with the cold and sniffing with his chilly nose. But frightened by his own whisper, he holds his finger up at someone, opens his eyes wide, and purses up his lips. There is a sound of a light snapping. The sportsmen look at each other significantly, and tell each other with their eyes that it is nothing. It is the snapping of a dry twig or a bit of bark. The shadows of evening keep growing and growing, the patches of crimson gradually grow dim, and the dampness becomes unpleasant. The sportsmen remain standing a long time, but they see and hear nothing. Every instant they expect to see a delicate leaf float through the air, to hear a hurried call like the husky cough of a child, and the flutter of wings. No, not a sound, Slyunka says aloud, dropping his hands and beginning to blink. So they have not come yet. It's early. You are right there. The sportsmen cannot see each other's faces, it is getting rapidly dark. We must wait another 5 days, says Slyunka, as he comes out from behind a bush with Ryabov. It's too early. They go homewards, and are silent all the way. Typhus. A young lieutenant called Klimov was traveling from Petersburg to Moscow in a smoking carriage of the mail train. Opposite him was sitting an elderly man with a shaven face like a sea captain's, by all appearances a well-to-do Finn or Swede. He pulled at his pipe the whole journey and kept talking about the same subject. "Ha, you are an officer. I have a brother an officer too, only he is a naval officer. He is a naval officer, and he is stationed at Kronstadt. Why are you going to Moscow?" "I am serving there." "Ha. And are you a family man?" "No, I live with my sister and aunt. My brother's an officer, only he is a naval officer, he has a wife and 3 children." "Ha." The Finn seemed continually surprised at something, and gave a broad idiotic grin when he exclaimed, "Ha," and continually puffed at his stinking pipe. Klimov, who for some reason did not feel well, and found it burdensome to answer questions, hated him with all his heart. He dreamed of how nice it would be to snatch the wheezing pipe out of his hand and fling it under the seat, and drive the Finn himself into another compartment. Detestable people these Finns and Greeks, he thought. Absolutely superfluous, useless, detestable people. They simply fill up space on the earthly globe. What are they for? And the thought of Finns and Greeks produced a feeling akin to sickness all over his body. For the sake of comparison he tried to think of the French, of the Italians, but his efforts to think of these people evoked in his mind, for some reason, nothing but images of organ grinders, naked women, and the foreign oleographs which hung over the chest of drawers at home, at his aunt's. Altogether the officer felt in an abnormal state. He could not arrange his arms and legs comfortably on the seat, though he had the whole seat to himself. His mouth felt dry and sticky. There was a heavy fog in his brain, his thoughts seemed to be straying, not only within his head, but outside his skull, among the seats and the people that were shrouded in the darkness of night. Through the mist in his brain, as through a dream, he heard the murmur of voices, the rumble of wheels, the slamming of doors. The sounds of the bells, the whistles, the guards, the running to and fro of passengers on the platforms, seemed more frequent than usual. The time flew by rapidly, imperceptibly, and so it seemed as though the train were stopping at stations every minute, and metallic voices crying continually. "Is the mail ready?" "Yes," was repeatedly coming from outside. It seemed as though the man in charge of the heating came in too often to look at the thermometer. That the noise of trains going in the opposite direction and the rumble of the wheels over the bridges was incessant. The noise, the whistles, the Finn, the tobacco smoke, all this mingling with the menace and flickering of the misty images in his brain. The shape and character of which a man in health can never recall, weighed upon Klimov like an unbearable nightmare. In horrible misery he lifted his heavy head, looked at the lamp in the rays of which shadows and misty blurs seemed to be dancing. He wanted to ask for water, but his parched tongue would hardly move, and he scarcely had strength to answer the Finn's questions. He tried to lie down more comfortably and go to sleep, but he could not succeed. The Finn several times fell asleep, woke up again, lighted his pipe, addressed him with his "ha," and went to sleep again, and still the lieutenant's legs could not get into a comfortable position, and still the menacing images stood facing him. At Spirovo he went out into the station for a drink of water. He saw people sitting at the table and hurriedly eating. And how can they eat? He thought, trying not to sniff the air, that smelt of roast meat, and not to look at the munching mouths, they both seemed to him sickeningly disgusting. A good-looking lady was conversing loudly with a military man in a red cap, and showing magnificent white teeth as she smiled. And the smile, and the teeth, and the lady herself made on Klimov the same revolting impression as the ham and the rissoles. He could not understand how it was the military man in the red cap was not ill at ease, sitting beside her and looking at her healthy, smiling face. When after drinking some water he went back to his carriage, the Finn was sitting smoking, his pipe was wheezing and squelching like a galosh with holes in it in wet weather. "Ha!" he said, surprised, "what station is this?" "I don't know," answered Klimov, lying down and shutting his mouth that he might not breathe the acrid tobacco smoke. "And when shall we reach Tver?" "I don't know." "Excuse me, I can't answer. I am ill. I caught cold today." The Finn knocked his pipe against the window frame and began talking of his brother, the naval officer. Klimov no longer heard him. He was thinking miserably of his soft, comfortable bed, of a bottle of cold water, of his sister Katya, who was so good at making one comfortable, soothing, giving one water. He even smiled when the vision of his orderly Pavel, taking off his heavy stifling boots and putting water on the little table, flitted through his imagination. He fancied that if he could only get into his bed, have a drink of water, his nightmare would give place to sound healthy sleep. "Is the mail ready?" a hollow voice reached him from the distance. "Yes," answered a bass voice almost at the window. It was already the second or third station from Spirovo. The time was flying rapidly in leaps and bounds, and it seemed as though the bells, whistles, and stoppings would never end. In despair Klimov buried his face in the corner of the seat, clutched his head in his hands, and began again thinking of his sister Katya and his orderly Pavel. But his sister and his orderly were mixed up with the misty images in his brain, whirled round, and disappeared. His burning breath, reflected from the back of the seat, seemed to scald his face, his legs were uncomfortable, there was a draught from the window on his back. But, however wretched he was, he did not want to change his position. A heavy nightmarish lethargy gradually gained possession of him and fettered his limbs. When he brought himself to raise his head, it was already light in the carriage. The passengers were putting on their fur coats and moving about. The train was stopping. Porters in white aprons and with discs on their breasts were bustling among the passengers and snatching up their boxes. Klimov put on his greatcoat, mechanically followed the other passengers out of the carriage, and it seemed to him that not he, but someone else was moving, and he felt that his fever, his thirst, and the menacing images which had not let him sleep all night, came out of the carriage with him. Mechanically he took his luggage and engaged a sledge driver. The man asked him for 1.25 rubles to drive to Povarsky Street, but he did not haggle, and without protest got submissively into the sledge. He still understood the difference of numbers, but money had ceased to have any value to him. At home Klimov was met by his aunt and his sister Katya, a girl of 18. When Katya greeted him she had a pencil and exercise book in her hand, and he remembered that she was preparing for an examination as a teacher. Gasping with fever, he walked aimlessly through all the rooms without answering their questions or greetings, and when he reached his bed he sank down on the pillow. The Finn, the red cap, the lady with the white teeth, the smell of roast meat, the flickering blurs, filled his consciousness. And by now he did not know where he was and did not hear the agitated voices. When he recovered consciousness he found himself in bed, undressed, saw a bottle of water and Pavel, but it was no cooler, nor softer, nor more comfortable for that. His arms and legs, as before, refused to lie comfortably, his tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth, and he heard the wheezing of the Finn's pipe. A stalwart, black-bearded doctor was busy doing something beside the bed, brushing against Pavel with his broad back. It's all right, young man," he muttered. Excellent, Guodi. The doctor called Klimov young man, said Guodi instead of good and so instead of so. So, he murmured. Guodi. Excellent, young man. You mustn't lose heart. The doctor's rapid, careless talk, his well-fed countenance, and condescending young man, irritated Klimov. Why do you call me young man? He moaned. What familiarity! Damn it all! And he was frightened by his own voice. The voice was so dried up, so weak and peevish, that he would not have known it. Excellent, muttered the doctor, not in the least offended. You mustn't get angry, so. And the time flew by at home with the same startling swiftness as in the railway carriage. The daylight was continually being replaced by the dusk of evening. The doctor seemed never to leave his bedside, and he heard at every moment his so. A continual succession of people was incessantly crossing the bedroom. Among them were Pavel, the Finn, Captain Yaroshevich, Lance Corporal Maximenko, the red cap, the lady with the white teeth, the doctor. They were all talking and waving their arms, smoking and eating. Once by daylight Klimov saw the chaplain of the regiment, Father Alexander, who was standing before the bed, wearing a stole and with a prayer book in his hand. He was muttering something with a grave face such as Klimov had never seen in him before. The lieutenant remembered that Father Alexander used in a friendly way to call all the Catholic officers Poles, and wanting to amuse him, he cried, "Father Yaroshevich, the Pole has climbed up a pole." But Father Alexander, a light-hearted man who loved a joke, did not smile, but became graver than ever, and made the sign of the cross over Klimov. At night time by turn two shadows came noiselessly in and out. They were his aunt and sister. His sister's shadow knelt down and prayed. She bowed down to the icon, and her gray shadow on the wall bowed down too, so that two shadows were praying. The whole time there was a smell of roast meat and the Finn's pipe, but once Klimov smelt the strong smell of incense. He felt so sick he could not lie still, and began shouting. The incense! Take away the incense! There was no answer. He could only hear the subdued singing of the priest somewhere and someone running upstairs. When Klimov came to himself there was not a soul in his bedroom. The morning sun was streaming in at the window through the lower blind, and a quivering sunbeam, bright and keen as the sword's edge, was flashing on the glass bottle. He heard the rattle of wheels, so there was no snow now in the street. The lieutenant looked at the ray, at the familiar furniture, at the door, and the first thing he did was to laugh. His chest and stomach heaved with delicious, happy, tickling laughter. His whole body from head to foot was overcome by a sensation of infinite happiness and joy in life, such as the first man must have felt when he was created and first saw the world. Klimov felt a passionate desire for movement, people, talk. His body lay a motionless block, only his hands stirred, but that he hardly noticed, and his whole attention was concentrated on trifles. He rejoiced in his breathing, in his laughter, rejoiced in the existence of the water bottle, the ceiling, the sunshine, the tape on the curtains. God's world, even in the narrow space of his bedroom, seemed beautiful, varied, grand. When the doctor made his appearance, the lieutenant was thinking what a delicious thing medicine was, how charming and pleasant the doctor was, and how nice and interesting people were in general. So excellent, excellent. Now we are well again. Guodi, the doctor pattered. The lieutenant listened and laughed joyously. He remembered the Finn, the lady with the white teeth, the train, and he longed to smoke, to eat. Doctor, he said, tell them to give me a crust of rye bread and salt, and sardines. The doctor refused. Pavel did not obey the order, and did not go for the bread. The lieutenant could not bear this and began crying like a naughty child. Baby, laughed the doctor. Mammy, bye-bye. Klimov laughed, too, and when the doctor went away he fell into a sound sleep. He woke up with the same joyfulness and sensation of happiness. His aunt was sitting near the bed. Well, aunt, he said joyfully. What has been the matter? Spotted typhus. Really? But now I am well, quite well. Where is Katya? She is not at home. I suppose she has gone somewhere from her examination. The old lady said this and looked at her stocking, her lips began quivering, she turned away, and suddenly broke into sobs. Forgetting the doctor's prohibition in her despair, she said. Ah, Katya, Katya. Our angel is gone. Is gone. She dropped her stocking and bent down to it, and as she did so her cap fell off her head. Looking at her grey head and understanding nothing, Klimov was frightened for Katya, and asked. Where is she, aunt? The old woman, who had forgotten Klimov and was thinking only of her sorrow, said. She caught typhus from you, and is dead. She was buried the day before yesterday. This terrible, unexpected news was fully grasped by Klimov's consciousness, but terrible and startling as it was, it could not overcome the animal joy that filled the convalescent. He cried and laughed, and soon began scolding because they would not let him eat. Only a week later when, leaning on Pavel, he went in his dressing gown to the window, looked at the overcast spring sky and listened to the unpleasant clang of the old iron rails which were being carted by, his heart ached, he burst into tears. And leaned his forehead against the window frame. How miserable I am, he muttered. My God, how miserable. And joy gave way to the boredom of everyday life and the feeling of his irrevocable loss. In Passion Week. Go along, they are ringing already, and mind, don't be naughty in church or God will punish you. My mother thrusts a few copper coins upon me, and, instantly forgetting about me, runs into the kitchen with an iron that needs reheating. I know well that after confession I shall not be allowed to eat or drink, and so, before leaving the house, I force myself to eat a crust of white bread, and to drink 2 glasses of water. It is quite spring in the street. The roads are all covered with brownish slush, in which future paths are already beginning to show, the roofs and sidewalks are dry. The fresh young green is piercing through the rotting grass of last year, under the fences. In the gutters there is the merry gurgling and foaming of dirty water, in which the sunbeams do not disdain to bathe. Chips, straws, the husks of sunflower seeds are carried rapidly along in the water, whirling round and sticking in the dirty foam. Where are those chips swimming to? It may well be that from the gutter they may pass into the river, from the river into the sea, and from the sea into the ocean. I try to imagine to myself that long terrible journey, but my fancy stops short before reaching the sea. A cabman drives by. He clicks to his horse, tugs at the reins, and does not see that 2 street urchins are hanging on the back of his cab. I should like to join them, but think of confession, and the street urchins begin to seem to me great sinners. They will be asked on the day of judgment, "Why did you play pranks and deceive the poor cabman?" I think. They will begin to defend themselves, but evil spirits will seize them, and drag them to fire everlasting. But if they obey their parents, and give the beggars a kopeck each, or a roll, God will have pity on them, and will let them into paradise. The church porch is dry and bathed in sunshine. There is not a soul in it. I open the door irresolutely and go into the church. Here, in the twilight which seems to me thick and gloomy as at no other time, I am overcome by the sense of sinfulness and insignificance. What strikes the eye first of all is a huge crucifix, and on one side of it the Mother of God, and on the other, Saint John the Divine. The candelabra and the candlestands are draped in black mourning covers, the lamps glimmer dimly and faintly, and the sun seems intentionally to pass by the church windows. The Mother of God and the beloved disciple of Jesus Christ, depicted in profile, gaze in silence at the insufferable agony and do not observe my presence. I feel that to them I am alien, superfluous, unnoticed, that I can be no help to them by word or deed, that I am a loathsome, dishonest boy, only capable of mischief, rudeness, and tale-bearing. I think of all the people I know, and they all seem to me petty, stupid, and wicked, and incapable of bringing one drop of relief to that intolerable sorrow which I now behold. The twilight of the church grows darker and more gloomy. And the Mother of God and Saint John look lonely and forlorn to me. Prokofy Ignatitch, a veteran soldier, the church verger's assistant, is standing behind the candle cupboard. Raising his eyebrows and stroking his beard he explains in a half-whisper to an old woman, "Matins will be in the evening today, directly after Vespers. And they will ring for the hours, tomorrow between 7 and 8. Do you understand? Between 7 and 8. Between the 2 broad columns on the right, where the chapel of Varvara the martyr begins, those who are going to confess stand beside the screen, awaiting their turn. And Mitka is there too, a ragged boy with his head hideously cropped, with ears that jut out, and little spiteful eyes. He is the son of Nastasia the charwoman, and is a bully and a ruffian who snatches apples from the women's baskets, and has more than once carried off my knuckle-bones. He looks at me angrily, and I fancy takes a spiteful pleasure in the fact that he, not I, will first go behind the screen. I feel boiling over with resentment, I try not to look at him, and, at the bottom of my heart, I am vexed that this wretched boy's sins will soon be forgiven. In front of him stands a grandly dressed, beautiful lady, wearing a hat with a white feather. She is noticeably agitated, is waiting in strained suspense, and one of her cheeks is flushed red with excitement. I wait for 5 minutes, 4:10. A well-dressed young man with a long thin neck, and rubber galoshes, comes out from behind the screen. I begin dreaming how, when I am grown up, I will buy galoshes exactly like them. I certainly will. The lady shudders and goes behind the screen. It is her turn. In the crack, between the 2 panels of the screen, I can see the lady go up to the lectern and bow down to the ground, then get up, and, without looking at the priest, bow her head in anticipation. The priest stands with his back to the screen, and so I can only see his grey curly head, the chain of the cross on his chest, and his broad back. His face is not visible. Heaving a sigh, and not looking at the lady, he begins speaking rapidly, shaking his head, alternately raising and dropping his whispering voice. The lady listens meekly as though conscious of guilt, answers meekly, and looks at the floor. In what way can she be sinful? I wonder, looking reverently at her gentle, beautiful face. God forgive her sins, God send her happiness. But now the priest covers her head with the stole. And I, unworthy priest, I hear his voice, by his power given unto me, do forgive and absolve thee from all thy sins. The lady bows down to the ground, kisses the cross, and comes back. Both her cheeks are flushed now, but her face is calm and serene and cheerful. She is happy now, I think to myself, looking first at her and then at the priest who had forgiven her sins. But how happy the man must be who has the right to forgive sins. Now it is Mitka's turn, but a feeling of hatred for that young ruffian suddenly boils up in me. I want to go behind the screen before him, I want to be the first. Noticing my movement, he hits me on the head with his candle, I respond by doing the same, and, for half a minute, there is a sound of panting, and, as it were, of someone breaking candles. We are separated. My foe goes timidly up to the lectern, and bows down to the floor without bending his knees, but I do not see what happens after that. The thought that my turn is coming after Mitka's makes everything grow blurred and confused before my eyes. Mitka's protruding ears grow large, and melt into his dark head, the priest sways, the floor seems to be undulating. The priest's voice is audible, and I, unworthy priest. Now I too move behind the screen. I do not feel the ground under my feet, it is as though I were walking on air. I go up to the lectern which is taller than I am. For a minute I have a glimpse of the indifferent, exhausted face of the priest. But after that I see nothing but his sleeve with its blue lining, the cross, and the edge of the lectern. I am conscious of the close proximity of the priest, the smell of his cassock. I hear his stern voice, and my cheek turned towards him begins to burn. I am so troubled that I miss a great deal that he says, but I answer his questions sincerely in an unnatural voice, not my own. I think of the forlorn figures of the Holy Mother and St. John the Divine, the Crucifix, my mother, and I want to cry and beg forgiveness. What is your name? The priest asks me, covering my head with the soft stole. How light-hearted I am now, with joy in my soul. I have no sins now, I am holy, I have the right to enter paradise. I fancy that I already smell like the cassock. I go from behind the screen to the deacon to enter my name, and sniff at my sleeves. The dusk of the church no longer seems gloomy, and I look indifferently, without malice, at Mitka. What is your name? The deacon asks. Fedya. And your name from your father? I don't know. What is your papa's name? Ivan Petrovich. And your surname? I make no answer. How old are you? Nearly 9. When I get home I go to bed quickly, that I may not see them eating supper. And, shutting my eyes, dream of how fine it would be to endure martyrdom at the hands of some Herod or Dioscorus, to live in the desert, and, like St. Seraphim, feed the bears, live in a cell, and eat nothing but holy bread, give my property to the poor, go on a pilgrimage to Kiev. I hear them laying the table in the dining room, they are going to have supper, they will eat salad, cabbage pies, fried and baked fish. How hungry I am! I would consent to endure any martyrdom, to live in the desert without my mother, to feed bears out of my own hands, if only I might first eat just one cabbage pie. Lord, purify me a sinner, I pray, covering my head over. Guardian angel, save me from the unclean spirit. The next day, Thursday, I wake up with my heart as pure and clean as a fine spring day. I go gaily and boldly into the church, feeling that I am a communicant, that I have a splendid and expensive shirt on, made out of a silk dress left by my grandmother. In the church everything has an air of joy, happiness, and spring. The faces of the Mother of God and Saint John the Divine are not so sorrowful as yesterday. The faces of the communicants are radiant with hope, and it seems as though all the past is forgotten, all is forgiven. Mitka, too, has combed his hair, and is dressed in his best. I look gaily at his protruding ears, and to show that I have nothing against him, I say, "You look nice today, and if your hair did not stand up so, and you weren't so poorly dressed, everybody would think that your mother was not a washerwoman but a lady. Come to me at Easter, we will play knucklebones." Mitka looks at me mistrustfully, and shakes his fist at me on the sly. "And the lady I saw yesterday looks lovely. She is wearing a light blue dress, and a big sparkling brooch in the shape of a horseshoe. I admire her, and think that, when I am grown up, I will certainly marry a woman like that, but remembering that getting married is shameful, I leave off thinking about it, and go into the choir where the deacon is already reading the hours." A mystery. On the evening of Easter Sunday the actual civil councillor, Novagin, on his return from paying calls, picked up the sheet of paper on which visitors had inscribed their names in the hall, and went with it into his study. After taking off his outer garments and drinking some seltzer water, he settled himself comfortably on a couch and began reading the signatures in the list. When his eyes reached the middle of the long list of signatures, he started, gave an ejaculation of astonishment and snapped his fingers, while his face expressed the utmost perplexity. "Again," he said, slapping his knee. "It's extraordinary. Again. Again there is the signature of that fellow, goodness knows who he is. Fediakov. Again. Among the numerous signatures on the paper was the signature of a certain Fediakov. Who the devil this Fediakov was, Novagin had not a notion. He went over in his memory all his acquaintances, relations and subordinates in the service, recalled his remote past but could recollect no name like Fediakov. What was so strange was that this incognito Fediakov had signed his name regularly every Christmas and Easter for the last 13 years. Neither Novagin, his wife, nor his house porter knew who he was, where he came from or what he was like. "It's extraordinary," Novagin thought in perplexity, as he paced about the study. "It's strange and incomprehensible. It's like sorcery. Call the porter here," he shouted. "It's devilish queer. But I will find out who he is. I say, Grigory," he said, addressing the porter as he entered, "that Fediakov has signed his name again. Did you see him?" "No, Your Excellency." "Upon my word, but he has signed his name. So he must have been in the hall." "Has he been?" "No, he hasn't, Your Excellency." "How could he have signed his name without being there?" "I can't tell." "Who is to tell, then? You sit gaping there in the hall. Try and remember, perhaps someone you didn't know came in. Think a minute." "No, Your Excellency, there has been no one I didn't know. Our clerks have been, the Baroness came to see Her Excellency, the priests have been with the cross, and there has been no one else." "Why, he was invisible when he signed his name, then, was he?" "I can't say, but there has been no Fediakov here. That I will swear before the holy image. It's queer. It's incomprehensible. It's extraordinary," mused Novagin. "It's positively ludicrous. A man has been signing his name here for 13 years and you can't find out who he is. Perhaps it's a joke. Perhaps some clerk writes that name as well as his own for fun." And Novagin began examining Fediakov's signature. The bold, florid signature in the old-fashioned style with twirls and flourishes was utterly unlike the handwriting of the other signatures. It was next below the signature of Shtuchkin, the provincial secretary, a scared, timorous little man who would certainly have died of fright if he had ventured upon such an impudent joke. "The mysterious Fediakov has signed his name again," said Novagin, going in to see his wife. Again I fail to find out who he is. Madame Novagin was a spiritualist, and so for all phenomena in nature, comprehensible or incomprehensible, she had a very simple explanation. There's nothing extraordinary about it, she said. You don't believe it, of course, but I have said it already and I say it again, there is a great deal in the world that is supernatural, which our feeble intellect can never grasp. I am convinced that this Fedyakhov is a spirit who has a sympathy for you. If I were you, I would call him up and ask him what he wants. Nonsense, nonsense. Novagin was free from superstitions, but the phenomenon which interested him was so mysterious that all sorts of uncanny devilry intruded into his mind against his will. All the evening he was imagining that the incognito Fedyakhov was the spirit of some long-dead clerk, who had been discharged from the service by Novagin's ancestors and was now revenging himself on their descendant. Or perhaps it was the kinsman of some petty official dismissed by Novagin himself, or of a girl seduced by him. All night Novagin dreamed of a gaunt old clerk in a shabby uniform, with a face as yellow as a lemon, hair that stood up like a brush, and pewtery eyes. The clerk said something in a sepulchral voice and shook a bony finger at him. And Novagin almost had an attack of inflammation of the brain. For a fortnight he was silent and gloomy and kept walking up and down and thinking. In the end he overcame his skeptical vanity, and going into his wife's room he said in a hollow voice, "Zina, call up Fedyakhov." The spiritualistic lady was delighted. She sent for a sheet of cardboard and a saucer, made her husband sit down beside her, and began upon the magic rites. Fedyakhov did not keep them waiting long. "What do you want?" asked Novagin. "Repent," answered the saucer. "What were you on earth?" "A sinner." "There, you see," whispered his wife, "and you did not believe." Novagin conversed for a long time with Fedyakhov, and then called up Napoleon, Hannibal, Askachensky, his aunt Klavdia Zaharovna. And they all gave him brief but correct answers full of deep significance. He was busy with the saucer for 4 hours, and fell asleep soothed and happy that he had become acquainted with a mysterious world that was new to him. After that he studied spiritualism every day, and at the office informed the clerks that there was a great deal in nature that was supernatural and marvelous to which our men of science ought to have turned their attention long ago. Hypnotism, mediumism, bishopism, spiritualism, the fourth dimension, and other misty notions took complete possession of him, so that for whole days at a time, to the great delight of his wife, he read books on spiritualism or devoted himself to the saucer, table turning, and discussions of supernatural phenomena. At his instigation all his clerks took up spiritualism, too, and with such ardor that the old managing clerk went out of his mind and one day sent a telegram, "Hell. Government House. I feel that I am turning into an evil spirit. What's to be done?" Reply paid. Vasily Krinolinsky. After reading several hundreds of treatises on spiritualism, Novagin had a strong desire to write something himself. For 5 months he sat composing, and in the end had written a huge monograph, entitled, My Opinion. When he had finished this essay he determined to send it to a spiritualist journal. The day on which it was intended to dispatch it to the journal was a very memorable one for him. Novagin remembers that on that never-to-be-forgotten day the secretary who had made a fair copy of his article and the sacristan of the parish who had been sent for on business were in his study. Novagin's face was beaming. He looked lovingly at his creation, felt between his fingers how thick it was, and with a happy smile said to the secretary, "I propose, Philip Sergeich, to send it registered. It will be safer." And raising his eyes to the sacristan, he said, "I have sent for you on business, my good man. I am putting my youngest son to the high school and I must have a certificate of baptism. Only could you let me have it quickly?" "Very good, Your Excellency," said the sacristan, bowing. "Very good, I understand. Can you let me have it by tomorrow?" "Very well, Your Excellency, set your mind at rest. Tomorrow it shall be ready. Will you send someone to the church tomorrow before evening service?" I shall be there. Bid him ask for Fedyakov. I am always there. What? Cried the general, turning pale. Fedyakov. You are Fedyakov? Asked Novagin, looking at him with wide-open eyes. Just so, Fedyakov. You signed your name in my hall? Yes, the sacristan admitted, and was overcome with confusion. When we come with the cross, Your Excellency, to grand gentlemen's houses I always sign my name. I like doing it. Excuse me, but when I see the list of names in the hall I feel an impulse to sign mine. In dumb stupefaction, understanding nothing, hearing nothing, Novagin paced about his study. He touched the curtain over the door, 3 times waved his hands like a jeune premiere in a ballet when he sees her, gave a whistle and a meaningless smile, and pointed with his finger into space. So I will send off the article at once, Your Excellency, said the secretary. These words roused Novagin from his stupor. He looked blankly at the secretary and the sacristan, remembered, and stamping, his foot irritably, screamed in a high, breaking tenor. Leave me in peace. Leave me in peace, I tell you. What you want of me I don't understand. The secretary and the sacristan went out of the study and reached the street while he was still stamping and shouting. Leave me in peace. What you want of me I don't understand. Leave me in peace. The Cossack. Maxim Torchakov, a farmer in southern Russia, was driving home from church with his young wife and bringing back an Easter cake which had just been blessed. The sun had not yet risen, but the east was all tinged with red and gold and had dissipated the haze which usually, in the early morning, screens the blue of the sky from the eyes. It was quiet. The birds were hardly yet awake. The corncrake uttered its clear note, and far away above a little tumulus, a sleepy kite floated, heavily flapping its wings, and no other living creature could be seen all over the steppe. Torchakov drove on and thought that there was no better nor happier holiday than the feast of Christ's resurrection. He had only lately been married, and was now keeping his first Easter with his wife. Whatever he looked at, whatever he thought about, it all seemed to him bright, joyous, and happy. He thought about his farming, and thought that it was all going well, that the furnishing of his house was all the heart could desire, there was enough of everything and all of it good. He looked at his wife, and she seemed to him lovely, kind, and gentle. He was delighted by the glow in the east, and the young grass, and his squeaking chaise, and the kite. And when on the way, he ran into a tavern to light his cigarette and drank a glass, he felt happier still. It is said, great is the day, he chattered. Yes, it is great. Wait a bit, Lizaveta, the sun will begin to dance. It dances every Easter. So it rejoices too. It is not alive, said his wife. But there are people on it. Exclaimed Torchakov, there are really. Ivan Stepanich told me that there are people on all the planets, on the sun, and on the moon. Truly, but maybe the learned men tell lies, the devil only knows. Stay, surely that's not a horse. Yes, it is. At the crooked ravine, which was just halfway on the journey home, Torchakov and his wife saw a saddled horse standing motionless, and sniffing last year's dry grass. On a hillock beside the roadside a red-haired Cossack was sitting doubled up, looking at his feet. Christ is risen! Maxim shouted to him. Whoa! Truly he is risen, answered the Cossack, without raising his head. Where are you going? Home on leave. Why are you sitting here, then? Why? I have fallen ill. I haven't the strength to go on. What is wrong? I ache all over. What a misfortune. People are keeping holiday, and you fall sick. But you should ride on to a village or an inn, what's the use of sitting here? The Cossack raised his head, and with big, exhausted eyes, scanned Maxim, his wife, and the horse. Have you come from church? He asked. Yes. The holiday found me on the high road. It was not God's will for me to reach home. I'd get on my horse at once and ride off, but I haven't the strength. You might, good Christians, give a wayfarer some Easter cake to break his fast. Easter cake? Torchakov repeated, that we can, to be sure. Stay, I'll. Maxim fumbled quickly in his pockets, glanced at his wife, and said. I haven't a knife, nothing to cut it with. And I don't like to break it, it would spoil the whole cake. There's a problem. You look and see if you haven't a knife. The Cossack got up groaning, and went to his saddle to get a knife. What an idea, said Torchakov's wife angrily. I won't let you slice up the Easter cake. What should I look like, taking it home already cut? Ride on to the peasants in the village, and break your fast there. The wife took the napkin with the Easter cake in it out of her husband's hands and said. I won't allow it. One must do things properly, it's not a loaf, but a holy Easter cake. And it's a sin to cut it just anyhow. Well, Cossack, don't be angry, laughed Torchakov. The wife forbids it. Goodbye. Good luck on your journey. Maxim shook the reins, clicked to his horse, and the chaise rolled on squeaking. For some time his wife went on grumbling, and declaring that to cut the Easter cake before reaching home was a sin and not the proper thing. In the east the first rays of the rising sun shone out, cutting their way through the feathery clouds, and the song of the lark was heard in the sky. Now not one but 3 kites were hovering over the steppe at a respectful distance from one another. Grasshoppers began chewing in the young grass. When they had driven 3/4 of a mile from the crooked ravine, Torchakov looked round and stared intently into the distance. I can't see the Cossack, he said. Poor, dear fellow, to take it into his head to fall ill on the road. There couldn't be a worse misfortune, to have to travel and not have the strength. I shouldn't wonder if he dies by the roadside. We didn't give him any Easter cake, Lizaveta, and we ought to have given it. I'll be bound he wants to break his fast too. The sun had risen, but whether it was dancing or not Torchakov did not see. He remained silent all the way home, thinking and keeping his eyes fixed on the horse's black tail. For some unknown reason he felt overcome by depression, and not a trace of the holiday gladness was left in his heart. When he had arrived home and said, Christ is risen, to his workmen, he grew cheerful again and began talking. But when he had sat down to break the fast and had taken a bite from his piece of Easter cake, he looked regretfully at his wife, and said, It wasn't right of us, Lizaveta. Not to give that Cossack something to eat. You are a queer one, upon my word, said Lizaveta, shrugging her shoulders in surprise. Where did you pick up such a fashion as giving away the holy Easter cake on the high road? Is it an ordinary loaf? Now that it is cut and lying on the table, let anyone eat it that likes, your Cossack too. Do you suppose I grudge it? That's all right, but we ought to have given the Cossack some. Why, he was worse off than a beggar or an orphan. On the road, and far from home, and sick too. Torchakov drank half a glass of tea, and neither ate nor drank anything more. He had no appetite, the tea seemed to choke him, and he felt depressed again. After breaking their fast, his wife and he lay down to sleep. When Lizaveta woke 2 hours later, he was standing by the window, looking into the yard. Are you up already? Asked his wife. I somehow can't sleep. Ah, Lizaveta, he sighed. We were unkind, you and I, to that Cossack. Talking about that Cossack again, yawned his wife. You have got him on the brain. He has served his Tsar, shed his blood maybe, and we treated him as though he were a pig. We ought to have brought the sick man home and fed him, and we did not even give him a morsel of bread. Catch me letting you spoil the Easter cake for nothing. And one that has been blessed too. You would have cut it on the road, and shouldn't I have looked a fool when I got home? Without saying anything to his wife, Maxim went into the kitchen, wrapped a piece of cake up in a napkin, together with half a dozen eggs, and went to the laborers in the barn. Kuzma, put down your concertina, he said to one of them. Saddle the bay, or Ivanchik, and ride briskly to the crooked ravine. There you will see a sick Cossack with a horse, so give him this. Maybe he hasn't ridden away yet." Maxim felt cheerful again, but after waiting for Kuzma for some hours, he could bear it no longer, so he saddled a horse and went off to meet him. He met him just at the ravine. "Well, have you seen the Cossack?" "I can't find him anywhere, he must have ridden on." A queer business." Torchakov took the bundle from Kuzma, and galloped on farther. When he reached Shostrovo he asked the peasants. "Friends, have you seen a sick Cossack with a horse? Didn't he ride by here? A red-headed fellow on a bay horse." The peasants looked at one another, and said they had not seen the Cossack. The returning postman drove by, it's true, but as for a Cossack or anyone else, there has been no such. Maxim got home at dinner time. "I can't get that Cossack out of my head, do what you will," he said to his wife. "He gives me no peace. I keep thinking, what if God meant to try us, and sent some saint or angel in the form of a Cossack? It does happen, you know." "It's bad, Lizaveta, we were unkind to the man." "What do you keep pestering me with that Cossack for?" cried Lizaveta, losing patience at last. "You stick to it like tar." "You are not kind, you know," said Maxim, looking into his wife's face. And for the first time since his marriage he perceived that his wife was not kind. "I may be unkind," cried Lizaveta, tapping angrily with her spoon, "but I am not going to give away the holy Easter cake to every drunken man in the road." "The Cossack wasn't drunk." "He was drunk." "Well, you are a fool then." Maxim got up from the table and began reproaching his young wife for hard-heartedness and stupidity. She, getting angry too, answered his reproaches with reproaches, burst into tears, and went away into their bedroom, declaring she would go home to her father's. This was the first matrimonial squabble that had happened in the Torchakovs' married life. He walked about the yard till the evening, picturing his wife's face, and it seemed to him now spiteful and ugly. And as though to torment him the Cossack haunted his brain, and Maxim seemed to see now his sick eyes, now his unsteady walk. "Ah, we were unkind to the man," he muttered. When it got dark, he was overcome by an insufferable depression such as he had never felt before. Feeling so dreary, and being angry with his wife, he got drunk, as he had sometimes done before he was married. In his drunkenness he used bad language and shouted to his wife that she had a spiteful, ugly face, and that next day he would send her packing to her father's. On the morning of Easter Monday, he drank some more to sober himself, and got drunk again. And with that his downfall began. His horses, cows, sheep, and hives disappeared one by one from the yard. Maxim was more and more often drunk, debts mounted up, he felt an aversion for his wife. Maxim put down all his misfortunes to the fact that he had an unkind wife, and above all, that God was angry with him on account of the sick Cossack. Lizaveta saw their ruin, but who was to blame for it she did not understand. The letter. The clerical superintendent of the district, His Reverence Father Fyodor Orlov, a handsome, well-nourished man of 50, grave and important as he always was, with an habitual expression of dignity that never left his face, was walking to and fro in his little drawing-room, extremely exhausted, and thinking intensely about the same thing: when would his visitor go? The thought worried him and did not leave him for a minute. The visitor, Father Anastasy, the priest of one of the villages near the town, had come to him 3 hours before on some very unpleasant and dreary business of his own, had stayed on and on, was now sitting in the corner at a little round table with his elbow on a thick account book, and apparently had no thought of going, though it was getting on for 9 o'clock in the evening. Not everyone knows when to be silent and when to go. It not infrequently happens that even diplomatic persons of good worldly breeding fail to observe that their presence is arousing a feeling akin to hatred in their exhausted or busy host, and that this feeling is being concealed with an effort and disguised with a lie. But Father Anastasy perceived it clearly, and realized that his presence was burdensome and inappropriate, that his reverence, who had taken an early morning service in the night and a long mass at midday, was exhausted and longing for repose. Every minute he was meaning to get up and go, but he did not get up. He sat on as though he were waiting for something. He was an old man of 65, prematurely aged, with a bent and bony figure, with a sunken face and the dark skin of old age, with red eyelids and a long narrow back like a fish's. He was dressed in a smart cassock of a light lilac color, but too big for him, presented to him by the widow of a young priest lately deceased, a full cloth coat with a broad leather belt, and clumsy high boots the size and hue of which showed clearly that Father Anastasy dispensed with galoshes. In spite of his position and his venerable age, there was something pitiful, crushed and humiliated in his lusterless red eyes. In the strands of grey hair with a shade of green in it on the nape of his neck, and in the big shoulder blades on his lean back. He sat without speaking or moving, and coughed with circumspection, as though afraid that the sound of his coughing might make his presence more noticeable. The old man had come to see his reverence on business. 2 months before he had been prohibited from officiating till further notice, and his case was being inquired into. His shortcomings were numerous. He was intemperate in his habits, fell out with the other clergy in the commune, kept the church records and accounts carelessly. These were the formal charges against him. But besides all that, there had been rumors for a long time past that he celebrated unlawful marriages for money and sold certificates of having fasted and taken the sacrament to officials and officers who came to him from the town. These rumors were maintained the more persistently that he was poor and had 9 children to keep, who were as incompetent and unsuccessful as himself. The sons were spoilt and uneducated, and stayed at home doing nothing, while the daughters were ugly and did not get married. Not having the moral force to be open, his reverence walked up and down the room and said nothing or spoke in hints. "So you are not going home tonight?" he asked, stopping near the dark window and poking with his little finger into the cage where a canary was asleep with its feathers puffed out. Father Anastasy started, coughed cautiously and said rapidly, "Home? I don't care to, Fyodor Ilyitch. I cannot officiate, as you know. So what am I to do there? I came away on purpose that I might not have to look the people in the face. One is ashamed not to officiate, as you know. Besides, I have business here, Fyodor Ilyitch. Tomorrow after breaking the fast I want to talk things over thoroughly with the father charged with the inquiry." "Ah," yawned his reverence, "and where are you staying?" "At Zyavkin's." Father Anastasy suddenly remembered that within 2 hours his reverence had to take the Easternite service. And he felt so ashamed of his unwelcome burdensome presence that he made up his mind to go away at once and let the exhausted man rest. And the old man got up to go. But before he began saying goodbye he stood clearing his throat for a minute and looking searchingly at his reverence's back, still with the same expression of vague expectation in his whole figure. His face was working with shame, timidity, and a pitiful forced laugh such as one sees in people who do not respect themselves. Waving his hand as it were resolutely, he said with a husky quavering laugh, "Father Fyodor, do me one more kindness, bid them give me at leave-taking, 1 little glass of vodka." "It's not the time to drink vodka now," said his reverence sternly. "One must have some regard for decency." Father Anastasy was still more overwhelmed by confusion. He laughed, and, forgetting his resolution to go away, he dropped back on his chair. His reverence looked at his helpless, embarrassed face and his bent figure and he felt sorry for the old man. "Please God, we will have a drink tomorrow," he said, wishing to soften his stern refusal. "Everything is good in due season." His reverence believed in people's reforming, but now when a feeling of pity had been kindled in him it seemed to him that this disgraced, worn-out old man, entangled in a network of sins and weaknesses, was hopelessly wrecked, that there was no power on earth that could straighten out his spine, give brightness to his eyes and restrain the unpleasant timid laugh which he laughed on purpose to smooth over to some slight extent the repulsive impression he made on people. The old man seemed now to Father Fyodor not guilty and not vicious, but humiliated, insulted, unfortunate. His reverence thought of his wife, his 9 children, the dirty beggarly shelter at Zyavkin's. He thought for some reason of the people who are glad to see priests drunk and persons in authority detected in crimes. And thought that the very best thing Father Anastasy could do now would be to die as soon as possible and to depart from this world forever. There were a sound of footsteps. "Father Fyodor, you are not resting?" a bass voice asked from the passage. "No, deacon, come in." Orlov's colleague, the deacon Lubimov, an elderly man with a big bald patch on the top of his head, though his hair was still black and he was still vigorous looking, with thick black eyebrows like a Georgian's, walked in. He bowed to Father Anastasy and sat down. "What good news have you?" asked his reverence. "What good news?" answered the deacon, and after a pause he went on with a smile. "When your children are little, your trouble is small. When your children are big, your trouble is great. Such goings on, Father Fyodor, that I don't know what to think of it. It's a regular farce, that's what it is." He paused again for a little, smiled still more broadly and said, "Nikolai Matveitch came back from Kharkov today. He has been telling me about my Pyotr. He has been to see him twice, he tells me." "What has he been telling you, then?" "He has upset me, God bless him. He meant to please me, but when I came to think it over, it seems there is not much to be pleased at. I ought to grieve rather than be pleased. Your Petrushka," said he, "lives in fine style. He is far above us now," said he. "Well, thank God for that," said I. "I dined with him," said he, "and saw his whole manner of life. He lives like a gentleman," he said. "You couldn't wish to live better." I was naturally interested and I asked, "And what did you have for dinner?" "First," he said, "a fish course, something like fish soup, then tongue and peas, and then," he said, "roast turkey." "Turkey in Lent?" "That is something to please me," said I. "Turkey in Lent? Nothing marvelous in that," said his reverence, screwing up his eyes ironically, and sticking both thumbs in his belt. He drew himself up and said in the tone in which he usually delivered discourses or gave his scripture lessons to the pupils in the district school, "People who do not keep the fasts are divided into 2 different categories. Some do not keep them through laxity. Others through infidelity. Your Pyotr does not keep them through infidelity." "Yes." The deacon looked timidly at Father Fyodor's stern face and said, "There is worse to follow." We talked and discussed one thing and another, and it turned out that my infidel of a son is living with some madam, another man's wife. She takes the place of wife and hostess in his flat, pours out the tea, receives visitors, and all the rest of it, as though she were his lawful wife. For over 2 years he has been keeping up this dance with this viper. It's a regular farce. They have been living together for 3 years and no children. I suppose they have been living in chastity, chuckled Father Anastasy, coughing huskily. There are children, Father Deacon, there are, but they don't keep them at home. They send them to the foundling. He, Anastasy went on coughing till he choked. Don't interfere, Father Anastasy, said his reverence sternly. Nikolai Matveitch asked him, what madam is this helping the soup at your table? The deacon went on, gloomily scanning Anastasy's bent figure. That is my wife, said he. When was your wedding? Nikolai Matveitch asked him, and Pyotr answered, we were married at Kulikov's restaurant. His reverence's eyes flashed wrathfully and the color came into his temples. Apart from his sinfulness, Pyotr was not a person he liked. Father Fyodor had, as they say, a grudge against him. He remembered him a boy at school, he remembered him distinctly, because even then the boy had seemed to him not normal. As a schoolboy, Petrushka had been ashamed to serve at the altar, had been offended at being addressed without ceremony, had not crossed himself on entering the room. And what was still more noteworthy, was fond of talking a great deal and with heat, and, in Father Fyodor's opinion, much talking was unseemly in children and pernicious to them. Moreover, Petrushka had taken up a contemptuous and critical attitude to fishing, a pursuit to which both his reverence and the deacon were greatly addicted. As a student, Pyotr had not gone to church at all, had slept till midday, had looked down on people, and had been given to raising delicate and insoluble questions with a peculiarly provoking zest. "What would you have?" his reverence asked, going up to the deacon and looking at him angrily. "What would you have?" This was to be expected. "I always knew and was convinced that nothing good would come of your Pyotr. I told you so, and I tell you so now. What you have sown, that now you must reap. Reap it." "But what have I sown, Father Fyodor?" the deacon asked softly, looking up at his reverence. "Why, who is to blame if not you? You're his father, he is your offspring. You ought to have admonished him, have instilled the fear of God into him. A child must be taught. You have brought him into the world, but you haven't trained him up in the right way. It's a sin. It's wrong. It's a shame." His reverence forgot his exhaustion, paced to and fro and went on talking. Drops of perspiration came out on the deacon's bald head and forehead. He raised his eyes to his reverence with a look of guilt, and said, "But didn't I train him, Father Fyodor? Lord have mercy on us, haven't I been a father to my children? You know yourself I spared nothing for his good. I have prayed and done my best all my life to give him a thorough education. He went to the high school and I got him tutors, and he took his degree at the university. And as to my not being able to influence his mind, Father Fyodor, why, you can judge for yourself that I am not qualified to do so. Sometimes when he used to come here as a student, I would begin admonishing him in my way, and he wouldn't heed me. I'd say to him, 'Go to church,' and he would answer, 'What for?' I would begin explaining, and he would say, 'Why? What for?' Or he would slap me on the shoulder and say, 'Everything in this world is relative, approximate and conditional. I don't know anything, and you don't know anything either, Dad.'" Father Anastasy laughed huskily, cleared his throat and waved his fingers in the air as though preparing to say something. His reverence glanced at him and said sternly, "Don't interfere, Father Anastasy." The old man laughed, beamed, and evidently listened with pleasure to the deacon as though he were glad there were other sinful persons in this world besides himself. The deacon spoke sincerely, with an aching heart, and tears actually came into his eyes. Father Fyodor felt sorry for him. "You are to blame, deacon, you are to blame," he said, but not so sternly and heatedly as before. "If you could beget him, you ought to know how to instruct him. You ought to have trained him in his childhood. It's no good trying to correct a student." A silence followed. The deacon clasped his hands and said with a sigh, "But you know I shall have to answer for him." "To be sure you will." After a brief silence his reverence yawned and sighed at the same moment and asked, "Who is reading the acts?" "Yevstrat. Yevstrat always reads them." The deacon got up and, looking imploringly at his reverence, asked, "Father Fyodor, what am I to do now?" "Do as you please, you are his father, not I. You ought to know best." "I don't know anything, Father Fyodor. Tell me what to do, for goodness sake. Would you believe it, I am sick at heart. I can't sleep now, nor keep quiet, and the holiday will be no holiday to me. Tell me what to do, Father Fyodor." "Write him a letter." "What am I to write to him?" "Write that he mustn't go on like that. Write shortly, but sternly and circumstantially, without softening or smoothing away his guilt. It is your parental duty. If you write, you will have done your duty and will be at peace." "That's true. But what am I to write to him, to what effect? If I write to him, he will answer, 'Why? What for? Why is it a sin?'" Father Anastasy laughed hoarsely again, and brandished his fingers. "Why? What for? Why is it a sin?" he began shrilly. "I was once confessing a gentleman, and I told him that excessive confidence in the divine mercy is a sin, and he asked, 'Why?' I tried to answer him, but Anastasia slapped himself on the forehead. I had nothing here. He. Anastasia's words, his hoarse jangling laugh at what was not laughable, had an unpleasant effect on his reverence and on the deacon. The former was on the point of saying, "Don't interfere," again, but he did not say it, he only frowned. "I can't write to him," sighed the deacon. "If you can't, who can?" "Father Fyodor," said the deacon, putting his head on one side and pressing his hand to his heart. "I am an uneducated slow-witted man, while the Lord has vouchsafed you judgment and wisdom. You know everything and understand everything. You can master anything, while I don't know how to put my words together sensibly. Be generous. Instruct me how to write the letter. Teach me what to say and how to say it. What is there to teach? There is nothing to teach. Sit down and write. Oh, do me the favor, Father Fyodor. I beseech you. I know he will be frightened and will attend to your letter, because, you see, you are a cultivated man too. Do be so good. I'll sit down, and you'll dictate to me. It will be a sin to write tomorrow, but now would be the very time, my mind would be set at rest." His reverence looked at the deacon's imploring face, thought of the disagreeable Pyotr, and consented to dictate. He made the deacon sit down to his table and began. "Well, write. Christ is risen, dear son! Rumors have reached me, your father," then in parenthesis, "from what source is no concern of yours," close the parenthesis. "Have you written it? That you are leading a life inconsistent with the laws both of God and of man. Neither the luxurious comfort, nor the worldly splendor, nor the culture with which you seek outwardly to disguise it, can hide your heathen manner of life. In name you are a Christian, but in your real nature a heathen as pitiful and wretched as all other heathens, more wretched, indeed. Seeing that those heathens who know not Christ are lost from ignorance, while you are lost in that, possessing a treasure, you neglect it. I will not enumerate here your vices, which you know well enough. I will say that I see the cause of your ruin in your infidelity. You imagine yourself to be wise, boast of your knowledge of science, but refuse to see that science without faith, far from elevating a man, actually degrades him to the level of a lower animal." Inasmuch as, the whole letter was in this strain. When he had finished writing it, the deacon read it aloud, beamed all over and jumped up. "It's a gift, it's really a gift," he said, clasping his hands and looking enthusiastically at his reverence. "To think of the Lord's bestowing a gift like that. Holy Mother! I do believe I couldn't write a letter like that in 100 years. Lord save you." Father Anastasia was enthusiastic too. "One couldn't write like that without a gift," he said, getting up and wagging his fingers, "that one couldn't. His rhetoric would trip any philosopher and shut him up. Intellect. Brilliant intellect. If you weren't married, Father Fyodor, you would have been a bishop long ago, you would really." Having vented his wrath in a letter, his reverence felt relieved. His fatigue and exhaustion came back to him. The deacon was an old friend, and his reverence did not hesitate to say to him, "Well, deacon, go, and God bless you. I'll have half an hour's nap on the sofa, I must rest." The deacon went away and took Anastasia with him. As is always the case on Easter Eve, it was dark in the street, but the whole sky was sparkling with bright luminous stars. There was a scent of spring and holiday in the soft still air. "How long was he dictating?" the deacon said admiringly. 10 minutes, not more. It would have taken someone else a month to compose such a letter. What a mind! Such a mind that I don't know what to call it. It's a marvel. It's really a marvel. Education, sighed Anastasia as he crossed the muddy street, holding up his cassock to his waist. It's not for us to compare ourselves with him. We come of the sacristan class, while he has had a learned education. Yes, he's a real man, there is no denying that. And you listen how he'll read the Gospel in Latin at Mass today. He knows Latin and he knows Greek. Ah, Petrushka, Petrushka, the deacon said, suddenly remembering. Now that will make him scratch his head. That will shut his mouth, that will bring it home to him. Now he won't ask, why. It is a case of one wit to outwit another. Ha ha ha. The deacon laughed gaily and loudly. Since the letter had been written to Pyotr, he had become serene and more cheerful. The consciousness of having performed his duty as a father and his faith in the power of the letter had brought back his mirthfulness and good humor. Pyotr means a stone, said he, as he went into his house. My Pyotr is not a stone, but a rag. A viper has fastened upon him and he pampers her, and hasn't the pluck to kick her out. Tfu! To think there should be women like that, God forgive me. Has she no shame? She has fastened upon the lad, sticking to him, and keeps him tied to her apron strings. Fie upon her. Perhaps it's not she keeps hold of him, but he of her? She is a shameless one anyway. Not that I am defending Pyotr. He'll catch it. He'll read the letter and scratch his head. He'll burn with shame. It's a splendid letter, only you know I wouldn't send it, Father Deacon. Let him alone. What? Said the deacon, disconcerted. Why? Don't send it, deacon. What's the sense of it? Suppose you send it, he reads it, and what then? You'll only upset him. Forgive him. Let him alone. The deacon looked in surprise at Anastasi's dark face, at his unbuttoned cassock, which looked in the dusk like wings, and shrugged his shoulders. How can I forgive him like that? He asked. Why, I shall have to answer for him to God. Even so, forgive him all the same. Really. And God will forgive you for your kindness to him. But he is my son, isn't he? Ought I not to teach him? Teach him? Of course, why not? You can teach him, but why call him a heathen? It will hurt his feelings, you know, deacon. The deacon was a widower, and lived in a little house with 3 windows. His elder sister, an old maid, looked after his house for him, though she had 3 years before lost the use of her legs and was confined to her bed. He was afraid of her, obeyed her, and did nothing without her advice. Father Anastasy went in with him. Seeing his table already laid with Easter cakes and red eggs, he began weeping for some reason, probably thinking of his own home, and to turn these tears into a jest, he at once laughed huskily. Yes, we shall soon be breaking the fast, he said. Yes, it wouldn't come amiss, deacon, to have a little glass now. Can we? I'll drink it so that the old lady does not hear, he whispered, glancing sideways towards the door. Without a word the deacon moved a decanter and wineglass towards him. He unfolded the letter and began reading it aloud. And now the letter pleased him just as much as when his reverence had dictated it to him. He beamed with pleasure and wagged his head, as though he had been tasting something very sweet. What a letter, he said. Petrushka has never dreamt of such a letter. It's just what he wants, something to throw him into a fever. Do you know, deacon, don't send it, said Anastasy, pouring himself out a second glass of vodka as though unconsciously. Forgive him, let him alone. I am telling you, what I really think. If his own father can't forgive him, who will forgive him? And so he'll live without forgiveness. Think, deacon, there will be plenty to chastise him without you, but you should look out for some who will show mercy to your son. I'll have just one more. The last, old man. Just sit down and write straight off to him, I forgive you, Pyotr. He will understand. He will fail it. I understand it from myself, you see, old man, deacon, I mean. When I lived like other people, I hadn't much to trouble about, but now since I lost the image and semblance, there is only one thing I care about, that good people should forgive me. And remember, too, it's not the righteous but sinners we must forgive. Why should you forgive your old woman if she is not sinful? No, you must forgive a man when he is a sad sight to look at, yes. Anastasia leaned his head on his fist and sank into thought. It's a terrible thing, Deacon, he sighed, evidently struggling with the desire to take another glass, a terrible thing. In sin my mother bore me, in sin I have lived, in sin I shall die. God forgive me, a sinner. I have gone astray, Deacon. There is no salvation for me. And it's not as though I had gone astray in my life, but in old age, at death's door. The old man, with a hopeless gesture, drank off another glass, then got up and moved to another seat. The deacon, still keeping the letter in his hand, was walking up and down the room. He was thinking of his son. Displeasure, distress and anxiety no longer troubled him. All that had gone into the letter. Now he was simply picturing Pyotr, he imagined his face, he thought of the past years when his son used to come to stay with him for the holidays. His thoughts were only of what was good, warm, touching, of which one might think for a whole lifetime without wearying. Longing for his son, he read the letter through once more and looked questioningly at Anastasia. "Don't send it," said the latter, with a wave of his hand. "No, I must send it anyway. I must bring him to his senses a little, all the same. It's just as well." The deacon took an envelope from the table, but before putting the letter into it he sat down to the table. Smiled and added on his own account at the bottom of the letter. "They have sent us a new inspector. He's much friskier than the old one. He's a great one for dancing and talking, and there's nothing he can't do, so that all the Govorovsky girls are crazy over him. Our military chief, Kostarev, will soon get the sack too, they say. High time he did." And very well pleased, without the faintest idea that with this postscript he had completely spoiled the stern letter. The deacon addressed the envelope and laid it in the most conspicuous place on the table. An adventure. A driver's story. It was in that wood yonder, behind the creek, that it happened, sir. My father, the kingdom of heaven be his, was taking 500 rubles to the master. In those days our fellows and the Shepelevsky peasants used to rent land from the master, so father was taking money for the half-year. He was a God-fearing man, he used to read the scriptures, and as for cheating or wronging anyone, or defrauding, God forbid, and the peasants honored him greatly. And when someone had to be sent to the town about taxes or such like, or with money, they used to send him. He was a man above the ordinary, but, not that I'd speak ill of him, he had a weakness. He was fond of a drop. There was no getting him past a tavern, he would go in, drink a glass, and be completely done for. He was aware of this weakness in himself, and when he was carrying public money, that he might not fall asleep or lose it by some chance, he always took me or my sister Zinotchka with him. To tell the truth, all our family have a great taste for vodka. I can read and write, I served for 6 years at a tobacconist's in the town, and I can talk to any educated gentleman, and can use very fine language, but, it is perfectly true, sir. As I read in a book, that vodka is the blood of Satan. Through vodka my face has darkened. And there is nothing seemly about me, and here, as you may see, sir, I am a cab driver like an ignorant, uneducated peasant. And so, as I was telling you, father was taking the money to the master, Zinotchka was going with him, and at that time Zinotchka was 7 or maybe 8, a silly chit, not that high. He got as far as Kalinchiko successfully, he was sober, but when he reached Kalinchiko and went into Moisika's tavern, this same weakness of his came upon him. He drank 3 glasses and set to bragging before people. I am a plain humble man, he says, but I have 500 rubles in my pocket. If I like, says he, I could buy up the tavern and all the crockery in Moisika and his Jewess and his little Jews. I can buy it all out and out, he said. That was his way of joking, to be sure, but then he began complaining. It's a worry, good Christian people, said he, to be a rich man, a merchant, or anything of that kind. If you have no money you have no care, if you have money you must watch over your pocket the whole time that wicked men may not rob you. It's a terror to live in the world for a man who has a lot of money. The drunken people listened, of course, took it in, and made a note of it. And in those days they were making a railway line at Kalanchiko, and there were swarms and swarms of tramps and vagabonds of all sorts like locusts. Father pulled himself up afterwards, but it was too late. A word is not a sparrow, if it flies out you can't catch it. They drove, sir, by the wood, and all at once there was someone galloping on horseback behind them. Father was not of the chicken-hearted brigade, that I couldn't say, but he felt uneasy. There was no regular road through the wood, nothing went that way but hay and timber, and there was no cause for anyone to be galloping there, particularly in working hours. One wouldn't be galloping after any good. It seems as though they are after someone, said Father to Zinotchka, they are galloping so furiously. I ought to have kept quiet in the tavern, a plague on my tongue. Oi, little daughter, my heart misgives me, there is something wrong. He did not spend long in hesitation about his dangerous position, and he said to my sister Zinotchka. Things don't look very bright, they really are in pursuit. Anyway, Zinotchka dear, you take the money, put it away in your skirts, and go and hide behind a bush. If by ill luck they attack me, you run back to mother, and give her the money. Let her take it to the village elder. Only mind you don't let anyone see you, keep to the wood and by the creek, that no one may see you. Run your best and call on the merciful God. Christ be with you. Father thrust the parcel of notes on Zinotchka, and she looked out the thickest of the bushes and hid herself. Soon after, 3 men on horseback galloped up to Father. One a stalwart, big-jawed fellow, in a crimson shirt and high boots, and the other 2, ragged, shabby fellows, navvies from the line. As my father feared, so it really turned out, sir. The one in the crimson shirt, the sturdy, strong fellow, a man above the ordinary, left his horse, and all 3 made for my father. Halt you, so and so. Where's the money? What money? Go to the devil. Oh, the money you are taking the master for the rent. Hand it over, you bald devil, or we will throttle you, and you'll die in your sins. And they began to practice their villainy on Father, and, instead of beseeching them, weeping, or anything of the sort, Father got angry and began to reprove them with the greatest severity. What are you pestering me for? Said he. You are a dirty lot. There is no fear of God in you, plague take you. It's not money you want, but a beating, to make your back smart for 3 years after. Be off, blockheads, or I shall defend myself. I have a revolver that takes 6 bullets, it's in my bosom. But his words did not deter the robbers, and they began beating him with anything they could lay their hands on. They looked through everything in the cart, searched my father thoroughly, even taking off his boots. When they found that beating Father only made him swear at them the more, they began torturing him in all sorts of ways. All the time Zinotchka was sitting behind the bush, and she saw it all, poor dear. When she saw Father lying on the ground and gasping, she started off and ran her hardest through the thicket and the creek towards home. She was only a little girl, with no understanding. She did not know the way, just ran on not knowing where she was going. It was some 6 miles to our home. Anyone else might have run there in an hour, but a little child, as we all know, takes 2 steps back for 1 forwards, and indeed it is not everyone who can run barefoot through the prickly bushes. You want to be used to it, too, and our girls used always to be crowding together on the stove or in the yard, and were afraid to run in the forest. Towards evening Zinotchka somehow reached a habitation. She looked, it was a hut. It was the forester's hut, in the Crown Forest. Some merchants were renting it at the time and burning charcoal. She knocked. A woman, the forester's wife, came out to her. Zinotchka, first of all, burst out crying, and told her everything just as it was, and even told her about the money. The forester's wife was full of pity for her. My poor little dear. Poor mite, God has preserved you, poor little one. My precious. Come into the hut, and I will give you something to eat. She began to make up to Zinotchka, gave her food and drink, and even wept with her, and was so attentive to her that the girl, only think, gave her the parcel of notes. "I will put it away, darling, and tomorrow morning I will give it you back and take you home, dearie." The woman took the money, and put Zinotchka to sleep on the stove where at the time the brooms were drying. And on the same stove, on the brooms, the forester's daughter, a girl as small as our Zinotchka, was asleep. And Zinotchka used to tell us afterwards that there was such a scent from the brooms, they smelt of honey. Zinotchka lay down, but she could not get to sleep, she kept crying quietly. She was sorry for father, and terrified. But, sir, an hour or two passed, and she saw those very 3 robbers who had tortured father walk into the hut. And the one in the crimson shirt, with big jaws, their leader, went up to the woman and said, "Well, wife, we have simply murdered a man for nothing. Today we killed a man at dinner time, we killed him all right, but not a farthing did we find. So this fellow in the crimson shirt turned out to be the forester, the woman's husband. The man's dead for nothing," said his ragged companions. "In vain we have taken a sin on our souls." The forester's wife looked at all 3 and laughed. "What are you laughing at, silly?" "I am laughing because I haven't murdered anyone, and I have not taken any sin on my soul, but I have found the money." "What money? What nonsense are you talking?" "Here, look whether I am talking nonsense." The forester's wife untied the parcel and, wicked woman, showed them the money. Then she described how Zinotchka had come, what she had said, and so on. The murderers were delighted and began to divide the money between them. They almost quarreled, then they sat down to the table, to drink. And Zinotchka lay there, poor child, hearing every word and shaking like a Jew in a frying pan. What was she to do? And from their words she learned that father was dead and lying across the road, and she fancied, in her foolishness, that the wolves and the dogs would eat father. And that our horse had gone far away into the forest, and would be eaten by wolves too, and that she, Zinotchka herself, would be put in prison and beaten, because she had not taken care of the money. The robbers got drunk and sent the woman for vodka. They gave her 5 rubles for vodka and sweet wine. They set to singing and drinking on other people's money. They drank and drank, the dogs, and sent the woman off again that they might drink beyond all bounds. "We will keep it up till morning," they cried. "We have plenty of money now, there is no need to spare. Drink, and don't drink away your wits." And so at midnight, when they were all fairly fuddled, the woman ran off for vodka the 3rd time, and the forester strode twice up and down the cottage, and he was staggering. "Look here, lads," he said, "we must make away with the girl, too. If we leave her, she will be the first to bear witness against us." They talked it over and discussed it, and decided that Zinotchka must not be left alive, that she must be killed. Of course, to murder an innocent child's a fearful thing, even a man drunken or crazy would not take such a job on himself. They were quarreling for maybe an hour which was to kill her, one tried to put it on the other, they almost fought again, and no one would agree to do it, then they cast lots. It fell to the forester. He drank another full glass, cleared his throat, and went to the outer room for an axe. But Zinotchka was a sharp wench. For all she was so simple, she thought of something that, I must say, not many an educated man would have thought of. Maybe the Lord had compassion on her, and gave her sense for the moment, or perhaps it was the fright sharpened her wits. Anyway, when it came to the test it turned out that she was cleverer than anyone. She got up stealthily, prayed to God, took the little sheepskin, the one the forester's wife had put over her, and, you understand, the forester's little daughter, a girl of the same age as herself, was lying on the stove beside her. She covered this girl with the sheepskin, and took the woman's jacket off her and threw it over herself. Disguised herself, in fact. She put it over her head, and so walked across the hut by the drunken men, and they thought it was the forester's daughter, and did not even look at her. Luckily for her the woman was not in the hut, she had gone for vodka, or maybe she would not have escaped the axe, for a woman's eyes are as far-seeing as a buzzard's. A woman's eyes are sharp. Zinotchka came out of the hut, and ran as fast as her legs could carry her. All night she was lost in the forest, but towards morning she came out to the edge and ran along the road. By the mercy of God she met the clerk Yegor Danilych, the kingdom of heaven be his. He was going along with his hooks to catch fish. Zinotchka told him all about it. He went back quicker than he came, thought no more of the fish, gathered the peasants together in the village, and off they went to the foresters. They got there, and all the murderers were lying side by side, dead drunk, each where he had fallen. The woman, too, was drunk. First thing they searched them. They took the money and then looked on the stove. The Holy Cross be with us. The forester's child was lying on the brooms, under the sheepskin, and her head was in a pool of blood, chopped off by the axe. They roused the peasants and the woman, tied their hands behind them, and took them to the district court. The woman howled, but the forester only shook his head and asked, "You might give me a drop, lads. My head aches." Afterwards they were tried in the town in due course, and punished with the utmost rigor of the law. So that's what happened, sir, beyond the forest there, that lies behind the creek. Now you can scarcely see it, the sun is setting red behind it. I have been talking to you, and the horses have stopped, as though they were listening too. Hey there, my beauties. Move more briskly, the good gentleman will give us something extra. Hey, you darlings. The examining magistrate. A district doctor and an examining magistrate were driving one fine spring day to an inquest. The examining magistrate, a man of 35, looked dreamily at the horses and said, "There is a great deal that is enigmatic and obscure in nature. And even in everyday life, doctor, one must often come upon phenomena which are absolutely incapable of explanation. I know, for instance, of several strange, mysterious deaths, the cause of which only spiritualists and mystics will undertake to explain. A clear-headed man can only lift up his hands in perplexity. For example, I know of a highly cultured lady who foretold her own death and died without any apparent reason on the very day she had predicted. She said that she would die on a certain day, and she did die. There's no effect without a cause, said the doctor. If there's a death there must be a cause for it. But as for predicting it, there's nothing very marvelous in that. All our ladies, all our females, in fact, have a turn for prophecies and presentiments. Just so, but my lady, doctor, was quite a special case. There was nothing like the ladies' or other females' presentiments about her prediction and her death. She was a young woman, healthy and clever, with no superstitions of any sort. She had such clear, intelligent, honest eyes. An open, sensible face with a faint, typically Russian look of mockery in her eyes and on her lips. There was nothing of the fine lady or of the female about her, except, if you like, her beauty. She was graceful, elegant as that birch tree, she had wonderful hair. That she may be intelligible to you, I will add, too, that she was a person of the most infectious gaiety and carelessness, and that intelligent, good sort of frivolity which is only found in good-natured, light-hearted people with brains. Can one talk of mysticism, spiritualism, a turn for presentiment, or anything of that sort, in this case? She used to laugh at all that. The doctor's chaise stopped by a well. The examining magistrate and the doctor drank some water, stretched, and waited for the coachman to finish watering the horses. Well, what did the lady die of? Asked the doctor when the chaise was rolling along the road again. She died in a strange way. One fine day her husband went in to her and said that it wouldn't be amiss to sell their old coach before the spring and to buy something rather newer and lighter instead. And that it might be as well to change the left trace horse and to put Bobchinsky, that was the name of one of her husband's horses, in the shafts. His wife listened to him and said, "Do as you think best, but it makes no difference to me now. Before the summer I shall be in the cemetery." Her husband, of course, shrugged his shoulders and smiled. "I am not joking," she said. I tell you in earnest that I shall soon be dead. What do you mean by soon? Directly after my confinement. I shall bear my child and die. The husband attached no significance to these words. He did not believe in presentiments of any sort, and he knew that ladies in an interesting condition are apt to be fanciful and to give way to gloomy ideas generally. A day later his wife spoke to him again of dying immediately after her confinement, and then every day she spoke of it and he laughed and called her a silly woman, a fortune-teller, a crazy creature. Her approaching death became an idée fixe with his wife. When her husband would not listen to her she would go into the kitchen and talk of her death to the nurse and the cook. I haven't long to live now, nurse, she would say. As soon as my confinement is over I shall die. I did not want to die so early, but it seems it's my fate. The nurse and the cook were in tears, of course. Sometimes the priest's wife or some lady from a neighboring estate would come and see her and she would take them aside and open her soul to them, always harping on the same subject. Her approaching death. She spoke gravely with an unpleasant smile, even with an angry face which would not allow any contradiction. She had been smart and fashionable in her dress, but now in view of her approaching death she became slovenly. She did not read, she did not laugh, she did not dream aloud. What was more, she drove with her aunt to the cemetery and selected a spot for her tomb. 5 days before her confinement she made her will. And all this, bear in mind, was done in the best of health, without the faintest hint of illness or danger. A confinement is a difficult affair and sometimes fatal, but in the case of which I am telling you every indication was favorable, and there was absolutely nothing to be afraid of. Her husband was sick of the whole business at last. He lost his temper one day at dinner and asked her. Listen, Natasha, when is there going to be an end of this silliness? It's not silliness, I am in earnest. Nonsense, I advise you to give over being silly that you may not feel ashamed of it afterwards. Well, the confinement came. The husband got the very best midwife from the town. It was his wife's first confinement, but it could not have gone better. When it was all over she asked to look at her baby. She looked at it and said, "Well, now I can die." She said goodbye, shut her eyes, and half an hour later gave up her soul to God. She was fully conscious up to the last moment. Anyway, when they gave her milk instead of water she whispered softly, "Why are you giving me milk instead of water?" So that is what happened. She died as she predicted. The examining magistrate paused, gave a sigh and said, "Come, explain why she died. I assure you on my honor, this is not invented, it's a fact." The doctor looked at the sky meditatively. "You ought to have had an inquest on her," he said. "Why?" "Why, to find out the cause of her death. She didn't die because she had predicted it. She poisoned herself most probably." The examining magistrate turned quickly, facing the doctor, and screwing up his eyes, asked, "And from what do you conclude that she poisoned herself?" "I don't conclude it, but I assume it." "Was she on good terms with her husband?" Not altogether. There had been misunderstandings soon after their marriage. There were unfortunate circumstances. She had found her husband on one occasion with a lady. She soon forgave him, however. And which came first, her husband's infidelity or her idea of dying? The examining magistrate looked attentively at the doctor as though he were trying to imagine why he put that question. "Excuse me," he said, not quite immediately. "Let me try and remember." The examining magistrate took off his hat and rubbed his forehead. Yes, it was very shortly after that incident that she began talking of death." Yes. "Well, there, do you see? In all probability it was at that time that she made up her mind to poison herself, but, as most likely she did not want to kill her child also, she put it off till after her confinement." Not likely, it's impossible." She forgave him at the time." That she forgave it quickly means that she had something bad in her mind. Young wives do not forgive quickly. The examining magistrate gave a forced smile, and, to conceal his too noticeable agitation, began lighting a cigarette. Not likely, he went on. No notion of anything of the sort being possible ever entered into my head. And besides, he was not so much to blame as it seems. He was unfaithful to her in rather a queer way, with no desire to be. He came home at night somewhat elevated, wanted to make love to somebody. His wife was in an interesting condition, then he came across a lady who had come to stay for 3 days, damnation take her, an empty-headed creature, silly and not good-looking. It couldn't be reckoned as an infidelity. His wife looked at it in that way herself and soon forgave it. Nothing more was said about it. People don't die without a reason, said the doctor. That is so, of course, but all the same. I cannot admit that she poisoned herself. But it is strange that the idea has never struck me before. And no one thought of it. Everyone was astonished that her prediction had come to pass, and the idea of such a death was far from their mind. And indeed, it cannot be that she poisoned herself. No. The examining magistrate pondered. The thought of the woman who had died so strangely haunted him all through the inquest. As he noted down what the doctor dictated to him, he moved his eyebrows gloomily and rubbed his forehead. And are there really poisons that kill one in a quarter of an hour, gradually, without any pain? He asked the doctor while the latter was opening the skull. Yes, there are. Morphia, for instance. Strange. I remember she used to keep something of the sort. But it could hardly be. On the way back the examining magistrate looked exhausted, he kept nervously biting his mustache, and was unwilling to talk. Let us go a little way on foot, he said to the doctor. I am tired of sitting. After walking about 100 paces, the examining magistrate seemed to the doctor to be overcome with fatigue, as though he had been climbing up a high mountain. He stopped and, looking at the doctor with a strange look in his eyes, as though he were drunk, said, My God, if your theory is correct, why it was cruel, inhuman. She poisoned herself to punish someone else. Why, was the sin so great? Oh, my God! And why did you make me a present of this damnable idea, doctor? The examining magistrate clutched at his head in despair, and went on. What I have told you was about my own wife, about myself. Oh, my God! I was to blame, I wounded her, but can it have been easier to die than to forgive? That's typical feminine logic, cruel, merciless logic. Oh, even then when she was living she was cruel. I recall it all now. It's all clear to me now. As the examining magistrate talked he shrugged his shoulders, then clutched at his head. He got back into the carriage, then walked again. The new idea the doctor had imparted to him seemed to have overwhelmed him, to have poisoned him. He was distracted, shattered in body and soul, and when he got back to the town he said goodbye to the doctor. Declining to stay to dinner though he had promised the doctor the evening before to dine with him. Aborigines. Between 9 and 10 in the morning. Ivan Lyashkevsky, a lieutenant of Polish origin, who has at some time or other been wounded in the head, and now lives on his pension in a town in one of the southern provinces, is sitting in his lodgings at the open window talking to Franz Stepanich Finks, the town architect, who has come in to see him for a minute. Both have thrust their heads out of the window, and are looking in the direction of the gate near which Lyashkevsky's landlord, a plump little native with pendulous perspiring cheeks, in full blue trousers, is sitting on a bench with his waistcoat unbuttoned. The native is plunged in deep thought, and is absent-mindedly prodding the toe of his boot with a stick. Extraordinary people, I tell you, grumbled Lyashkevsky, looking angrily at the native. Here he has sat down on the bench, and so he will sit, damn the fellow, with his hands folded till evening. They do absolutely nothing. The wastrels and loafers. It would be all right, you scoundrel, if you had money lying in the bank, or had a farm of your own where others would be working for you, but here you have not a penny to your name. You eat the bread of others, you are in debt all round, and you starve your family, devil take you. You wouldn't believe me, Franz Stepanich, sometimes it makes me so cross that I could jump out of the window and give the low fellow a good horsewhipping. Come, why don't you work? What are you sitting there for? The native looks indifferently at Lyashkevsky, tries to say something but cannot. Sloth and the sultry heat have paralyzed his conversational faculties. Yawning lazily, he makes the sign of the cross over his mouth, and turns his eyes up towards the sky where pigeons fly, bathing in the hot air. You must not be too severe in your judgments, honored friend, sighs Finks, mopping his big bald head with his handkerchief. Put yourself in their place. Business is slack now, there's unemployment all round, a bad harvest, stagnation in trade. Good gracious, how you talk! Cries Lyashkevsky in indignation, angrily wrapping his dressing gown round him. Supposing he has no job and no trade, why doesn't he work in his own home, the devil flay him? I say. Is there no work for you at home? Just look, you brute. Your steps have come to pieces, the plankway is falling into the ditch, the fence is rotten. You had better set to and mend it all, or if you don't know how, go into the kitchen and help your wife. Your wife is running out every minute to fetch water or carry out the slops. Why shouldn't you run instead, you rascal? And then you must remember, Franz Stepanich, that he has 6 acres of garden, that he has pigsties and poultry houses, but it is all wasted and no use. The flower garden is overgrown with weeds and almost baked dry, while the boys play ball in the kitchen garden. Isn't he a lazy brute? I assure you, though I have only the use of 1.5 acres with my lodgings, you will always find radishes, and salad, and fennel, and onions. While that blackguard buys everything at the market. He is a Russian, there is no doing anything with him, said Finks with a condescending smile, it's in the Russian blood. They are a very lazy people. If all property were given to Germans or Poles, in a year's time you would not recognize the town. The native in the blue trousers beckons a girl with a sieve, buys a kopek's worth of sunflower seeds from her and begins cracking them. A race of curs, says Lyashkevsky angrily. That's their only occupation, they crack sunflower seeds and they talk politics. The devil take them. Staring wrathfully at the blue trousers, Lyashkevsky is gradually roused to fury, and gets so excited that he actually foams at the mouth. He speaks with a Polish accent, rapping out each syllable venomously, till at last the little bags under his eyes swell, and he abandons the Russian, scoundrels, blackguards, and rascals. And rolling his eyes, begins pouring out a shower of Polish oaths, coughing from his efforts. Lazy dogs, race of curs. May the devil take them. The native hears this abuse distinctly, but, judging from the appearance of his crumpled little figure, it does not affect him. Apparently he has long ago grown as used to it as to the buzzing of the flies, and feels it superfluous to protest. At every visit Finks has to listen to a tirade on the subject of the lazy good-for-nothing Aborigines, and every time exactly the same one. But I must be going, he says, remembering that he has no time to spare. Goodbye. Where are you off to? I only looked in on you for a minute. The wall of the cellar has cracked in the girls' high school, so they asked me to go round at once to look at it. I must go. I have told Varvara to get the samovar, says Lyashkevsky, surprised. Stay a little, we will have some tea, then you shall go. Finks obediently puts down his hat on the table and remains to drink tea. Over their tea Lyashkevsky maintains that the natives are hopelessly ruined, that there is only one thing to do, to take them all indiscriminately and send them under strict escort to hard labor. Why, upon my word, he says, getting hot, you may ask what does that goose sitting there live upon? He lets me lodgings in his house for 7 rubles a month, and he goes to name-day parties, that's all that he has to live on, the knave, may the devil take him. He has neither earnings nor an income. They are not merely sluggards and wastrels, they are swindlers too, they are continually borrowing money from the town bank, and what do they do with it? They plunge into some scheme such as sending bulls to Moscow, or building oil presses on a new system. But to send bulls to Moscow or to press oil you want to have a head on your shoulders, and these rascals have pumpkins on theirs. Of course all their schemes end in smoke. They waste their money, get into a mess, and then snap their fingers at the bank. What can you get out of them? Their houses are mortgaged over and over again, they have no other property, it's all been drunk and eaten up long ago. 9/10 of them are swindlers, the scoundrels. To borrow money and not return it is their rule. Thanks to them the town bank is going smash. I was at Yegorov's yesterday, Finks interrupts the Pole, anxious to change the conversation, and only fancy, I won 6 rubles and a half from him at piquet. I believe I still owe you something at piquet, Lyashkevsky recollects, I ought to win it back. Wouldn't you like one game? Perhaps just one, Finks assents. I must make haste to the high school, you know. Lyashkevsky and Finks sit down at the open window and begin a game of piquet. The native in the blue trousers stretches with relish, and husks of sunflower seeds fall in showers from all over him onto the ground. At that moment from the gate opposite appears another native with a long beard, wearing a crumpled yellowish-gray cotton coat. He screws up his eyes affectionately at the blue trousers and shouts. Good morning, Semyon Nikolaich, I have the honor to congratulate you on the Thursday. And the same to you, Kapitan Petrovich. Come to my seat. It's cool here. The blue trousers, with much sighing and groaning and waddling from side to side like a duck, cross the street. Tierce Major, mutters Lyashkevsky, from the Queen. 5 and 15. The rascals are talking of politics. Do you hear? They have begun about England. I have 6 hearts. I have the 7 spades. My point. Yes, it's yours. Do you hear? They are abusing Beaconsfield. They don't know, the swine, that Beaconsfield has been dead for ever so long. So I have 29. Your lead. 8, 9, 10. Yes, amazing people, these Russians. 11, 12. The Russian inertia is unique on the terrestrial globe. 30. 31. One ought to take a good whip, you know. Go out and give them Beaconsfield. I say, how their tongues are wagging. It's easier to babble than to work. I suppose you threw away the Queen of Clubs and I didn't realize it. 13. 14. It's unbearably hot. One must be made of iron to sit in such heat on a seat in the full sun. 15. The first game is followed by a second, the second by a third. Finks loses, and by degrees works himself up into a gambling fever and forgets all about the cracking walls of the high school cellar. As Lyashkevsky plays he keeps looking at the Aborigines. He sees them, entertaining each other with conversation, go to the open gate, cross the filthy yard and sit down on a scanty patch of shade under an aspen tree. Between 12 and 1 o'clock the fat cook with brown legs spreads before them something like a baby's sheet with brown stains upon it, and gives them their dinner. They eat with wooden spoons, keep brushing away the flies, and go on talking. The devil, it is beyond everything, cries Lyashkevsky, revolted. I am very glad I have not a gun or a revolver or I should have a shot at those cattle. I have 4 knaves, 14. Your point. It really gives me a twitching in my legs. I can't see those ruffians without being upset. Don't excite yourself, it is bad for you. But upon my word, it is enough to try the patience of a stone. When he has finished dinner the native in blue trousers, worn out and exhausted, staggering with laziness and repletion, crosses the street to his own house and sinks feebly onto his bench. He is struggling with drowsiness and the gnats, and is looking about him as dejectedly as though he were every minute expecting his end. His helpless air drives Lyashkevsky out of all patience. The Pole pokes his head out of the window and shouts at him, spluttering. Been gorging? Ah, the old woman. The sweet darling. He has been stuffing himself, and now he doesn't know what to do with his tummy. Get out of my sight, you confounded fellow. Plague take you. The native looks sourly at him, and merely twiddles his fingers instead of answering. A schoolboy of his acquaintance passes by him with his satchel on his back. Stopping him, the native ponders a long time what to say to him, and asks, "Well, what now?" "Nothing." "How, nothing?" "Why, just nothing." "Hum. And which subject is the hardest?" "That's according." The schoolboy shrugs his shoulders. "I see, What is the Latin for tree?" "Arbor." "Aha. And so one has to know all that," sighs the blue trousers. "You have to go into it all. It's hard work, hard work. Is your dear mamma well?" "She is all right, thank you." "Ah. Well, run along." After losing 2 rubles, Finks remembers the high school and is horrified. Holy saints, why it's 3 o'clock already. How I have been staying on. Goodbye, I must run. "Have dinner with me, and then go," says Lyashkevsky. "You have plenty of time." Finks stays, but only on condition that dinner shall last no more than 10 minutes. After dining he sits for some 5 minutes on the sofa and thinks of the cracked wall, then resolutely lays his head on the cushion and fills the room with a shrill whistling through his nose. While he is asleep, Lyashkevsky, who does not approve of an afternoon nap, sits at the window, stares at the dozing native, and grumbles. "Race of curs. I wonder you don't choke with laziness. No work, no intellectual or moral interests, nothing but vegetating, disgusting. Tfu." At 6 o'clock Finks wakes up. "It's too late to go to the high school now," he says, stretching. "I shall have to go tomorrow, and now. How about my revenge? Let's have one more game." After seeing his visitor off, between 9 and 10, Lyashkevsky looks after him for some time, and says, "Damn the fellow, staying here the whole day and doing absolutely nothing. Simply get their salary and do no work, the devil take them. The German pig." He looks out of the window, but the native is no longer there. He has gone to bed. There is no one to grumble at, and for the first time in the day he keeps his mouth shut, but 10 minutes passes and he cannot restrain the depression that overpowers him, and begins to grumble. Shoving the old shabby armchair. "You only take up room, rubbishly old thing. You ought to have been burnt long ago, but I keep forgetting to tell them to chop you up. It's a disgrace." And as he gets into bed he presses his hand on a spring of the mattress, frowns and says peevishly, "The con-found Ed spring. It will cut my side all night. I will tell them to rip up the mattress tomorrow and get you out, you useless thing." He falls asleep at midnight, and dreams that he is pouring boiling water over the natives, Finks, and the old armchair. Happiness. A flock of sheep was spending the night on the broad steppe road that is called the Great Highway. 2 shepherds were guarding it. One, a toothless old man of 80, with a tremulous face, was lying on his stomach at the very edge of the road, leaning his elbows on the dusty leaves of a plantain. The other, a young fellow with thick black eyebrows and no mustache, dressed in the coarse canvas of which cheap sacks are made, was lying on his back, with his arms under his head. Looking upwards at the sky, where the stars were slumbering and the Milky Way lay stretched exactly above his face. The shepherds were not alone. A couple of yards from them in the dusk that shrouded the road a horse made a patch of darkness, and, beside it, leaning against the saddle, stood a man in high boots and a short full-skirted jacket who looked like an overseer on some big estate. Judging from his upright and motionless figure, from his manners, and his behavior to the shepherds and to his horse, he was a serious, reasonable man who knew his own value. Even in the darkness signs could be detected in him of military carriage and of the majestically condescending expression gained by frequent intercourse with the gentry and their stewards. The sheep were asleep. Against the grey background of the dawn, already beginning to cover the eastern part of the sky. The silhouettes of sheep that were not asleep could be seen here and there. They stood with drooping heads, thinking. Their thoughts, tedious and oppressive, called forth by images of nothing but the broad steppe and the sky, the days and the nights, probably weighed upon them themselves, crushing them into apathy. And, standing there as though rooted to the earth, they noticed neither the presence of a stranger or the uneasiness of the dogs. The drowsy, stagnant air was full of the monotonous noise inseparable from a summer night on the steppes. The grasshoppers chirruped incessantly. The quails called, and the young nightingales trilled languidly half a mile away in a ravine where a stream flowed and willows grew. The overseer had halted to ask the shepherds for a light for his pipe. He lighted it in silence and smoked the whole pipe. Then, still without uttering a word, stood with his elbow on the saddle, plunged in thought. The young shepherd took no notice of him. He still lay gazing at the sky while the old man slowly looked the overseer up and down and then asked. "Why, aren't you Pantely from Makarov's estate?" "That's myself," answered the overseer. "To be sure, I see it is. I didn't know you. That is a sign you will be rich. Where has God brought you from?" "From the Kovilievsky fields." "That's a good way. Are you letting the land on the part-crop system?" "Part of it. Some like that, and some we are letting on lease, and some for raising melons and cucumbers. I have just come from the mill." A big shaggy old sheepdog of a dirty white color with woolly tufts about its nose and eyes walked 3 times quietly round the horse, trying to seem unconcerned in the presence of strangers. Then all at once dashed suddenly from behind at the overseer with an angry aged growl. The other dogs could not refrain from leaping up too. "Lie down, you damned brute," cried the old man, raising himself on his elbow. "Blast you, you devil's creature." When the dogs were quiet again, the old man resumed his former attitude and said quietly. "It was at Kovili on Ascension Day that Yefim Zmenia died. Don't speak of it in the dark, it is a sin to mention such people. He was a wicked old man. I dare say you have heard." "No, I haven't." "Yefim Zmenia, the uncle of Styopka, the blacksmith. The whole district round knew him. Aye, he was a cursed old man, he was. I knew him for 60 years, ever since Tsar Alexander who beat the French was brought from Taganrog to Moscow. We went together to meet the dead Tsar, and in those days the great highway did not run to Bakhmut, but from Esilovka to Gorodishch, and where Kovili is now. There were bustards' nests, there was a bustard's nest at every step. Even then I had noticed that Yefim had given his soul to damnation, and that the evil one was in him. I have observed that if any man of the peasant class is apt to be silent, takes up with old women's jobs, and tries to live in solitude, there is no good in it. And Yefim from his youth up was always one to hold his tongue and look at you sideways. He always seemed to be sulky and bristling like a cock before a hen. To go to church or to the tavern or to lark in the street with the lads was not his fashion. He would rather sit alone or be whispering with old women. When he was still young he took jobs to look after the bees and the market gardens. Good folks would come to his market garden sometimes and his melons were whistling. One day he caught a pike, when folks were looking on, and it laughed aloud, "Ho ho ho ho." "It does happen," said Pantely. The young shepherd turned on his side and, lifting his black eyebrows, stared intently at the old man. "Did you hear the melons whistling?" he asked. "Hear them I didn't, the Lord spared me," sighed the old man, "but folks told me so. It is no great wonder, the evil one will begin whistling in a stone if he wants to. Before the day of freedom a rock was humming for 3 days and 3 nights in our parts. I heard it myself." The pike laughed because Yefim caught a devil instead of a pike. The old man remembered something. He got up quickly onto his knees and, shrinking as though from the cold, nervously thrusting his hands into his sleeves, he muttered in a rapid womanish gabble. "Lord save us and have mercy upon us. I was walking along the river bank one day to Novopavlovka. A storm was gathering, such a tempest it was, preserve us Holy Mother, Queen of Heaven. I was hurrying on as best I could, I looked, and beside the path between the thorn bushes, the thorn was in flower at the time, there was a white bullock coming along. I wondered whose bullock it was, and what the devil had sent it there for. It was coming along and swinging its tail and moo-oh-oh-oh-oh. But would you believe it, friends, I overtake it, I come up close, and it's not a bullock, but Yefim, holy, holy, holy. I make the sign of the cross while he stares at me and mutters, showing the whites of his eyes, wasn't I frightened? We came alongside, I was afraid to say a word to him, the thunder was crashing, the sky was streaked with lightning, the willows were bent right down to the water, all at once, my friends. God strike me dead that I die impenitent, a hare ran across the path, it ran and stopped, and said like a man, "Good evening, peasants." "Lie down, you brute," the old man cried to the shaggy dog, who was moving round the horse again. "Plague take you." "It does happen," said the overseer, still leaning on the saddle and not stirring. He said this in the hollow, toneless voice in which men speak when they are plunged in thought. "It does happen," he repeated, in a tone of profundity and conviction. "Ugh, he was a nasty old fellow," the old shepherd went on with somewhat less fervor. 5 years after the freedom he was flogged by the commune at the office, so to show his spite he took and sent the throat illness upon all Kovali. Folks died out of number, lots and lots of them, just as in cholera. "How did he send the illness?" asked the young shepherd after a brief silence. "We all know how, there is no great cleverness needed where there is a will to it. Yefim murdered people with viper's fat. That is such a poison that folks will die from the mere smell of it, let alone the fat." "That's true," Pantely agreed. "The lads wanted to kill him at the time, but the old people would not let them. It would never have done to kill him, he knew the place where the treasure is hidden, and not another soul did know. The treasures about here are charmed so that you may find them and not see them, but he did see them. At times he would walk along the river bank or in the forest, and under the bushes and under the rocks there would be little flames, as though from brimstone. I have seen them myself. Everyone expected that Yefim would show people the places or dig the treasure up himself, but he, as the saying is, like a dog in the manger, so he died without digging it up himself or showing other people." The overseer lit a pipe, and for an instant lighted up his big mustaches and his sharp, stern-looking, and dignified nose. Little circles of light danced from his hands to his cap, raced over the saddle along the horse's back, and vanished in its mane near its ears. "There are lots of hidden treasures in these parts," he said. And slowly stretching, he looked round him, resting his eyes on the widening east and added, "There must be treasures." "To be sure," sighed the old man, "one can see from every sign there are treasures, only there is no one to dig them, brother. No one knows the real places. Besides, nowadays, you must remember, all the treasures are under a charm. To find them and see them you must have a talisman, and without a talisman you can do nothing, lad." Yefim had talismans, but there was no getting anything out of him, the bald devil. He kept them, so that no one could get them. The young shepherd crept 2 paces nearer to the old man and, propping his head on his fists, fastened his fixed stare upon him. A childish expression of terror and curiosity gleamed in his dark eyes, and seemed in the twilight to stretch and flatten out the large features of his coarse young face. He was listening intently. "It is even written in the scriptures that there are lots of treasures hidden here," the old man went on, "it is so for sure, and no mistake about it. An old soldier of Novopavlovka was shown at Ivanovka a writing. And in this writing it was printed about the place of the treasure and even how many pounds of gold was in it and the sort of vessel it was in. They would have found the treasures long ago by that writing, only the treasure is under a spell, you can't get at it." "Why can't you get at it, grandfather?" asked the young man. "I suppose there is some reason," the soldier didn't say. "It is under a spell, you need a talisman." The old man spoke with warmth, as though he were pouring out his soul before the overseer. He talked through his nose and, being unaccustomed to talk much and rapidly, stuttered. And, conscious of his defects, he tried to adorn his speech with gesticulations of the hands and head and thin shoulders, and at every movement his hempen shirt crumpled into folds, slipped upwards and displayed his back, black with age and sunburn. He kept pulling it down, but it slipped up again at once. At last, as though driven out of all patience by the rebellious shirt, the old man leaped up and said bitterly, "There is fortune, but what is the good of it if it is buried in the earth? It is just riches wasted with no profit to anyone, like chaff or sheep's dung, and yet there are riches there, lad, fortune enough for all the country round, but not a soul sees it. It will come to this, that the gentry will dig it up or the government will take it away. The gentry have begun digging the barrows. They scented something. They are envious of the peasants' luck. The government, too, is looking after itself. It is written in the law that if any peasant finds the treasure he is to take it to the authorities. I dare say, wait till you get it. There is a brew but not for you." The old man laughed contemptuously and sat down on the ground. The overseer listened with attention and agreed, but from his silence and the expression of his figure it was evident that what the old man told him was not new to him. That he had thought it all over long ago, and knew much more than was known to the old shepherd. "In my day, I must own, I did seek for fortune a dozen times," said the old man, scratching himself nervously. "I looked in the right places, but I must have come on treasures under a charm. My father looked for it, too, and my brother, too, but not a thing did they find, so they died without luck. A monk revealed to my brother Ilya, the kingdom of heaven be his, that in one place in the fortress of Taganrog there was a treasure under 3 stones, and that treasure was under a charm. And in those days, it was, I remember, in the year 38, an Armenian used to live at Matveev Barrow who sold talismans. Ilya bought a talisman, took 2 other fellows with him, and went to Taganrog. Only when he got to the place in the fortress, brother, there was a soldier with a gun, standing at the very spot. A sound suddenly broke on the still air, and floated in all directions over the steppe. Something in the distance gave a menacing bang, crashed against stone, and raced over the steppe, uttering, ta, 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 ta. When the sound had died away the old man looked inquiringly at Pantely, who stood motionless and unconcerned. "It's a bucket broken away at the pits," said the young shepherd after a moment's thought. It was by now getting light. The Milky Way had turned pale and gradually melted like snow, losing its outlines. The sky was becoming dull and dingy so that you could not make out whether it was clear or covered thickly with clouds. And only from the bright leaden streak in the east and from the stars that lingered here and there could one tell what was coming. The first noiseless breeze of morning, cautiously stirring the spurges and the brown stalks of last year's grass, fluttered along the road. The overseer roused himself from his thoughts and tossed his head. With both hands he shook the saddle, touched the girth and, as though he could not make up his mind to mount the horse, stood still again, hesitating. "Yes," he said, "your elbow is near, but you can't bite it. There is fortune, but there is not the wit to find it." And he turned facing the shepherds. His stern face looked sad and mocking, as though he were a disappointed man. "Yes, so one dies without knowing what happiness is like," he said emphatically, lifting his left leg into the stirrup. "A younger man may live to see it, but it is time for us to lay aside all thought of it." Stroking his long mustaches covered with dew, he seated himself heavily on the horse and screwed up his eyes, looking into the distance, as though he had forgotten something or left something unsaid. In the bluish distance where the furthest visible hillock melted into the mist nothing was stirring. The ancient barrows, once watch mounds and tombs, which rose here and there above the horizon and the boundless steppe had a sullen and death-like look. There was a feeling of endless time and utter indifference to man in their immobility and silence. Another 1,000 years would pass, myriads of men would die, while they would still stand as they had stood, with no regret for the dead nor interest in the living. And no soul would ever know why they stood there, and what secret of the steps was hidden under them. The rooks awakening, flew one after another in silence over the earth. No meaning was to be seen in the languid flight of those long-lived birds, nor in the morning which is repeated punctually every 24 hours, nor in the boundless expanse of the steppe. The overseer smiled and said, "What space, Lord, have mercy upon us! You would have a hunt to find treasure in it. Here," he went on, dropping his voice and making a serious face, "here there are 2 treasures buried for a certainty. The gentry don't know of them, but the old peasants, particularly the soldiers, know all about them. Here, somewhere on that ridge," the overseer pointed with his whip, "robbers one time attacked a caravan of gold. The gold was being taken from Petersburg to the Emperor Peter, who was building a fleet at the time at Voronezh. The robbers killed the men with the caravan and buried the gold, but did not find it again afterwards. Another treasure was buried by our Cossacks of the Don. In the year 12 they carried off lots of plunder of all sorts from the French, goods and gold and silver. When they were going homewards they heard on the way that the government wanted to take away all the gold and silver from them. Rather than give up their plunder like that to the government for nothing, the brave fellows took and buried it, so that their children, anyway, might get it, but where they buried it no one knows. I have heard of those treasures," the old man muttered grimly. "Yes," Panteley pondered again. "So it is." A silence followed. The overseer looked dreamily into the distance, gave a laugh and pulled the rein, still with the same expression as though he had forgotten something or left something unsaid. The horse reluctantly started at a walking pace. After riding 100 paces Panteley shook his head resolutely, roused himself from his thoughts and, lashing his horse, set off at a trot. The shepherds were left alone. "That was Panteley from Makarov's estate," said the old man. "He gets 150 a year and provisions found, too. He is a man of education." The sheep, waking up, there were about 3,000 of them, began without zest to while away the time, nipping at the low, half-trampled grass. The sun had not yet risen, but by now all the barrows could be seen and, like a cloud in the distance, soars grave with its peaked top. If one clambered up on that tomb one could see the plain from it, level and boundless as the sky, one could see villages, manor-houses, the settlements of the Germans and of the Molokani. And a long-sighted Kalmuck could even see the town and the railway station. Only from there could one see that there was something else in the world besides the silent steppe and the ancient barrows. That there was another life that had nothing to do with buried treasure and the thoughts of sheep. The old man felt beside him for his crook, a long stick with a hook at the upper end, and got up. He was silent and thoughtful. The young shepherd's face had not lost the look of childish terror and curiosity. He was still under the influence of what he had heard in the night, and impatiently awaiting fresh stories. "Grandfather," he asked, getting up and taking his crook, "what did your brother Ilya do with the soldier?" The old man did not hear the question. He looked absent-mindedly at the young man, and answered, mumbling with his lips. "I keep thinking, Sanka, about that writing that was shown to that soldier at Ivanovka. I didn't tell Panteley, God be with him, but you know in that writing the place was marked out so that even a woman could find it. Do you know where it is? At Bagoda Verotchka, at the spot, you know, where the ravine parts like a goose's foot into 3 little ravines, it is the middle one. Well, will you dig? I will try my luck. And, grandfather, what will you do with the treasure when you find it?" "Do with it?" laughed the old man. If only I could find it then. I would show them all. I should know what to do." And the old man could not answer what he would do with the treasure if he found it. That question had presented itself to him that morning probably for the first time in his life, and judging from the expression of his face, indifferent and uncritical. It did not seem to him important and deserving of consideration. In Sanka's brain another puzzled question was stirring, why was it only old men searched for hidden treasure, and what was the use of earthly happiness to people who might die any day of old age? But Sanka could not put this perplexity into words, and the old man could scarcely have found an answer to it. An immense crimson sun came into view surrounded by a faint haze. Broad streaks of light, still cold, bathing in the dewy grass, lengthening out with a joyous air as though to prove they were not weary of their task, began spreading over the earth. The silvery wormwood, the blue flowers of the pig's onion, the yellow mustard, the cornflowers, all burst into gay colors, taking the sunlight for their own smile. The old shepherd and Sanka parted and stood at the further sides of the flock. Both stood like posts, without moving, staring at the ground and thinking. The former was haunted by thoughts of fortune, the latter was pondering on what had been said in the night. What interested him was not the fortune itself, which he did not want and could not imagine, but the fantastic, fairy-tale character of human happiness. 100 sheep started and, in some inexplicable panic as at a signal, dashed away from the flock. And as though the thoughts of the sheep, tedious and oppressive, had for a moment infected Sanka also, he, too, dashed aside in the same inexplicable animal panic. But at once he recovered himself and shouted. "You crazy creatures! You've gone mad, plague take you!" When the sun, promising long hours of overwhelming heat, began to bake the earth, all living things that in the night had moved and uttered sounds were sunk in drowsiness. The old shepherd and Sanka stood with their crooks on opposite sides of the flock, stood without stirring, like fakirs at their prayers, absorbed in thought. They did not heed each other. Each of them was living in his own life. The sheep were pondering, too. Bad weather. Big raindrops were pattering on the dark windows. It was one of those disgusting summer holiday rains which, when they have begun, last a long time, for weeks, till the frozen holiday maker grows used to it, and sinks into complete apathy. It was cold, there was a feeling of raw, unpleasant dampness. The mother-in-law of a lawyer, called Kvashin, and his wife, Nadezhda Filipovna, dressed in waterproofs and shawls, were sitting over the dinner table in the dining room. It was written on the countenance of the elder lady that she was, thank God, well-fed, well-clothed and in good health, that she had married her only daughter to a good man. And now could play her game of patience with an easy conscience. Her daughter, a rather short, plump, fair young woman of 20, with a gentle anemic face, was reading a book with her elbows on the table. Judging from her eyes she was not so much reading as thinking her own thoughts, which were not in the book. Neither of them spoke. There was the sound of the pattering rain, and from the kitchen they could hear the prolonged yawns of the cook. Kvashin himself was not at home. On rainy days he did not come to the summer villa, but stayed in town. Damp, rainy weather affected his bronchitis and prevented him from working. He was of the opinion that the sight of the grey sky and the tears of rain on the windows deprived one of energy and induced the spleen. In the town, where there was greater comfort, bad weather was scarcely noticed. After 2 games of patience, the old lady shuffled the cards and took a glance at her daughter. "I have been trying with the cards whether it will be fine tomorrow, and whether our Alexei Stepanovitch will come," she said. "It is 5 days since he was here. The weather is a chastisement from God." Nadezhda Filipovna looked indifferently at her mother, got up, and began walking up and down the room. "The barometer was rising yesterday," she said doubtfully, "but they say it is falling again today." The old lady laid out the cards in 3 long rows and shook her head. "Do you miss him?" she asked, glancing at her daughter. "Of course. I see you do. I should think so. He hasn't been here for 5 days. In May the utmost was 2, or at most 3 days, and now it is serious, 5 days. I am not his wife, and yet I miss him. And yesterday, when I heard the barometer was rising, I ordered them to kill a chicken and prepare a carp for Alexei Stepanovitch. He likes them. Your poor father couldn't bear fish, but he likes it. He always eats it with relish. My heart aches for him," said the daughter. "We are dull, but it is duller still for him, you know, Mama. I should think so. In the law courts day in and day out, and in the empty flat at night alone like an owl. And what is so awful, Mama, he is alone there without servants. There is no one to set the samovar or bring him water. Why didn't he engage a valet for the summer months? And what use is the summer villa at all if he does not care for it? I told him there was no need to have it, but no, it is for the sake of your health, he said, and what is wrong with my health? It makes me ill that he should have to put up with so much on my account. Looking over her mother's shoulder, the daughter noticed a mistake in the patience, bent down to the table and began correcting it. A silence followed. Both looked at the cards and imagined how their Alexei Stepanovich, utterly forlorn, was sitting now in the town in his gloomy, empty study and working, hungry, exhausted, yearning for his family. "Do you know what, Mama?" said Nadezhda Filipovna suddenly, and her eyes began to shine. "If the weather is the same tomorrow I'll go by the first train and see him in town. Anyway, I shall find out how he is, have a look at him, and pour out his tea." And both of them began to wonder how it was that this idea, so simple and easy to carry out, had not occurred to them before. It was only half an hour in the train to the town, and then 20 minutes in a cab. They said a little more, and went off to bed in the same room, feeling more contented. "Oh ho ho ho! Lord, forgive us sinners," sighed the old lady when the clock in the hall struck 2. "There is no sleeping." "You are not asleep, Mama?" the daughter asked in a whisper. "I keep thinking of Alyosha. I only hope he won't ruin his health in town. Goodness knows where he dines and lunches. In restaurants and taverns. I have thought of that myself," sighed the old lady. "The Heavenly Mother save and preserve him. But the rain, the rain." In the morning the rain was not pattering on the panes, but the sky was still grey. The trees stood looking mournful, and at every gust of wind they scattered drops. The footprints on the muddy path, the ditches and the ruts were full of water. Nadezhda Filipovna made up her mind to go. "Give him my love," said the old lady, wrapping her daughter up. "Tell him not to think too much about his cases. And he must rest. Let him wrap his throat up when he goes out, the weather, God help us. And take him the chicken. Food from home, even if cold, is better than at a restaurant." The daughter went away, saying that she would come back by an evening train or else next morning. But she came back long before dinner time, when the old lady was sitting on her trunk in her bedroom and drowsily thinking what to cook for her son-in-law's supper. Going into the room her daughter, pale and agitated, sank on the bed without uttering a word or taking off her hat, and pressed her head into the pillow. "But what is the matter?" said the old lady in surprise. "Why back so soon? Where is Alexei Stepanovich?" Nadezhda Filipovna raised her head and gazed at her mother with dry, imploring eyes. "He is deceiving us, Mama," she said. "What are you saying?" "Christ be with you," cried the old lady in alarm, and her cap slipped off her head. "Who is going to deceive us? Lord, have mercy on us." "He is deceiving us, Mama," repeated her daughter, and her chin began to quiver. "How do you know?" cried the old lady, turning pale. "Our flat is locked up. The porter tells me that Alyosha has not been home once for these 5 days. He is not living at home. He is not at home, not at home." She waved her hands and burst into loud weeping, uttering nothing but, "Not at home. Not at home." She began to be hysterical. "What's the meaning of it?" muttered the old woman in horror. "Why, he wrote the day before yesterday that he never leaves the flat. Where is he sleeping? Holy saints!" Nadezhda Filipovna felt so faint that she could not take off her hat. She looked about her blankly, as though she had been drugged, and convulsively clutched at her mother's arms. "What a person to trust, a porter!" said the old lady, fussing round her daughter and crying. "What a jealous girl you are! He is not going to deceive you, and how dare he? We are not just anybody. Though we are of the merchant class, yet he has no right, for you are his lawful wife. We can take proceedings. I gave 20,000 rubles with you. You did not want for a dowry. And the old lady herself sobbed and gesticulated, and she felt faint, too, and lay down on her trunk. Neither of them noticed that patches of blue had made their appearance in the sky, that the clouds were more transparent. That the first sunbeam was cautiously gliding over the wet grass in the garden, that with renewed gaiety the sparrows were hopping about the puddles which reflected the racing clouds. Towards evening Kvashin arrived. Before leaving town he had gone to his flat and had learned from the porter that his wife had come in his absence. "Here I am," he said gaily, coming into his mother-in-law's room and pretending not to notice their stern and tear-stained faces. "Here I am. It's 5 days since we have seen each other." He rapidly kissed his wife's hand and his mother-in-law's, and with the air of man delighted at having finished a difficult task, he lolled in an armchair. "Oof," he said, puffing out all the air from his lungs. "Here I have been worried to death. I have scarcely sat down. For almost 5 days now I have been, as it were, bivouacking. I haven't been to the flat once, would you believe it? I have been busy the whole time with the meeting of Shipyanov's and Ivanchikov's creditors. I had to work in Galdyev's office at the shop. I've had nothing to eat or to drink, and slept on a bench. I was chilled through. I hadn't a free minute. I hadn't even time to go to the flat. That's how I came not to be at home, Nadyusha." And Kvashin, holding his sides as though his back were aching, glanced stealthily at his wife and mother-in-law to see the effect of his lie. Or as he called it, diplomacy. The mother-in-law and wife were looking at each other in joyful astonishment, as though beyond all hope and expectation they had found something precious, which they had lost. Their faces beamed, their eyes glowed. "My dear man," cried the old lady, jumping up, "why am I sitting here? Tea! Tea at once! Perhaps you are hungry?" "Of course he is hungry," cried his wife, pulling off her head a bandage soaked in vinegar. "Mamma, bring the wine, and the savories. Natalia, lay the table. Oh, my goodness, nothing is ready." And both of them, frightened, happy, and bustling, ran about the room. The old lady could not look without laughing at her daughter who had slandered an innocent man, and the daughter felt ashamed. The table was soon laid. Kvashin, who smelt of Madeira and liqueurs and who could scarcely breathe from repletion, complained of being hungry. Forced himself to munch and kept on talking of the meeting of Shipyanov's and Ivanchikov's creditors, while his wife and mother-in-law could not take their eyes off his face. And both thought, "How clever and kind he is! How handsome!" "All serene," thought Kvashin, as he lay down on the well-filled feather bed. "Though they are regular tradesmen's wives, though they are Philistines, yet they have a charm of their own, and one can spend a day or two of the week here with enjoyment." He wrapped himself up, got warm, and as he dozed off, he said to himself, "All serene. A play. Pavel Vasilievich, there's a lady here, asking for you," Luka announced. "She's been waiting a good hour." Pavel Vasilievich had only just finished lunch. Hearing of the lady, he frowned and said, "Oh, damn her. Tell her I'm busy. She has been here 5 times already, Pavel Vasilievich. She says she really must see you. She's almost crying." Very well, then, ask her into the study." Without haste Pavel Vasilievich put on his coat, took a pen in one hand, and a book in the other, and trying to look as though he were very busy he went into the study. There the visitor was awaiting him, a large stout lady with a red, beefy face, in spectacles. She looked very respectable, and her dress was more than fashionable. She had on a crinolet of 4 stories and a high hat with a reddish bird in it. On seeing him she turned up her eyes and folded her hands in supplication. "You don't remember me, of course," she began in a high masculine tenor, visibly agitated. I have had the pleasure of meeting you at the Hrutskys. I am Madame Murishkin. Sit down. What can I do for you? You see. The lady went on, sitting down and becoming still more agitated. You don't remember me. I'm Madame Murishkin. You see, I'm a great admirer of your talent and always read your articles with great enjoyment. Don't imagine I'm flattering you, God forbid, I'm only giving honor where honor is due. I am always reading you, always. To some extent I am myself not a stranger to literature, that is, of course. I will not venture to call myself an authoress. But, still I have added my little quota. I have published at different times 3 stories for children. You have not read them, of course. I have translated a good deal and my late brother used to write for the cause. To be sure. What can I do for you? You see. The lady cast down her eyes and turned redder. I know your talents, your views, Pavel Vassilyevich, and I have been longing to learn your opinion. Or more exactly, to ask your advice. I must tell you I have perpetrated a play, my firstborn, pardon poor expression, and before sending it to the censor I should like above all things to have your opinion on it. Nervously, with the flutter of a captured bird, the lady fumbled in her skirt and drew out a fat manuscript. Pavel Vassilyevich liked no articles but his own. When threatened with the necessity of reading other people's, or listening to them, he felt as though he were facing the cannon's mouth. Seeing the manuscript he took fright and hastened to say. Very good, leave it. I'll read it. Pavel Vassilyevich, the lady said languishingly, clasping her hands and raising them in supplication, I know you're busy. Your every minute is precious, and I know you're inwardly cursing me at this moment, but be kind, allow me to read you my play. Do be so very sweet. I should be delighted, faltered Pavel Vassilyevich, but, madam, I'm very busy. I'm obliged to set off this minute. Pavel Vassilyevich, moaned the lady in her eyes filled with tears, I'm asking a sacrifice. I am insolent, I am intrusive, but be magnanimous. Tomorrow I'm leaving for Kazan and I should like to know your opinion today. Grant me half an hour of your attention, only 1/2 hour. I implore you. Pavel Vassilyevich was cotton wool at core, and could not refuse. When it seemed to him that the lady was about to burst into sobs and fall on her knees, he was overcome with confusion and muttered helplessly. Very well. Certainly. I will listen. I will give you half an hour. The lady uttered a shriek of joy, took off her hat and settling herself, began to read. At first she read a scene in which a footman and a housemaid, tidying up a sumptuous drawing-room, talked at length about their young lady, Anna Sergeyevna, who was building a school and a hospital in the village. When the footman had left the room, the maidservant pronounced a monologue to the effect that education is light and ignorance is darkness. Then Madame Murishkin brought the footman back into the drawing-room and set him uttering a long monologue concerning his master, the general, who disliked his daughter's views, intended to marry her to a rich kammer junker, and held that the salvation of the people lay in unadulterated ignorance. Then, when the servants had left the stage, the young lady herself appeared and informed the audience that she had not slept all night, but had been thinking of Valentin Ivanovitch, who was the son of a poor teacher and assisted his sick father gratuitously. Valentin had studied all the sciences, but had no faith in friendship nor in love, he had no object in life and longed for death, and therefore she, the young lady, must save him. Pavel Vassilyevich listened, and thought with yearning anguish of his sofa. He scanned the lady viciously, felt her masculine tenor thumping on his eardrums, understood nothing, and thought. The devil sent you, as though I wanted to listen to your tosh. It's not my fault you've written a play, is it? My God! What a thick manuscript! What an infliction! Pavel Vasilyevich glanced at the wall where the portrait of his wife was hanging and remembered that his wife had asked him to buy and bring to their summer cottage 5 yards of tape, a pound of cheese, and some tooth powder. I hope I've not lost the pattern of that tape, he thought. Where did I put it? I believe it's in my blue reefer jacket. Those wretched flies have covered her portrait with spots already. I must tell Olga to wash the glass. She's reading the 12th scene, so we must soon be at the end of the first act. As though inspiration were possible in this heat and with such a mountain of flesh, too. Instead of writing plays she'd much better eat cold vinegar hash and sleep in a cellar. You don't think that monologue's a little too long? The lady asked suddenly, raising her eyes. Pavel Vasilyevich had not heard the monologue, and said in a voice as guilty as though not the lady but he had written that monologue. No, not at all. It's very nice. The lady beamed with happiness and continued reading. Anna. You are consumed by analysis. Too early you have ceased to live in the heart and have put your faith in the intellect. Valentine. What do you mean by the heart? That is a concept of anatomy. As a conventional term for what are called the feelings, I do not admit it. Anna. Confused. And love? Surely that is not merely a product of the association of ideas? Tell me frankly, have you ever loved? Valentine. Bitterly. Let us not touch on old wounds not yet healed. A pause. What are you thinking of? During the 16th scene Pavel Vasilyevich yawned, and accidentally made with his teeth the sound dogs make when they catch a fly. He was dismayed at this unseemly sound, and to cover it assumed an expression of rapt attention. Scene 17. When will it end, he thought. Oh, my God. If this torture is prolonged another 10 minutes I shall shout for the police. It's insufferable. But at last the lady began reading more loudly and more rapidly, and finally raising her voice she read, Curtain. Pavel Vasilyevich uttered a faint sigh and was about to get up, but the lady promptly turned the page and went on reading. Act 2. Scene, a village street. On right, school. On left, hospital. Villagers male and female, sitting on the hospital steps. Excuse me, Pavel Vasilyevich broke in, how many acts are there? 5, answered the lady, and at once, as though fearing her audience might escape her, she went on rapidly. Valentine is looking out of the schoolhouse window. In the background villagers can be seen taking their goods to the inn. Like a man condemned to be executed and convinced of the impossibility of a reprieve, Pavel Vasilyevich gave up expecting the end, abandoned all hope. And simply tried to prevent his eyes from closing, and to retain an expression of attention on his face. The future when the lady would finish her play and depart seemed to him so remote that he did not even think of it. True, two, the lady's voice sounded in his ears. True, two, sh. I forgot to take my soda, he thought. What am I thinking about? Oh, my soda. Most likely I shall have a bilious attack. It's extraordinary, Smirnovsky swills vodka all day long and yet he never has a bilious attack. There's a bird settled on the window, a sparrow. Pavel Vasilyevich made an effort to unglue his strained and closing eyelids, yawned without opening his mouth, and stared at Madame Murashkin. She grew misty and swayed before his eyes, turned into a triangle and her head pressed against the ceiling. Valentine. No, let me depart. Anna. In dismay. Why? Valentine. Aside. She has turned pale. To her. Do not force me to explain. Sooner would I die than you should know the reason. Anna. After a pause. You cannot go away. The lady began to swelled to an immense size, and melted into the dingy atmosphere of the study, only her moving mouth was visible. Then she suddenly dwindled to the size of a bottle, swayed from side to side, and with the table retreated to the further end of the room. Valentine. Holding Anna in his arms. You have given me new life. You have shown me an object to live for. You have renewed me as the spring rain renews the awakened earth. But, it is too late, too late. The ill that gnaws at my heart is beyond cure. Pavel Vasilyevich started and with dim and smarting eyes stared at the reading lady. For a minute he gazed fixedly as though understanding nothing. Scene 11. The same. The Baron and the police inspector with assistants. Valentine. Take me. Anna. I am his. Take me too. Yes, take me too. I love him more than life. Baron. Anna Sergeyevna, you forget that you are ruining your father. The lady began swelling again. Looking round him wildly, Pavel Vasilyevich got up, yelled in a deep, unnatural voice, snatched from the table a heavy paperweight, and beside himself brought it down with all his force on the authoress's head. Give me in charge, I've killed her, he said to the maidservant who ran in, a minute later. The jury acquitted him. A transgression. A collegiate assessor called Migev stopped at a telegraph post in the course of his evening walk and heaved a deep sigh. A week before, as he was returning home from his evening walk, he had been overtaken at that very spot by his former housemaid, Agnia, who said to him viciously, "Wait a bit. I'll cook you such a crab that'll teach you to ruin innocent girls. I'll leave the baby at your door, and I'll have the law of you, and I'll tell your wife, too." And she demanded that he should put 5,000 rubles into the bank in her name. Migev remembered it, heaved a sigh, and once more reproached himself with heartfelt repentance for the momentary infatuation which had caused him so much worry and misery. When he reached his bungalow, he sat down to rest on the doorstep. It was just 10 o'clock, and a bit of the moon peeped out from behind the clouds. There was not a soul in the street nor near the bungalows. Elderly summer visitors were already going to bed, while young ones were walking in the wood. Feeling in both his pockets for a match to light his cigarette, Migev brought his elbow into contact with something soft. He looked idly at his right elbow, and his face was instantly contorted by a look of as much horror as though he had seen a snake beside him. On the step at the very door lay a bundle. Something oblong in shape was wrapped up in something, judging by the feel of it, a wadded quilt. One end of the bundle was a little open, and the collegiate assessor, putting in his hand, felt something damp and warm. He leaped on to his feet in horror, and looked about him like a criminal trying to escape from his warders. "She has left it," he muttered wrathfully through his teeth, clenching his fists. "Here it lies. Here lies my transgression. Oh Lord!" He was numb with terror, anger, and shame. What was he to do now? What would his wife say if she found out? What would his colleagues at the office say? His Excellency would be sure to dig him in the ribs, guffaw, and say, "I congratulate you. He. Though your beard is grey, your heart is gay. You are a rogue, Semyon Erastovich." The whole colony of summer visitors would know his secret now, and probably the respectable mothers of families would shut their doors to him. Such incidents always get into the papers, and the humble name of Migev would be published all over Russia. The middle window of the bungalow was open and he could distinctly hear his wife, Anna Filipovna, laying the table for supper. In the yard close to the gate Yermolay, the porter, was plaintively strumming on the balalaika. The baby had only to wake up and begin to cry, and the secret would be discovered. Migev was conscious of an overwhelming desire to make haste. "Haste, haste," he muttered, "this minute, before anyone sees. I'll carry it away and lay it on somebody's doorstep." Migev took the bundle in one hand and quietly, with a deliberate step to avoid awakening suspicion, went down the street. A wonderfully nasty position. He reflected, trying to assume an air of unconcern. A collegiate assessor walking down the street with a baby. Good heavens! If anyone sees me and understands the position, I am done for. I'd better put it on this doorstep. No, stay, the windows are open and perhaps someone is looking. Where shall I put it? I know. I'll take it to the merchant Myelkins. Merchants are rich people and tender-hearted, very likely they will say thank you and adopt it. And Migev made up his mind to take the baby to Myelkins, although the merchant's villa was in the furthest street, close to the river. If only it does not begin screaming or wriggle out of the bundle, thought the collegiate assessor. This is indeed a pleasant surprise. Here I am carrying a human being under my arm as though it were a portfolio. A human being, alive, with soul, with feelings like anyone else. If by good luck the Myelkins adopt him, he may turn out somebody. Maybe he will become a professor, a great general, an author. Anything may happen. Now I am carrying him under my arm like a bundle of rubbish, and perhaps in 30 or 40 years I may not dare to sit down in his presence. As Migev was walking along a narrow, deserted alley, beside a long row of fences, in the thick black shade of the lime trees, it suddenly struck him that he was doing something very cruel and criminal. How mean it is really, he thought. So mean that one can't imagine anything meaner. Why are we shifting this poor baby from door to door? It's not its fault that it's been born. It's done us no harm. We are scoundrels. We take our pleasure, and the innocent babies have to pay the penalty. Only to think of all this wretched business. I've done wrong and the child has a cruel fate before it. If I lay it at the Myelkins' door, they'll send it to the foundling hospital, and there it will grow up among strangers, in mechanical routine, no love, no petting, no spoiling. And then he'll be apprenticed to a shoemaker, he'll take to drink, will learn to use filthy language, will go hungry. A shoemaker. And he the son of a collegiate assessor, of good family. He is my flesh and blood. Migev came out of the shade of the lime trees into the bright moonlight of the open road, and opening the bundle, he looked at the baby. Asleep, he murmured. You little rascal. Why, you've an aquiline nose like your father's. He sleeps and doesn't feel that it's his own father looking at him. It's a drama, my boy. Well, well, you must forgive me. Forgive me, old boy. It seems it's your fate. The collegiate assessor blinked and felt a spasm running down his cheeks. He wrapped up the baby, put him under his arm, and strode on. All the way to the Myelkins' villa social questions were swarming in his brain and conscience was gnawing in his bosom. If I were a decent, honest man, he thought, I should damn everything, go with this baby to Anna Filipovna, fall on my knees before her, and say, forgive me. I have sinned. Torture me, but we won't ruin an innocent child. We have no children, let us adopt him. She's a good sort, she'd consent. And then my child would be with me. Eck. He reached the Myelkins' villa and stood still hesitating. He imagined himself in the parlor at home, sitting reading the paper while a little boy with an aquiline nose played with the tassels of his dressing gown. At the same time visions forced themselves on his brain of his winking colleagues, and of His Excellency digging him in the ribs and guffawing. Besides the pricking of his conscience, there was something warm, sad, and tender in his heart. Cautiously the collegiate assessor laid the baby on the veranda step and waved his hand. Again he felt a spasm run over his face. Forgive me, old fellow. I am a scoundrel, he muttered. Don't remember evil against me. He stepped back, but immediately cleared his throat resolutely and said, Oh, come what will. Damn it all. I'll take him, and let people say what they like. Migev took the baby and strode rapidly back. Let them say what they like, he thought. I'll go at once, fall on my knees, and say, Anna Filipovna. Anna is a good sort, she'll understand. And we'll bring him up. If it's a boy we'll call him Vladimir, and if it's a girl we'll call her Anna. Anyway, it will be a comfort in our old age. And he did as he determined. Weeping and almost faint with shame and terror, full of hope and vague rapture, he went into his bungalow, went up to his wife, and fell on his knees before her. "Anna Filipovna," he said with a sob, and he laid the baby on the floor. "Hear me before you punish. I have sinned. This is my child. You remember Agnia? Well, it was the devil drove me to it." And, almost unconscious with shame and terror, he jumped up without waiting for an answer, and ran out into the open air as though he had received a thrashing. "I'll stay here outside till she calls me," he thought. "I'll give her time to recover, and to think it over." The porter Yermolay passed him with his balalaika, glanced at him and shrugged his shoulders. A minute later he passed him again, and again he shrugged his shoulders. "Here's a go." "Did you ever?" he muttered grinning. "Aksinya, the washerwoman, was here just now, Semyon Erastovich. The silly woman put her baby down on the steps here, and while she was indoors with me, someone took and carried off the baby. Who'd have thought it?" "What? What are you saying?" shouted Migev at the top of his voice. Yermolay, interpreting his master's wrath in his own fashion, scratched his head and heaved a sigh. "I am sorry, Semyon Erastovich," he said, "but it's the summer holidays, one can't get on without a woman, I mean." And glancing at his master's eyes glaring at him with anger and astonishment, he cleared his throat guiltily and went on. "It's a sin, of course, but there, what is one to do? You've forbidden us to have strangers in the house, I know, but we've none of our own now. When Agnia was here I had no women to see me, for I had one at home. But now, you can see for yourself, sir, one can't help having strangers. In Agnia's time, of course, there was nothing irregular, because—" "Be off, you scoundrel!" Migev shouted at him, stamping, and he went back into the room. Anna Filipovna, amazed and wrathful, was sitting as before, her tear-stained eyes fixed on the baby. "There. There." Migev muttered with a pale face, twisting his lips into a smile. "It was a joke. It's not my baby, it's the washerwoman's. I was joking. Take it to the porter." From the Diary of a Violent-Tempered Man. I am a serious person and my mind is of a philosophic bent. My vocation is the study of finance. I am a student of financial law and I have chosen as the subject of my dissertation, the past and future of the dog license. I need hardly point out that young ladies, songs, moonlight, and all that sort of silliness are entirely out of my line. Morning. 10 o'clock. My maman pours me out a cup of coffee. I drink it and go out on the little balcony to set to work on my dissertation. I take a clean sheet of paper, dip the pen into the ink, and write out the title, The Past and Future of the Dog License. After thinking a little I write, Historical Survey. We may deduce from some allusions in Herodotus and Xenophon that the origin of the tax on dogs goes back to. But at that point I hear footsteps that strike me as highly suspicious. I look down from the balcony and see below a young lady with a long face and a long waist. Her name, I believe, is Nadenka or Varenka, it really does not matter which. She is looking for something, pretends not to have noticed me, and is humming to herself. Dost thou remember that song full of tenderness? I read through what I have written and want to continue, but the young lady pretends to have just caught sight of me, and says in a mournful voice, "Good morning, Nikolai Andreitch. Only fancy what a misfortune I have had. I went for a walk yesterday and lost the little ball off my bracelet. I read through once more the opening of my dissertation, I trim up the tail of the letter G, and mean to go on, but the young lady persists. Nikolai Andreitch, she says, won't you see me home? The Karelins have such a huge dog that I simply daren't pass it alone. There is no getting out of it. I lay down my pen and go down to her. Nadenka, or Varenka, takes my arm and we set off in the direction of her villa. When the duty of walking arm in arm with a lady falls to my lot, for some reason or other I always feel like a peg with a heavy cloak hanging on it. Nadenka, or Varenka, between ourselves, of an ardent temperament. Her grandfather was an Armenian. Has a peculiar art of throwing her whole weight on one's arm and clinging to one side like a leech. And so we walk along. As we pass the Carolines, I see a huge dog, who reminds me of the dog license. I think with despair of the work I have begun and sigh. What are you sighing for? Asks Nadenka, or Varenka, and heaves a sigh herself. Here I must digress for a moment to explain that Nadenka or Varenka, now I come to think of it, I believe I have heard her called Mashenka, imagines, I can't guess why, that I am in love with her. And therefore thinks it her duty as a humane person always to look at me with compassion and to soothe my wound with words. Listen, said she, stopping. I know why you are sighing. You are in love, yes, but I beg you for the sake of our friendship to believe that the girl you love has the deepest respect for you. She cannot return your love, but is it her fault that her heart has long been another's? Mashenka's nose begins to swell and turn red, her eyes fill with tears, she evidently expects some answer from me, but, fortunately, at this moment we arrive. Mashenka's mamma, a good-natured woman but full of conventional ideas, is sitting on the terrace, glancing at her daughter's agitated face. She looks intently at me and sighs. As though saying to herself, ah, these young people. They don't even know how to keep their secrets to themselves. On the terrace with her are several young ladies of various colors and a retired officer who is staying in the villa next to ours. He was wounded during the last war in the left temple and the right hip. This unfortunate man is, like myself, proposing to devote the summer to literary work. He is writing the Memoirs of a Military Man. Like me, he begins his honorable labors every morning, but before he has written more than I was born in, some Varenka or Mashenka is sure to appear under his balcony. And the wounded hero is borne off under guard. All the party sitting on the terrace are engaged in preparing some miserable fruit for jam. I make my bows and am about to beat a retreat, but the young ladies of various colors seize my hat with a squeal and insist on my staying. I sit down. They give me a plate of fruit and a hairpin. I begin taking the seeds out. The young ladies of various colors talk about men. They say that so-and-so is nice-looking, that so-and-so is handsome but not nice, that somebody else is nice but ugly. And that a fourth would not have been bad-looking if his nose were not like a thimble, and so on. And you, Monsieur Nicholas, says Varenka's mamma, turning to me, are not handsome, but you are attractive. There is something about your face. In men, though, it's not beauty but intelligence that matters, she adds, sighing. The young ladies sigh, too, and drop their eyes. They agree that the great thing in men is not beauty but intelligence. I steal a glance sideways at a looking-glass to ascertain whether I really am attractive. I see a shaggy head, a bushy beard, mustaches, eyebrows, hair on my cheeks, hair up to my eyes, a perfect thicket with a solid nose sticking up out of it like a watchtower. Attractive. But it's by the qualities of your soul, after all, that you will make your way, Nicholas, sighs Nadenka's mamma, as though affirming some secret and original idea of her own. And Nadenka is sympathetically distressed on my account, but the conviction that a man passionately in love with her is sitting opposite is obviously a source of the greatest enjoyment to her. When they have done with men, the young ladies begin talking about love. After a long conversation about love, one of the young ladies gets up and goes away. Those that remain begin to pick her to pieces. Everyone agrees that she is stupid, unbearable, ugly, and that one of her shoulder blades sticks out in a shocking way. But at last, thank goodness, I see our maid. My maman has sent her to call me in to dinner. Now I can make my escape from this uncongenial company and go back to my work. I get up and make my bows. Varenka's maman, Varenka herself, and the variegated young lady surround me, and declare that I cannot possibly go. Because I promised yesterday to dine with them and go to the woods to look for mushrooms. I bow and sit down again. My soul is boiling with rage, and I feel that in another moment I may not be able to answer for myself, that there may be an explosion. But gentlemanly feeling and the fear of committing a breach of good manners compels me to obey the ladies. And I obey them. We sit down to dinner. The wounded officer, whose wound in the temple has affected the muscles of the left cheek, eats as though he had a bit in his mouth. I roll up little balls of bread, think about the dog license, and, knowing the ungovernable violence of my temper, try to avoid speaking. Nadenka looks at me sympathetically. Soup, tongue and peas, roast fowl, and compote. I have no appetite, but eat from politeness. After dinner, while I am standing alone on the terrace, smoking, Nadenka's mama comes up to me, presses my hand, and says breathlessly, "Don't despair, Nicholas. She has such a heart, such a heart." We go towards the wood to gather mushrooms. Varenka hangs on my arm and clings to my side. My sufferings are indescribable, but I bear them in patience. We enter the wood. "Listen, Monsieur Nicholas," says Nadenka, sighing. "Why are you so melancholy? And why are you so silent? Extraordinary girl she is, really. What can I talk to her about? What have we in common? Oh, do say something," she begs me. I begin trying to think of something popular, something within the range of her understanding. After a moment's thought I say, "The cutting down of forests has been greatly detrimental to the prosperity of Russia." "Nicholas," sighs Nadenka, and her nose begins to turn red, "Nicholas, I see you are trying to avoid being open with me. You seem to wish to punish me by your silence. Your feeling is not returned, and you wish to suffer in silence, in solitude. It is too awful, Nicholas," she cries impulsively, seizing my hand, and I see her nose beginning to swell. "What would you say if the girl you love were to offer you her eternal friendship?" I mutter something incoherent, for I really can't think what to say to her. In the first place, I'm not in love with any girl at all. In the second, what could I possibly want her eternal friendship for? And, thirdly, I have a violent temper. Mashenka, or Varenka, hides her face in her hands and murmurs, as though to herself, "He will not speak, it is clear that he will have me make the sacrifice. I cannot love him, if my heart is still another's, but I will think of it. Very good, I will think of it. I will prove the strength of my soul, and perhaps, at the cost of my own happiness, I will save this man from suffering. I can make nothing out of all this. It seems some special sort of puzzle." We go farther into the wood and begin picking mushrooms. We are perfectly silent the whole time. Nadenka's face shows signs of inward struggle. I hear the bark of dogs, it reminds me of my dissertation, and I sigh heavily. Between the trees I catch sight of the wounded officer limping painfully along. The poor fellow's right leg is lame from his wound, and on his left arm he has one of the variegated young ladies. His face expresses resignation to destiny. We go back to the house to drink tea, after which we play croquet and listen to one of the variegated young ladies singing a song, "No, no, thou lovest not, no, no." At the word "no," she twists her mouth till it almost touches one ear. "Charmant," wail the other young ladies, "charmant." The evening comes on. A detestable moon creeps up behind the bushes. There is perfect stillness in the air, and an unpleasant smell of freshly cut hay. I take up my hat and try to get away. "I have something I must say to you." Mashenka whispers to me significantly, "Don't go away." I have a foreboding of evil, but politeness obliges me to remain. Mashenka takes my arm and leads me away to a garden walk. By this time her whole figure expresses conflict. She is pale and gasping for breath, and she seems absolutely set on pulling my right arm out of the socket. What can be the matter with her? "Listen," she mutters. "No, I cannot." "No," she tries to say something, but hesitates. Now I see from her face that she has come to some decision. With gleaming eyes and swollen nose she snatches my hand, and says hurriedly, "Nicholas, I am yours. Love you I cannot, but I promise to be true to you." Then she squeezes herself to my breast, and at once springs away. "Someone is coming," she whispers. "Farewell. Tomorrow at 11 o'clock I will be in the arbor. Farewell." And she vanishes. Completely at a loss for an explanation of her conduct and suffering from a painful palpitation of the heart, I make my way home. There the past and future of the dog license is awaiting me, but I am quite unable to work. I am furious. I may say, my anger is terrible. Damn it all. I allow no one to treat me like a boy. I am a man of violent temper, and it is not safe to trifle with me. When the maid comes in to call me to supper, I shout to her, "Go out of the room." Such hastiness augurs nothing good. Next morning. Typical holiday weather. Temperature below freezing, a cutting wind, rain, mud, and a smell of naphthalene, because my maman has taken all her wraps out of her trunks. A devilish morning. It is the 7th of August 1887, the date of the solar eclipse. I may here remark that at the time of an eclipse every one of us may, without special astronomical knowledge, be of the greatest service. Thus, for example, any one of us can, 1. Take the measurement of the diameters of the sun and the moon, 2. Sketch the corona of the sun, 3. Take the temperature. 4. Take observations of plants and animals during the eclipse, 5. Note down his own impressions, and so on. It is a matter of such exceptional importance that I lay aside the past and future of the dog license, and make up my mind to observe the eclipse. We all get up very early, and I divide the work as follows. I am to measure the diameter of the sun and moon, the wounded officer is to sketch the corona. And the other observations are undertaken by Mashenka and the variegated young ladies. We all meet together and wait. "What is the cause of the eclipse?" asks Mashenka. I reply, "A solar eclipse occurs when the moon, moving in the plane of the ecliptic, crosses the line joining the centers of the sun and the earth." "And what does the ecliptic mean?" I explain. Mashenka listens attentively. "Can one see through the smoked glass the line joining the centers of the sun and the earth?" she inquires. I reply that this is only an imaginary line, drawn theoretically. "If it is only an imaginary line, how can the moon cross it?" Verotchka says, wondering. I make no reply. I feel my spleen rising at this naive question. "It's all nonsense," says Mashenka's maman. "Impossible to tell what's going to happen. You've never been in the sky, so what can you know of what is to happen with the sun and moon? It's all fancy." At that moment a black patch begins to move over the sun. General confusion follows. The sheep and horses and cows run bellowing about the fields with their tails in the air. The dogs howl. The bugs, thinking night has come on, creep out of the cracks in the walls and bite the people who are still in bed. The deacon, who was engaged in bringing some cucumbers from the market garden, jumped out of his cart and hid under the bridge. While his horse walked off into somebody else's yard, where the pigs ate up all the cucumbers. The excise officer, who had not slept at home that night, but at a lady friend's, dashed out with nothing on but his nightshirt, and running into the crowd shouted frantically, "Save yourself! If you can!" Numbers of the lady visitors, even young and pretty ones, run out of their villas without even putting their slippers on. Scenes occur which I hesitate to describe. "Oh, how dreadful!" shriek the variegated young ladies. "It's really too awful." "Mesdames, watch!" I cry. Time is precious. And I hasten to measure the diameters. I remember the corona, and look towards the wounded officer. He stands doing nothing. "What's the matter?" I shout. "How about the corona?" He shrugs his shoulders and looks helplessly towards his arms. The poor fellow has variegated young ladies on both sides of him, clinging to him in terror and preventing him from working. I seize a pencil and note down the time to a second. That is of great importance. I note down the geographical position of the point of observation. That, too, is of importance. I am just about to measure the diameter when Mashenka seizes my hand, and says, "Do not forget today, 11 o'clock." I withdraw my hand, feeling every second precious, try to continue my observations, but Varenka clutches my arm and clings to me. Pencil, pieces of glass, drawings, all are scattered on the grass. Hang it! It's high time the girl realized that I am a man of violent temper, and when I am roused my fury knows no bounds. I cannot answer for myself. I try to continue, but the eclipse is over. "Look at me," she whispers tenderly. Oh, that is the last straw. Trying a man's patience like that can but have a fatal ending. I am not to blame if something terrible happens. I allow no one to make a laughing stock of me, and, God knows, when I am furious, I advise nobody to come near me, damn it all. There's nothing I might not do. One of the young ladies, probably noticing from my face what a rage I am in, and anxious to propitiate me, says, "I did exactly what you told me, Nikolai Andreitch. I watched the animals. I saw the gray dog chasing the cat just before the eclipse, and wagging his tail for a long while afterwards. So nothing came of the eclipse after all. I go home. Thanks to the rain, I work indoors instead of on the balcony. The wounded officer has risked it, and has again got as far as, I was born in, when I see one of the variegated young ladies pounce down on him and bear him off to her villa. I cannot work, for I am still in a fury and suffering from palpitation of the heart. I do not go to the arbor. It is impolite not to, but, after all, I can't be expected to go in the rain. At 12 o'clock I receive a letter from Mashenka, a letter full of reproaches and entreaties to go to the arbor, addressing me as thou. At 1 o'clock I get a second letter, and at 2:30. I must go. But before going I must consider what I am to say to her. I will behave like a gentleman. To begin with, I will tell her that she is mistaken in supposing that I am in love with her. That's a thing one does not say to a lady as a rule, though. To tell a lady that one's not in love with her, is almost as rude as to tell an author he can't write. The best thing will be to explain my views of marriage. I put on my winter overcoat, take an umbrella, and walk to the arbor. Knowing the hastiness of my temper, I am afraid I may be led into speaking too strongly. I will try to restrain myself. I find Nadenka still waiting for me. She is pale and in tears. On seeing me she utters a cry of joy, flings herself on my neck, and says, "At last! You are trying my patience. Listen, I have not slept all night. I have been thinking and thinking. I believe that when I come to know you better I shall learn to love you." I sit down, and begin to unfold my views of marriage. To begin with, to clear the ground of digressions and to be as brief as possible, I open with a short historical survey. I speak of marriage in ancient Egypt and India, then pass to more recent times, a few ideas from Schopenhauer. Mashenka listens attentively, but all of a sudden, through some strange incoherence of ideas, thinks fit to interrupt me. "Nicholas, kiss me," she says. I am embarrassed and don't know what to say to her. She repeats her request. There seems no avoiding it. I get up and bend over her long face, feeling as I do so just as I did in my childhood when I was lifted up to kiss my grandmother in her coffin. Not content with the kiss, Mashenka leaps up and impulsively embraces me. At that instant, Mashenka's maman appears in the doorway of the arbor. She makes a face as though in alarm, and saying "SHSH" to someone with her, vanishes like Mephistopheles through the trapdoor. Confused and enraged, I return to our villa. At home I find Varenka's maman embracing my maman with tears in her eyes. And my maman weeps and says, "I always hoped for it." And then, if you please, Nadenka's maman comes up to me, embraces me, and says, "May God bless you. Mind you love her well. Remember the sacrifice she is making for your sake. And here I am at my wedding. At the moment I write these last words, my best man is at my side, urging me to make haste. These people have no idea of my character. I have a violent temper, I cannot always answer for myself. Hang it all! God knows what will come of it. To lead a violent, desperate man to the altar is as unwise as to thrust one's hand into the cage of a ferocious tiger. We shall see, we shall see. And so, I am married. Everybody congratulates me and Varenka keeps clinging to me and saying, "Now you are mine, mine. Do you understand that? Tell me that you love me." And her nose swells as she says it. I learn from my best man that the wounded officer has very cleverly escaped the snares of Hymen. He showed the variegated young lady a medical certificate that owing to the wound in his temple he was at times mentally deranged and incapable of contracting a valid marriage. An inspiration. I might have got a certificate too. An uncle of mine drank himself to death, another uncle was extremely absent-minded, on one occasion he put a lady's muff on his head in mistake for his hat. An aunt of mine played a great deal on the piano, and used to put out her tongue at gentlemen she did not like. And my ungovernable temper is a very suspicious symptom. But why do these great ideas always come too late? Why? Uprooted. An incident of my travels. I was on my way back from evening service. The clock in the belfry of the Sviatogorsky monastery pealed out its soft melodious chimes by way of prelude and then struck 12. The great courtyard of the monastery stretched out at the foot of the holy mountains on the banks of the Donets, and, enclosed by the high hostel buildings as by a wall, seemed now in the night. When it was lighted up only by dim lanterns, lights in the windows, and the stars, a living hodgepodge full of movement, sound, and the most original confusion. From end to end, so far as the eye could see, it was all choked up with carts, old-fashioned coaches and chaises, vans, tilt carts, about which stood crowds of horses, dark and white, and horned oxen, while people bustled about, and black long-skirted lay brothers threaded their way in and out in all directions. Shadows and streaks of light cast from the windows moved over the carts and the heads of men and horses. And in the dense twilight this all assumed the most monstrous capricious shapes, here the tilted shafts stretched upwards to the sky, here eyes of fire appeared in the face of a horse. There a lay brother grew a pair of black wings. There was the noise of talk, the snorting and munching of horses, the creaking of carts, the whimpering of children. Fresh crowds kept walking in at the gate and belated carts drove up. The pines which were piled up on the overhanging mountain, one above another, and leaned towards the roof of the hostel, gazed into the courtyard as into a deep pit, and listened in wonder. In their dark thicket the cuckoos and nightingales never ceased calling. Looking at the confusion, listening to the uproar, one fancied that in this living hodgepodge no one understood anyone, that everyone was looking for something and would not find it. And that this multitude of carts, chaises and human beings could not ever succeed in getting off. More than 10,000 people flocked to the holy mountains for the festivals of St. John the Divine and St. Nikolai the Wonder-worker. Not only the hostel buildings, but even the bakehouse, the tailoring room, the carpenter's shop, the carriage house, were filled to overflowing. Those who had arrived towards night clustered like flies in autumn, by the walls, round the wells in the yard, or in the narrow passages of the hostel, waiting to be shown a resting place for the night. The lay brothers, young and old, were in an incessant movement, with no rest or hope of being relieved. By day or late at night they produced the same impression of men hastening somewhere and agitated by something, yet, in spite of their extreme exhaustion, their faces remained full of courage and kindly welcome, their voices friendly, their movements rapid. For everyone who came they had to find a place to sleep, and to provide food and drink. To those who were deaf, slow to understand, or profuse in questions, they had to give long and wearisome explanations, to tell them why there were no empty rooms, at what o'clock the service was to be, where holy bread was sold, and so on. They had to run, to carry, to talk incessantly, but more than that, they had to be polite, too, to be tactful, to try to arrange that the Greeks from Mariupol, accustomed to live more comfortably than the Little Russians, should be put with other Greeks, that some shopkeeper from Bakhmut or Lysychansk, dressed like a lady, should not be offended by being put with peasants. There were continual cries of, "Father, kindly give us some kvass. Kindly give us some hay," or, "Father, may I drink water after confession?" And the lay brother would have to give out kvass or hay or to answer, "Address yourself to the priest, my good woman, we have not the authority to give permission." Another question would follow, "Where is the priest then?" and the lay brother would have to explain where was the priest's cell. With all this bustling activity, he yet had to make time to go to service in the church, to serve in the part devoted to the gentry, and to give full answers to the mass of necessary and unnecessary questions which pilgrims of the educated class are fond of showering about them. Watching them during the course of 24 hours, I found it hard to imagine when these black moving figures sat down and when they slept. When, coming back from the evening service, I went to the hostel in which a place had been assigned me, the monk in charge of the sleeping quarters was standing in the doorway, and beside him, on the steps, was a group of several men and women dressed like townsfolk. "Sir," said the monk, stopping me, "will you be so good as to allow this young man to pass the night in your room? If you would do us the favor. There are so many people and no place left, it is really dreadful." And he indicated a short figure in a light overcoat and a straw hat. I consented, and my chance companion followed me. Unlocking the little padlock on my door, I was always, whether I wanted to or not, obliged to look at the picture that hung on the doorpost on a level with my face. This picture with the title, "A Meditation on Death," depicted a monk on his knees, gazing at a coffin and at a skeleton laying in it. Behind the man's back stood another skeleton, somewhat more solid and carrying a scythe. "There are no bones like that," said my companion, pointing to the place in the skeleton where there ought to have been a pelvis. "Speaking generally, you know, the spiritual fare provided for the people is not of the first quality," he added, and heaved through his nose a long and very melancholy sigh. Meant to show me that I had to do with a man who really knew something about spiritual fare. While I was looking for the matches to light a candle, he sighed once more and said, "When I was in Kharkov I went several times to the anatomy theater and saw the bones there. I have even been in the mortuary. Am I not in your way?" My room was small and poky, with neither table nor chairs in it, but quite filled up with a chest of drawers by the window, the stove and two little wooden sofas which stood against the walls, facing one another, leaving a narrow space to walk between them. Thin rusty-looking little mattresses lay on the little sofas, as well as my belongings. There were 2 sofas, so this room was evidently intended for 2, and I pointed out the fact to my companion. "They will soon be ringing for mass, though," he said, "and I shan't have to be in your way very long." Still under the impression that he was in my way and feeling awkward, he moved with a guilty step to his little sofa, sighed guiltily and sat down. When the tallow candle with its dim, dilatory flame had left off flickering and burned up sufficiently to make us both visible, I could make out what he was like. He was a young man of 22, with a round and pleasing face, dark childlike eyes, dressed like a townsman in grey cheap clothes, and as one could judge from his complexion and narrow shoulders, not used to manual labor. He was of a very indefinite type, one could take him neither for a student nor for a man in trade, still less for a workman. But looking at his attractive face and childlike friendly eyes, I was unwilling to believe he was one of those vagabond impostors with whom every conventual establishment where they give food and lodging is flooded, and who give themselves out as divinity students, expelled for standing up for justice, or for church singers who have lost their voice. There was something characteristic, typical, very familiar in his face, but what exactly, I could not remember nor make out. For a long time he sat silent, pondering. Probably because I had not shown appreciation of his remarks about bones and the mortuary, he thought that I was ill-humored and displeased at his presence. Pulling a sausage out of his pocket, he turned it about before his eyes and said irresolutely, "Excuse my troubling you, have you a knife?" I gave him a knife. "The sausage is disgusting," he said, frowning and cutting himself off a little bit. "In the shop here they sell you rubbish and fleece you horribly. I would offer you a piece, but you would scarcely care to consume it. Will you have some?" In his language, too, there was something typical that had a very great deal in common with what was characteristic in his face, but what it was exactly I still could not decide. To inspire confidence and to show that I was not ill-humored, I took some of the proffered sausage. It certainly was horrible. One needed the teeth of a good house dog to deal with it. As we worked our jaws we got into conversation. We began complaining to each other of the lengthiness of the service. "The rule here approaches that of Mount Athos," I said. "But at Athos the night services last 10 hours, and on great feast days, 14. You should go there for prayers." "Yes," answered my companion, and he wagged his head, "I have been here for 3 weeks. And you know, everyday services, everyday services. On ordinary days at midnight they ring for matins, at 5 o'clock for early mass, at 9 o'clock for late mass. Sleep is utterly out of the question. In the daytime there are hymns of praise, special prayers, vespers. And when I was preparing for the sacrament I was simply dropping from exhaustion." He sighed and went on, "And it's awkward not to go to church. The monks give one a room, feed one, and, you know, one is ashamed not to go. One wouldn't mind standing it for a day or two, perhaps, but 3 weeks is too much, much too much. Are you here for long?" "I am going tomorrow evening. But I am staying another fortnight." "But I thought it was not the rule to stay for so long here?" I said. "Yes, that's true, if anyone stays too long, sponging on the monks, he is asked to go. Judge for yourself, if the proletariat were allowed to stay on here as long as they liked there would never be a room vacant, and they would eat up the whole monastery." "That's true. But the monks make an exception for me, and I hope they won't turn me out for some time. You know I am a convert." "You mean?" "I am a Jew baptized. Only lately I have embraced orthodoxy." Now I understood what I had before been utterly unable to understand from his face, his thick lips, and his way of twitching up the right corner of his mouth and his right eyebrow. When he was talking, and that peculiar oily brilliance of his eyes which is only found in Jews. I understood, too, his phraseology. From further conversation I learned that his name was Alexander Ivanitch, and had in the past been Isaac, that he was a native of the Mogilev province. And that he had come to the Holy Mountains from Novocherkassk, where he had adopted the Orthodox faith. Having finished his sausage, Alexander Ivanitch got up, and, raising his right eyebrow, said his prayer before the icon. The eyebrow remained up when he sat down again on the little sofa and began giving me a brief account of his long biography. From early childhood I cherished a love for learning, he began in a tone which suggested he was not speaking of himself, but of some great man of the past. "My parents were poor Hebrews. They exist by buying and selling in a small way, they live like beggars, you know, in filth. In fact, all the people there are poor and superstitious. They don't like education, because education, very naturally, turns a man away from religion. They are fearful fanatics. Nothing would induce my parents to let me be educated, and they wanted me to take to trade, too, and to know nothing but the Talmud. But you will agree, it is not everyone who can spend his whole life struggling for a crust of bread, wallowing in filth, and mumbling the Talmud. At times officers and country gentlemen would put up at Papa's Inn, and they used to talk a great deal of things which in those days I had never dreamed of. And, of course, it was alluring and moved me to envy. I used to cry and entreat them to send me to school, but they taught me to read Hebrew and nothing more. Once I found a Russian newspaper, and took it home with me to make a kite of it. I was beaten for it, though I couldn't read Russian. Of course, fanaticism is inevitable, for every people instinctively strives to preserve its nationality, but I did not know that then and was very indignant. Having made such an intellectual observation, Isaac, as he had been, raised his right eyebrow higher than ever in his satisfaction and looked at me, as it were, sideways. Like a cock at a grain of corn, with an air as though he would say, "Now at last you see for certain that I am an intellectual man, don't you?" After saying something more about fanaticism and his irresistible yearning for enlightenment, he went on. What could I do? I ran away to Smolensk. And there I had a cousin who relined saucepans and made tins. Of course, I was glad to work under him, as I had nothing to live upon. I was barefoot and in rags. I thought I could work by day and study at night and on Saturdays. And so I did, but the police found out I had no passport and sent me back by stages to my father. Alexander Ivanitch shrugged one shoulder and sighed. What was one to do, he went on, and the more vividly the past rose up before his mind, the more marked his Jewish accent became. My parents punished me and handed me over to my grandfather, a fanatical old Jew, to be reformed. But I went off at night to Shklov. And when my uncle tried to catch me in Shklov, I went off to Mogilev. There I stayed 2 days and then I went off to Starodub with a comrade. Later on he mentioned in his story Gonel, Kiev, Byaleia, Tsurkov, Uman, Balt, Bindieri and at last reached Odessa. In Odessa I wandered about for a whole week, out of work and hungry, till I was taken in by some Jews who went about the town buying second-hand clothes. I knew how to read and write by then, and had done arithmetic up to fractions, and I wanted to go to study somewhere, but I had not the means. What was I to do? For 6 months I went about Odessa buying old clothes, but the Jews paid me no wages, the rascals. I resented it and left them. Then I went by steamer to Perekop. What for? Oh, nothing. A Greek promised me a job there. In short, till I was 16 I wandered about like that with no definite work and no roots till I got to Poltava. There a student, a Jew, found out that I wanted to study, and gave me a letter to the Kharkov students. Of course, I went to Kharkov. The students consulted together and began to prepare me for the technical school. And, you know, I must say the students that I met there were such that I shall never forget them to the day of my death. To say nothing of their giving me food and lodging, they set me on the right path, they made me think, showed me the object of life. Among them were intellectual remarkable people who by now are celebrated. For instance, you have heard of Grummacher, haven't you? No, I haven't. You haven't. He wrote very clever articles in the Kharkov Gazette, and was preparing to be a professor. Well, I read a great deal and attended the student societies, where you hear nothing that is commonplace. I was working up for 6 months, but as one has to have been through the whole high school course of mathematics to enter the technical school. Grummacher advised me to try for the Veterinary Institute, where they admit high school boys from the 6th form. Of course, I began working for it. I did not want to be a veterinary surgeon, but they told me that after finishing the course at the Veterinary Institute I should be admitted to the Faculty of Medicine without examination. I learnt all Kuhner, I could read Cornelius Nepos, Oliver Avert, and in Greek I read through almost all Curtius. But, you know, one thing and another, the students leaving and the uncertainty of my position, and then I heard that my mamma had come and was looking for me all over Kharkov. Then I went away. What was I to do? But luckily I learned that there was a school of mines here on the Donets line. Why should I not enter that? You know the school of mines qualifies one as a mining foreman, a splendid berth. I know of mines where the foremen get a salary of 1,500 a year. Capital. I entered it. With an expression of reverent awe on his face, Alexander Ivanitch enumerated some 24 abstruse sciences in which instruction was given at the School of Mines. He described the school itself, the construction of the shafts, and the condition of the miners. Then he told me a terrible story which sounded like an invention, though I could not help believing it. For his tone in telling it was too genuine and the expression of horror on his Semitic face was too evidently sincere. While I was doing the practical work, I had such an accident one day, he said, raising both eyebrows. I was at a mine here in the Donetsk district. You have seen, I dare say, how people are let down into the mine. You remember when they start the horse and set the gates moving, one bucket on the pulley goes down into the mine, while the other comes up. When the first begins to come up, then the second goes down, exactly like a well with two pails. Well, one day I got into the bucket, began going down, and can you fancy, all at once I heard, "Tirar." The chain had broken and I flew to the devil together with the bucket and the broken bit of chain. I fell from a height of 20 feet, flat on my chest and stomach, while the bucket, being heavier, reached the bottom before me, and I hit this shoulder here against its edge. I lay, stunned. I thought I was killed, and all at once I saw a fresh calamity. The other bucket, which was going up, having lost the counterbalancing weight, was coming down with a crash straight upon me. What was I to do? Seeing the position, I squeezed closer to the wall, crouching and waiting for the bucket to come full crush next minute on my head. I thought of Papa and Mama and Mogilev and Grumher. I prayed. But happily, it frightens me even to think of it. Alexander Ivanitch gave a constrained smile and rubbed his forehead with his hand. But happily it fell beside me and only caught this side a little. It tore off coat, shirt and skin, from this side. The force of it was terrific. I was unconscious after it. They got me out and sent me to the hospital. I was there 4 months, and the doctors there said I should go into consumption. I always have a cough now and a pain in my chest. And my psychic condition is terrible. When I am alone in a room I feel overcome with terror. Of course, with my health in that state, to be a mining foreman is out of the question. I had to give up the school of mines. And what are you doing now? I asked. I have passed my examination as a village schoolmaster. Now I belong to the Orthodox Church, and I have a right to be a teacher. In Novocherkassk, where I was baptized, they took a great interest in me and promised me a place in a church parish school. I am going there in a fortnight, and shall ask again. Alexander Ivanitch took off his overcoat and remained in a shirt with an embroidered Russian collar and a worsted belt. It is time for bed, he said, folding his overcoat for a pillow, and yawning. Till lately, I had no knowledge of God at all. I was an atheist. When I was lying in the hospital I thought of religion, and began reflecting on that subject. In my opinion, there is only one religion possible for a thinking man, and that is the Christian religion. If you don't believe in Christ, then there is nothing else to believe in, is there? Judaism has outlived its day, and is preserved only owing to the peculiarities of the Jewish race. When civilization reaches the Jews there will not be a trace of Judaism left. All young Jews are atheists now, observe. The New Testament is the natural continuation of the Old, isn't it? I began trying to find out the reasons which had led him to take so grave and bold a step as the change of religion, but he kept repeating the same. The New Testament is the natural continuation of the Old, a formula obviously not his own, but acquired, which did not explain the question in the least. In spite of my efforts and artifices, the reasons remained obscure. If one could believe that he had embraced orthodoxy from conviction, as he said he had done, what was the nature and foundation of this conviction it was impossible to grasp from his words. It was equally impossible to assume that he had changed his religion from interested motives, his cheap shabby clothes, his going on living at the expense of the convent. And the uncertainty of his future did not look like interested motives. There was nothing for it but to accept the idea that my companion had been impelled to change his religion by the same restless spirit which had flung him like a chip of wood from town to town. And which he, using the generally accepted formula, called the craving for enlightenment. Before going to bed I went into the corridor to get a drink of water. When I came back my companion was standing in the middle of the room, and he looked at me with a scared expression. His face looked a grayish-white, and there were drops of perspiration on his forehead. "My nerves are in an awful state," he muttered with a sickly smile, "awful. It's acute psychological disturbance. But that's of no consequence. And he began reasoning again that the New Testament was a natural continuation of the Old, that Judaism has outlived its day. Picking out his phrases, he seemed to be trying to put together the forces of his conviction and to smother with them the uneasiness of his soul. And to prove to himself that in giving up the religion of his fathers he had done nothing dreadful or peculiar, but had acted as a thinking man free from prejudice. And that therefore he could boldly remain in a room all alone with his conscience. He was trying to convince himself, and with his eyes besought my assistance. Meanwhile a big clumsy wick had burned up on our tallow candle. It was by now getting light. At the gloomy little window, which was turning blue, we could distinctly see both banks of the Donets River and the oak copse beyond the river. It was time to sleep. "It will be very interesting here tomorrow," said my companion when I put out the candle and went to bed. "After early Mass, the procession will go in boats from the monastery to the hermitage." Raising his right eyebrow and putting his head on one side, he prayed before the icons, and, without undressing, lay down on his little sofa. "Yes," he said, turning over on the other side. "Why yes?" I asked. "When I accepted Orthodoxy in Novocherkassk my mother was looking for me in Rostov. She felt that I meant to change my religion," he sighed, and went on, "It is 6 years since I was there in the province of Mogilev. My sister must be married by now." After a short silence, seeing that I was still awake, he began talking quietly of how they soon, thank God, would give him a job, and that at last he would have a home of his own. A settled position, his daily bread secure. And I was thinking that this man would never have a home of his own, nor a settled position, nor his daily bread secure. He dreamed aloud of a village school as of the promised land. Like the majority of people, he had a prejudice against a wandering life, and regarded it as something exceptional, abnormal and accidental, like an illness. And was looking for salvation in ordinary workaday life. The tone of his voice betrayed that he was conscious of his abnormal position and regretted it. He seemed as it were apologizing and justifying himself. Not more than a yard from me lay a homeless wanderer. In the rooms of the hostels and by the carts in the courtyard among the pilgrims some hundreds of such homeless wanderers were waiting for the morning, and further away. If one could picture to oneself the whole of Russia, a vast multitude of such uprooted creatures was pacing at that moment along high roads and side tracks, seeking something better. Or were waiting for the dawn, asleep in wayside inns and little taverns, or on the grass under the open sky. As I fell asleep I imagined how amazed and perhaps even overjoyed all these people would have been if reasoning and words could be found to prove to them that their life was as little in need of justification as any other. In my sleep I heard a bell ring outside as plaintively as though shedding bitter tears, and the lay brother calling out several times, "Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon us. Come to Mass." When I woke up my companion was not in the room. It was sunny and there was a murmur of the crowds through the window. Going out, I learned that Mass was over and that the procession had set off for the hermitage some time before. The people were wandering in crowds upon the river bank and, feeling at liberty, did not know what to do with themselves, they could not eat or drink. As the late Mass was not yet over at the hermitage. The monastery shops where pilgrims are so fond of crowding and asking prices were still shut. In spite of their exhaustion, many of them from sheer boredom were trudging to the hermitage. The path from the monastery to the hermitage, towards which I directed my steps, twined like a snake along the high steep bank, going up and down and threading in and out among the oaks and pines. Below, the Donets gleamed, reflecting the sun. Above, the rugged chalk cliff stood up white with bright green on the top from the young foliage of oaks and pines, which, hanging one above another, managed somehow to grow on the vertical cliff without falling. The pilgrims trailed along the path in single file, one behind another. The majority of them were Little Russians from the neighboring districts, but there were many from a distance, too, who had come on foot from the provinces of Kursk and Orel. In the long string of varied colors there were Greek settlers, too, from Mariupol, strongly built, sedate and friendly people. Utterly unlike their weakly and degenerate compatriots who fill our southern seaside towns. There were men from the Donets, too, with red stripes on their breeches, and emigrants from the Tavrichesky province. There were a good many pilgrims of a nondescript class, like my Alexander Ivanitch. What sort of people they were and where they came from it was impossible to tell from their faces, from their clothes, or from their speech. The path ended at the little landing stage, from which a narrow road went to the left to the hermitage, cutting its way through the mountain. At the landing stage stood two heavy big boats of a forbidding aspect, like the New Zealand pirogues which one may see in the works of Jules Verne. One boat with rugs on the seats was destined for the clergy and the singers, the other without rugs for the public. When the procession was returning I found myself among the elect who had succeeded in squeezing themselves into the second. There were so many of the elect that the boat scarcely moved, and one had to stand all the way without stirring and to be careful that one's hat was not crushed. The route was lovely. Both banks, one high, steep and white, with overhanging pines and oaks, with the crowds hurrying back along the path, and the other shelving. With green meadows and an oak copse bathed in sunshine, looked as happy and rapturous as though the May morning owed its charm only to them. The reflection of the sun in the rapidly flowing Donets quivered and raced away in all directions, and its long rays played on the chasubles, on the banners and on the drops splashed up by the oars. The singing of the Easter hymns, the ringing of the bells, the splash of the oars in the water, the calls of the birds, all mingled in the air into something tender and harmonious. The boat with the priests and the banners led the way, at its helm the black figure of a lay brother stood motionless as a statue. When the procession was getting near the monastery, I noticed Alexander Ivanitch among the elect. He was standing in front of them all, and, his mouth wide open with pleasure and his right eyebrow cocked up, was gazing at the procession. His face was beaming. Probably at such moments, when there were so many people round him and it was so bright, he was satisfied with himself, his new religion, and his conscience. When a little later we were sitting in our room, drinking tea, he still beamed with satisfaction. His face showed that he was satisfied both with the tea and with me, that he fully appreciated my being an intellectual. But that he would know how to play his part with credit if any intellectual topic turned up. "Tell me, what psychology ought I to read?" he began an intellectual conversation, wrinkling up his nose. "Why, what do you want it for? One cannot be a teacher without a knowledge of psychology. Before teaching a boy I ought to understand his soul." I told him that psychology alone would not be enough to make one understand a boy's soul. And moreover psychology for a teacher who had not yet mastered the technical methods of instruction in reading, writing, and arithmetic would be a luxury as superfluous as the higher mathematics. He readily agreed with me, and began describing how hard and responsible was the task of a teacher, how hard it was to eradicate in the boy the habitual tendency to evil and superstition. To make him think honestly and independently, to instill into him true religion, the ideas of personal dignity, of freedom, and so on. In answer to this I said something to him. He agreed again. He agreed very readily, in fact. Obviously his brain had not a very firm grasp of all these intellectual subjects. Up to the time of my departure we strolled together about the monastery, whiling away the long hot day. He never left my side a minute. Whether he had taken a fancy to me or was afraid of solitude, God only knows. I remember we sat together under a clump of yellow acacia in one of the little gardens that are scattered on the mountainside. "I am leaving here in a fortnight," he said, "it is high time." "Are you going on foot?" "From here to Slavyansk I shall walk, then by railway to Nikitovka. From Nikitovka the Donets line branches off, and along that branch line I shall walk as far as Hatsepatovka, and there a railway guard, I know, will help me on my way." I thought of the bare, deserted steppe between Nikitovka and Hatsepatovka, and pictured to myself Alexander Ivanitch striding along it, with his doubts, his homesickness, and his fear of solitude. He read boredom in my face, and sighed. And my sister must be married by now, he said, thinking aloud, and at once, to shake off melancholy thoughts, pointed to the top of the rock and said, "From that mountain one can see Izium." As we were walking up the mountain he had a little misfortune. I suppose he stumbled, for he slit his cotton trousers and tore the sole of his shoe. "TSS," he said, frowning as he took off a shoe and exposed a bare foot without a stocking. "How unpleasant. That's a complication, you know, which." "Yes." Turning the shoe over and over before his eyes, as though unable to believe that the sole was ruined forever, he spent a long time frowning, sighing, and clicking with his tongue. I had in my trunk a pair of boots, old but fashionable, with pointed toes and laces. I had brought them with me in case of need, and only wore them in wet weather. When we got back to our room I made up a phrase as diplomatic as I could and offered him these boots. He accepted them and said with dignity, "I should thank you, but I know that you consider thanks a convention." He was pleased as a child with the pointed toes and the laces, and even changed his plans. "Now I shall go to Novocherkassk in a week, and not in a fortnight," he said, thinking aloud. "In shoes like these I shall not be ashamed to show myself to my godfather. I was not going away from here just because I hadn't any decent clothes." When the coachman was carrying out my trunk, a lay brother with a good ironical face came in to sweep out the room. Alexander Ivanitch seemed flustered and embarrassed and asked him timidly, "Am I to stay here or go somewhere else?" He could not make up his mind to occupy a whole room to himself, and evidently by now was feeling ashamed of living at the expense of the monastery. He was very reluctant to part from me. To put off being lonely as long as possible, he asked leave to see me on my way. The road from the monastery, which had been excavated at the cost of no little labor in the chalk mountain, moved upwards, going almost like a spiral round the mountain. Over roots and under sullen overhanging pines. The Donets was the first to vanish from our sight, after it the monastery yard with its thousands of people, and then the green roofs. Since I was mounting upwards everything seemed vanishing into a pit. The cross on the church, burnished by the rays of the setting sun, gleamed brightly in the abyss and vanished. Nothing was left but the oaks, the pines, and the white road. But then our carriage came out on a level country, and that was all left below and behind us. Alexander Ivanitch jumped out and, smiling mournfully, glanced at me for the last time with his childish eyes, and vanished from me forever. The impressions of the holy mountains had already become memories, and I saw something new, the level plain, the whitish-brown distance, the wayside copse. And beyond it a windmill which stood without moving, and seemed bored at not being allowed to wave its sails because it was a holiday. A father. I admit I have had a drop. You must excuse me. I went into a beer shop on the way here, and as it was so hot had a couple of bottles. It's hot, my boy. Old Musatov took a nondescript rag out of his pocket and wiped his shaven, battered face with it. I have come only for a minute, Varenka, my angel, he went on, not looking at his son, about something very important. Excuse me, perhaps I am hindering you. Haven't you 10 rubles, my dear, you could let me have till Tuesday? You see, I ought to have paid for my lodging yesterday, and money, you see. None. Not to save my life. Young Musatov went out without a word, and began whispering the other side of the door with the landlady of the summer villa and his colleagues who had taken the villa with him. 3 minutes later he came back, and without a word gave his father a 10-ruble note. The latter thrust it carelessly into his pocket without looking at it, and said, "Merci. Well, how are you getting on? It's a long time since we met." "Yes, a long time, not since Easter. Half a dozen times I have been meaning to come to you, but I've never had time. First one thing, then another. It's simply awful. I am talking nonsense though. All that's nonsense. Don't you believe me, Varenka? I said I would pay you back the 10 rubles on Tuesday, don't believe that either. Don't believe a word I say. I have nothing to do at all, it's simply laziness, drunkenness, and I am ashamed to be seen in such clothes in the street. You must excuse me, Varenka. Here I have sent the girl to you 3 times for money and written you piteous letters. Thanks for the money, but don't believe the letters, I was telling fibs. I am ashamed to rob you, my angel. I know that you can scarcely make both ends meet yourself, and feed on locusts, but my impudence is too much for me. I am such a specimen of impudence, fit for a show. You must excuse me, Varenka. I tell you the truth, because I can't see your angel face without emotion. A minute passed in silence. The old man heaved a deep sigh and said, You might treat me to a glass of beer perhaps. His son went out without a word, and again there was a sound of whispering the other side of the door. When a little later the beer was brought in, the old man seemed to revive at the sight of the bottles and abruptly changed his tone. I was at the races the other day, my boy, he began telling him, assuming a scared expression. We were a party of 3, and we pooled 3 rubles on Frisky. And, thanks to that Frisky, we got 32 rubles each for our ruble. I can't get on without the races, my boy. It's a gentlemanly diversion. My virago always gives me a dressing over the races, but I go. I love it, and that's all about it. Boris, a fair-haired young man with a melancholy immobile face, was walking slowly up and down, listening in silence. When the old man stopped to clear his throat, he went up to him and said, I bought myself a pair of boots the other day, father, which turn out to be too tight for me. Won't you take them? I'll let you have them cheap. If you like, said the old man with a grimace, only for the price you gave for them, without any cheapening. Very well, I'll let you have them on credit. The son groped under the bed and produced the new boots. The father took off his clumsy, rusty, evidently second-hand boots and began trying on the new ones. A perfect fit, he said. Right, let me keep them. And on Tuesday, when I get my pension, I'll send you the money for them. That's not true, though, he went on, suddenly falling into the same tearful tone again. And it was a lie about the races, too, and a lie about the pension. And you are deceiving me, Varenka. I feel your generous tactfulness. I see through you. Your boots were too small, because your heart is too big. Ah, Varenka, Varenka. I understand it all and feel it. Have you moved into new lodgings? His son interrupted, to change the conversation. Yes, my boy. I move every month. My virago can't stay long in the same place with her temper. I went to your lodgings, I meant to ask you to stay here with me. In your state of health it would do you good to be in the fresh air. No, said the old man, with a wave of his hand, the woman wouldn't let me, and I shouldn't care to myself. 100 times you have tried to drag me out of the pit, and I have tried myself, but nothing came of it. Give it up. I must stick in my filthy hole. This minute, here I am sitting, looking at your angel face, yet something is drawing me home to my hole. Such is my fate. You can't draw a dung beetle to a rose. But it's time I was going, my boy. It's getting dark. Wait a minute then, I'll come with you. I have to go to town today myself. Both put on their overcoats and went out. When a little while afterwards they were driving in a cab, it was already dark, and lights began to gleam in the windows. I've robbed you, Varenka, the father muttered. Poor children, poor children. It must be a dreadful trouble to have such a father. Varenka, my angel, I cannot lie when I see your face. You must excuse me. What my depravity has come to, my God. Here I have just been robbing you, and put you to shame with my drunken state. I am robbing your brothers, too, and put them to shame, and you should have seen me yesterday. I won't conceal it, Varenka. Some neighbors, a wretched crew, came to see my virago. I got drunk, too, with them, and I blackguarded you poor children for all I was worth. I abused you, and complained that you had abandoned me. I wanted, you see, to touch the drunken hussies' hearts, and pose as an unhappy father. It's my way, you know, when I want to screen my vices I throw all the blame on my innocent children. I can't tell lies and hide things from you, Varenka. I came to see you as proud as a peacock, but when I saw your gentleness and kind heart, my tongue clave to the roof of my mouth, and it upset my conscience completely. Hush, father, let's talk of something else. Mother of God, what children I have, the old man went on, not heeding his son. What wealth God has bestowed on me. Such children ought not to have had a black sheep like me for a father, but a real man with soul and feeling. I am not worthy of you. The old man took off his cap with a button at the top and crossed himself several times. Thanks be to thee, O Lord, he said with a sigh, looking from side to side as though seeking for an icon. Remarkable, exceptional children. I have 3 sons, and they are all like one. Sober, steady, hard-working, and what brains. Cabman, what brains. Grigory alone has brains enough for 10. He speaks French, he speaks German, and talks better than any of your lawyers. One is never tired of listening. My children, I can't believe that you are mine. I can't believe it. You are a martyr, my Varenka, I am ruining you, and I shall go on ruining you. You give to me endlessly, though you know your money is thrown away. The other day I sent you a pitiful letter, I described how ill I was, but you know I was lying, I wanted the money for rum. And you give to me because you are afraid to wound me by refusing. I know all that, and feel it. Grisha's a martyr, too. On Thursday I went to his office, drunk, filthy, ragged, reeking of vodka like a cellar. I went straight up, such a figure, I pestered him with nasty talk. While his colleagues and superiors and petitioners were standing round. I have disgraced him for life. And he wasn't the least confused, only turned a bit pale, but smiled and came up to me as though there were nothing the matter, even introduced me to his colleagues. Then he took me all the way home, and not a word of reproach. I rob him worse than you. Take your brother Sasha now, he's a martyr too. He married, as you know, a colonel's daughter of an aristocratic circle, and got a dowry with her. You would think he would have nothing to do with me. No, brother, after his wedding he came with his young wife and paid me the first visit, in my hole. Upon my soul. The old man gave a sob and then began laughing. And at that moment, as luck would have it, we were eating grated radish with kvass and frying fish, and there was a stink enough in the flat to make the devil sick. I was lying down, I'd had a drop, my virago bounced out at the young people with her face crimson. It was a disgrace in fact. But Sasha rose superior to it all. Yes, our Sasha is a good fellow, said Boris. The most splendid fellow. You are all pure gold, you and Grisha and Sasha and Sonia. I worry you, torment you, disgrace you, rob you, and all my life I have not heard one word of reproach from you, you have never given me one cross look. It would be all very well if I had been a decent father to you, but as it is. You have had nothing from me but harm. I am a bad, dissipated man. Now, thank God, I am quieter and I have no strength of will, but in old days when you were little I had determination, will. Whatever I said or did I always thought it was right. Sometimes I'd come home from the club at night, drunk and ill-humored, and scold at your poor mother for spending money. The whole night I would be railing at her, and think it the right thing too. You would get up in the morning and go to school, while I'd still be venting my temper upon her. Heavens! I did torture her, poor martyr. When you came back from school and I was asleep you didn't dare to have dinner till I got up. At dinner again there would be a flare-up. I dare say you remember. I wish no one such a father. God sent me to you for a trial. Yes, for a trial. Hold out, children, to the end. Honor thy father and thy days shall be long. Perhaps for your noble conduct God will grant you long life. Cabman, stop. The old man jumped out of the cab and ran into a tavern. Half an hour later he came back, cleared his throat in a drunken way, and sat down beside his son. "Where's Sonia now?" he asked. "Still at boarding school?" "No, she left in May, and is living now with Sasha's mother-in-law." "There," said the old man in surprise. "She is a jolly good girl. So she is following her brother's example. Ah, Varenka, she has no mother, no one to rejoice over her. I say, Varenka, does she know how I am living?" Boris made no answer. 5 minutes passed in profound silence. The old man gave a sob, wiped his face with a rag and said, "I love her, Varenka. She is my only daughter, you know, and in one's old age there is no comfort like a daughter. Could I see her, Varenka?" "Of course, when you like." "Really? And she won't mind?" "Of course not, she has been trying to find you so as to see you." "Upon my soul. What children?" "Cabman, Arrange it, Varenka darling. She is a young lady now, delicatesse, consommé, and all the rest of it in a refined way, and I don't want to show myself to her in such an abject state. I'll tell you how we'll contrive to work it. For 3 days I will keep away from spirits, to get my filthy, drunken phiz into better order. Then I'll come to you, and you shall lend me for the time some suit of yours. I'll shave and have my hair cut, then you go and bring her to your flat. Will you?" "Very well." "Cabman, stop." The old man sprang out of the cab again and ran into a tavern. While Boris was driving with him to his lodging he jumped out twice again, while his son sat silent and waited patiently for him. When, after dismissing the cab, they made their way across a long, filthy yard to the virago's lodging, the old man put on an utterly shamefaced and guilty air, and began timidly clearing his throat and clicking with his lips. "Varenka," he said in an ingratiating voice, "if my virago begins saying anything, don't take any notice, and behave to her, you know, affably. She is ignorant and impudent, but she's a good baggage. There is a good, warm heart beating in her bosom." The long yard ended, and Boris found himself in a dark entry. The swing door creaked, there was a smell of cooking and a smoking samovar. There was a sound of harsh voices. Passing through the passage into the kitchen Boris could see nothing but thick smoke, a line with washing on it, and the chimney of the samovar through a crack of which golden sparks were dropping. "And here is my cell," said the old man, stooping down and going into a little room with a low-pitched ceiling, and an atmosphere unbearably stifling from the proximity of the kitchen. Here 3 women were sitting at the table regaling themselves. Seeing the visitors, they exchanged glances and left off eating. "Well, did you get it?" One of them, apparently the virago herself, asked abruptly. Yes, muttered the old man. "Well, Boris, pray sit down. Everything is plain here, young man, we live in a simple way." He bustled about in an aimless way. He felt ashamed before his son, and at the same time apparently he wanted to keep up before the women his dignity as cock of the walk, and as a forsaken, unhappy father. "Yes, young man, we live simply with no nonsense," he went on muttering. "We are simple people, young man. We are not like you, we don't want to keep up a show before people. No. Shall we have a drink of vodka?" One of the women, she was ashamed to drink before a stranger, heaved a sigh and said, "Well, I'll have another drink on account of the mushrooms. They are such mushrooms, they make you drink even if you don't want to. Ivan Gerasimych, offer the young gentleman, perhaps he will have a drink." The last word she pronounced in a mincing drawl. "Have a drink, young man," said the father, not looking at his son. "We have no wine or liqueurs, my boy, we live in a plain way." "He doesn't like our ways," sighed the virago. Never mind, he'll have a drink." Not to offend his father by refusing, Boris took a wineglass and drank in silence. When they brought in the samovar, to satisfy the old man, he drank 2 cups of disgusting tea in silence, with a melancholy face. Without a word he listened to the virago dropping hints about there being in this world cruel, heartless children who abandon their parents. "I know what you are thinking now," said the old man, after drinking more and passing into his habitual state of drunken excitement. "You think I have let myself sink into the mire, that I am to be pitied, but to my thinking, this simple life is much more normal than your life. I don't need anybody. And I don't intend to eat humble pie. I can't endure a wretched boy's looking at me with compassion." After tea he cleaned a herring and sprinkled it with onion, with such feeling, that tears of emotion stood in his eyes. He began talking again about the races and his winnings, about some Panama hat for which he had paid 16 rubles the day before. He told lies with the same relish with which he ate herring and drank. His son sat on in silence for an hour, and began to say goodbye. "I don't venture to keep you," the old man said, haughtily. "You must excuse me, young man, for not living as you would like." He ruffled up his feathers, snorted with dignity, and winked at the women. "Goodbye, young man," he said, seeing his son into the entry. "Attendas." In the entry, where it was dark, he suddenly pressed his face against the young man's sleeve and gave a sob. "I should like to have a look at Zinotchka," he whispered. "Arrange it, Varenka, my angel. I'll shave, I'll put on your suit. I'll put on a straight face. I'll hold my tongue while she is there. Yes, yes, I will hold my tongue." He looked round timidly towards the door, through which the women's voices were heard, checked his sobs, and said aloud, "Goodbye, young man. Attendas." A happy ending. Lyubov Grigoryevna, a substantial, buxom lady of 40 who undertook matchmaking and many other matters of which it is usual to speak only in whispers, had come to see Stichkin, the head guard, on a day when he was off duty. Stichkin, somewhat embarrassed, but, as always, grave, practical, and severe, was walking up and down the room, smoking a cigar and saying, "Very pleased to make your acquaintance. Semyon Ivanovitch recommended you on the ground that you may be able to assist me in a delicate and very important matter affecting the happiness of my life. I have, Lyubov Grigoryevna, reached the age of 52, that is a period of life at which very many have already grown up children. My position is a secure one. Though my fortune is not large, yet I am in a position to support a beloved being and children at my side. I may tell you between ourselves that apart from my salary I have also money in the bank which my manner of living has enabled me to save. I am a practical and sober man, I lead a sensible and consistent life, so that I may hold myself up as an example to many. But one thing I lack, a domestic hearth of my own and a partner in life, and I live like a wandering Magyar, moving from place to place without any satisfaction. I have no one with whom to take counsel, and when I am ill no one to give me water, and so on. Apart from that, Lyubov Grigoryevna, a married man has always more weight in society than a bachelor. I am a man of the educated class, with money, but if you look at me from a point of view, what am I? A man with no kith and kin, no better than some Polish priest. And therefore I should be very desirous to be united in the bonds of hymen, that is, to enter into matrimony with some worthy person. An excellent thing, said the matchmaker, with a sigh. I am a solitary man and in this town I know no one. Where can I go, and to whom can I apply, since all the people here are strangers to me? That is why Semyon Ivanovitch advised me to address myself to a person who is a specialist in this line, and makes the arrangement of the happiness of others her profession. And therefore I most earnestly beg you, Lyubov Grigoryevna, to assist me in ordering my future. You know all the marriageable young ladies in the town, and it is easy for you to accommodate me. I can. A glass of wine, I beg you. With an habitual gesture the matchmaker raised her glass to her mouth and tossed it off without winking. I can, she repeated. And what sort of bride would you like, Nikolai Nikolaich? Should I like the bride fate sends me? Well, of course it depends on your fate, but everyone has his own taste, you know. One likes dark ladies, the other prefers fair ones. You see, Lyubov Grigoryevna, said Stichkin, sighing sedately, I am a practical man and a man of character. For me beauty and external appearance generally take a secondary place, for, as you know yourself, beauty is neither bowl nor platter, and a pretty wife involves a great deal of anxiety. The way I look at it is, what matters most in a woman is not what is external, but what lies within, that is, that she should have soul and all the qualities. A glass of wine, I beg. Of course, it would be very agreeable that one's wife should be rather plump, but for mutual happiness it is not of great consequence. What matters is the mind. Properly speaking, a woman does not need mind either, for if she has brains she will have too high an opinion of herself, and take all sorts of ideas into her head. One cannot do without education nowadays, of course, but education is of different kinds. It would be pleasing for one's wife to know French and German, to speak various languages, very pleasing. But what's the use of that if she can't sew on one's buttons, perhaps? I am a man of the educated class, I am just as much at home, I may say, with Prince Knightlin as I am with you here now. But my habits are simple, and I want a girl who is not too much a fine lady. Above all, she must have respect for me and feel that I have made her happiness. To be sure. Well, now as regards the essential. I do not want a wealthy bride, I would never condescend to anything so low as to marry for money. I desire not to be kept by my wife, but to keep her, and that she may be sensible of it. But I do not want a poor girl either. Though I am a man of means, and am marrying not from mercenary motives, but from love, yet I cannot take a poor girl, for, as you know yourself, prices have gone up so, and there will be children. One might find one with a dowry, said the matchmaker. A glass of wine, I beg. There was a pause of 5 minutes. The matchmaker heaved a sigh, took a sidelong glance at the guard, and asked. Well, now, my good sir, do you want anything in the bachelor line? I have some fine bargains. One is a French girl and one is a Greek. Well worth the money. The guard thought a moment and said. No, I thank you. In view of your favorable disposition, allow me to inquire now how much you ask for your exertions in regard to a bride? I don't ask much. Give me 25 rubles in the stuff for a dress, as is usual, and I will say thank you, but for the dowry, that's a different account. Stichkin folded his arms over his chest and fell to pondering in silence. After some thought he heaved a sigh and said. That's dear. It's not at all dear, Nikolai Nikolaich. In old days when there were lots of weddings one did do it cheaper, but nowadays what are our earnings? If you make 50 rubles in a month that is not a fast, you may be thankful. It's not on weddings we make our money, my good sir. Stichkin looked at the matchmaker in amazement and shrugged his shoulders. Do you call 50 rubles little? He asked. Of course it is little. In old days we sometimes made more than 100. I should never have thought it was possible to earn such a sum by these jobs. 50 rubles. It is not every man that earns as much. Pray drink your wine. The matchmaker drained her glass without winking. Stichkin looked her over from head to foot in silence, then said. 50 rubles. Why, that is 600 rubles a year. Please take some more. With such dividends, you know, Lyubov Grigoryevna, you would have no difficulty in making a match for yourself. For myself, laughed the matchmaker, I am an old woman. Not at all. You have such a figure, and your face is plump and fair, and all the rest of it. The matchmaker was embarrassed. Stichkin was also embarrassed and sat down beside her. You are still very attractive, said he. If you met with a practical, steady, careful husband, with his salary and your earnings you might even attract him very much, and you'd get on very well together. Goodness knows what you are saying, Nikolai Nikolaich. Well, I meant no harm. A silence followed. Stichkin began loudly blowing his nose, while the matchmaker turned crimson, and looking bashfully at him, asked. And how much do you get, Nikolai Nikolaich? 75 rubles, besides tips. Apart from that we make something out of candles and hares. You go hunting, then? No. Passengers who travel without tickets are called hares with us. Another minute passed in silence. Stichkin got up and walked about the room in excitement. I don't want a young wife, said he. I am a middle-aged man, and I want someone who, as it might be like you, stayed and settled and a figure something like yours. Goodness knows what you are saying, giggled the matchmaker, hiding her crimson face in her kerchief. There is no need to be long thinking about it. You are after my own heart, and you suit me in your qualities. I am a practical, sober man, and if you like me, what could be better? Allow me to make you a proposal. The matchmaker dropped a tear, laughed, and, in token of her consent, clinked glasses with Stichkin. Well, said the happy railway guard, now allow me to explain to you the behavior and manner of life I desire from you. I am a strict, respectable, practical man. I take a gentlemanly view of everything. And I desire that my wife should be strict also, and should understand that to her I am a benefactor and the foremost person in the world. He sat down, and, heaving a deep sigh, began expounding to his bride-elect his views on domestic life and a wife's duties. In the coach-house. It was between 9 and 10 o'clock in the evening. Stepan the coachman, Mihailo the house-porter, Alyosha the coachman's grandson, who had come up from the village to stay with his grandfather, and Nikinder, an old man of 70, who used to come into the yard every evening to sell salt herrings, were sitting round a lantern in the big coach-house, playing kings. Through the wide-open door could be seen the whole yard, the big house, where the master's family lived, the gates, the cellars, and the porter's lodge. It was all shrouded in the darkness of night, and only the 4 windows of one of the lodges which was let were brightly lit up. The shadows of the coaches and sledges with their shafts tipped upward stretched from the walls to the doors, quivering and cutting across the shadows cast by the lantern and the players. On the other side of the thin partition that divided the coach-house from the stable were the horses. There was a scent of hay, and a disagreeable smell of salt herrings coming from old Nikinder. The porter won and was king. He assumed an attitude such as was in his opinion befitting a king, and blew his nose loudly on a red-checked handkerchief. Now if I like I can chop off anybody's head, he said. Alyosha, a boy of 8 with a head of flaxen hair, left long uncut, who had only missed being king by 2 tricks, looked angrily and with envy at the porter. He pouted and frowned. I shall give you the trick, grandfather, he said, pondering over his cards. I know you have got the Queen of Diamonds. Well, well, little silly, you have thought enough. Alyosha timidly played the Knave of Diamonds. At that moment a ring was heard from the yard. Oh, hang you, muttered the porter, getting up. Go and open the gate, O king. When he came back a little later, Alyosha was already a prince, the fishhawker a soldier, and the coachman a peasant. It's a nasty business, said the porter, sitting down to the cards again. I have just let the doctors out. They have not extracted it. How could they? Just think, they would have to pick open the brains. If there is a bullet in the head, of what use are doctors? He is lying unconscious, the porter went on. He is bound to die. Alyosha, don't look at the cards, you little puppy, or I will pull your ears. Yes, I let the doctors out, and the father and mother in. They have only just arrived. Such crying and wailing, Lord preserve us. They say he is the only son. It's a grief. All except Alyosha, who was absorbed in the game, looked round at the brightly lighted windows of the lodge. I have orders to go to the police station tomorrow, said the porter. There will be an inquiry. But what do I know about it? I saw nothing of it. He called me this morning, gave me a letter, and said, "Put it in the letterbox for me." And his eyes were red with crying. His wife and children were not at home. They had gone out for a walk. So when I had gone with the letter, he put a bullet into his forehead from a revolver. When I came back his cook was wailing for the whole yard to hear. "It's a great sin," said the fishhawker in a husky voice, and he shook his head, "a great sin." "From too much learning," said the porter, taking a trick, his wits outstripped his wisdom. Sometimes he would sit writing papers all night. Play, peasant. But he was a nice gentleman. And so white-skinned, black-haired and tall. He was a good lodger. "It seems the fair sex is at the bottom of it," said the coachman, slapping the 9 of trumps on the king of diamonds. "It seems he was fond of another man's wife and disliked his own. It does happen." "The king rebels," said the porter. At that moment there was again a ring from the yard. The rebellious king spat with vexation and went out. Shadows like dancing couples flitted across the windows of the lodge. There was the sound of voices and hurried footsteps in the yard. "I suppose the doctors have come again," said the coachman. "Our Mihailo is run off his legs." A strange wailing voice rang out for a moment in the air. Alyosha looked in alarm at his grandfather, the coachman, then at the windows, and said, "He stroked me on the head at the gate yesterday, and said, 'What district do you come from, boy?' Grandfather, who was that hull just now?" His grandfather trimmed the light in the lantern and made no answer. "The man is lost," he said a little later, with a yawn. "He is lost, and his children are ruined, too. It's a disgrace for his children for the rest of their lives now." The porter came back and sat down by the lantern. "He is dead," he said. "They have sent to the almshouse for the old women to lay him out." "The kingdom of heaven and eternal peace to him," whispered the coachman, and he crossed himself. Looking at him, Alyosha crossed himself too. "You can't pray for such as him," said the fishhawker. "Why not?" "It's a sin." "That's true," the porter assented. "Now his soul has gone straight to hell, to the devil." "It's a sin," repeated the fishhawker, "such as he have no funeral, no requiem, but are buried like carrion with no respect." The old man put on his cap and got up. "It was the same thing at Our Lady's," he said, pulling his cap on further. "We were serfs in those days. The younger son of our mistress, the general's lady, shot himself through the mouth with a pistol, from too much learning, too. It seems that by law such have to be buried outside the cemetery, without priests, without a requiem service. But to save disgrace Our Lady, you know, bribed the police and the doctors, and they gave her a paper to say her son had done it when delirious, not knowing what he was doing. You can do anything with money. So he had a funeral with priests and every honor, the music played, and he was buried in the church. For the deceased general had built that church with his own money, and all his family were buried there. Only this is what happened, friends. 1 month passed, and then another, and it was all right. In the 3rd month they informed the general's lady that the watchman had come from that same church. What did they want? They were brought to her, they fell at her feet. "We can't go on serving, Your Excellency," they said. "Look out for other watchmen and graciously dismiss us." "What for?" "No," they said, "we can't possibly. Your son howls under the church all night." Alyosha shuddered, and pressed his face to the coachman's back so as not to see the windows. "At first the general's lady would not listen," continued the old man. "All this is your fancy, you simple folk have such notions," she said. "A dead man cannot howl." Some time afterwards the watchman came to her again, and with them the sacristan. So the sacristan, too, had heard him howling. The general's lady saw that it was a bad job. She locked herself in her bedroom with the watchman. "Here, my friends, here are 25 rubles for you, and for that go by night in secret, so that no one should hear or see you, dig up my unhappy son, and bury him, she said. Outside the cemetery. And I suppose she stood them a glass. And the watchman did so. The stone with the inscription on it is there to this day, but he himself, the general's son, is outside the cemetery. O Lord, forgive us our transgressions, sighed the fish hawker. There is only one day in the year when one may pray for such people, the Saturday before Trinity. You mustn't give alms to beggars for their sake, it is a sin, but you may feed the birds for the rest of their souls. The general's lady used to go out to the crossroads every 3 days to feed the birds. Once at the crossroads a black dog suddenly appeared. It ran up to the bread, and was we all know what that dog was. The general's lady was like a half-crazy creature for 5 days afterwards, she neither ate nor drank. All at once she fell on her knees in the garden, and prayed and prayed. Well, goodbye, friends, the blessing of God and the Heavenly Mother be with you. Let us go, Mihailo, you'll open the gate for me. The fish-hawker and the porter went out. The coachman and Alyosha went out too, so as not to be left in the coach-house. The man was living and is dead, said the coachman, looking towards the windows where shadows were still flitting to and fro. Only this morning he was walking about the yard, and now he is lying dead. The time will come and we shall die too, said the porter, walking away with the fish-hawker, and at once they both vanished from sight in the darkness. The coachman, and Alyosha after him, somewhat timidly went up to the lighted windows. A very pale lady with large tear-stained eyes, and a fine-looking grey-headed man were moving 2 card tables into the middle of the room. Probably with the intention of laying the dead man upon them, and on the green cloth of the table numbers could still be seen written in chalk. The cook who had run about the yard wailing in the morning was now standing on a chair, stretching up to try and cover the looking-glass with a towel. "Grandfather, what are they doing?" asked Alyosha in a whisper. "They are just going to lay him on the tables," answered his grandfather. "Let us go, child, it is bedtime." The coachman and Alyosha went back to the coach-house. They said their prayers, and took off their boots. Stepan lay down in a corner on the floor, Alyosha in a sledge. The doors of the coach-house were shut, there was a horrible stench from the extinguished lantern. A little later Alyosha sat up and looked about him. Through the crack of the door he could still see a light from those lighted windows. "Grandfather, I am frightened," he said. "Come, go to sleep, go to sleep. I tell you I am frightened." "What are you frightened of?" "What a baby." They were silent. Alyosha suddenly jumped out of the sledge and, loudly weeping, ran to his grandfather. "What is it? What's the matter?" cried the coachman in a fright, getting up also. "He's howling." "Who is howling?" "I am frightened, grandfather, do you hear?" The coachman listened. "It's their crying," he said. "Come. There, little silly. They are sad, so they are crying." "I want to go home," his grandson went on sobbing and trembling all over. "Grandfather, let us go back to the village, to Mammy." "Come, grandfather dear, God will give you the heavenly kingdom for it." "What a silly, ah! Come, be quiet, be quiet. Be quiet, I will light the lantern, silly." The coachman fumbled for the matches and lighted the lantern. But the light did not comfort Alyosha. "Grandfather Stepan, let's go to the village," he besought him, weeping. "I am frightened here. Oh, oh, how frightened I am. And why did you bring me from the village, accursed man?" "Who's an accursed man?" "You mustn't use such disrespectable words to your lawful grandfather. I shall whip you. Do whip me, grandfather, do, beat me like Sitter's goat, but only take me to Mammy, for God's mercy." "Come, come, grandson, come," the coachman said kindly. "It's all right, don't be frightened. I am frightened myself. Say your prayers." The door creaked and the porter's head appeared. "Aren't you asleep, Stepan?" he asked. I shan't get any sleep all night, he said, coming in. I shall be opening and shutting the gates all night. What are you crying for, Alyosha? He is frightened, the coachman answered for his grandson. Again there was the sound of a wailing voice in the air. The porter said. They are crying. The mother can't believe her eyes. It's dreadful how upset she is. And is the father there? Yes. The father is all right. He sits in the corner and says nothing. They have taken the children to relations. Well, Stepan, shall we have a game of trumps? Yes, the coachman agreed, scratching himself, and you, Alyosha, go to sleep. Almost big enough to be married, and blubbering, you rascal. Come, go along, grandson, go along. The presence of the porter reassured Alyosha. He went, not very resolutely, towards the sledge and lay down. And while he was falling asleep he heard a half-whisper. I beat and cover, said his grandfather. I beat and cover, repeated the porter. The bell rang in the yard, the door creaked and seemed also saying, I beat and cover. When Alyosha dreamed of the gentleman and, frightened by his eyes, jumped up and burst out crying, it was morning, his grandfather was snoring, and the coach-house no longer seemed terrible. Zinotchka. The party of sportsmen spent the night in a peasant's hut on some newly mown hay. The moon peeped in at the window, from the street came the mournful wheezing of a concertina. From the hay came a sickly sweet, faintly troubling scent. The sportsmen talked about dogs, about women, about first love, and about snipe. After all the ladies of their acquaintance had been picked to pieces, and hundreds of stories had been told, the stoutest of the sportsmen, who looked in the darkness like a haycock, and who talked in the mellow bass of a staff officer, gave a loud yawn and said, It is nothing much to be loved. The ladies are created for the purpose of loving us men. But, tell me, has any one of you fellows been hated, passionately, furiously hated? Has any one of you watched the ecstasies of hatred? No answer followed. Has no one, gentlemen, asked the staff officer's bass voice. But I, now, have been hated by a pretty girl, and have been able to study the symptoms of first hatred directed against myself. It was the first, because it was something exactly the converse of first love. What I am going to tell, however, happened when I knew nothing about love or hate. I was 8 at the time, but that made no difference. In this case it was not he but she that mattered. Well, I beg your attention. One fine summer evening, just before sunset, I was sitting in the nursery, doing my lesson with my governess, Zinotchka. A very charming and poetical creature who had left boarding school not long before. Zinotchka looked absent-mindedly towards the window and said, Yes. We breathe in oxygen, now tell me, Petya, what do we breathe out? Carbonic acid gas, I answered, looking towards the same window. Right, assented Zinotchka. Plants, on the contrary, breathe in carbonic acid gas, and breathe out oxygen. Carbonic acid gas is contained in seltzer water, and in the fumes from the samovar. It is a very noxious gas. Near Naples there is the so-called Cave of Dogs, which contains carbonic acid gas. A dog dropped into it is suffocated and dies. This luckless Cave of Dogs near Naples is a chemical marvel beyond which no governess ventures to go. Zinotchka always hotly maintained the usefulness of natural science, but I doubt if she knew any chemistry beyond this cave. Well, she told me to repeat it. I repeated it. She asked me what was meant by the horizon. I answered. And meantime, while we were ruminating over the horizon and the cave, in the yard below, my father was just getting ready to go shooting. The dogs yapped, the trace horses shifted from one leg to another impatiently and coquette with the coachman, the footman packed the wagonette with parcels and all sorts of things. Beside the wagonette stood a brake in which my mother and sisters were sitting to drive to a name-day party at the Ivanetskys'. No one was left in the house but Zinotchka, me, and my eldest brother, a student, who had toothache. You can imagine my envy and my boredom. "Well, what do we breathe in?" asked Zinotchka, looking at the window. "Oxygen." "Yes. And the horizon is the name given to the place where it seems to us as though the earth meets the sky." Then the wagonette drove off, and after it the brake. I saw Zinotchka take a note out of her pocket, crumple it up convulsively and press it to her temple, then she flushed crimson and looked at her watch. "So, remember," she said, "that near Naples is the so-called Cave of Dogs." She glanced at her watch again and went on, "where the sky seems to us to meet the earth." The poor girl in violent agitation walked about the room, and once more glanced at her watch. There was another half-hour before the end of our lesson. "Now arithmetic," she said, breathing hard and turning over the pages of the sum book with a trembling hand. "Come, you work out problem 325 and I will be back directly." She went out. I heard her scurry down the stairs, and then I saw her dart across the yard in her blue dress and vanish through the garden gate. The rapidity of her movements, the flush on her cheeks and her excitement, aroused my curiosity. Where had she run, and what for? Being intelligent beyond my years, I soon put two and two together, and understood it all. She had run into the garden, taking advantage of the absence of my stern parents. To steal in among the raspberry bushes, or to pick herself some cherries. If that were so, dash it all, I would go and have some cherries too. I threw aside the sum book and ran into the garden. I ran to the cherry orchard, but she was not there. Passing by the raspberries, the gooseberries, and the watchman's shanty, she crossed the kitchen garden and reached the pond, pale, and starting at every sound. I stole after her, and what I saw, my friends, was this. At the edge of the pond, between the thick stumps of two old willows, stood my elder brother, Sasha. One could not see from his face that he had toothache. He looked towards Zinotchka as she approached him, and his whole figure was lighted up by an expression of happiness as though by sunshine. And Zinotchka, as though she were being driven into the Cave of Dogs, and were being forced to breathe carbonic acid gas, walked towards him, scarcely able to move one leg before the other. Breathing hard, with her head thrown back. To judge from appearances she was going to a rendezvous for the first time in her life. But at last she reached him. For half a minute they gazed at each other in silence, as though they could not believe their eyes. Thereupon some force seemed to shove Zinotchka. She laid her hands on Sasha's shoulders and let her head droop upon his waistcoat. Sasha laughed, muttered something incoherent, and with the clumsiness of a man head over ears in love, laid both hands on Zinotchka's face. And the weather, gentlemen, was exquisite. The hill behind which the sun was setting, the two willows, the green bank, the sky, all together with Sasha and Zinotchka were reflected in the pond, perfect stillness, you can imagine it. Millions of butterflies with long whiskers gleamed golden above the reeds, beyond the garden they were driving the cattle. In fact, it was a perfect picture. Of all I had seen, the only thing I understood was that Sasha was kissing Zinotchka. That was improper. If Maman heard of it they would both catch it. Feeling for some reason ashamed, I went back to the nursery, not waiting for the end of the rendezvous. There I sat over the sum book, pondered and reflected. A triumphant smile strayed upon my countenance. On one side it was agreeable to be the possessor of another person's secret. On the other it was also very agreeable that such authorities as Sasha and Zinotchka might at any moment be convicted by me of ignorance of the social proprieties. Now they were in my power, and their peace was entirely dependent on my magnanimity. I'd let them know. When I went to bed, Zinotchka came into the nursery as usual to find out whether I had dropped asleep without undressing and whether I had said my prayers. I looked at her pretty, happy face and grinned. I was bursting with my secret and itching to let it out. I had to drop a hint and enjoy the effect. "I know," I said, grinning. "Gee, why? What do you know?" "Gee, why? I saw you near the willows kissing Sasha. I followed you and saw it all. Zinotchka started, flushed all over, and overwhelmed by my hint, she sank down on the chair, on which stood a glass of water and a candlestick. I saw you, kissing, I repeated, sniggering and enjoying her confusion. Aha! I'll tell Mama. Cowardly Zinotchka gazed at me intently, and convincing herself that I really did know all about it, clutched my hand in despair and muttered in a trembling whisper. Petya, it is low. I beg of you, for God's sake. Be a man, don't tell anyone. Decent people don't spy. It's low. I entreat you. The poor girl was terribly afraid of my mother, a stern and virtuous lady, that was one thing. And the second was that my grinning countenance could not but outrage her first love so pure and poetical, and you can imagine the state of her heart. Thanks to me, she did not sleep a wink all night, and in the morning she appeared at breakfast with blue rings round her eyes. When I met Sasha after breakfast I could not refrain from grinning and boasting. I know. I saw you yesterday kissing Mademoiselle Zina. Sasha looked at me and said. You are a fool. He was not so cowardly as Zinotchka, and so my effect did not come off. That provoked me to further efforts. If Sasha was not frightened it was evident that he did not believe that I had seen and knew all about it. Wait a bit, I would show him. At our lessons before dinner Zinotchka did not look at me, and her voice faltered. Instead of trying to scare me she tried to propitiate me in every way, giving me full marks, and not complaining to my father of my naughtiness. Being intelligent beyond my years I exploited her secret, I did not learn my lessons, walked into the schoolroom on my head, and said all sorts of rude things. In fact, if I had remained in that vein till today I should have become a famous blackmailer. Well, a week passed. Another person's secret irritated and fretted me like a splinter in my soul. I longed at all costs to blurt it out and gloat over the effect. And one day at dinner, when we had a lot of visitors, I gave a stupid snigger, looked fiendishly at Zinotchka and said. I know. Gee why? I saw. What do you know? Asked my mother. I looked still more fiendishly at Zinotchka and Sasha. You ought to have seen how the girl flushed up, and how furious Sasha's eyes were. I bit my tongue and did not go on. Zinotchka gradually turned pale, clenched her teeth, and ate no more dinner. At our evening lessons that day I noticed a striking change in Zinotchka's face. It looked sterner, colder, as it were, more like marble, while her eyes gazed strangely straight into my face, and I give you my word of honor I have never seen such terrible, annihilating eyes. Even in hounds when they overtake the wolf. I understood their expression perfectly, when in the middle of a lesson she suddenly clenched her teeth and hissed through them. I hate you. Oh, you vile, loathsome creature, if you knew how I hate you, how I detest your cropped head, your vulgar, prominent ears. But at once she took fright and said. I am not speaking to you, I am repeating a part out of a play. Then, my friends, at night I saw her come to my bedside and gaze a long time into my face. She hated me passionately, and could not exist away from me. The contemplation of my hated pug of a face had become a necessity to her. I remember a lovely summer evening, with the scent of hay, perfect stillness, and so on. The moon was shining. I was walking up and down the avenue, thinking of cherry jam. Suddenly Zinotchka, looking pale and lovely, came up to me, she caught hold of my hand, and breathlessly began expressing herself. Oh, how I hate you! I wish no one harm as I do you. Let me tell you that. I want you to understand that. You understand, moonlight, her pale face, breathless with passion, the stillness, little pig as I actually enjoyed it. I listened to her, looked at her eyes. At first I liked it, and enjoyed the novelty. Then I was suddenly seized with terror, I gave a scream, and ran into the house at breakneck speed. I made up my mind that the best thing to do was to complain to Maman. And I did complain, mentioning incidentally how Sasha had kissed Zinotchka. I was stupid, and did not know what would follow, or I should have kept the secret to myself. After hearing my story, Maman flushed with indignation and said, "It is not your business to speak about that, you are still very young." But, what an example for children! My Maman was not only virtuous but diplomatic. To avoid a scandal, she did not get rid of Zinotchka at once, but set to work gradually, systematically, to pave the way for her departure, as one does with well-bred but intolerable people. I remember that when Zinotchka did leave us, the last glance she cast at the house was directed at the window at which I was sitting, and I assure you, I remember that glance to this day. Zinotchka soon afterwards became my brother's wife. She is the Zinaida Nikolaevna whom you know. The next time I met her I was already an ensign. In spite of all her efforts she could not recognize the hated Petya in the ensign with his mustache, but still she did not treat me quite like a relation. And even now, in spite of my good-humored baldness, meek corpulence, and unassuming air, she still looks askance at me, and feels put out when I go to see my brother. Hatred, it seems, can no more be forgotten than love. Shoo! I hear the cock crowing. Good night. Milord. Lie down. The doctor. It was still in the drawing-room, so still that a housefly that had flown in from outside could be distinctly heard brushing against the ceiling. Olga Ivanovna, the lady of the villa, was standing by the window, looking out at the flower-beds and thinking. Dar. Tsvyatkov, who was her doctor as well as an old friend, and had been sent for to treat her son Misha, was sitting in an easy chair and swinging his hat, which he held in both hands. And he too was thinking. Except them, there was not a soul in the drawing-room or in the adjoining rooms. The sun had set, and the shades of evening began settling in the corners under the furniture and on the cornices. The silence was broken by Olga Ivanovna. "No misfortune more terrible can be imagined," she said, without turning from the window. "You know that life has no value for me whatever apart from the boy." "Yes, I know that," said the doctor. "No value whatever," said Olga Ivanovna, and her voice quivered. "He is everything to me. He is my joy, my happiness, my wealth. And if, as you say, I cease to be a mother, if he dies, there will be nothing left of me but a shadow. I cannot survive it." Wringing her hands, Olga Ivanovna walked from one window to the other and went on. "When he was born, I wanted to send him away to the Foundling Hospital, you remember that, but, my God! How can that time be compared with now? Then I was vulgar, stupid, feather-headed, but now I am a mother, do you understand? I am a mother, and that's all I care to know. Between the present and the past there is an impassable gulf." Silence followed again. The doctor shifted his seat from the chair to the sofa and, impatiently playing with his hat, kept his eyes fixed upon Olga Ivanovna. From his face it could be seen that he wanted to speak, and was waiting for a fitting moment. "You are silent, but still I do not give up hope," said the lady, turning round. "Why are you silent?" "I should be as glad of any hope as you, Olga, but there is none," Tsvyatkov answered. "We must look the hideous truth in the face. The boy has a tumor on the brain, and we must try to prepare ourselves for his death, for such cases never recover. Nikolai, are you certain you are not mistaken? Such questions lead to nothing. I am ready to answer as many as you like, but it will make it no better for us." Olga Ivanovna pressed her face into the window curtains, and began weeping bitterly. The doctor got up and walked several times up and down the drawing-room, then went to the weeping woman, and lightly touched her arm. Judging from his uncertain movements, from the expression of his gloomy face, which looked dark in the dusk of the evening, he wanted to say something. "Listen, Olga," he began. "Spare me a minute's attention, there is something I must ask you. You can't attend to me now, though. I'll come later, afterwards." He sat down again, and sank into thought. The bitter, imploring weeping, like the weeping of a little girl, continued. Without waiting for it to end, Svidkov heaved a sigh and walked out of the drawing room. He went into the nursery to Misha. The boy was lying on his back as before, staring at one point as though he were listening. The doctor sat down on his bed and felt his pulse. "Misha, does your head ache?" he asked. Misha answered, not at once, "Yes. I keep dreaming." "What do you dream?" "All sorts of things." The doctor, who did not know how to talk with weeping women or with children, stroked his burning head, and muttered. "Never mind, poor boy, never mind. One can't go through life without illness." "Misha, who am I, do you know me?" Misha did not answer. "Does your head ache very badly?" "Very. I keep dreaming." After examining him and putting a few questions to the maid who was looking after the sick child, the doctor went slowly back to the drawing room. There it was by now dark, and Olga Ivanovna, standing by the window, looked like a silhouette. "Shall I light up?" asked Svidkov. No answer followed. The housefly was still brushing against the ceiling. Not a sound floated in from outside, as though the whole world, like the doctor, were thinking, and could not bring itself to speak. Olga Ivanovna was not weeping now, but as before, staring at the flower bed in profound silence. When Svidkov went up to her, and through the twilight glanced at her pale face, exhausted with grief, her expression was such as he had seen before during her attacks of acute, stupefying, sick headache. "Nikolai Trofimych," she addressed him, "and what do you think about a consultation?" "Very good, I'll arrange it tomorrow." From the doctor's tone it could be easily seen that he put little faith in the benefit of a consultation. Olga Ivanovna would have asked him something else, but her sobs prevented her. Again she pressed her face into the window curtain. At that moment, the strains of a band playing at the club floated indistinctly. They could hear not only the wind instruments, but even the violins and the flutes. "If he is in pain, why is he silent?" asked Olga Ivanovna. "All day long, not a sound, he never complains, and never cries. I know God will take the poor boy from us because we have not known how to prize him. Such a treasure." The band finished the march, and a minute later began playing a lively waltz for the opening of the ball. "Good God, can nothing really be done?" moaned Olga Ivanovna. "Nikolai, you are a doctor and ought to know what to do. You must understand that I can't bear the loss of him. I can't survive it." The doctor, who did not know how to talk to weeping women, heaved a sigh, and paced slowly about the drawing room. There followed a succession of oppressive pauses interspersed with weeping and the questions which lead to nothing. The band had already played a quadrille, a polka, and another quadrille. It got quite dark. In the adjoining room, the maid lighted the lamp, and all the while the doctor kept his hat in his hands, and seemed trying to say something. Several times Olga Ivanovna went off to her son, sat by him for half an hour, and came back again into the drawing room. She was continually breaking into tears and lamentations. The time dragged agonizingly, and it seemed as though the evening had no end. At midnight, when the band had played the cotillion and ceased altogether, the doctor got ready to go. "I will come again tomorrow," he said, pressing the mother's cold hand. "You go to bed." After putting on his greatcoat in the passage and picking up his walking stick, he stopped, thought a minute, and went back into the drawing room. "I'll come tomorrow, Olga," he repeated in a quivering voice. "Do you hear?" She did not answer, and it seemed as though grief had robbed her of all power of speech. In his greatcoat and with his stick still in his hand, the doctor sat down beside her, and began in a soft, tender half-whisper, which was utterly out of keeping with his heavy, dignified figure. "Olga, for the sake of your sorrow which I share. Now, when falsehood is criminal, I beseech you to tell me the truth. You have always declared that the boy is my son. Is that the truth?" Olga Ivanovna was silent. "You have been the one attachment in my life," the doctor went on, "and you cannot imagine how deeply my feeling is wounded by falsehood. Come, I entreat you, Olga, for once in your life, tell me the truth. At these moments one cannot lie. Tell me that Misha is not my son. I am waiting. He is. Olga Ivanovna's face could not be seen, but in her voice the doctor could hear hesitation. He sighed. Even at such moments you can bring yourself to tell a lie, he said in his ordinary voice. There is nothing sacred to you. Do listen, do understand me. You have been the one only attachment in my life. Yes, you were depraved, vulgar, but I have loved no one else but you in my life. That trivial love, now that I am growing old, is the one solitary bright spot in my memories. Why do you darken it with deception? What is it for? I don't understand you. Oh my God! Cried Zvitkov. You are lying, you understand very well, he cried more loudly, and he began pacing about the drawing room, angrily waving his stick. Or have you forgotten? Then I will remind you. A father's rights to the boy are equally shared with me by Petrov and Kurovsky the lawyer, who still make you an allowance for their son's education, just as I do. Yes, indeed. I know all that quite well. I forgive your lying in the past, what does it matter? But now when you have grown older, at this moment when the boy is dying, your lying stifles me. How sorry I am that I cannot speak, how sorry I am. The doctor unbuttoned his overcoat, and still pacing about, said. Wretched woman. Even such moments have no effect on her. Even now she lies as freely as 9 years ago in the Hermitage restaurant. She is afraid if she tells me the truth I shall leave off giving her money, she thinks that if she did not lie I should not love the boy. You are lying. It's contemptible. The doctor rapped the floor with his stick, and cried. It's loathsome. Warped, corrupted creature. I must despise you, and I ought to be ashamed of my feeling. Yes. Your lying has stuck in my throat these 9 years, I have endured it, but now it's too much, too much. From the dark corner where Olga Ivanovna was sitting there came the sound of weeping. The doctor ceased speaking and cleared his throat. A silence followed. The doctor slowly buttoned up his overcoat, and began looking for his hat which he had dropped as he walked about. I lost my temper, he muttered, bending down to the floor. I quite lost sight of the fact that you cannot attend to me now. God knows what I have said. Don't take any notice of it, Olga. He found his hat and went towards the dark corner. I have wounded you, he said in a soft, tender half-whisper, but once more I entreat you, tell me the truth. There should not be lying between us. I blurted it out, and now you know that Petrov and Kurovsky are no secret to me. So now it is easy for you to tell me the truth. Olga Ivanovna thought a moment, and with perceptible hesitation, said. Nikolai, I am not lying, Misha is your child. My God, moaned the doctor, then I will tell you something more, I have kept your letter to Petrov in which you call him Misha's father. Olga, I know the truth, but I want to hear it from you. Do you hear? Olga Ivanovna made no reply, but went on weeping. After waiting for an answer the doctor shrugged his shoulders and went out. I will come tomorrow, he called from the passage. All the way home, as he sat in his carriage, he was shrugging his shoulders and muttering. What a pity that I don't know how to speak. I haven't the gift of persuading and convincing. It's evident she does not understand me since she lies. It's evident. How can I make her see? How? The pipe. Meliton Shishkin, a bailiff from the Dementiev farm, exhausted by the sultry heat of the fir wood and covered with spiders' webs and pine needles, made his way with his gun to the edge of the wood. His Damka, a mongrel between a yard dog and a setter, an extremely thin bitch heavy with young, trailed after her master with her wet tail between her legs, doing all she could to avoid pricking her nose. It was a dull, overcast morning. Big drops dripped from the bracken and from the trees that were wrapped in a light mist, there was a pungent smell of decay from the dampness of the wood. There were birch trees ahead of him where the wood ended, and between their stems and branches he could see the misty distance. Beyond the birch trees someone was playing on a shepherd's rustic pipe. The player produced no more than 5 or 6 notes, dragged them out languidly with no attempt at forming a tune, and yet there was something harsh and extremely dreary in the sound of the piping. As the copse became sparser, and the pines were interspersed with young birch trees, Melaton saw a herd. Hobbled horses, cows, and sheep were wandering among the bushes and, snapping the dry branches, sniffed at the herbage of the copse. A lean old shepherd, bareheaded, in a torn grey smock, stood leaning against the wet trunk of a birch tree. He stared at the ground, pondering something, and played his pipe, it seemed, mechanically. "Good day, grandfather. God help you." Melaton greeted him in a thin, husky voice which seemed incongruous with his huge stature and big, fleshy face. "How cleverly you are playing your pipe. Whose herd are you minding?" "The Artemonovs," the shepherd answered reluctantly, and he thrust the pipe into his bosom. "So I suppose the wood is the Artemonovs too?" Melaton inquired, looking about him. "Yes, it is the Artemonovs, only fancy. I had completely lost myself. I got my face scratched all over in the thicket." He sat down on the wet earth and began rolling up a bit of newspaper into a cigarette. Like his voice, everything about the man was small and out of keeping with his height, his breadth, and his fleshy face, his smiles, his eyes, his buttons, his tiny cap, which would hardly keep on his big, closely cropped head. When he talked and smiled there was something womanish, timid, and meek about his puffy, shaven face and his whole figure. "What weather! God help us," he said, and he turned his head from side to side. "Folk have not carried the oats yet, and the rain seems as though it had been taken on for good, God bless it." The shepherd looked at the sky, from which a drizzling rain was falling, at the wood, at the bailiff's wet clothes, pondered, and said nothing. "The whole summer has been the same," sighed Melaton. "A bad business for the peasants and no pleasure for the gentry." The shepherd looked at the sky again, thought a moment, and said deliberately, as though chewing each word, "It's all going the same way. There is nothing good to be looked for. How are things with you here?" Melaton inquired, lighting his cigarette. "Haven't you seen any coveys of grouse in the Artemonovs' clearing?" The shepherd did not answer at once. He looked again at the sky and to right and left, thought a little, blinked. Apparently he attached no little significance to his words, and to increase their value tried to pronounce them with deliberation and a certain solemnity. The expression of his face had the sharpness and staidness of old age. And the fact that his nose had a saddle-shaped depression across the middle and his nostrils turned upwards gave him a sly and sarcastic look. "No, I believe I haven't," he said. "Our huntsman Aryomka was saying that on Elijah's day he started one covey near Pustoshy, but I dare say he was lying. There are very few birds." "Yes, brother, very few. Very few everywhere. The shooting here, if one is to look at it with common sense, is good for nothing and not worth having. There is no game at all, and what there is not worth dirtying your hands over, it is not full-grown. It is such poor stuff that one is ashamed to look at it." Melaton gave a laugh and waved his hands. "Things happen so queerly in this world that it is simply laughable and nothing else. Birds nowadays have become so unaccountable, they sit late on their eggs, and there are some, I declare, that have not hatched them by St. Peter's Day." "It's all going the same," said the shepherd, turning his face upwards. "There was little game last year, this year there are fewer birds still, and in another 5 years, mark my words, there will be none at all. As far as I can see there will soon be not only no game, but no birds at all." "Yes," Melaton assented, after a moment's thought. "That's true." The shepherd gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "It's a wonder," he said, "what has become of them all. I remember 20 years ago there used to be geese here, and cranes and ducks and grouse, clouds and clouds of them. The gentry used to meet together for shooting, and one heard nothing but poof poof poof. Poof poof poof. There was no end to the woodcocks, the snipe, and the little teals, and the water snipe were as common as starlings, or let us say sparrows, lots and lots of them. And what has become of them all? We don't even see the birds of prey. The eagles, the hawks, and the owls have all gone. There are fewer of every sort of wild beast, too. Nowadays, brother, even the wolf and the fox have grown rare, let alone the bear or the otter. And you know, in old days there were even elks. For 40 years I have been observing the works of God from year to year, and it is my opinion that everything is going the same way. What way? To the bad, young man. To ruin, we must suppose. The time has come for God's world to perish. The old man put on his cap and began gazing at the sky. It's a pity, he sighed, after a brief silence. Oh God, what a pity. Of course it is God's will, the world was not created by us, but yet it is a pity, brother. If a single tree withers away, or let us say a single cow dies, it makes one sorry, but what will it be, good man, if the whole world crumbles into dust? Such blessings, Lord Jesus. The sun, and the sky, and the forest, and the rivers, and the creatures, all these have been created, adapted, and adjusted to one another. Each has been put to its appointed task and knows its place. And all that must perish. A mournful smile gleamed on the shepherd's face, and his eyelids quivered. You say, the world is perishing, said Meliton, pondering. It may be that the end of the world is near at hand, but you can't judge by the birds. I don't think the birds can be taken as a sign. Not the birds only, said the shepherd. It's the wild beasts, too, and the cattle, and the bees, and the fish. If you don't believe me, ask the old people. Every old man will tell you that the fish are not at all what they used to be. In the seas, in the lakes, and in the rivers, there are fewer fish from year to year. In our Peschenka, I remember, pike used to be caught a yard long, and there were eelpouts, and roach, and bream, and every fish had a presentable appearance. While nowadays, if you catch a wretched little pikelet or perch 6 inches long, you have to be thankful. There are not any gudgeon even worth talking about. Every year it is worse and worse, and in a little while there will be no fish at all. And take the rivers now, the rivers are drying up, for sure. It is true, they are drying up. To be sure, that's what I say. Every year they are shallower and shallower, and there are not the deep holes there used to be. And do you see the bushes yonder? The old man asked, pointing to one side. Beyond them is an old riverbed, it's called a backwater. In my father's time the Peschenka flowed there, but now look. Where have the evil spirits taken it to? It changes its course, and, mind you, it will go on changing till such time as it has dried up altogether. There used to be marshes and ponds beyond Kurgasovo, and where are they now? And what has become of the streams? Here in this very wood we used to have a stream flowing, and such a stream that the peasants used to set creels in it and caught pike. Wild ducks used to spend the winter by it, and nowadays there is no water in it worth speaking of, even at the spring floods. Yes, brother, look where you will, things are bad everywhere. Everywhere. A silence followed. Meliton sank into thought, with his eyes fixed on one spot. He wanted to think of some one part of nature as yet untouched by the all-embracing ruin. Spots of light glistened on the mist and the slanting streaks of rain as though on opaque glass. And immediately died away again. It was the rising sun trying to break through the clouds and peep at the earth. Yes, the forests, too, Meliton muttered. The forests, too, the shepherd repeated. They cut them down, and they catch fire, and they wither away, and no new ones are growing. Whatever does grow up is cut down at once, one day it shoots up and the next it has been cut down, and so on without end till nothing's left. I have kept the herds of the commune ever since the time of freedom, good man, before the time of freedom I was shepherd of the master's herds. I have watched them in this very spot, and I can't remember a summer day in all my life that I have not been here. And all the time I have been observing the works of God. I have looked at them in my time till I know them, and it is my opinion that all things growing are on the decline. Whether you take the rye, or the vegetables, or flowers of any sort, they are all going the same way. But people have grown better, observed the bailiff. In what way better? Cleverer. Cleverer, maybe, that's true, young man, but what's the use of that? What earthly good is cleverness to people on the brink of ruin? One can perish without cleverness. What's the good of cleverness to a huntsman if there is no game? What I think is that God has given men brains and taken away their strength. People have grown weak, exceedingly weak. Take me, for instance. I am not worth a halfpenny, I am the humblest peasant in the whole village, and yet, young man, I have strength. Mind you, I am in my 70s, and I tend my herd day in and day out, and keep the night watch, too, for 20 kopecks, and I don't sleep, and I don't feel the cold. My son is cleverer than I am, but put him in my place and he would ask for a raise next day, or would be going to the doctor's. There it is. I eat nothing but bread, for give us this day our daily bread, and my father ate nothing but bread, and my grandfather. But the peasant nowadays must have tea and vodka and white loaves, and must sleep from sunset to dawn, and he goes to the doctor and pampers himself in all sorts of ways. And why is it? He has grown weak, he has not the strength to endure. If he wants to stay awake, his eyes close, there is no doing anything. That's true, Meliton agreed. The peasant is good for nothing nowadays. It's no good hiding what is wrong, we get worse from year to year. And if you take the gentry into consideration, they've grown feebler even more than the peasants have. The gentleman nowadays has mastered everything. He knows what he ought not to know, and what is the sense of it? It makes you feel pitiful to look at him. He is a thin, puny little fellow, like some Hungarian or Frenchman. There is no dignity nor air about him, it's only in name he is a gentleman. There is no place for him, poor dear, and nothing for him to do, and there is no making out what he wants. Either he sits with a hook catching fish, or he lolls on his back reading, or trots about among the peasants saying all sorts of things to them, and those that are hungry go in for being clerks. So he spends his life in vain. And he has no notion of doing something real and useful. The gentry in old days were half of them generals, but nowadays they are, a poor lot. They are badly off nowadays, said Meliton. They are poorer because God has taken away their strength. You can't go against God. Meliton stared at a fixed point again. After thinking a little he heaved a sigh as staid, reasonable people do sigh, shook his head, and said. And all because of what? We have sinned greatly, we have forgotten God, and it seems that the time has come for all to end. And, after all, the world can't last forever, it's time to know when to take leave. The shepherd sighed and, as though wishing to cut short an unpleasant conversation, he walked away from the birch tree and began silently reckoning over the cows. Hey hey hey, he shouted. Hey hey hey. Bother you, the plague take you. The devil has taken you into the thicket. Tululu. With an angry face he went into the bushes to collect his herd. Meliton got up and sauntered slowly along the edge of the wood. He looked at the ground at his feet and pondered, he still wanted to think of something which had not yet been touched by death. Patches of light crept upon the slanting streaks of rain again, they danced on the tops of the trees and died away among the wet leaves. Damka found a hedgehog under a bush, and wanting to attract her master's attention to it, barked and howled. Did you have an eclipse or not? The shepherd called from the bushes. Yes, we had, answered Meliton. Ah. Folks are complaining all about that there was one. It shows there is disorder even in the heavens. It's not for nothing. Hey hey hey. Hey. Driving his herd together to the edge of the wood, the shepherd leaned against the birch tree, looked up at the sky, without haste took his pipe from his bosom and began playing. As before, he played mechanically and took no more than 5 or 6 notes. As though the pipe had come into his hands for the first time, the sounds floated from it uncertainly, with no regularity, not blending into a tune, but to melody. Brooding on the destruction of the world, there was a sound in it of something very depressing and revolting which he would much rather not have heard. The highest, shrillest notes, which quivered and broke, seemed to be weeping disconsolately, as though the pipe were sick and frightened. While the lowest notes for some reason reminded him of the mist, the dejected trees, the grey sky. Such music seemed in keeping with the weather, the old man and his sayings. Melaton wanted to complain. He went up to the old man and, looking at his mournful, mocking face and at the pipe, muttered. "And life has grown worse, grandfather. It is utterly impossible to live. Bad crops, want. Cattle plague continually, diseases of all sorts. We are crushed by poverty." The bailiff's puffy face turned crimson and took a dejected, womanish expression. He twirled his fingers as though seeking words to convey his vague feeling and went on. 8 children, a wife, and my mother still living. And my whole salary 10 rubles a month and to board myself. My wife has become a Satan from poverty. I go off drinking myself. I am a sensible, steady man, I have education. I ought to sit at home in peace, but I stray about all day with my gun like a dog because it is more than I can stand, my home is hateful to me. Feeling that his tongue was uttering something quite different from what he wanted to say. The bailiff waved his hand and said bitterly. If the world's going to end, I wish it would make haste about it. There's no need to drag it out and make folks miserable for nothing. The old man took the pipe from his lips and, screwing up one eye, looked into its little opening. His face was sad and covered with thick drops like tears. He smiled and said, "It's a pity, my friend. My goodness, what a pity. The earth, the forest, the sky, the beasts of all sorts, all this has been created, you know, adapted, they all have their intelligence. It is all going to ruin. And most of all I am sorry for people." There was the sound in the wood of heavy rain coming nearer. Melaton looked in the direction of the sound, did up all his buttons, and said, "I am going to the village. Goodbye, grandfather. What is your name?" "Luka the Poor." "Well, goodbye, Luka. Thank you for your good words. Damka, ICI." After parting from the shepherd, Melaton made his way along the edge of the wood, and then downhill to a meadow which by degrees turned into a marsh. There was a squelch of water under his feet, and the rusty marsh sedge, still green and juicy, drooped down to the earth as though afraid of being trampled underfoot. Beyond the marsh, on the bank of the Peschenka, of which the old man had spoken, stood a row of willows, and beyond the willows a barn looked dark blue in the mist. One could feel the approach of that miserable, utterly inevitable season, when the fields grow dark and the earth is muddy and cold. When the weeping willow seems still more mournful and tears trickle down its stem, and only the cranes fly away from the general misery, and even they, as though afraid of insulting dispirited nature by the expression of their happiness, fill the air with their mournful, dreary notes. Melaton plodded along to the river, and heard the sounds of the pipe gradually dying away behind him. He still wanted to complain. He looked dejectedly about him, and he felt insufferably sorry for the sky and the earth and the sun and the woods and his Damka. And when the highest drawn-out note of the pipe floated quivering in the air, like a voice weeping, he felt extremely bitter and resentful of the impropriety in the conduct of nature. The high note quivered, broke off, and the pipe was silent. An Avenger. Shortly after finding his wife in flagranti delicto, Fyodor Fyodorovich Sigov was standing in Schmuck and Company, the gunsmiths, selecting a suitable revolver. His countenance expressed wrath, grief, and unalterable determination. "I know what I must do," he was thinking. "The sanctities of the home are outraged, honor is trampled in the mud, vice is triumphant, and therefore as a citizen and a man of honor I must be their avenger. First, I will kill her and her lover and then myself. He had not yet chosen a revolver or killed anyone, but already in imagination he saw 3 blood-stained corpses, broken skulls, brains oozing from them, the commotion. The crowd of gaping spectators, the post-mortem. With the malignant joy of an insulted man he pictured the horror of the relations and the public, the agony of the traitress. And was mentally reading leading articles on the destruction of the traditions of the home. The shopman, a sprightly little Frenchified figure with rounded belly and white waistcoat, displayed the revolvers. And smiling respectfully and scraping with his little feet observed. I would advise you, monsieur, to take this superb revolver, the Smith & Wesson pattern. The last word in the science of firearms, triple action, with ejector, kills at 600 paces, central sight. Let me draw your attention, monsieur, to the beauty of the finish. The most fashionable system, monsieur. We sell a dozen every day for burglars, wolves, and lovers. Very correct and powerful action, hits at a great distance, and kills wife and lover with 1 bullet. As for suicide, monsieur, I don't know a better pattern. The shopman pulled and cocked the trigger, breathed on the barrel, took aim, and affected to be breathless with delight. Looking at his ecstatic countenance, one might have supposed that he would readily have put a bullet through his brains if he had only possessed a revolver of such a superb pattern as a Smith-Wesson. And what price? Asked Sigov. 45 rubles, monsieur. That's too dear for me. In that case, monsieur, let me offer you another make, somewhat cheaper. Here, if you'll kindly look, we have an immense choice, at all prices. Here, for instance, this revolver of the Verotchka pattern costs only 18 rubles, but, the shopman pursed up his face contemptuously, but, monsieur, it's an old-fashioned make. They are only bought by hysterical ladies or the mentally deficient. To commit suicide or shoot one's wife with a Verotchka revolver is considered bad form nowadays. Smith-Wesson is the only pattern that's correct style. I don't want to shoot myself or to kill anyone, said Sigov, lying sullenly. I am buying it simply for a country cottage, to frighten away burglars. That's not our business, what object you have in buying it. The shopman smiled, dropping his eyes discreetly. If we were to investigate the object in each case, monsieur, we should have to close our shop. To frighten burglars, Verotchka is not a suitable pattern, monsieur, for it goes off with a faint, muffled sound. I would suggest Mortimer's, the so-called dueling pistol. Shouldn't I challenge him to a duel? Flashed through Sigov's mind. It's doing him too much honor, though. Beasts like that are killed like dogs. The shopman, swaying gracefully and tripping to and fro on his little feet, still smiling and chattering, displayed before him a heap of revolvers. The most inviting and impressive of all was the Smith & Wesson's. Sigov picked up a pistol of that pattern, gazed blankly at it, and sank into brooding. His imagination pictured how he would blow out their brains, how blood would flow in streams over the rug and the parquet, how the traitress's legs would twitch in her last agony. But that was not enough for his indignant soul. The picture of blood, wailing, and horror did not satisfy him. He must think of something more terrible. I know. I'll kill myself and him, he thought, but I'll leave her alive. Let her pine away from the stings of conscience and the contempt of all surrounding her. For a sensitive nature like hers that will be far more agonizing than death. And he imagined his own funeral. He, the injured husband, lies in his coffin with a gentle smile on his lips, and she, pale, tortured by remorse, follows the coffin like a Niobe. Not knowing where to hide herself to escape from the withering, contemptuous looks cast upon her by the indignant crowd. I see, monsieur, that you like the Smith & Wesson make, the shopman broke in upon his broodings. If you think it too dear, very well, I'll knock off 5 rubles. But we have other makes, cheaper. The little Frenchified figure turned gracefully and took down another dozen cases of revolvers from the shelf. Here, monsieur, price 30 rubles. That's not expensive, especially as the rate of exchange has dropped terribly and the customs duties are rising every hour. So, I vow I am a conservative, but even I am beginning to murmur. Why, with the rate of exchange and the customs tariff, only the rich can purchase firearms. There's nothing left for the poor but Tula weapons and phosphorus matches, and Tula weapons are a misery. You may aim at your wife with a Tula revolver and shoot yourself through the shoulder blade. Sigov suddenly felt mortified and sorry that he would be dead, and would miss seeing the agonies of the traitress. Revenge is only sweet when one can see and taste its fruits, and what sense would there be in it if he were lying in his coffin, knowing nothing about it? Hadn't I better do this? He pondered. I'll kill him, then I'll go to his funeral and look on, and after the funeral I'll kill myself. They'd arrest me, though, before the funeral, and take away my pistol. And so I'll kill him, she shall remain alive, and I, for the time, I'll not kill myself, but go and be arrested. I shall always have time to kill myself. There will be this advantage about being arrested, that at the preliminary investigation I shall have an opportunity of exposing to the authorities and to the public all the infamy of her conduct. If I kill myself she may, with her characteristic duplicity and impudence, throw all the blame on me, and society will justify her behavior and will very likely laugh at me. If I remain alive, then. A minute later he was thinking. Yes, if I kill myself I may be blamed and suspected of petty feeling. Besides, why should I kill myself? That's one thing. And for another, to shoot oneself is cowardly. And so I'll kill him and let her live, and I'll face my trial. I shall be tried, and she will be brought into court as a witness. I can imagine her confusion, her disgrace when she is examined by my counsel. The sympathies of the court, of the press, and of the public will certainly be with me. While he deliberated the shopman displayed his wares, and felt it incumbent upon him to entertain his customer. Here are English ones, a new pattern, only just received, he prattled on. But I warn you, m'su, all these systems pale beside the Smith & Wesson. The other day, as I dare say you have read, an officer bought from us a Smith & Wesson. He shot his wife's lover, and, would you believe it? The bullet passed through him, pierced the bronze lamp, then the piano, and ricocheted back from the piano, killing the lapdog and bruising the wife. A magnificent record redounding to the honor of our firm. The officer is now under arrest. He will no doubt be convicted and sent to penal servitude. In the first place, our penal code is quite out of date, and, secondly, m'su, the sympathies of the court are always with the lover. Why is it? Very simple, m'su. The judges and the jury and the prosecutor and the counsel for the defense are all living with other men's wives, and it'll add to their comfort that there will be one husband the less in Russia. Society would be pleased if the government were to send all the husbands to Sakhalin. Oh, m'su, you don't know how it excites my indignation to see the corruption of morals nowadays. To love other men's wives is as much the regular thing today as to smoke other men's cigarettes and to read other men's books. Every year our trade gets worse and worse. It doesn't mean that wives are more faithful, but that husbands resign themselves to their position and are afraid of the law and penal servitude. The shopman looked round and whispered, and whose fault is it, m'su? The government's. To go to Sakhalin for the sake of a pig like that, there's no sense in that either, Sigov pondered. If I go to penal servitude it will only give my wife an opportunity of marrying again and deceiving a second husband. She would triumph. And so I will leave her alive. I won't kill myself, him. I won't kill either. I must think of something more sensible and more effective. I will punish them with my contempt, and will take divorce proceedings that will make a scandal. Here, m'su, is another make, said the shopman, taking down another dozen from the shelf. Let me call your attention to the original mechanism of the lock. In view of his determination a revolver was now of no use to Sigov, but the shopman, meanwhile, getting more and more enthusiastic, persisted in displaying his wares before him. The outraged husband began to feel ashamed that the shopman should be taking so much trouble on his account for nothing, that he should be smiling, wasting time, displaying enthusiasm for nothing. "Very well, in that case," he muttered, "I'll look in again later on, or I'll send someone." He didn't see the expression of the shopman's face, but to smooth over the awkwardness of the position a little he felt called upon to make some purchase. But what should he buy? He looked round the walls of the shop to pick out something inexpensive, and his eyes rested on a green net hanging near the door. What's that?" he asked. "That's a net for catching quails." "And what price is it?" "8 rubles, m'sieu." "Wrap it up for me." The outraged husband paid his 8 rubles, took the net, and, feeling even more outraged, walked out of the shop. The post. It was 3 o'clock in the night. The postman, ready to set off, in his cap and his coat, with a rusty sword in his hand, was standing near the door, waiting for the driver to finish putting the mail bags into the cart which had just been brought round with 3 horses. The sleepy postmaster sat at his table, which was like a counter. He was filling up a form and saying, "My nephew, the student, wants to go to the station at once. So look here, Ignatiev, let him get into the mail cart and take him with you to the station, though it is against the regulations to take people with the mail. What's one to do? It's better for him to drive with you free than for me to hire horses for him." "Ready," they heard a shout from the yard. "Well, go then, and God be with you," said the postmaster. "Which driver is going?" "Semyon Glazov." "Come, sign the receipt." The postman signed the receipt and went out. At the entrance of the post office there was the dark outline of a cart and 3 horses. The horses were standing still except that one of the trace horses kept uneasily shifting from one leg to the other and tossing its head, making the bell clang from time to time. The cart with the mail bags looked like a patch of darkness. 2 silhouettes were moving lazily beside it, the student with a portmanteau in his hand and a driver. The latter was smoking a short pipe. The light of the pipe moved about in the darkness, dying away and flaring up again. For an instant it lighted up a bit of a sleeve, then a shaggy mustache and big copper-red nose, then stern-looking, overhanging eyebrows. The postman pressed down the mail bags with his hands, laid his sword on them and jumped into the cart. The student clambered irresolutely in after him, and accidentally touching him with his elbow, said timidly and politely, "I beg your pardon." The pipe went out. The postmaster came out of the post office just as he was, in his waistcoat and slippers. Shrinking from the night dampness and clearing his throat, he walked beside the cart and said, "Well, God speed. Give my love to your mother, Mihailo. Give my love to them all. And you, Ignatiev, mind you don't forget to give the parcel to Bystretsov. Off." The driver took the reins in one hand, blew his nose, and, arranging the seat under himself, clicked to the horses. "Give them my love," the postmaster repeated. The big bell clanged something to the little bells gave it a friendly answer. The cart squeaked, moved. The big bell lamented, the little bells laughed. Standing up in his seat the driver lashed the restless trace horse twice, and the cart rumbled with a hollow sound along the dusty road. The little town was asleep. Houses and trees stood black on each side of the broad street, and not a light was to be seen. Narrow clouds stretched here and there over the star-spangled sky, and where the dawn would soon be coming there was a narrow crescent moon. But neither the stars, of which there were many, nor the half-moon, which looked white, lighted up the night air. It was cold and damp, and there was a smell of autumn. The student, who thought that politeness required him to talk affably to a man who had not refused to let him accompany him, began. "In summer it would be light at this time. But now there is not even a sign of the dawn. Summer is over." The student looked at the sky and went on. "Even from the sky one can see that it is autumn. Look to the right. Do you see 3 stars side by side in a straight line? That is the constellation of Orion, which, in our hemisphere, only becomes visible in September. The postman, thrusting his hands into his sleeves and retreating up to his ears into his coat collar, did not stir and did not glance at the sky. Apparently the constellation of Orion did not interest him. He was accustomed to see the stars, and probably he had long grown weary of them. The student paused for a while and then said, "It's cold. It's time for the dawn to begin. Do you know what time the sun rises?" "What? What time does the sun rise now?" "Between 5 and 6, said the driver. The mail cart drove out of the town. Now nothing could be seen on either side of the road but the fences of kitchen gardens and here and there a solitary willow tree. Everything in front of them was shrouded in darkness. Here in the open country the half-moon looked bigger and the stars shone more brightly. Then came a scent of dampness. The postman shrank further into his collar. The student felt an unpleasant chill first creeping about his feet, then over the mail bags, over his hands and his face. The horses moved more slowly. The bell was mute as though it were frozen. There was the sound of the splash of water, and stars reflected in the water danced under the horses' feet and round the wheels. But 10 minutes later it became so dark that neither the stars nor the moon could be seen. The mail cart had entered the forest. Prickly pine branches were continually hitting the student on his cap and a spider's web settled on his face. Wheels and hoofs knocked against huge roots, and the mail cart swayed from side to side as though it were drunk. "Keep to the road," said the postman angrily. "Why do you run up the edge? My face is scratched all over by the twigs. Keep more to the right." But at that point there was nearly an accident. The cart suddenly bounded as though in the throes of a convulsion, began trembling, and, with a creak, lurched heavily first to the right and then to the left. And at a fearful pace dashed along the forest track. The horses had taken fright at something and bolted. "Wah! Wah!" the driver cried in alarm. "Wah, you devils!" The student, violently shaken, bent forward and tried to find something to catch hold of so as to keep his balance and save himself from being thrown out, but the leather mail bags were slippery. And the driver, whose belt the student tried to catch at, was himself tossed up and down and seemed every moment on the point of flying out. Through the rattle of the wheels and the creaking of the cart they heard the sword fall with a clank on the ground, then a little later something fell with 2 heavy thuds behind the mail cart. "Wah!" the driver cried in a piercing voice, bending backwards. "Stop!" The student fell on his face and bruised his forehead against the driver's seat, but was at once tossed back again and knocked his spine violently against the back of the cart. "I am falling," was the thought that flashed through his mind, but at that instant the horses dashed out of the forest into the open, turned sharply to the right and rumbling over a bridge of logs. Suddenly stopped dead, and the suddenness of this halt flung the student forward again. The driver and the student were both breathless. The postman was not in the cart. He had been thrown out, together with his sword, the student's portmanteau, and one of the mail bags. "Stop, you rascal! Stop!" they heard him shout from the forest. "You damned blackguard!" he shouted, running up to the cart, and there was a note of pain and fury in his tearful voice. "You anathema, plague take you!" he roared, dashing up to the driver and shaking his fist at him. "What a to-do! Lord have mercy on us!" muttered the driver in a conscience-stricken voice, setting right something in the harness at the horses' heads. "It's all that devil of a trace-horse. Cursed filly. It is only a week since she has run in harness. She goes all right, but as soon as we go downhill there is trouble. She wants a touch or 2 on the nose, then she wouldn't play about like this. Steedy. Damn!" While the driver was setting the horses to rights and looking for the portmanteau, the mail bag, and the sword on the road, the postman in a plaintive voice shrill with anger ejaculated oaths. After replacing the luggage the driver for no reason whatever led the horses for 100 paces, grumbled at the restless trace horse, and jumped up on the box. When his fright was over the student felt amused and good-humored. It was the first time in his life that he had driven by night in a mail cart, and the shaking he had just been through, the postman's having been thrown out, and the pain in his own back struck him as interesting adventures. He lighted a cigarette and said with a laugh, "Why, you might break your neck like that. I very nearly flew out, and I didn't even notice you had been thrown out. I can fancy what it is like driving in autumn." The postman did not speak. "Have you been going with the post for long?" the student asked. 11 years. "Oh ho, every day?" "Yes, every day. I take this post and drive back again at once." "Why?" Making the journey every day, he must have had a good many interesting adventures in 11 years. On bright summer and gloomy autumn nights, or in winter when a ferocious snowstorm whirled howling round the mail cart, it must have been hard to avoid feeling frightened and uncanny. No doubt more than once the horses had bolted, the mail cart had stuck in the mud, they had been attacked by highwaymen, or had lost their way in the blizzard. "I can fancy what adventures you must have had in 11 years, said the student. "I expect it must be terrible driving?" He said this and expected that the postman would tell him something, but the latter preserved a sullen silence and retreated into his collar. Meanwhile it began to get light. The sky changed color imperceptibly, it still seemed dark, but by now the horses and the driver and the road could be seen. The crescent moon looked bigger and bigger, and the cloud that stretched below it, shaped like a cannon in a gun carriage, showed a faint yellow on its lower edge. Soon the postman's face was visible. It was wet with dew, grey and rigid as the face of a corpse. An expression of dull, sullen anger was set upon it, as though the postman were still in pain and still angry with the driver. "Thank God it is daylight," said the student, looking at his chilled and angry face. "I am quite frozen. The nights are cold in September, but as soon as the sun rises it isn't cold. Shall we soon reach the station?" The postman frowned and made a wry face. "How fond you are of talking, upon my word," he said. "Can't you keep quiet when you are traveling?" The student was confused, and did not approach him again all the journey. The morning came on rapidly. The moon turned pale and melted away into the dull grey sky, the cloud turned yellow all over, the stars grew dim, but the east was still cold-looking and the same color as the rest of the sky, so that one could hardly believe the sun was hidden in it. The chill of the morning and the surliness of the postman gradually infected the student. He looked apathetically at the country around him, waited for the warmth of the sun, and thought of nothing but how dreadful and horrible it must be for the poor trees and the grass to endure the cold nights. The sun rose dim, drowsy, and cold. The treetops were not gilded by the rays of the rising sun, as usually described, the sunbeams did not creep over the earth and there was no sign of joy in the flight of the sleepy birds. The cold remained just the same now that the sun was up as it had been in the night. The student looked drowsily and ill-humoredly at the curtained windows of a mansion by which the mail cart drove. Behind those windows, he thought, people were most likely enjoying their soundest morning sleep, not hearing the bells, nor feeling the cold, nor seeing the postman's angry face. And if the bell did wake some young lady, she would turn over on the other side, smile in the fullness of her warmth and comfort, and, drawing up her feet and putting her hand under her cheek, would go off to sleep more soundly than ever. The student looked at the pond which gleamed near the house and thought of the carp and the pike which find it possible to live in cold water. "It's against the regulations to take anyone with the post," the postman said unexpectedly. "It's not allowed. And since it is not allowed, people have no business to get in." "Yes. It makes no difference to me, it's true, only I don't like it, and I don't wish it." "Why didn't you say so before, if you don't like it?" The postman made no answer but still had an unfriendly, angry expression. When, a little later, the horses stopped at the entrance of the station, the student thanked him and got out of the cart. The mail train had not yet come in. A long goods train stood in a siding. In the tender the engine driver and his assistant, with faces wet with dew, were drinking tea from a dirty tin teapot. The carriages, the platforms, the seats were all wet and cold. Until the train came and the students stood at the buffet drinking tea while the postman, with his hands thrust up his sleeves and the same look of anger still on his face, paced up and down the platform in solitude, staring at the ground under his feet. With whom was he angry? Was it with people, with poverty, with the autumn nights? The runaway. It had been a long business. At first Pashka had walked with his mother in the rain, at one time across a mown field, then by forest paths, where the yellow leaves stuck to his boots. He had walked until it was daylight. Then he had stood for 2 hours in the dark passage, waiting for the door to open. It was not so cold and damp in the passage as in the yard, but with the high wind spurts of rain flew in even there. When the passage gradually became packed with people, Pashka, squeezed among them, leaned his face against somebody's sheepskin which smelt strongly of salt fish, and sank into a doze. But at last the bolt clicked, the door flew open, and Pashka and his mother went into the waiting room. All the patients sat on benches without stirring or speaking. Pashka looked round at them, and he too was silent, though he was seeing a great deal that was strange and funny. Only once, when a lad came into the waiting room hopping on one leg, Pashka longed to hop too. He nudged his mother's elbow, giggled in his sleeve, and said, "Look, mammy, a sparrow." "Hush, child, hush," said his mother. A sleepy-looking hospital assistant appeared at the little window. "Come and be registered," he boomed out. All of them, including the funny lad who hopped, filed up to the window. The assistant asked each one his name, and his father's name, where he lived, how long he had been ill, and so on. From his mother's answers, Pashka learned that his name was not Pashka, but Pavel Galakshunov, that he was 7 years old, that he could not read or write, and that he had been ill ever since Easter. Soon after the registration, he had to stand up for a little while. The doctor in a white apron, with a towel round his waist, walked across the waiting room. As he passed by the boy who hopped, he shrugged his shoulders, and said in a sing-song tenor, "Well, you are an idiot. Aren't you an idiot? I told you to come on Monday, and you come on Friday. It's nothing to me if you don't come at all, but you know, you idiot, your leg will be done for." The lad made a pitiful face, as though he were going to beg for alms, blinked, and said, "Kindly do something for me, Ivan Michailych." "It's no use saying Ivan Michailych," the doctor mimicked him. "You were told to come on Monday, and you ought to obey. You are an idiot, and that is all about it." The doctor began seeing the patients. He sat in his little room, and called up the patients in turn. Sounds were continually coming from the little room, piercing wails, a child's crying, or the doctor's angry words. "Come, why are you bawling? Am I murdering you, or what? Sit quiet." Pashka's turn came. "Pavel Galakshunov," shouted the doctor. His mother was aghast, as though she had not expected this summons, and taking Pashka by the hand, she led him into the room. The doctor was sitting at the table, mechanically tapping on a thick book with a little hammer. "What's wrong?" he asked, without looking at them. "The little lad has an ulcer on his elbow, sir," answered his mother, and her face assumed an expression as though she really were terribly grieved at Pashka's ulcer. "Undress him." Pashka, panting, unwound the kerchief from his neck, then wiped his nose on his sleeve, and began deliberately pulling off his sheepskin. "Woman, you have not come here on a visit," said the doctor angrily. "Why are you dawdling? You are not the only one here." Pashka hurriedly flung the sheepskin on the floor, and with his mother's help took off his shirt. The doctor looked at him lazily, and patted him on his bare stomach. "You have grown quite a respectable corporation, brother Pashka," he said, and heaved a sigh. "Come, show me your elbow." Pashka looked sideways at the basin full of blood-stained slops, looked at the doctor's apron, and began to cry. "May I?" the doctor mimicked him. "Nearly old enough to be married, spoilt boy, and here he is blubbering. For shame." Pashka, trying not to cry, looked at his mother, and in that look could be read the entreaty, "Don't tell them at home that I cried at the hospital." The doctor examined his elbow, pressed it, heaved a sigh, clicked with his lips, then pressed it again. "You ought to be beaten, woman, but there is no one to do it," he said. "Why didn't you bring him before?" "Why, the whole arm is done for. Look, foolish woman. You see, the joint is diseased." "You know best, kind sir," sighed the woman. "Kind sir. She's let the boy's arm rot, and now it is, kind sir. What kind of workman will he be without an arm? You'll be nursing him and looking after him for ages. I bet if you had had a pimple on your nose, you'd have run to the hospital quick enough, but you have left your boy to rot for 6 months. You are all like that." The doctor lighted a cigarette. While the cigarette smoked, he scolded the woman, and shook his head in time to the song he was humming inwardly, while he thought of something else. Pashka stood naked before him, listening and looking at the smoke. When the cigarette went out, the doctor started, and said in a lower tone, "Well, listen, woman. You can do nothing with ointments and drops in this case. You must leave him in the hospital. If necessary, sir, why not? We must operate on him." "You stop with me, Pashka," said the doctor, slapping Pashka on the shoulder. "Let mother go home, and you and I will stop here, old man. It's nice with me, old boy, it's first-rate here. I'll tell you what we'll do, Pashka, we will go catching finches together. I will show you a fox. We will go visiting together. Shall we? And mother will come for you tomorrow." Pashka looked inquiringly at his mother. "You stay, child," she said. He'll stay," cried the doctor gleefully. "And there is no need to discuss it. I'll show him a live fox. We will go to the fair together to buy candy. Marya Denisovna, take him upstairs." The doctor, apparently a light-hearted and friendly fellow, seemed glad to have company. Pashka wanted to oblige him, especially as he had never in his life been to a fair, and would have been glad to have a look at a live fox, but how could he do without his mother? After a little reflection he decided to ask the doctor to let his mother stay in the hospital too, but before he had time to open his mouth the lady assistant was already taking him upstairs. He walked up and looked about him with his mouth open. The staircase, the floors, and the doorposts, everything huge, straight, and bright were painted a splendid yellow color, and had a delicious smell of Lenten oil. On all sides lamps were hanging, strips of carpet stretched along the floor, copper taps stuck out on the walls. But best of all Pashka liked the bedstead upon which he was made to sit down, and the grey woolen coverlet. He touched the pillows and the coverlet with his hands, looked round the ward, and made up his mind that it was very nice at the doctor's. The ward was not a large one, it consisted of only 3 beds. One bed stood empty, the second was occupied by Pashka, and on the third sat an old man with sour eyes, who kept coughing and spitting into a mug. From Pashka's bed part of another ward could be seen with 2 beds, on one a very pale wasted-looking man with an india-rubber bottle on his head was asleep. On the other a peasant with his head tied up, looking very like a woman, was sitting with his arms spread out. After making Pashka sit down, the assistant went out and came back a little later with a bundle of clothes under her arm. "These are for you," she said, "put them on." Pashka undressed and, not without satisfaction, began attiring himself in his new array. When he had put on the shirt, the drawers, and the little grey dressing gown, he looked at himself complacently, and thought that it would not be bad to walk through the village in that costume. His imagination pictured his mother sending him to the kitchen garden by the river to gather cabbage leaves for the little pig. He saw himself walking along, while the boys and girls surrounded him and looked with envy at his little dressing gown. A nurse came into the ward, bringing 2 tin bowls, 2 spoons, and 2 pieces of bread. One bowl she set before the old man, the other before Pashka. "Eat," she said. Looking into his bowl, Pashka saw some rich cabbage soup, and in the soup a piece of meat, and thought again that it was very nice at the doctor's. And that the doctor was not nearly so cross as he had seemed at first. He spent a long time swallowing the soup, licking the spoon after each mouthful, then when there was nothing left in the bowl but the meat he stole a look at the old man. And felt envious that he was still eating the soup. With a sigh Pashka attacked the meat, trying to make it last as long as possible, but his efforts were fruitless. The meat, too, quickly vanished. There was nothing left but the piece of bread. Plain bread without anything on it was not appetizing, but there was no help for it. Pashka thought a little, and ate the bread. At that moment the nurse came in with another bowl. This time there was roast meat with potatoes in the bowl. "And where is the bread?" asked the nurse. Instead of answering, Pashka puffed out his cheeks, and blew out the air. "Why did you gobble it all up?" said the nurse reproachfully. "What are you going to eat your meat with?" She went and fetched another piece of bread. Pashka had never eaten roast meat in his life, and trying it now found it very nice. It vanished quickly, and then he had a piece of bread left bigger than the first. When the old man had finished his dinner, he put away the remains of his bread in a little table. Pashka meant to do the same, but on second thoughts ate his piece. When he had finished he went for a walk. In the next ward, besides the two he had seen from the door, there were 4 other people. Of these only one drew his attention. This was a tall, extremely emaciated peasant with a morose-looking, hairy face. He was sitting on the bed, nodding his head and swinging his right arm all the time like a pendulum. Pashka could not take his eyes off him for a long time. At first the man's regular pendulum-like movements seemed to him curious, and he thought they were done for the general amusement, but when he looked into the man's face he felt frightened. And realized that he was terribly ill. Going into a third ward he saw 2 peasants with dark red faces as though they were smeared with clay. They were sitting motionless on their beds, and with their strange faces, in which it was hard to distinguish their features, they looked like heathen idols. "Auntie, why do they look like that?" Pashka asked the nurse. "They have got smallpox, little lad." Going back to his own ward, Pashka sat down on his bed and began waiting for the doctor to come and take him to catch finches, or to go to the fair. But the doctor did not come. He got a passing glimpse of a hospital assistant at the door of the next ward. He bent over the patient on whose head lay a bag of ice, and cried, "Mihailo." But the sleeping man did not stir. The assistant made a gesture and went away. Pashka scrutinized the old man, his next neighbor. The old man coughed without ceasing and spat into a mug. His cough had a long drawn-out, creaking sound. Pashka liked one peculiarity about him: when he drew the air in as he coughed, something in his chest whistled and sang on different notes. "Grandfather, what is it whistles in you?" Pashka asked. The old man made no answer. Pashka waited a little and asked, "Grandfather, where is the fox?" "What fox?" "The live one." "Where should it be?" "In the forest." A long time passed, but the doctor still did not appear. The nurse brought in tea, and scolded Pashka for not having saved any bread for his tea. The assistant came once more and set to work to wake Mihailo. It turned blue outside the windows, the wards were lighted up, but the doctor did not appear. It was too late now to go to the fair and catch finches. Pashka stretched himself on his bed and began thinking. He remembered the candy promised him by the doctor, the face and voice of his mother, the darkness in his hut at home, the stove, peevish Granny Yegorovna, and he suddenly felt sad and dreary. He remembered that his mother was coming for him next day, smiled, and shut his eyes. He was awakened by a rustling. In the next ward someone was stepping about and speaking in a whisper. 3 figures were moving about Mihailo's bed in the dim light of the nightlight and the icon lamp. "Shall we take him, bed and all, or without?" asked one of them. "Without. You won't get through the door with the bed. He's died at the wrong time, the kingdom of heaven be his." One took Mihailo by his shoulders, another by his legs and lifted him up. Mihailo's arms and the skirt of his dressing gown hung limply to the ground. A third, it was the peasant who looked like a woman, crossed himself, and all three tramping clumsily with their feet and stepping on Mihailo's skirts, went out of the ward. There came the whistle and humming on different notes from the chest of the old man who was asleep. Pashka listened, peeped at the dark windows, and jumped out of bed in terror. "Ma-mka." He moaned in a deep bass. And without waiting for an answer, he rushed into the next ward. There the darkness was dimly lighted up by a nightlight and the icon lamp. The patients, upset by the death of Mihailo, were sitting on their bedsteads, their disheveled figures, mixed up with the shadows, looked broader, taller, and seemed to be growing bigger and bigger. On the furthest bedstead in the corner, where it was darkest, there sat the peasant moving his head and his hand. Pashka, without noticing the doors, rushed into the smallpox ward, from there into the corridor. From the corridor he flew into a big room where monsters, with long hair and the faces of old women, were lying and sitting on the beds. Running through the women's wing he found himself again in the corridor, saw the banisters of the staircase he knew already, and ran downstairs. There he recognized the waiting room in which he had sat that morning, and began looking for the door into the open air. The latch creaked, there was a whiff of cold wind, and Pashka, stumbling, ran out into the yard. He had only one thought, to run, to run. He did not know the way, but felt convinced that if he ran he would be sure to find himself at home with his mother. The sky was overcast, but there was a moon behind the clouds. Pashka ran from the steps straight forward, went round the barn and stumbled into some thick bushes. After stopping for a minute and thinking, he dashed back again to the hospital, ran round it, and stopped again undecided. Behind the hospital there were white crosses. "Ma-mka." He cried, and dashed back. Running by the dark sinister buildings, he saw one lighted window. The bright red patch looked dreadful in the darkness, but Pashka, frantic with terror, not knowing where to run, turned towards it. Beside the window was a porch with steps, and a front door with a white board on it. Pashka ran up the steps, looked in at the window, and was at once possessed by intense overwhelming joy. Through the window he saw the merry affable doctor sitting at the table reading a book. Laughing with happiness, Pashka stretched out his hands to the person he knew and tried to call out, but some unseen force choked him and struck at his legs. He staggered and fell down on the steps unconscious. When he came to himself it was daylight, and a voice he knew very well, that had promised him a fare, finches, and a fox, was saying beside him, "Well, you are an idiot, Pashka. Aren't you an idiot? You ought to be beaten, but there's no one to do it. A problem." The strictest measures were taken that the Uskov's family secret might not leak out and become generally known. Half of the servants were sent off to the theater or the circus. The other half were sitting in the kitchen and not allowed to leave it. Orders were given that no one was to be admitted. The wife of the colonel, her sister, and the governess, though they had been initiated into the secret, kept up a pretense of knowing nothing. They sat in the dining room and did not show themselves in the drawing room or the hall. Sasha Uskov, the young man of 25 who was the cause of all the commotion, had arrived some time before, and by the advice of kind-hearted Ivan Markovitch, his uncle, who was taking his part. He sat meekly in the hall by the door leading to the study, and prepared himself to make an open, candid explanation. The other side of the door, in the study, a family council was being held. The subject under discussion was an exceedingly disagreeable and delicate one. Sasha Uskov had cashed at one of the banks a false promissory note, and it had become due for payment 3 days before, and now his two paternal uncles and Ivan Markovitch, the brother of his dead mother, were deciding the question whether they should pay the money and save the family honor, or wash their hands of it and leave the case to go for trial. To outsiders who have no personal interest in the matter such questions seem simple. For those who are so unfortunate as to have to decide them in earnest they are extremely difficult. The uncles had been talking for a long time, but the problem seemed no nearer decision. My friends, said the uncle who was a colonel, and there was a note of exhaustion and bitterness in his voice. Who says that family honor is a mere convention? I don't say that at all. I am only warning you against a false view. I am pointing out the possibility of an unpardonable mistake. How can you fail to see it? I am not speaking Chinese, I am speaking Russian. My dear fellow, we do understand, Ivan Markovich protested mildly. How can you understand if you say that I don't believe in family honor? I repeat once more, family honor falsely understood is a prejudice. Falsely understood. That's what I say, whatever may be the motives for screening a scoundrel, whoever he may be, and helping him to escape punishment, it is contrary to law and unworthy of a gentleman. It's not saving the family honor, it's civic cowardice. Take the army, for instance. The honor of the army is more precious to us than any other honor, yet we don't screen our guilty members, but condemn them. And does the honor of the army suffer in consequence? Quite the opposite. The other paternal uncle, an official in the treasury, a taciturn, dull-witted, and rheumatic man, sat silent. Or spoke only of the fact that the Uskov's name would get into the newspapers if the case went for trial. His opinion was that the case ought to be hushed up from the first and not become public property. But, apart from publicity in the newspapers, he advanced no other argument in support of this opinion. The maternal uncle, kind-hearted Ivan Markovich, spoke smoothly, softly, and with a tremor in his voice. He began with saying that youth has its rights and its peculiar temptations. Which of us has not been young, and who has not been led astray? To say nothing of ordinary mortals, even great men have not escaped errors and mistakes in their youth. Take, for instance, the biography of great writers. Did not every one of them gamble, drink, and draw down upon himself the anger of right-thinking people in his young days? If Sasha's error bordered upon crime, they must remember that Sasha had received practically no education. He had been expelled from the high school in the 5th class. He had lost his parents in early childhood, and so had been left at the tenderest age without guidance and good, benevolent influences. He was nervous, excitable, had no firm ground under his feet, and, above all, he had been unlucky. Even if he were guilty, anyway he deserved indulgence and the sympathy of all compassionate souls. He ought, of course, to be punished, but he was punished as it was by his conscience and the agonies he was enduring now while awaiting the sentence of his relations. The comparison with the army made by the colonel was delightful, and did credit to his lofty intelligence. His appeal to their feeling of public duty spoke for the chivalry of his soul, but they must not forget that in each individual the citizen is closely linked with the Christian. Shall we be false to civic duty? Ivan Markovich exclaimed passionately, if instead of punishing an erring boy we hold out to him a helping hand? Ivan Markovich talked further of family honor. He had not the honor to belong to the Uskov family himself, but he knew their distinguished family went back to the 13th century. He did not forget for a minute either, that his precious, beloved sister had been the wife of one of the representatives of that name. In short, the family was dear to him for many reasons, and he refused to admit the idea that, for the sake of a paltry 1,500 rubles, a blot should be cast on the escutcheon that was beyond all price. If all the motives he had brought forward were not sufficiently convincing, he, Ivan Markovich, in conclusion, begged his listeners to ask themselves what was meant by crime. Crime is an immoral act founded upon ill will. But is the will of man free? Philosophy has not yet given a positive answer to that question. Different views were held by the learned. The latest school of Lombroso, for instance, denies the freedom of the will, and considers every crime as the product of the purely anatomical peculiarities of the individual. Ivan Markovich, said the colonel, in a voice of entreaty, we are talking seriously about an important matter, and you bring in Lombroso, you clever fellow. Think a little, what are you saying all this for? Can you imagine that all your thunderings and rhetoric will furnish an answer to the question? Sasha Uskov sat at the door and listened. He felt neither terror, shame, nor depression, but only weariness and inward emptiness. It seemed to him that it made absolutely no difference to him whether they forgave him or not. He had come here to hear his sentence and to explain himself simply because kind-hearted Ivan Markovitch had begged him to do so. He was not afraid of the future. It made no difference to him where he was, here in the hall, in prison, or in Siberia. If Siberia, then let it be Siberia, damn it all. He was sick of life and found it insufferably hard. He was inextricably involved in debt, he had not a farthing in his pocket, his family had become detestable to him. He would have to part from his friends and his women sooner or later, as they had begun to be too contemptuous of his sponging on them. The future looked black. Sasha was indifferent, and was only disturbed by one circumstance: the other side of the door they were calling him a scoundrel and a criminal. Every minute he was on the point of jumping up, bursting into the study and shouting in answer to the detestable metallic voice of the colonel. "You are lying. Criminal is a dreadful word, that is what murderers, thieves, robbers are, in fact, wicked and morally hopeless people." And Sasha was very far from being all that. It was true he owed a great deal and did not pay his debts. But debt is not a crime, and it is unusual for a man not to be in debt. The colonel and Ivan Markovitch were both in debt. What have I done wrong besides? Sasha wondered. He had discounted a forged note. But all the young men he knew did the same. Handrikov and von Burst always forged IOUs from their parents or friends when their allowances were not paid at the regular time, and then when they got their money from home they redeemed them before they became due. Sasha had done the same, but had not redeemed the IOU because he had not got the money which Handrikov had promised to lend him. He was not to blame, it was the fault of circumstances. It was true that the use of another person's signature was considered reprehensible. But, still, it was not a crime but a generally accepted dodge, an ugly formality which injured no one and was quite harmless. For in forging the colonel's signature Sasha had had no intention of causing anybody damage or loss. No, it doesn't mean that I am a criminal, thought Sasha. And it's not in my character to bring myself to commit a crime. I am soft, emotional. When I have the money I help the poor. Sasha was musing after this fashion while they went on talking the other side of the door. But, my friends, this is endless, the colonel declared, getting excited. Suppose we were to forgive him and pay the money. You know he would not give up leading a dissipated life, squandering money, making debts, going to our tailors and ordering suits in our names. Can you guarantee that this will be his last prank? As far as I am concerned, I have no faith whatever in his reforming. The official of the treasury muttered something in reply. After him Ivan Markovitch began talking blandly and suavely again. The colonel moved his chair impatiently and drowned the other's words with his detestable metallic voice. At last the door opened and Ivan Markovitch came out of the study. There were patches of red on his lean shaven face. "Come along," he said, taking Sasha by the hand. "Come and speak frankly from your heart. Without pride, my dear boy, humbly and from your heart." Sasha went into the study. The official of the treasury was sitting down. The colonel was standing before the table with one hand in his pocket and one knee on a chair. It was smoky and stifling in the study. Sasha did not look at the official or the colonel. He felt suddenly ashamed and uncomfortable. He looked uneasily at Ivan Markovitch and muttered. "I'll pay it. I'll give it back. What did you expect when you discounted the IOU?" He heard a metallic voice. Handrikov promised to lend me the money before now." Sasha could say no more. He went out of the study and sat down again on the chair near the door. He would have been glad to go away altogether at once, but he was choking with hatred and he awfully wanted to remain, to tear the colonel to pieces, to say something rude to him. He sat trying to think of something violent and effective to say to his hated uncle, and at that moment a woman's figure, shrouded in the twilight, appeared at the drawing-room door. It was the colonel's wife. She beckoned Sasha to her, and, wringing her hands, said, weeping, "Alexander, I know you don't like me, but, listen to me, listen, I beg you." "But, my dear, how can this have happened?" "Why, it's awful, awful. For goodness sake, beg them, defend yourself, entreat them." Sasha looked at her quivering shoulders, at the big tears that were rolling down her cheeks, heard behind his back the hollow, nervous voices of worried and exhausted people, and shrugged his shoulders. He had not in the least expected that his aristocratic relations would raise such a tempest over a paltry 1,500 rubles. He could not understand her tears nor the quiver of their voices. An hour later he heard that the colonel was getting the best of it. The uncles were finally inclining to let the case go for trial. "The matter's settled," said the colonel, sighing. "Enough." After this decision all the uncles, even the emphatic colonel, became noticeably depressed. A silence followed. "Merciful heavens," sighed Ivan Markovitch. "My poor sister." And he began saying in a subdued voice that most likely his sister, Sasha's mother, was present unseen in the study at that moment. He felt in his soul how the unhappy, saintly woman was weeping, grieving, and begging for her boy. For the sake of her peace beyond the grave, they ought to spare Sasha. The sound of a muffled sob was heard. Ivan Markovitch was weeping and muttering something which it was impossible to catch through the door. The colonel got up and paced from corner to corner. The long conversation began over again. But then the clock in the drawing-room struck 2. The family council was over. To avoid seeing the person who had moved him to such wrath, the colonel went from the study, not into the hall, but into the vestibule. Ivan Markovitch came out into the hall. He was agitated and rubbing his hands joyfully. His tear-stained eyes looked good-humored and his mouth was twisted into a smile. "Capital," he said to Sasha. "Thank God. You can go home, my dear, and sleep tranquilly. We have decided to pay the sum, but on condition that you repent and come with me tomorrow into the country and set to work." A minute later Ivan Markovitch and Sasha in their greatcoats and caps were going down the stairs. The uncle was muttering something edifying. Sasha did not listen, but felt as though some uneasy weight were gradually slipping off his shoulders. They had forgiven him, he was free. A gust of joy sprang up within him and sent a sweet chill to his heart. He longed to breathe, to move swiftly, to live. Glancing at the street lamps and the black sky, he remembered that von Burst was celebrating his name day that evening at the Bear, and again a rush of joy flooded his soul. "I am going," he decided. But then he remembered he had not a farthing, that the companions he was going to would despise him at once for his empty pockets. He must get hold of some money, come what may. "Uncle, lend me 100 rubles, he said to Ivan Markovitch. His uncle, surprised, looked into his face and backed against a lamppost. "Give it to me," said Sasha, shifting impatiently from one foot to the other and beginning to pant. "Uncle, I entreat you, give me 100 rubles." His face worked. He trembled, and seemed on the point of attacking his uncle. "Won't you?" he kept asking, seeing that his uncle was still amazed and did not understand. "Listen. If you don't, I'll give myself up tomorrow. I won't let you pay the IOU. I'll present another false note tomorrow." Petrified, muttering something incoherent in his horror, Ivan Markovitch took a 100-ruble note out of his pocketbook and gave it to Sasha. The young man took it and walked rapidly away from him. Taking a sledge, Sasha grew calmer, and felt a rush of joy within him again. The rights of youth, of which kind-hearted Ivan Markovitch had spoken at the family council, woke up and asserted themselves. Sasha pictured the drinking party before him, and, among the bottles, the women, and his friends, the thought flashed through his mind. "Now I see that I am a criminal, yes, I am a criminal." The old house. A story told by a house owner. The old house had to be pulled down that a new one might be built in its place. I led the architect through the empty rooms, and between our business talk told him various stories. The tattered wallpapers, the dingy windows, the dark stoves, all bore the traces of recent habitation and evoked memories. On that staircase, for instance, drunken men were once carrying down a dead body when they stumbled and flew headlong downstairs together with the coffin. The living were badly bruised, while the dead man looked very serious, as though nothing had happened, and shook his head when they lifted him up from the ground and put him back in the coffin. You see those 3 doors in a row, in there lived young ladies who were always receiving visitors, and so were better dressed than any other lodgers, and could pay their rent regularly. The door at the end of the corridor leads to the wash-house, where by day they washed clothes and at night made an uproar and drank beer. And in that flat of 3 rooms everything is saturated with bacteria and bacilli. It's not nice there. Many lodgers have died there, and I can positively assert that that flat was at some time cursed by someone, and that together with its human lodgers there was always another lodger, unseen, living in it. I remember particularly the fate of one family. Picture to yourself an ordinary man, not remarkable in any way, with a wife, a mother, and 4 children. His name was Putohin. He was a copying clerk at a notary's, and received 35 rubles a month. He was a sober, religious, serious man. When he brought me his rent for the flat he always apologized for being badly dressed. Apologized for being 5 days late, and when I gave him a receipt he would smile good-humoredly and say, "Oh yes, there's that too, I don't like those receipts." He lived poorly but decently. In that middle room, the grandmother used to be with the 4 children, there they used to cook, sleep, receive their visitors, and even dance. This was Putohin's own room. He had a table in it, at which he used to work doing private jobs, copying parts for the theater, advertisements, and so on. This room on the right was let to his lodger, Yegerich, a locksmith, a steady fellow, but given to drink. He was always too hot, and so used to go about in his waistcoat and barefoot. Yegerich used to mend locks, pistols, children's bicycles, would not refuse to mend cheap clocks and make skates for a 1/4 ruble, but he despised that work, and looked on himself as a specialist in musical instruments. Amongst the litter of steel and iron on his table there was always to be seen a concertina with a broken key, or a trumpet with its sides bent in. He paid Putohin 2.5 rubles for his room. He was always at his work table, and only came out to thrust some piece of iron into the stove. On the rare occasions when I went into that flat in the evening, this was always the picture I came upon. Putohin would be sitting at his little table, copying something. His mother and his wife, a thin woman with an exhausted-looking face, were sitting near the lamp, sewing. Yegerich would be making a rasping sound with his file. And the hot, still smoldering embers in the stove filled the room with heat and fumes. The heavy air smelt of cabbage soup, swaddling clothes, and Yegerich. It was poor and stuffy, but the working-class faces, the children's little drawers hung up along by the stove, Yegerich's bits of iron had yet an air of peace, friendliness, content. In the corridor outside the children raced about with well-combed heads, merry and profoundly convinced that everything was satisfactory in this world, and would be so endlessly, that one had only to say one's prayers every morning and at bedtime. Now imagine in the midst of that same room, 2 paces from the stove, the coffin in which Putohin's wife is lying. There is no husband whose wife will live forever, but there was something special about this death. When, during the requiem service, I glanced at the husband's grave face, at his stern eyes, I thought, "Oh ho, brother." It seemed to me that he himself, his children, the grandmother and Yegerich, were already marked down by that unseen being which lived with them in that flat. I am a thoroughly superstitious man, perhaps, because I am a house owner and for 40 years have had to do with lodgers. I believe if you don't win at cards from the beginning you will go on losing to the end. When fate wants to wipe you and your family off the face of the earth, it remains inexorable in its persecution, and the first misfortune is commonly only the first of a long series. Misfortunes are like stones. One stone has only to drop from a high cliff for others to be set rolling after it. In short, as I came away from the requiem service at Putohin's, I believed that he and his family were in a bad way. And, in fact, a week afterwards the notary quite unexpectedly dismissed Putohin, and engaged a young lady in his place. And would you believe it, Putohin was not so much put out at the loss of his job as at being superseded by a young lady and not by a man. Why a young lady? He so resented this that on his return home he thrashed his children, swore at his mother, and got drunk. Yegerich got drunk, too, to keep him company. Putohin brought me the rent, but did not apologize this time, though it was 18 days overdue, and said nothing when he took the receipt from me. The following month the rent was brought by his mother. She only brought me half, and promised to bring the remainder a week later. The third month, I did not get a farthing, and the porter complained to me that the lodgers in number 23 were not behaving like gentlemen. These were ominous symptoms. Picture this scene. A somber Petersburg morning looks in at the dingy windows. By the stove, the granny is pouring out the children's tea. Only the eldest, Vasya, drinks out of a glass, for the others the tea is poured out into saucers. Yegerich is squatting on his heels before the stove, thrusting a bit of iron into the fire. His head is heavy and his eyes are lusterless from yesterday's drinking bout. He sighs and groans, trembles and coughs. He has quite put me off the right way, the devil, he grumbles. He drinks himself and leads others into sin. Putohin sits in his room, on the bedstead from which the bedclothes and the pillows have long ago disappeared, and with his hand straying in his hair looks blankly at the floor at his feet. He is tattered, unkempt, and ill. Drink it up, make haste or you will be late for school, the old woman urges on Vasya, and it's time for me, too, to go and scrub the floors for the Jews. The old woman is the only one in the flat who does not lose heart. She thinks of old times, and goes out to hard dirty work. On Fridays she scrubs the floors for the Jews at the crockery shop, on Saturdays she goes out washing for shopkeepers, and on Sundays she is racing about the town from morning to night, trying to find ladies who will help her. Every day she has work of some sort. She washes and scrubs, and is by turns a midwife, a matchmaker, or a beggar. It is true she, too, is not disinclined to drown her sorrows, but even when she has had a drop she does not forget her duties. In Russia there are many such tough old women, and how much of its welfare rests upon them. When he has finished his tea, Vasya packs up his books in a satchel and goes behind the stove. His greatcoat ought to be hanging there beside his granny's clothes. A minute later he comes out from behind the stove and asks, "Where is my greatcoat?" The grandmother and the other children look for the greatcoat together. They waste a long time in looking for it, but the greatcoat has utterly vanished. Where is it? The grandmother and Vasya are pale and frightened. Even Yegerich is surprised. Putohin is the only one who does not move. Though he is quick to notice anything irregular or disorderly, this time he makes a pretense of hearing and seeing nothing. That is suspicious. He's sold it for drink, Yegerich declares. Putohin says nothing, so it is the truth. Vasya is overcome with horror. His greatcoat, his splendid greatcoat, made of his dead mother's cloth dress, with a splendid calico lining, gone for drink at the tavern. And with the greatcoat is gone too, of course, the blue pencil that lay in the pocket, and the notebook with "Nota Bene" in gold letters on it. There's another pencil with India rubber stuck into the notebook, and, besides that, there are transfer pictures lying in it. Vasya would like to cry, but to cry is impossible. If his father, who has a headache, heard crying he would shout, stamp with his feet, and begin fighting, and after drinking he fights horribly. Granny would stand up for Vasya, and his father would strike Granny too. It would end in Yegerich getting mixed up in it too, clutching at his father and falling on the floor with him. The two would roll on the floor, struggling together and gasping with drunken animal fury, and Granny would cry, the children would scream, the neighbors would send for the porter. No, better not cry. Because he mustn't cry, or give vent to his indignation aloud, Vasya moans, wrings his hands and moves his legs convulsively, or biting his sleeve shakes it with his teeth as a dog does a hare. His eyes are frantic, and his face is distorted with despair. Looking at him, his granny all at once takes the shawl off her head, and she too makes queer movements with her arms and legs in silence, with her eyes fixed on a point in the distance. And at that moment I believe there is a definite certainty in the minds of the boy and the old woman that their life is ruined, that there is no hope. Putohin hears no crying, but he can see it all from his room. When, half an hour later, Vasya sets off to school, wrapped in his grandmother's shawl, he goes out with a face I will not undertake to describe, and walks after him. He longs to call the boy, to comfort him, to beg his forgiveness, to promise him on his word of honor, to call his dead mother to witness, but instead of words, sobs break from him. It is a gray, cold morning. When he reaches the town school, Vasya untwists his granny's shawl, and goes into the school with nothing over his jacket for fear the boys should say he looks like a woman. And when he gets home, Putohin sobs, mutters some incoherent words, bows down to the ground before his mother and Yegorich, and the locksmith's table. Then, recovering himself a little, he runs to me and begs me breathlessly, for God's sake, to find him some job. I give him hopes, of course. At last I am myself again, he said. It's high time, indeed, to come to my senses. I've made a beast of myself, and now it's over. He is delighted and thanks me, while I, who have studied these gentry thoroughly during the years I have owned the house, look at him, and am tempted to say, "It's too late, dear fellow. You are a dead man already." From me, Putohin runs to the town school. There he paces up and down, waiting till his boy comes out. I say, "Vasya," he says joyfully, when the boy at last comes out, "I have just been promised a job. Wait a bit, I will buy you a splendid fur coat. I'll send you to the high school. Do you understand? To the high school. I'll make a gentleman of you. And I won't drink any more. On my honor I won't." And he has intense faith in the bright future. But the evening comes on. The old woman, coming back from the Jews with 20 kopecks, exhausted and aching all over, sets to work to wash the children's clothes. Vasya is sitting doing a sum. Yegorich is not working. Thanks to Putohin he has got into the way of drinking, and is feeling at the moment an overwhelming desire for drink. It's hot and stuffy in the room. Steam rises in clouds from the tub where the old woman is washing. "Are we going?" Yegorich asks surlily. My lodger does not answer. After his excitement he feels insufferably dreary. He struggles with the desire to drink, with acute depression and, of course, depression gets the best of it. It is a familiar story. Towards night, Yegorich and Putohin go out, and in the morning Vasya cannot find Granny's shawl. That is the drama that took place in that flat. After selling the shawl for drink, Putohin did not come home again. Where he disappeared to I don't know. After he disappeared, the old woman first got drunk, then took to her bed. She was taken to the hospital, the younger children were fetched by relations of some sort, and Vasya went into the wash-house here. In the daytime he handed the irons, and at night fetched the beer. When he was turned out of the wash-house he went into the service of one of the young ladies, used to run about at night on errands of some sort, and began to be spoken of as a dangerous customer. What has happened to him since I don't know. And in this room here a street musician lived for 10 years. When he died they found 20,000 rubles in his feather bed. The cattle dealers. The long goods train has been standing for hours in the little station. The engine is as silent as though its fire had gone out. There is not a soul near the train or in the station yard. A pale streak of light comes from one of the vans and glides over the rails of a siding. In that van 2 men are sitting on an outspread cape. One is an old man with a big grey beard, wearing a sheepskin coat and a high lambskin hat, somewhat like a busby. The other a beardless youth in a threadbare cloth reefer jacket and muddy high boots. They are the owners of the goods. The old man sits, his legs stretched out before him, musing in silence. The young man half reclines and softly strums on a cheap accordion. A lantern with a tallow candle in it is hanging on the wall near them. The van is quite full. If one glances in through the dim light of the lantern, for the first moment the eyes receive an impression of something shapeless, monstrous, and unmistakably alive. Something very much like gigantic crabs which move their claws and feelers, crowd together, and noiselessly climb up the walls to the ceiling. But if one looks more closely, horns and their shadows, long lean backs, dirty hides, tails, eyes begin to stand out in the dusk. They are cattle and their shadows. There are 8 of them in the van. Some turn round and stare at the men and swing their tails. Others try to stand or lie down more comfortably. They are crowded. If one lies down the others must stand and huddle closer. No manger, no halter, no litter, not a wisp of hay. 1. At last the old man pulls out of his pocket a silver watch and looks at the time, 2:15. We have been here nearly 2 hours, he says, yawning. Better go and stir them up, or we may be here till morning. They have gone to sleep, or goodness knows what they are up to. The old man gets up and, followed by his long shadow, cautiously gets down from the van into the darkness. He makes his way along beside the train to the engine, and after passing some 24 vans sees a red open furnace. A human figure sits motionless facing it. Its peaked cap, nose, and knees are lighted up by the crimson glow, all the rest is black and can scarcely be distinguished in the darkness. Are we going to stay here much longer? Asks the old man. No answer. The motionless figure is evidently asleep. The old man clears his throat impatiently and, shrinking from the penetrating damp, walks round the engine. And as he does so the brilliant light of the 2 engine lamps dazzles his eyes for an instant and makes the night even blacker to him. He goes to the station. The platform and steps of the station are wet. Here and there are white patches of freshly fallen melting snow. In the station itself it is light and as hot as a steam bath. There is a smell of paraffin. Except for the weighing machine and a yellow seat on which a man wearing a guard's uniform is asleep, there is no furniture in the place at all. On the left are 2 wide open doors. Through one of them the telegraphic apparatus and a lamp with a green shade on it can be seen. Through the other, a small room, half of it taken up by a dark cupboard. In this room the head guard and the engine driver are sitting on the windowsill. They are both feeling a cap with their fingers and disputing. That's not real beaver, it's imitation, says the engine driver. Real beaver is not like that. 5 rubles would be a high price for the whole cap, if you care to know. You know a great deal about it, the head guard says, offended. 5 rubles, indeed. Here, we will ask the merchant. Mr. Malahin, he says, addressing the old man, what do you say, is this imitation beaver or real? Old Malahin takes the cap into his hand, and with the air of a connoisseur pinches the fur, blows on it, sniffs at it, and a contemptuous smile lights up his angry face. It must be imitation. He says gleefully. Imitation it is. A dispute follows. The guard maintains that the cap is real beaver, and the engine driver and Malahin try to persuade him that it is not. In the middle of the argument the old man suddenly remembers the object of his coming. Beaver and cap is all very well, but the train's standing still, gentlemen, he says. Who is it we are waiting for? Let us start. Let us, the guard agrees. We will smoke another cigarette and go on. But there is no need to be in a hurry. We shall be delayed at the next station anyway. Why should we? Oh, well. We are too much behind time. If you are late at one station you can't help being delayed at the other stations to let the trains going the opposite way pass. Whether we set off now or in the morning we shan't be number 14. We shall have to be number 23. And how do you make that out? Well, there it is. Malahin looks at the guard, reflects, and mutters mechanically as though to himself. God be my judge, I have reckoned it and even jotted it down in a notebook. We have wasted 34 hours standing still on the journey. If you go on like this, either the cattle will die, or they won't pay me 2 rubles for the meat when I do get there. It's not traveling, but ruination. The guard raises his eyebrows and sighs with an air that seems to say, all that is unhappily true. The engine driver sits silent, dreamily looking at the cap. From their faces one can see that they have a secret thought in common, which they do not utter, not because they want to conceal it, but because such thoughts are much better expressed by signs than by words. And the old man understands. He feels in his pocket, takes out a 10-ruble note, and without preliminary words, without any change in the tone of his voice or the expression of his face, but with the confidence and directness with which probably only Russians give and take bribes, he gives the guard the note. The latter takes it, folds it in 4, and without undue haste puts it in his pocket. After that all 3 go out of the room, and waking the sleeping guard on the way, go on to the platform. What weather, grumbles the head guard, shrugging his shoulders. You can't see your hand before your face. Yes, it's vile weather. From the window they can see the flaxen head of the telegraph clerk appear beside the green lamp and the telegraphic apparatus. Soon after another head, bearded and wearing a red cap, appears beside it, no doubt that of the stationmaster. The stationmaster bends down to the table, reads something on a blue form, rapidly passing his cigarette along the lines. Malahin goes to his van. The young man, his companion, is still half reclining and hardly audibly strumming on the accordion. He is little more than a boy, with no trace of a mustache. His full white face with its broad cheekbones is childishly dreamy. His eyes have a melancholy and tranquil look unlike that of a grown-up person, but he is broad, strong, heavy and rough like the old man. He does not stir nor shift his position, as though he is not equal to moving his big body. It seems as though any movement he made would tear his clothes and be so noisy as to frighten both him and the cattle. From under his big fat fingers that clumsily pick out the stops and keys of the accordion comes a steady flow of thin, tinkling sounds which blend into a simple, monotonous little tune. He listens to it, and is evidently much pleased with his performance. A bell rings, but with such a muffled note that it seems to come from far away. A hurried second bell soon follows, then a third and the guards whistle. A minute passes in profound silence. The van does not move, it stands still, but vague sounds begin to come from beneath it, like the crunch of snow under sledge runners. The van begins to shake and the sounds cease. Silence reigns again. But now comes the clank of buffers, the violent shock makes the van start and, as it were, give a lurch forward, and all the cattle fall against one another. May you be served the same in the world to come, grumbles the old man, setting straight his cap, which had slipped on the back of his head from the jolt. He'll maim all my cattle like this. Yasha gets up without a word and, taking one of the fallen beasts by the horns, helps it to get on to its legs. The jolt is followed by a stillness again. The sounds of crunching snow come from under the van again, and it seems as though the train had moved back a little. There will be another jolt in a minute, says the old man. And the convulsive quiver does, in fact, run along the train. There is a crashing sound and the bullocks fall on one another again. It's a job, says Yasha, listening. The train must be heavy. It seems it won't move. It was not heavy before, but now it has suddenly got heavy. No, my lad, the guard has not gone shares with him, I expect. Go and take him something, or he will be jolting us till morning. Yasha takes a 3-ruble note from the old man and jumps out of the van. The dull thud of his heavy footsteps resounds outside the van and gradually dies away. Stillness. In the next van a bullock utters a prolonged subdued moo, as though it were singing. Yasha comes back. A cold damp wind darts into the van. "Shut the door, Yasha, and we will go to bed," says the old man. "Why burn a candle for nothing?" Yasha moves the heavy door. There is a sound of a whistle, the engine and the train set off. "It's cold," mutters the old man, stretching himself on the cape and laying his head on a bundle. "It is very different at home. It's warm and clean and soft, and there is room to say your prayers, but here we are worse off than any pigs. It's 4 days and nights since I have taken off my boots." Yasha, staggering from the jolting of the train, opens the lantern and snuffs out the wick with his wet fingers. The light flares up, hisses like a frying pan and goes out. "Yes, my lad," Malahin goes on, as he feels Yasha lie down beside him and the young man's huge back huddle against his own, "it's cold. There is a draft from every crack. If your mother or your sister were to sleep here for one night they would be dead by morning. There it is, my lad, you wouldn't study and go to the high school like your brothers, so you must take the cattle with your father. It's your own fault, you have only yourself to blame. Your brothers are asleep in their beds now, they are snug under the bedclothes, but you, the careless and lazy one, are in the same box as the cattle." "Yes." The old man's words are inaudible in the noise of the train, but for a long time he goes on muttering, sighing and clearing his throat. The cold air in the railway van grows thicker and more stifling. The pungent odor of fresh dung and smoldering candle makes it so repulsive and acrid that it irritates Yasha's throat and chest as he falls asleep. He coughs and sneezes, while the old man, being accustomed to it, breathes with his whole chest as though nothing were amiss, and merely clears his throat. To judge from the swaying of the van and the rattle of the wheels, the train is moving rapidly and unevenly. The engine breathes heavily, snorting out of time with the pulsation of the train, and altogether there is a medley of sounds. The bullocks huddle together uneasily and knock their horns against the walls. When the old man wakes up, the deep blue sky of early morning is peeping in at the cracks and at the little uncovered window. He feels unbearably cold, especially in the back and the feet. The train is standing still. Yasha, sleepy and morose, is busy with the cattle. The old man wakes up out of humor. Frowning and gloomy, he clears his throat angrily and looks from under his brows at Yasha who, supporting a bullock with his powerful shoulder and slightly lifting it, is trying to disentangle its leg. "I told you last night that the cords were too long," mutters the old man, "but no, it's not too long, Daddy. There's no making you do anything, you will have everything your own way. Blockhead." He angrily moves the door open and the light rushes into the van. A passenger train is standing exactly opposite the door, and behind it a red building with a roofed-in platform, a big station with a refreshment bar. The roofs and bridges of the trains, the earth, the sleepers, all are covered with a thin coating of fluffy, freshly fallen snow. In the spaces between the carriages of the passenger train the passengers can be seen moving to and fro, and a red-haired, red-faced gendarme walking up and down. A waiter in a frock coat and a snow-white shirt front, looking cold and sleepy, and probably very much dissatisfied with his fate, is running along the platform carrying a glass of tea and 2 rusks on a tray. The old man gets up and begins saying his prayers towards the east. Yasha, having finished with the bullock and put down the spade in the corner, stands beside him and says his prayers also. He merely moves his lips and crosses himself. The father prays in a loud whisper and pronounces the end of each prayer aloud and distinctly. "And the life of the world to come. Amen," the old man says aloud, draws in a breath, and at once whispers another prayer, rapping out clearly and firmly at the end, "And lay calves upon thy altar." After saying his prayers, Yasha hurriedly crosses himself and says, 5 kopecks, please." And on being given the 5-kopeck piece, he takes a red copper teapot and runs to the station for boiling water. Taking long jumps over the rails and sleepers, leaving huge tracks in the feathery snow, and pouring away yesterday's tea out of the teapot, he runs to the refreshment room and jingles his 5-kopeck piece against his teapot. From the van the barkeeper can be seen pushing away the big teapot and refusing to give half of his samovar for 5 kopecks, but Yasha turns the tap himself and, spreading wide his elbows so as not to be interfered with, fills his teapot with boiling water. "Damned blackguard," the barkeeper shouts after him as he runs back to the railway van. The scowling face of Malahin grows a little brighter over the tea. "We know how to eat and drink, but we don't remember our work. Yesterday we could do nothing all day but eat and drink, and I'll be bound we forgot to put down what we spent. What a memory! Lord have mercy on us." The old man recalls aloud the expenditure of the day before, and writes down in a tattered notebook where and how much he had given to guards, engine drivers, oilers. Meanwhile the passenger train has long ago gone off, and an engine runs backwards and forwards on the empty line, apparently without any definite object, but simply enjoying its freedom. The sun has risen and is playing on the snow, bright drops are falling from the station roof and the tops of the vans. Having finished his tea, the old man lazily saunters from the van to the station. Here in the middle of the first-class waiting room he sees the familiar figure of the guard standing beside the station-master. A young man with a handsome beard and in a magnificent rough woolen overcoat. The young man, probably new to his position, stands in the same place, gracefully shifting from one foot to the other like a good racehorse, looks from side to side, salutes everyone that passes by, smiles and screws up his eyes. He is red-cheeked, sturdy, and good-humored, his face is full of eagerness, and is as fresh as though he had just fallen from the sky with the feathery snow. Seeing Malahin, the guard sighs guiltily and throws up his hands. "We can't go number 14, he says. "We are very much behind time. Another train has gone with that number." The station-master rapidly looks through some forms, then turns his beaming blue eyes upon Malahin, and, his face radiant with smiles and freshness, showers questions on him. "You are Mr. Malahin? You have the cattle? 8 van loads? What is to be done now? You are late and I let number 14 go in the night. What are we to do now?" The young man discreetly takes hold of the fur of Malahin's coat with 2 pink fingers and, shifting from one foot to the other, explains affably and convincingly that such and such numbers have gone already, and that such and such are going, and that he is ready to do for Malahin everything in his power. And from his face it is evident that he is ready to do anything to please not only Malahin, but the whole world. He is so happy, so pleased, and so delighted. The old man listens, and though he can make absolutely nothing of the intricate system of numbering the trains, he nods his head approvingly, and he, too, puts 2 fingers on the soft wool of the rough coat. He enjoys seeing and hearing the polite and genial young man. To show goodwill on his side also, he takes out a 10-ruble note and, after a moment's thought, adds a couple of ruble notes to it, and gives them to the station-master. The latter takes them, puts his finger to his cap, and gracefully thrusts them into his pocket. "Well, gentlemen, can't we arrange it like this?" he says, kindled by a new idea that has flashed on him. "The troop train is late, as you see, it is not here, so why shouldn't you go as the troop train? 2 and I will let the troop train go as 28. If you like," agrees the guard. "Excellent," the station-master says, delighted. "In that case there is no need for you to wait here. You can set off at once. I'll dispatch you immediately." "Excellent." He salutes Malahin and runs off to his room, reading forms as he goes. The old man is very much pleased by the conversation that has just taken place. He smiles and looks about the room as though looking for something else agreeable. "We'll have a drink, though," he says, taking the guard's arm. "It seems a little early for drinking." "No, you must let me treat you to a glass in a friendly way." They both go to the refreshment bar. After having a drink the guard spends a long time selecting something to eat. He is a very stout, elderly man, with a puffy and discolored face. His fatness is unpleasant, flabby-looking, and he is sallow as people are who drink too much and sleep irregularly. And now we might have a second glass, says Malahin. It's cold now, it's no sin to drink. Please take some. So I can rely upon you, Mr. Guard, that there will be no hindrance or unpleasantness for the rest of the journey. For you know in moving cattle every hour is precious. Today meat is one price, and tomorrow, look you, it will be another. If you are a day or two late and don't get your price, instead of a profit you get home, excuse my saying it, without your breeches. Pray take a little. I rely on you, and as for standing you something or what you like, I shall be pleased to show you my respect at any time. After having fed the guard, Malahin goes back to the van. I have just got hold of the troop train, he says to his son. We shall go quickly. The guard says if we go all the way with that number we shall arrive at 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. If one does not bestir oneself, my boy, one gets nothing. That's so. So you watch and learn. After the first bell a man with a face black with soot, in a blouse and filthy frayed trousers hanging very slack, comes to the door of the van. This is the oiler, who had been creeping under the carriages and tapping the wheels with a hammer. Are these your vans of cattle? He asks. Yes. Why? Why, because 2 of the vans are not safe. They can't go on, they must stay here to be repaired. Oh, come, tell us another. You simply want a drink, to get something out of me. You should have said so. As you please, only it is my duty to report it at once. Without indignation or protest, simply, almost mechanically, the old man takes 2 20-kopeck pieces out of his pocket and gives them to the oiler. He takes them very calmly, too, and looking good-naturedly at the old man enters into conversation. You are going to sell your cattle, I suppose. It's good business. Malahin sighs and, looking calmly at the oiler's black face, tells him that trading in cattle used certainly to be profitable, but now it has become a risky and losing business. I have a mate here, the oiler interrupts him. You merchant gentlemen might make him a little present. Malahin gives something to the mate too. The troop train goes quickly and the waits at the stations are comparatively short. The old man is pleased. The pleasant impression made by the young man in the rough overcoat has gone deep, the vodka he has drunk slightly clouds his brain, the weather is magnificent, and everything seems to be going well. He talks without ceasing, and at every stopping place runs to the refreshment bar. Feeling the need of a listener, he takes with him first the guard, and then the engine driver, and does not simply drink, but makes a long business of it. With suitable remarks and clinking of glasses. You have your job and we have ours, he says with an affable smile. May God prosper us and you, and not our will but his be done. The vodka gradually excites him and he is worked up to a great pitch of energy. He wants to bestir himself, to fuss about, to make inquiries, to talk incessantly. At 1 minute he fumbles in his pockets and bundles and looks for some form. Then he thinks of something and cannot remember it. Then takes out his pocketbook, and with no sort of object counts over his money. He bustles about, sighs and groans, clasps his hands. Laying out before him the letters and telegrams from the meat salesman in the city, bills, post office and telegraphic receipt forms, and his notebook. He reflects aloud and insists on Yasha's listening. And when he is tired of reading over forms and talking about prices, he gets out at the stopping places, runs to the vans where his cattle are, does nothing, but simply clasps his hands and exclaims in horror. Oh, dear! Oh, dear, he says in a complaining voice. Holy martyr Vlasy! Though they are bullocks, though they are beasts, yet they want to eat and drink as men do. It's 4 days and nights since they have drunk or eaten. Oh, dear! Oh, dear! Yasha follows him and does what he is told like an obedient son. He does not like the old man's frequent visits to the refreshment bar. Though he is afraid of his father, he cannot refrain from remarking on it. So you have begun already? He says, looking sternly at the old man. What are you rejoicing at? Is it your name day or what? Don't you dare teach your father. Fine goings on. When he has not to follow his father along the other vans, Yasha sits on the cape and strums on the accordion. Occasionally he gets out and walks lazily beside the train. He stands by the engine and turns a prolonged, unmoving stare on the wheels or on the workmen tossing blocks of wood into the tender. The hot engine wheezes, the falling blocks come down with the mellow, hearty thud of fresh wood. The engine driver and his assistant, very phlegmatic and imperturbable persons, perform incomprehensible movements and don't hurry themselves. After standing for a while by the engine, Yasha saunters lazily to the station. Here he looks at the eatables in the refreshment bar, reads aloud some quite uninteresting notice, and goes back slowly to the cattle van. His face expresses neither boredom nor desire. Apparently he does not care where he is, at home, in the van, or by the engine. Towards evening the train stops near a big station. The lamps have only just been lighted along the line. Against the blue background in the fresh limpid air the lights are bright and pale like stars, they are only red and glowing under the station roof, where it is already dark. All the lines are loaded up with carriages, and it seems that if another train came in there would be no place for it. Yasha runs to the station for boiling water to make the evening tea. Well-dressed ladies and high school boys are walking on the platform. If one looks into the distance from the platform there are faraway lights twinkling in the evening dusk on both sides of the station, that is the town. What town? Yasha does not care to know. He sees only the dim lights and wretched buildings beyond the station, hears the cabmen shouting, feels a sharp, cold wind on his face, and imagines that the town is probably disagreeable, uncomfortable, and dull. While they are having tea, when it is quite dark and a lantern is hanging on the wall again as on the previous evening, the train quivers from a slight shock and begins moving backwards. After going a little way it stops, they hear indistinct shouts, someone sets the chains clanking near the buffers and shouts, "Ready." The train moves and goes forward. 10 minutes later it is dragged back again. Getting out of the van, Malahin does not recognize his train. His 8 vans of bullocks are standing in the same row with some trolleys which were not a part of the train before. 2 or 3 of these are loaded with rubble and the others are empty. The guards running to and fro on the platform are strangers. They give unwilling and indistinct answers to his questions. They have no thoughts to spare for Malahin. They are in a hurry to get the train together so as to finish as soon as possible and be back in the warmth. "What number is this?" asks Malahin. "Number 18. "And where is the troop train? Why have you taken me off the troop train?" Getting no answer, the old man goes to the station. He looks first for the familiar figure of the head guard and, not finding him, goes to the station master. The station master is sitting at a table in his own room, turning over a bundle of forms. He is busy, and affects not to see the newcomer. His appearance is impressive, a cropped black head, prominent ears, a long hooked nose, a swarthy face. He has a forbidding and, as it were, offended expression. Malahin begins making his complaint at great length. "What?" queries the station master. "How is this?" He leans against the back of his chair and goes on, growing indignant. "What is it? And why shouldn't you go by number 18? Speak more clearly, I don't understand. How is it? Do you want me to be everywhere at once?" He showers questions on him, and for no apparent reason grows sterner and sterner. Malahin is already feeling in his pocket for his pocketbook, but in the end the station master, aggrieved and indignant, for some unknown reason jumps up from his seat and runs out of the room. Malahin shrugs his shoulders, and goes out to look for someone else to speak to. From boredom or from a desire to put the finishing stroke to a busy day, or simply that a window with the inscription, "Telegraph," on it catches his eye, he goes to the window and expresses a desire to send off a telegram. Taking up a pen, he thinks for a moment, and writes on a blue form, "Urgent. Traffic manager. 8 vans of live stock. Delayed at every station. Kindly send an express number. Reply paid. Malahin. Having sent off the telegram, he goes back to the stationmaster's room. There he finds, sitting on a sofa covered with grey cloth, a benevolent-looking gentleman in spectacles and a cap of raccoon fur. He is wearing a peculiar overcoat very much like a lady's, edged with fur, with frogs and slashed sleeves. Another gentleman, dried up and sinewy, wearing the uniform of a railway inspector, stands facing him. "Just think of it," says the inspector, addressing the gentleman in the queer overcoat. "I'll tell you an incident that really is A1. The Z railway line in the coolest possible way stole 300 trucks from the N line. It's a fact, sir. I swear it. They carried them off, repainted them, put their letters on them, and that's all about it. The N line sends its agents everywhere, they hunt and hunt. And then, can you imagine it? The company happened to come upon a broken-down carriage of the Z line. They repair it at their depot, and all at once, bless my soul. See their own mark on the wheels. What do you say to that? If I did it they would send me to Siberia, but the railway companies simply snap their fingers at it. It is pleasant to Malahin to talk to educated, cultured people. He strokes his beard and joins in the conversation with dignity. Take this case, gentlemen, for instance, he says. I am transporting cattle to X. 8 van loads. Very good. Now let us say they charge me for each van load as a weight of 10 tons, 8 bullocks don't weigh 10 tons, but much less, yet they don't take any notice of that. At that instant Yasha walks into the room looking for his father. He listens and is about to sit down on a chair, but probably thinking of his weight goes and sits on the windowsill. They don't take any notice of that, Malahin goes on, and charge me and my son the third-class fare, 42 rubles, for going in the van with the bullocks. This is my son Yakov. I have 2 more at home, but they have gone in for study. Well, and apart from that, it is my opinion that the railways have ruined the cattle trade. In old days when they drove them in herds it was better. The old man's talk is lengthy and drawn out. After every sentence he looks at Yasha as though he would say, see how I am talking to clever people. Upon my word, the inspector interrupts him. No one is indignant, no one criticizes. And why? It is very simple. An abomination strikes the eye and arouses indignation only when it is exceptional, when the established order is broken by it. Here, where, saving your presence, it constitutes the long-established program and forms and enters into the basis of the order itself. Where every sleeper on the line bears the trace of it and stinks of it, one too easily grows accustomed to it. Yes, sir. The second bell rings, the gentleman in the queer overcoat gets up. The inspector takes him by the arm and, still talking with heat, goes off with him to the platform. After the third bell the stationmaster runs into his room, and sits down at his table. Listen, with what number am I to go? Asks Malahin. The stationmaster looks at a form and says indignantly. Are you Malahin, 8 van loads? You must pay a ruble a van and 6 rubles and 20 kopecks for stamps. You have no stamps. Total, 14 rubles, 20 kopecks. Receiving the money, he writes something down, dries it with sand, and, hurriedly snatching up a bundle of forms, goes quickly out of the room. At 10 o'clock in the evening Malahin gets an answer from the traffic manager, give precedence. Reading the telegram through, the old man winks significantly and, very well pleased with himself, puts it in his pocket. Here, he says to Yasha, look and learn. At midnight his train goes on. The night is dark and cold like the previous one, the waits at the stations are long. Yasha sits on the cape and imperturbably strums on the accordion, while the old man is still more eager to exert himself. At one of the stations he is overtaken by a desire to lodge a complaint. At his request a gendarme sits down and writes. November 10th, 188-. I, non-commissioned officer of the Z section of the N Police Department of Railways, Ilya cheered, in accordance with Article 2 of the Statute of May 19, 1871. Have drawn up this protocol at the station of X, as herewith follows. What am I to write next? Asks the gendarme. Malahin lays out before him forms, postal and telegraph receipts, accounts. He does not know himself definitely what he wants of the gendarme. He wants to describe in the protocol not any separate episode but his whole journey, with all his losses and conversations with stationmasters, to describe it lengthily and vindicatively. At the station of Z, he says, write that the stationmaster unlinked my vans from the troop train because he did not like my countenance. And he wants the gendarme to be sure to mention his countenance. The latter listens wearily, and goes on writing without hearing him to the end. He ends his protocol thus. The above deposition I, non-commissioned officer cheered, have written down in this protocol with a view to present it to the head of the Z section, and have handed a copy thereof to Gavril Malahin. The old man takes the copy, adds it to the papers with which his side pocket is stuffed, and, much pleased, goes back to his van. In the morning Malahin wakes up again in a bad humor, but his wrath vents itself not on Yasha but the cattle. The cattle are done for, he grumbles. They are done for. They are at the last gasp. God be my judge. They will all die. Tfu. The bullocks, who have had nothing to drink for many days, tortured by thirst, are licking the hoarfrost on the walls, and when Malakin goes up to them they begin licking his cold fur jacket. From their clear, tearful eyes it can be seen that they are exhausted by thirst and the jolting of the train, that they are hungry and miserable. It's a nice job taking you by rail, you wretched brutes, mutters Malahin. I could wish you were dead to get it over. It makes me sick to look at you. At midday the train stops at a big station where, according to the regulations, there was drinking water provided for cattle. Water is given to the cattle, but the bullocks will not drink it, the water is too cold. 2 more days and nights pass, and at last in the distance in the murky fog the city comes into sight. The journey is over. The train comes to a standstill before reaching the town, near a good station. The bullocks, released from the van, stagger and stumble as though they were walking on slippery ice. Having got through the unloading and veterinary inspection, Malahin and Yasha take up their quarters in a dirty, cheap hotel in the outskirts of the town, in the square in which the cattle market is held. Their lodgings are filthy and their food is disgusting, unlike what they ever have at home. They sleep to the harsh strains of a wretched steam hurdy-gurdy which plays day and night in the restaurant under their lodging. The old man spends his time from morning till night going about looking for purchasers, and Yasha sits for days in the hotel room, or goes out into the street to look at the town. He sees the filthy square heaped up with dung, the signboards of restaurants, the turreted walls of a monastery in the fog. Sometimes he runs across the street and looks into the grocer's shop, admires the jars of cakes of different colors, yawns, and lazily saunters back to his room. The city does not interest him. At last the bullocks are sold to a dealer. Malahin hires drovers. The cattle are divided into herds, 10 in each, and driven to the other end of the town. The bullocks, exhausted, go with drooping heads through the noisy streets, and look indifferently at what they see for the first and last time in their lives. The tattered drovers walk after them, their heads drooping too. They are bored. Now and then some drover starts out of his brooding, remembers that there are cattle in front of him entrusted to his charge, and to show that he is doing his duty brings a stick down full swing on a bullock's back. The bullock staggers with the pain, runs forward a dozen paces, and looks about him as though he were ashamed at being beaten before people. After selling the bullocks and buying for his family presents such as they could perfectly well have bought at home, Malahin and Yasha get ready for their journey back. 3 hours before the train goes the old man, who has already had a drop too much with the purchaser and so is fussy, goes down with Yasha to the restaurant and sits down to drink tea. Like all provincials, he cannot eat and drink alone, he must have company as fussy and as fond of sedate conversation as himself. "Call the host," he says to the waiter. "Tell him I should like to entertain him." The hotel keeper, a well-fed man, absolutely indifferent to his lodgers, comes and sits down to the table. "Well, we have sold our stock," Malahin says, laughing. "I have swapped my goat for a hawk. Why, when we set off the price of meat was 3 rubles 90 kopecks, but when we arrived it had dropped to 3 rubles 25. They tell us we are too late, we should have been here 3 days earlier, for now there is not the same demand for meat, St. Philip's fast has come." It's a nice how do you do. It meant a loss of 14 rubles on each bullock. Yes. But only think what it costs to bring the stock. 15 rubles carriage, and you must put down 6 rubles for each bullock, tips, bribes, drinks, and one thing and another. The hotel keeper listens out of politeness and reluctantly drinks tea. Malahin sighs and groans, gesticulates, jests about his ill luck, but everything shows that the loss he has sustained does not trouble him much. He doesn't mind whether he has lost or gained as long as he has listeners, has something to make a fuss about, and is not late for his train. An hour later Malahin and Yasha, laden with bags and boxes, go downstairs from the hotel room to the front door to get into a sledge and drive to the station. They are seen off by the hotel keeper, the waiter, and various women. The old man is touched. He thrusts 10 kopeck pieces in all directions, and says in a sing-song voice, "Goodbye, good health to you. God grant that all may be well with you. Please God, if we are alive and well we shall come again in Lent. Goodbye. Thank you. God bless you." Getting into the sledge, the old man spends a long time crossing himself in the direction in which the monastery walls make a patch of darkness in the fog. Yasha sits beside him on the very edge of the seat with his legs hanging over the side. His face as before shows no sign of emotion and expresses neither boredom nor desire. He is not glad that he is going home, nor sorry that he has not had time to see the sights of the city. "Drive on." The cabman whips up the horse and, turning round, begins swearing at the heavy and cumbersome luggage. Expensive lessons. For a cultivated man to be ignorant of foreign languages is a great inconvenience. Vorotov became acutely conscious of it when, after taking his degree, he began upon a piece of research work. "It's awful," he said, breathing hard. Although he was only 26 he was fat, heavy, and suffered from shortness of breath. "It's awful. Without languages I'm like a bird without wings. I might just as well give up the work." And he made up his mind at all costs to overcome his innate laziness, and to learn French and German, and began to look out for a teacher. One winter noon, as Vorotov was sitting in his study at work, the servant told him that a young lady was inquiring for him. "Ask her in," said Vorotov. And a young lady elaborately dressed in the last fashion walked in. She introduced herself as a teacher of French, Alice Osipovna Anket, and told Vorotov that she had been sent to him by one of his friends. "Delighted. Please sit down," said Vorotov. Breathing hard and putting his hand over the collar of his nightshirt, to breathe more freely he always wore a nightshirt at work instead of a stiff linen one with collar. "It was Pyotr Sergich sent you?" "Yes, yes. I asked him about it." "Delighted." As he talked to Mdli Anket he looked at her shyly and with curiosity. She was a genuine Frenchwoman, very elegant and still quite young. Judging from her pale, languid face, her short curly hair, and her unnaturally slim waist, she might have been 18. But looking at her broad, well-developed shoulders, the elegant lines of her back and her severe eyes, Vorotov thought that she was not less than 23 and might be 25. But then again he began to think she was not more than 18. Her face looked as cold and businesslike as the face of a person who has come to speak about money. She did not once smile or frown, and only once a look of perplexity flitted over her face when she learnt that she was not required to teach children, but a stout grown-up man. "So, Alice Osipovna," said Vorotov, "we'll have a lesson every evening from 7 to 8. As regards your terms, a ruble a lesson, I've nothing to say against that. By all means let it be a ruble." And he asked her if she would not have some tea or coffee, whether it was a fine day, and with a good-natured smile, stroking the baize of the table. He inquired in a friendly voice who she was, where she had studied, and what she lived on. With a cold, business-like expression, Alice Osipovna answered that she had completed her studies at a private school and had the diploma of a private teacher. That her father had died lately of scarlet fever, that her mother was alive and made artificial flowers. That she, Enquête, taught in a private school till dinner time, and after dinner was busy till evening giving lessons in different good families. She went away leaving behind her the faint fragrance of a woman's clothes. For a long time afterwards Vorotov could not settle to work, but, sitting at the table stroking its green baize surface, he meditated. It's very pleasant to see a girl working to earn her own living, he thought. On the other hand, it's very unpleasant to think that poverty should not spare such elegant and pretty girls as Alice Osipovna, and that she, too, should have to struggle for existence. It's a sad thing. Having never seen virtuous French women before. He reflected also that this elegantly dressed young lady with her well-developed shoulders and exaggeratedly small waist in all probability followed another calling as well as giving French lessons. The next evening when the clock pointed to 5 minutes to 7, Enquête appeared, rosy from the frost. She opened Margot, which she had brought with her, and without introduction began. French grammar has 26 letters. The first letter is called A, the second B. Excuse me, Vorotov interrupted, smiling. I must warn you, mademoiselle, that you must change your method a little in my case. You see, I know Russian, Greek, and Latin well. I've studied comparative philology, and I think we might omit Margot and pass straight to reading some author. And he explained to the French girl how grown-up people learn languages. A friend of mine, he said, wanting to learn modern languages, laid before him the French, German, and Latin Gospels, and read them side by side, carefully analyzing each word. And would you believe it, he attained his object in less than a year. Let us do the same. We'll take some author and read him. The French girl looked at him in perplexity. Evidently the suggestion seemed to her very naive and ridiculous. If this strange proposal had been made to her by a child, she would certainly have been angry and have scolded it, but as he was a grown-up man and very stout and she could not scold him. She only shrugged her shoulders hardly perceptibly and said, "As you please." Vorotov rummaged in his bookcase and picked out a dog's-eared French book. "Will this do?" "It's all the same," she said. "In that case let us begin, and good luck to it. Let's begin with the title. Memoirs. Reminiscences, Enquête translated. With a good-natured smile, breathing hard, he spent a quarter of an hour over the word memoirs, and as much over the word de, and this wearied the young lady. She answered his questions languidly, grew confused, and evidently did not understand her pupil well, and did not attempt to understand him. Vorotov asked her questions, and at the same time kept looking at her fair hair and thinking. Her hair isn't naturally curly, she curls it. It's a strange thing. She works from morning to night, and yet she has time to curl her hair. At 8 o'clock precisely she got up, and saying coldly and dryly, "Au revoir, monsieur," walked out of the study, leaving behind her the same tender, delicate, disturbing fragrance. For a long time again her pupil did nothing, he sat at the table meditating. During the days that followed he became convinced that his teacher was a charming, conscientious, and precise young lady, but that she was very badly educated. And incapable of teaching grown-up people, and he made up his mind not to waste his time, to get rid of her, and to engage another teacher. When she came the 7th time he took out of his pocket an envelope with 7 rubles in it, and holding it in his hand, became very confused and began. "Excuse me, Alice Osipovna. But I ought to tell you. I'm under painful necessity." Seeing the envelope, the French girl guessed what was meant, and for the first time during their lessons her face quivered and her cold, businesslike expression vanished. She colored a little, and dropping her eyes, began nervously fingering her slender gold chain. And Vorotov, seeing her perturbation, realized how much a ruble meant to her, and how bitter it would be to her to lose what she was earning. "I ought to tell you," he muttered, growing more and more confused, and quavering inwardly. He hurriedly stuffed the envelope into his pocket and went on, "Excuse me, I must leave you for 10 minutes. And trying to appear as though he had not in the least meant to get rid of her, but only to ask her permission to leave her for a short time. He went into the next room and sat there for 10 minutes. And then he returned more embarrassed than ever. It struck him that she might have interpreted his brief absence in some way of her own, and he felt awkward. The lessons began again. Vorotov felt no interest in them. Realizing that he would gain nothing from the lessons, he gave the French girl liberty to do as she liked, asking her nothing and not interrupting her. She translated away as she pleased 10 pages during a lesson, and he did not listen, breathed hard, and having nothing better to do, gazed at her curly head, or her soft white hands or her neck and sniffed the fragrance of her clothes. He caught himself thinking very unsuitable thoughts, and felt ashamed, or he was moved to tenderness, and then he felt vexed and wounded that she was so cold and businesslike with him, and treated him as a pupil, never smiling and seeming afraid that he might accidentally touch her. He kept wondering how to inspire her with confidence and get to know her better, and to help her, to make her understand how badly she taught, poor thing. One day Mdli Enquête came to the lesson in a smart pink dress, slightly décolleté, and surrounded by such a fragrance that she seemed to be wrapped in a cloud, and, if one blew upon her, ready to fly away into the air or melt away like smoke. She apologized and said she could stay only half an hour for the lesson, as she was going straight from the lesson to a dance. He looked at her throat and the back of her bare neck, and thought he understood why French women had the reputation of frivolous creatures easily seduced. He was carried away by this cloud of fragrance, beauty, and bare flesh, while she, unconscious of his thoughts and probably not in the least interested in them, rapidly turned over the pages and translated at full steam. He was walking the street and meeting a gentleman his friend and saying, "Where are you striving to, seeing your face so pale it makes me sad?" The memoirs had long been finished, and now Alice was translating some other book. One day she came an hour too early for the lesson, apologizing and saying that she wanted to leave at 7 and go to the little theater. Seeing her out after the lesson, Vorotov dressed and went to the theater himself. He went, and fancied that he was going simply for change and amusement, and that he was not thinking about Alice at all. He could not admit that a serious man, preparing for a learned career, lethargic in his habits, could fling up his work and go to the theater simply to meet there a girl he knew very little, who was unintelligent and utterly unintellectual. Yet for some reason his heart was beating during the intervals, and without realizing what he was doing, he raced about the corridors and foyer like a boy impatiently looking for someone. And he was disappointed when the interval was over. And when he saw the familiar pink dress and the handsome shoulders under the tulle, his heart quivered as though with a foretaste of happiness. He smiled joyfully, and for the first time in his life experienced the sensation of jealousy. Alice was walking with 2 unattractive-looking students and an officer. She was laughing, talking loudly, and obviously flirting. Vorotov had never seen her like that. She was evidently happy, contented, warm, sincere. What for? Why? Perhaps because these men were her friends and belonged to her own circle. And Vorotov felt there was a terrible gulf between himself and that circle. He bowed to his teacher, but she gave him a chilly nod and walked quickly by. She evidently did not care for her friends to know that she had pupils, and that she had to give lessons to earn money. After the meeting at the theater, Vorotov realized that he was in love. During the subsequent lessons he feasted his eyes on his elegant teacher, and without struggling with himself, gave full rein to his imaginations, pure and impure. Ndli. Enquête's face did not cease to be cold. Precisely at 8 o'clock every evening she said coldly, "Au revoir, monsieur," and he felt she cared nothing about him, and never would care anything about him, and that his position was hopeless. Sometimes in the middle of a lesson he would begin dreaming, hoping, making plans. He inwardly composed declarations of love, remembered that French women were frivolous and easily won. But it was enough for him to glance at the face of his teacher for his ideas to be extinguished as a candle is blown out when you bring it into the wind on the veranda. Once, overcome, forgetting himself as though in delirium, he could not restrain himself, and barred her way as she was going from the study into the entry after the lesson, and, gasping for breath and stammering, began to declare his love. "You are dear to me. I love you. Allow me to speak." And Alice turned pale, probably from dismay, reflecting that after this declaration she could not come here again and get a ruble a lesson. With a frightened look in her eyes she said in a loud whisper, "Ach, you mustn't. Don't speak, I entreat you. You mustn't." And Vorotov did not sleep all night afterwards, he was tortured by shame. He blamed himself and thought intensely. It seemed to him that he had insulted the girl by his declaration, that she would not come to him again. He resolved to find out her address from the address bureau in the morning, and to write her a letter of apology. But Alice came without a letter. For the first minute she felt uncomfortable, then she opened a book and began briskly and rapidly translating as usual. "Oh, young gentleman. Don't tear those flowers in my garden which I want to be giving to my ill daughter. She still comes to this day." For books have already been translated, but Vorotov knows no French but the word memoirs, and when he is asked about his literary researches, he waves his hand, and without answering, turns the conversation to the weather. The lion and the sun. In one of the towns lying on this side of the Urals a rumor was afloat that a Persian magnate, called Verotchka, was staying for a few days in the town and putting up at the Japan Hotel. This rumor made no impression whatever upon the inhabitants. A Persian had arrived, well, so be it. Only Stepan Ivanovitch Kutzin, the mayor of the town, hearing of the arrival of the Oriental gentleman from the secretary of the town hall, grew thoughtful and inquired, "Where is he going? To Paris or to London, I believe." Then he is a bigwig, I suppose? The devil only knows." As he went home from the town hall and had his dinner, the mayor sank into thought again, and this time he went on thinking till the evening. The arrival of the distinguished Persian greatly intrigued him. It seemed to him that fate itself had sent him this Verotchka, and that a favorable opportunity had come at last for realizing his passionate, secretly cherished dream. Kutzin had already 2 medals, and the Stanislav of the 3rd degree, the badge of the Red Cross, and the badge of the Society of Saving from Drowning. And in addition to these he had made himself a little gold gun crossed by a guitar, and this ornament, hung from a buttonhole in his uniform, looked in the distance like something special, and delightfully resembled a badge of distinction. It is well known that the more orders and medals you have the more you want, and the mayor had long been desirous of receiving the Persian Order of the Lion and the Sun. He desired it passionately, madly. He knew very well that there was no need to fight, or to subscribe to an asylum, or to serve on committees to obtain this order. All that was needed was a favorable opportunity. And now it seemed to him that this opportunity had come. At noon on the following day he put on his chain and all his badges of distinction and went to the Japan. Destiny favored him. When he entered the distinguished Persian's apartment the latter was alone and doing nothing. Verotchka, an enormous Asiatic, with a long nose like the beak of a snipe, with prominent eyes, and with a fez on his head, was sitting on the floor rummaging in his portmanteau. "I beg you to excuse my disturbing you," began Kutzin, smiling. "I have the honor to introduce myself, the hereditary, honorable citizen and cavalier, Stepan Ivanovitch Kutzin, mayor of this town. I regard it as my duty to honor, in the person of your highness, so to say, the representative of a friendly and neighborless state. The Persian turned and muttered something in very bad French, that sounded like tapping a board with a piece of wood. The frontiers of Persia, Kutsin continued the greeting he had previously learned by heart, are in close contact with the borders of our spacious fatherland. And therefore mutual sympathies impel me, so to speak, to express my solidarity with you. The illustrious Persian got up and again muttered something in a wooden tongue. Kutsin, who knew no foreign language, shook his head to show that he did not understand. Well, how am I to talk to him, he thought. It would be a good thing to send for an interpreter at once, but it is a delicate matter, I can't talk before witnesses. The interpreter would be chattering all over the town afterwards. And Kutsin tried to recall the foreign words he had picked up from the newspapers. I am the mayor of the town, he muttered. That is the Lord Mayor, municipal ace. Vous comprenez? He wanted to express his social position in words or in gesture, and did not know how. A picture hanging on the wall with an inscription in large letters, "The Town of Venice," helped him out of his difficulties. He pointed with his finger at the town, then at his own head, and in that way obtained, as he imagined, the phrase, I am the head of the town. The Persian did not understand, but he gave a smile, and said, Gut, monsieur, gut. Half an hour later the mayor was slapping the Persian, first on the knee and then on the shoulder. And saying, Comprenez? Vous? As Lord Mayor and municipal ace I suggest that you should take a little promenade, comprenez? Promenade. Kutsin pointed at Venice, and with two fingers represented walking legs. Rahat Helam, who kept his eyes fixed on his medals, and was apparently guessing that this was the most important person in the town, understood the word promenade and grinned politely. Then they both put on their coats and went out of the room. Downstairs near the door leading to the restaurant of the Japan, Kutsin reflected that it would not be amiss to entertain the Persian. He stopped and indicating the tables, said. By Russian custom it wouldn't be amiss, puree, entrecôte, champagne and so on, comprenez. The illustrious visitor understood, and a little later they were both sitting in the very best room of the restaurant, eating and drinking champagne. Let us drink to the prosperity of Persia, said Kutsin. We Russians love the Persians. Though we are of another faith, yet there are common interests, mutual, so to say, sympathies, progress. Asiatic markets. The campaigns of peace, so to say. The illustrious Persian ate and drank with an excellent appetite. He stuck his fork into a slice of smoked sturgeon, and wagging his head, enthusiastically said, Gut, bien. You like it? Said the mayor, delighted. Bien, that's capital. And turning to the waiter he said, Luca, my lad, see that 2 pieces of smoked sturgeon, the best you have, are sent up to His Highness's room. Then the mayor and the Persian magnate went to look at the menagerie. The townspeople saw their Stepan Ivanovitch, flushed with champagne, gay and very well pleased, leading the Persian about the principal streets and the bazaar, showing him the points of interest of the town, and even taking him to the fire tower. Among other things the townspeople saw him stop near some stone gates with lions on it, and point out to the Persian first the lion, then the sun overhead, and then his own breast. Then again he pointed to the lion and to the sun while the Persian nodded his head as though in sign of assent, and smiling showed his white teeth. In the evening they were sitting in the London hotel listening to the harp players, and where they spent the night is not known. Next day the mayor was at the town hall in the morning. The officials there apparently already knew something and were making their conjectures. For the secretary went up to him and said with an ironical smile, It is the custom of the Persians when an illustrious visitor comes to visit you, you must slaughter a sheep with your own hands. And a little later an envelope that had come by post was handed to him. The mayor tore it open and saw a caricature in it. It was a drawing of Rahat Helam with the mayor on his knees before him, stretching out his hands and saying, To prove our Russian friendship for Persia's mighty realm, and show respect for you, her envoy. Myself I'd slaughter like a lamb. But, pardon me, for I'm a donkey. The mayor was conscious of an unpleasant feeling like a gnawing in the pit of the stomach, but not for long. By midday he was again with the illustrious Persian, again he was regaling him and showing him the points of interest in the town. Again he led him to the stone gates, and again pointed to the lion, to the sun and to his own breast. They dined at the Japan. After dinner, with cigars in their teeth, both, flushed and blissful, again mounted the fire tower, and the mayor, evidently wishing to entertain the visitor with an unusual spectacle, shouted from the top to a sentry walking below. "Sound the alarm." But the alarm was not sounded as the firemen were at the baths at the moment. They supped at the London and, after supper, the Persian departed. When he saw him off, Stepan Ivanovitch kissed him 3 times after the Russian fashion, and even grew tearful. And when the train started, he shouted, "Give our greeting to Persia. Tell her that we love her." A year and 4 months had passed. There was a bitter frost, 35 degrees, and a piercing wind was blowing. Stepan Ivanovitch was walking along the street with his fur coat thrown open over his chest, and he was annoyed that he met no one to see the lion and the sun upon his breast. He walked about like this till evening with his fur coat open, was chilled to the bone, and at night tossed from side to side and could not get to sleep. He felt heavy at heart. There was a burning sensation inside him, and his heart throbbed uneasily. He had a longing now to get a Serbian order. It was a painful, passionate longing. In trouble. Pyotr Semyonich, the bank manager, together with the bookkeeper, his assistant, and 2 members of the board, were taken in the night to prison. The day after the upheaval the merchant Avdyev, who was one of the committee of auditors, was sitting with his friends in the shop saying, "So it is God's will, it seems. There is no escaping your fate. Here today we are eating caviar and tomorrow, for aught we know, it will be prison, beggary, or maybe death. Anything may happen. Take Pyotr Semyonich, for instance." He spoke, screwing up his drunken eyes, while his friends went on drinking, eating caviar, and listening. Having described the disgrace and helplessness of Pyotr Semyonich, who only the day before had been powerful and respected by all, Avdyev went on with a sigh. "The tears of the mouse come back to the cat. Serve them right, the scoundrels. They could steal, the rooks, so let them answer for it. You'd better look out, Ivan Danilych, that you don't catch it too," one of his friends observed. "What has it to do with me?" "Why, they were stealing, and what were you auditors thinking about? I'll be bound, you signed the audit." "It's all very well to talk," laughed Avdyev. "Signed it, indeed. They used to bring the accounts to my shop and I signed them. As though I understood. Give me anything you like, I'll scrawl my name to it. If you were to write that I murdered someone I'd sign my name to it. I haven't time to go into it, besides, I can't see without my spectacles." After discussing the failure of the bank and the fate of Pyotr Semyonich, Avdyev and his friends went to eat pie at the house of a friend whose wife was celebrating her name day. At the name day party everyone was discussing the bank failure. Avdyev was more excited than anyone, and declared that he had long foreseen the crash and knew 2 years before that things were not quite right at the bank. While they were eating pie he described a dozen illegal operations which had come to his knowledge. "If you knew, why did you not give information?" asked an officer who was present. "I wasn't the only one, the whole town knew of it," laughed Avdyev. "Besides, I haven't the time to hang about the law courts, damn them." He had a nap after the pie and then had dinner, then had another nap, then went to the evening service at the church of which he was a warden. After the service he went back to the name day party and played preference till midnight. Everything seemed satisfactory. But when Avdyev hurried home after midnight the cook, who opened the door to him, looked pale, and was trembling so violently that she could not utter a word. His wife, Elizaveta Trofimovna, a flabby, overfed woman, with her grey hair hanging loose, was sitting on the sofa in the drawing-room quivering all over. and vacantly rolling her eyes as though she were drunk. Her elder son, Vasily, a high school boy, pale too, and extremely agitated, was fussing round her with a glass of water. "What's the matter?" asked Avdyev, and looked angrily sideways at the stove. His family was constantly being upset by the fumes from it. "The examining magistrate has just been with the police," answered Vasily. "They've made a search." Avdyev looked round him. The cupboards, the chests, the tables, everything bore traces of the recent search. For a minute Avdyev stood motionless as though petrified, unable to understand. Then his whole inside quivered and seemed to grow heavy, his left leg went numb, and, unable to endure his trembling, he lay down flat on the sofa. He felt his inside heaving and his rebellious left leg tapping against the back of the sofa. In the course of 2 or 3 minutes he recalled the whole of his past, but could not remember any crime deserving of the attention of the police. "It's all nonsense," he said, getting up. "They must have slandered me. Tomorrow I must lodge a complaint of their having dared to do such a thing." Next morning after a sleepless night Avdyev, as usual, went to his shop. His customers brought him the news that during the night the public prosecutor had sent the deputy manager and the head clerk to prison as well. This news did not disturb Avdyev. He was convinced that he had been slandered, and that if he were to lodge a complaint today the examining magistrate would get into trouble for the search of the night before. Between 9 and 10 o'clock he hurried to the town hall to see the secretary, who was the only educated man in the town council. "Vladimir Stepanich, what's this new fashion?" he said, bending down to the secretary's ear. "People have been stealing, but how do I come in? What has it to do with me?" "My dear fellow," he whispered, "there has been a search at my house last night." "Upon my word. Have they gone crazy?" "Why touch me?" "Because one shouldn't be a sheep," the secretary answered calmly. "Before you sign you ought to look." "Look at what?" "But if I were to look at those accounts for 1,000 years I could not make head or tail of them. It's all Greek to me. I am no bookkeeper. They used to bring them to me and I signed them." "Excuse me. Apart from that you and your committee are seriously compromised. You borrowed 19,000 from the bank, giving no security." "Lord have mercy upon us," cried Avdyev in amazement. "I am not the only one in debt to the bank. The whole town owes it money. I pay the interest and I shall repay the debt. What next? And besides, to tell the honest truth, it wasn't I myself borrowed the money. Pyotr Semyonich forced it upon me." "Take it," he said, "take it. If you don't take it," he said, "it means that you don't trust us and fight shy of us. You take it," he said, "and build your father a mill." So I took it. Well, you see, none but children or sheep can reason like that. In any case, Senior, you need not be anxious. You can't escape trial, of course, but you are sure to be acquitted." The secretary's indifference and calm tone restored Avdyev's composure. Going back to his shop and finding friends there, he again began drinking, eating caviar, and airing his views. He almost forgot the police search, and he was only troubled by one circumstance which he could not help noticing: his left leg was strangely numb. And his stomach for some reason refused to do its work. That evening destiny dealt another overwhelming blow at Avdyev. At an extraordinary meeting of the town council all members who were on the staff of the bank, Avdyev among them, were asked to resign, on the ground that they were charged with a criminal offense. In the morning he received a request to give up immediately his duties as churchwarden. After that Avdyev lost count of the blows dealt him by fate, and strange, unprecedented days flitted rapidly by, one after another, and every day brought some new, unexpected surprise. Among other things, the examining magistrate sent him a summons, and he returned home after the interview, insulted and red in the face. He gave me no peace, pestering me to tell him why I had signed. I signed, that's all about it. I didn't do it on purpose. They brought the papers to the shop and I signed them. I am no great hand at reading writing. Young men with unconcerned faces arrived, sealed up the shop, and made an inventory of all the furniture of the house. Suspecting some intrigue behind this, and, as before, unconscious of any wrongdoing, Avdyev in his mortification ran from one government office to another lodging complaints. He spent hours together in waiting rooms, composed long petitions, shed tears, swore. To his complaints the public prosecutor and the examining magistrate made the indifferent and rational reply, "Come to us when you are summoned, we have not time to attend to you now." While others answered, "It is not our business." The secretary, an educated man, who, Avdyev thought, might have helped him, merely shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's your own fault. You shouldn't have been a sheep." The old man exerted himself to the utmost, but his left leg was still numb, and his digestion was getting worse and worse. When he was weary of doing nothing and was getting poorer and poorer, he made up his mind to go to his father's mill, or to his brother, and begin dealing in corn. His family went to his father's and he was left alone. The days flitted by, one after another. Without a family, without a shop, and without money, the former churchwarden, an honored and respected man, spent whole days going the round of his friends' shops, drinking, eating, and listening to advice. In the mornings and in the evenings, to while away the time, he went to church. Looking for hours together at the icons, he did not pray, but pondered. His conscience was clear, and he ascribed his position to mistake and misunderstanding. To his mind, it was all due to the fact that the officials and the examining magistrates were young men and inexperienced. It seemed to him that if he were to talk it over in detail and open his heart to some elderly judge, everything would go right again. He did not understand his judges, and he fancied they did not understand him. The days raced by, and at last, after protracted, harassing delays, the day of the trial came. Avdyev borrowed 50 rubles, and providing himself with spirit to rub on his leg and a decoction of herbs for his digestion, set off for the town where the circuit court was being held. The trial lasted for 10 days. Throughout the trial Avdyev sat among his companions in misfortune with the stolid composure and dignity befitting a respectable and innocent man who is suffering for no fault of his own. He listened and did not understand a word. He was in an antagonistic mood. He was angry at being detained so long in the court, at being unable to get Lenten food anywhere, at his defending counsels not understanding him, and, as he thought, saying the wrong thing. He thought that the judges did not understand their business. They took scarcely any notice of Avdyev, they only addressed him once in 3 days. And the questions they put to him were of such a character that Avdyev raised a laugh in the audience each time he answered them. When he tried to speak of the expenses he had incurred, of his losses, and of his meaning to claim his costs from the court, his counsel turned round and made an incomprehensible grimace. The public laughed, and the judge announced sternly that that had nothing to do with the case. The last words that he was allowed to say were not what his counsel had instructed him to say, but something quite different, which raised a laugh again. During the terrible hour when the jury were consulting in their room he sat angrily in the refreshment bar, not thinking about the jury at all. He did not understand why they were so long deliberating when everything was so clear, and what they wanted of him. Getting hungry, he asked the waiter to give him some cheap Lenten dish. For 40 kopecks they gave him some cold fish and carrots. He ate it and felt at once as though the fish were heaving in a chilly lump in his stomach. It was followed by flatulence, heartburn, and pain. Afterwards, as he listened to the foreman of the jury reading out the questions point by point, there was a regular revolution taking place in his inside, his whole body was bathed in a cold sweat. His left leg was numb. He did not follow, understood nothing, and suffered unbearably at not being able to sit or lie down while the foreman was reading. At last, when he and his companions were allowed to sit down, the public prosecutor got up and said something unintelligible, and all at once, as though they had sprung out of the earth. Some police officers appeared on the scene with drawn swords and surrounded all the prisoners. Avdyev was told to get up and go. Now he understood that he was found guilty and in charge of the police, but he was not frightened nor amazed. Such a turmoil was going on in his stomach that he could not think about his guards. "So they won't let us go back to the hotel?" he asked one of his companions. "But I have 3 rubles and an untouched quarter of a pound of tea in my room there." He spent the night at the police station. All night he was aware of a loathing for fish, and was thinking about the 3 rubles and the quarter of a pound of tea. Early in the morning, when the sky was beginning to turn blue, he was told to dress and set off. 2 soldiers with bayonets took him to prison. Never before had the streets of the town seemed to him so long and endless. He walked not on the pavement but in the middle of the road in the muddy, thawing snow. His inside was still at war with the fish, his left leg was numb, he had forgotten his galoshes either in the court or in the police station, and his feet felt frozen. 5 days later all the prisoners were brought before the court again to hear their sentence. Avdyev learnt that he was sentenced to exile in the province of Tobolsk. And that did not frighten nor amaze him either. He fancied for some reason that the trial was not yet over, that there were more adjournments to come, and that the final decision had not been reached yet. He went on in the prison expecting this final decision every day. Only 6 months later, when his wife and his son Vasily came to say goodbye to him, and when in the wasted, wretchedly dressed old woman he scarcely recognized his once fat and dignified Elizaveta Trofimovna, and when he saw his son wearing a short, shabby reefer jacket and cotton trousers instead of the high school uniform, he realized that his fate was decided, and that whatever new decision there might be, his past would never come back to him. And for the first time since the trial and his imprisonment the angry expression left his face, and he wept bitterly. The kiss. At 8 o'clock on the evening of the 20th of May all the 6 batteries of the N. Reserve Artillery Brigade halted for the night in the village of Myastechki on their way to camp. When the general commotion was at its height, while some officers were busily occupied around the guns, while others, gathered together in the square near the church enclosure, were listening to the quartermasters, a man in civilian dress, riding a strange horse, came into sight round the church. The little dun-colored horse with a good neck and a short tail came, moving not straight forward, but as it were sideways, with a sort of dance step, as though it were being lashed about the legs. When he reached the officers the man on the horse took off his hat and said, "His Excellency Lieutenant General von Rabeck invites the gentleman to drink tea with him this minute." The horse turned, danced, and retired sideways. The messenger raised his hat once more, and in an instant disappeared with his strange horse behind the church. "What the devil does it mean?" grumbled some of the officers, dispersing to their quarters. "One is sleepy, and here this von Rabeck with his tea. We know what tea means." The officers of all the 6 batteries remembered vividly an incident of the previous year, when during maneuvers they, together with the officers of a Cossack regiment, were in the same way invited to tea by a count who had an estate in the neighborhood and was a retired army officer. The hospitable and genial count made much of them, fed them, and gave them drink, refused to let them go to their quarters in the village and made them stay the night. All that, of course, was very nice, nothing better could be desired, but the worst of it was, the old army officer was so carried away by the pleasure of the young men's company that till sunrise he was telling the officers anecdotes of his glorious past, taking them over the house, showing them expensive pictures, old engravings, rare guns, reading them autograph letters from great people, while the weary and exhausted officers looked and listened, longing for their beds and yawning in their sleeves. When at last their host let them go, it was too late for sleep. Might not this von Rabeck be just such another? Whether he were or not, there was no help for it. The officers changed their uniforms, brushed themselves, and went all together in search of the gentleman's house. In the square by the church they were told they could get to His Excellency's by the lower path, going down behind the church to the river, going along the bank to the garden. And there an avenue would taken them to the house. Or by the upper way, straight from the church by the road which, half a mile from the village, led right up to His Excellency's granaries. The officers decided to go by the upper way. What von Rabeck is it, they wondered on the way. Surely not the one who was in command of the N. Cavalry Division at Plevna? No, that was not von Rabeck, but simply Rab and no von. What lovely weather! At the first of the granaries the road divided in two, one branch went straight on and vanished in the evening darkness, the other led to the owner's house on the right. The officers turned to the right and began to speak more softly. On both sides of the road stretched stone granaries with red roofs, heavy and sullen-looking, very much like barracks of a district town. Ahead of them gleamed the windows of the manor house. "A good omen, gentlemen," said one of the officers. "Our setter is the foremost of all, no doubt he scents game ahead of us." Lieutenant Lobitko, who was walking in front, a tall and stalwart fellow, though entirely without mustache, he was over 25. Yet for some reason there was no sign of hair on his round, well-fed face, renowned in the brigade for his peculiar faculty for divining the presence of women at a distance. Turned round and said, "Yes, there must be women here. I feel that by instinct." On the threshold the officers were met by von Rabeck himself, a comely-looking man of 60 in civilian dress. Shaking hands with his guests, he said that he was very glad and happy to see them, but begged them earnestly for God's sake to excuse him for not asking them to stay the night. 2 sisters with their children, some brothers, and some neighbors, had come on a visit to him, so that he had not one spare room left. The general shook hands with everyone, made his apologies, and smiled, but it was evident by his face that he was by no means so delighted as their last year's count. And that he had invited the officers simply because, in his opinion, it was a social obligation to do so. And the officers themselves, as they walked up the softly carpeted stairs, as they listened to him, felt that they had been invited to this house simply because it would have been awkward not to invite them. And at the sight of the footmen, who hastened to light the lamps in the entrance below and in the anteroom above, they began to feel as though they had brought uneasiness and discomfort into the house with them. In a house in which 2 sisters and their children, brothers, and neighbors were gathered together, probably on account of some family festivity or event. How could the presence of 19 unknown officers possibly be welcome? At the entrance to the drawing-room the officers were met by a tall, graceful old lady with black eyebrows and a long face, very much like the Empress Eugenie. Smiling graciously and majestically, she said she was glad and happy to see her guests, and apologized that her husband and she were on this occasion unable to invite Messrs. Les Officiers to stay the night. From her beautiful majestic smile, which instantly vanished from her face every time she turned away from her guests, it was evident that she had seen numbers of officers in her day. That she was in no humor for them now, and if she invited them to her house and apologized for not doing more, it was only because her breeding and position in society required it of her. When the officers went into the big dining room, there were about a dozen people, men and ladies, young and old, sitting at tea at the end of a long table. A group of men was dimly visible behind their chairs, wrapped in a haze of cigar smoke, and in the midst of them stood a lanky young man with red whiskers, talking loudly, with a lisp, in English. Through a door beyond the group could be seen a light room with pale blue furniture. "Gentlemen, there are so many of you that it is impossible to introduce you all," said the general in a loud voice, trying to sound very cheerful. "Make each other's acquaintance, gentlemen, without any ceremony." The officers, some with very serious and even stern faces, others with forced smiles, and all feeling extremely awkward, somehow made their bows and sat down to tea. The most ill at ease of them all was Ryabovich, a little officer in spectacles, with sloping shoulders, and whiskers like a lynx's. While some of his comrades assumed a serious expression, while others wore forced smiles, his face, his lynx-like whiskers, and spectacles seemed to say, "I am the shyest, most modest, and most undistinguished officer in the whole brigade." At first, on going into the room and sitting down to the table, he could not fix his attention on any one face or object. The faces, the dresses, the cut-glass decanters of brandy, the steam from the glasses. The molded cornices, all blended in one general impression that inspired in Ryabovich alarm and a desire to hide his head. Like a lecturer making his first appearance before the public, he saw everything that was before his eyes, but apparently only had a dim understanding of it. Among physiologists this condition, when the subject sees but does not understand, is called psychical blindness. After a little while, growing accustomed to his surroundings, Ryabovich saw clearly and began to observe. As a shy man, unused to society, what struck him first was that in which he had always been deficient, namely, the extraordinary boldness of his new acquaintances. Von Rabeck, his wife, two elderly ladies, a young lady in a lilac dress, and the young man with the red whiskers, who was, it appeared, a younger son of von Rabeck, very cleverly, as though they had rehearsed it beforehand, took seats between the officers, and at once got up a heated discussion in which the visitors could not help taking part. The lilac young lady hotly asserted that the artillery had a much better time than the cavalry and the infantry, while von Rabeck and the elderly ladies maintained the opposite. A brisk interchange of talk followed. Ryabovich watched the lilac young lady who argued so hotly about what was unfamiliar and utterly uninteresting to her, and watched artificial smiles come and go on her face. Von Rabeck and his family skillfully drew the officers into the discussion, and meanwhile kept a sharp lookout over their glasses and mouths, to see whether all of them were drinking. Whether all had enough sugar, why someone was not eating cakes or not drinking brandy. And the longer Ryabovich watched and listened, the more he was attracted by this insincere but splendidly disciplined family. After tea the officers went into the drawing-room. Lieutenant Lobitko's instinct had not deceived him. There were a great number of girls and young married ladies. The setter lieutenant was soon standing by a very young, fair girl in a black dress, and, bending down to her jauntily, as though leaning on an unseen sword, smiled and shrugged his shoulders coquettishly. He probably talked very interesting nonsense, for the fair girl looked at his well-fed face condescendingly and asked indifferently, "Really?" And from that uninterested "really?" the setter, had he been intelligent, might have concluded that she would never call him to heel. The piano struck up. The melancholy strains of a valse floated out of the wide-open windows, and everyone, for some reason, remembered that it was spring, a May evening. Everyone was conscious of the fragrance of roses, of lilac, and of the young leaves of the poplar. Ryabovich, in whom the brandy he had drunk made itself felt, under the influence of the music stole a glance towards the window, smiled, and began watching the movements of the women. And it seemed to him that the smell of roses, of poplars, and lilac came not from the garden, but from the ladies' faces and dresses. Von Rabeck's son invited a scraggy-looking young lady to dance, and waltzed round the room twice with her. Lobitko, gliding over the parquet floor, flew up to the lilac young lady and whirled her away. Dancing began. Ryabovich stood near the door among those who were not dancing and looked on. He had never once danced in his whole life, and he had never once in his life put his arm round the waist of a respectable woman. He was highly delighted that a man should in the sight of all take a girl he did not know round the waist and offer her his shoulder to put her hand on. But he could not imagine himself in the position of such a man. There were times when he envied the boldness and swagger of his companions and was inwardly wretched. The consciousness that he was timid, that he was round-shouldered and uninteresting, that he had a long waist and lynx-like whiskers, had deeply mortified him. But with years he had grown used to this feeling, and now, looking at his comrades dancing or loudly talking, he no longer envied them, but only felt touched and mournful. When the quadrille began, young von Rabeck came up to those who were not dancing and invited two officers to have a game at billiards. The officers accepted and went with him out of the drawing-room. Ryabovich, having nothing to do and wishing to take part in the general movement, slouched after them. From the big drawing-room they went into the little drawing-room, then into a narrow corridor with a glass roof. And thence into a room in which on their entrance three sleepy-looking footmen jumped up quickly from the sofa. At last, after passing through a long succession of rooms, young von Rabeck and the officers came into a small room where there was a billiard table. They began to play. Ryabovich, who had never played any game but cards, stood near the billiard table and looked indifferently at the players, while they in unbuttoned coats, with cues in their hands, stepped about, made puns, and kept shouting out unintelligible words. The players took no notice of him, and only now and then one of them, shoving him with his elbow or accidentally touching him with the end of his cue, would turn round and say, "Pardon." Before the first game was over he was weary of it, and began to feel he was not wanted and in the way. He felt disposed to return to the drawing room, and he went out. On his way back he met with a little adventure. When he had gone halfway he noticed he had taken a wrong turning. He distinctly remembered that he ought to meet 3 sleepy footmen on his way, but he had passed 5 or 6 rooms, and those sleepy figures seemed to have vanished into the earth. Noticing his mistake, he walked back a little way and turned to the right. He found himself in a little dark room which he had not seen on his way to the billiard room. After standing there a little while, he resolutely opened the first door that met his eyes and walked into an absolutely dark room. Straight in front could be seen the crack in the doorway through which there was a gleam of vivid light. From the other side of the door came the muffled sound of a melancholy mazurka. Here, too, as in the drawing room, the windows were wide open and there was a smell of poplars, lilac and roses. Ryabovich stood still in hesitation. At that moment, to his surprise, he heard hurried footsteps and the rustling of a dress. A breathless feminine voice whispered, "At last." And 2 soft, fragrant, unmistakably feminine arms were clasped about his neck, a warm cheek was pressed to his cheek, and simultaneously there was the sound of a kiss. But at once the bestower of the kiss uttered a faint shriek and skipped back from him, as it seemed to Ryabovich, with aversion. He, too, almost shrieked and rushed towards the gleam of light at the door. When he went back into the drawing room his heart was beating and his hands were trembling so noticeably that he made haste to hide them behind his back. At first he was tormented by shame and dread that the whole drawing room knew that he had just been kissed and embraced by a woman. He shrank into himself and looked uneasily about him, but as he became convinced that people were dancing and talking as calmly as ever, he gave himself up entirely to the new sensation which he had never experienced before in his life. Something strange was happening to him. His neck, round which soft, fragrant arms had so lately been clasped, seemed to him to be anointed with oil. On his left cheek near his mustache where the unknown had kissed him there was a faint chilly tingling sensation as from peppermint drops. And the more he rubbed the place the more distinct was the chilly sensation. All over, from head to foot, he was full of a strange new feeling which grew stronger and stronger. He wanted to dance, to talk, to run into the garden, to laugh aloud. He quite forgot that he was round-shouldered and uninteresting. That he had lynx-like whiskers and an undistinguished appearance, that was how his appearance had been described by some ladies whose conversation he had accidentally overheard. When von Rabeck's wife happened to pass by him, he gave her such a broad and friendly smile that she stood still and looked at him inquiringly. "I like your house immensely," he said, setting his spectacles straight. The general's wife smiled and said that the house had belonged to her father. Then she asked whether his parents were living, whether he had long been in the army, why he was so thin, and so on. After receiving answers to her questions, she went on, and after his conversation with her his smiles were more friendly than ever, and he thought he was surrounded by splendid people. At supper Ryabovich ate mechanically everything offered him, drank, and without listening to anything, tried to understand what had just happened to him. The adventure was of a mysterious and romantic character, but it was not difficult to explain it. No doubt some girl or young married lady had arranged a tryst with someone in the dark room. Had waited a long time, and being nervous and excited had taken Ryabovich for her hero. This was the more probable as Ryabovich had stood still hesitating in the dark room, so that he, too, had seemed like a person expecting something. This was how Ryabovich explained to himself the kiss he had received. "And who is she?" he wondered, looking round at the women's faces. She must be young, for elderly ladies don't give rendezvous. That she was a lady, one could tell by the rustle of her dress, her perfume, her voice. His eyes rested on the lilac young lady, and he thought her very attractive. She had beautiful shoulders and arms, a clever face, and a delightful voice. Ryabovich, looking at her, hoped that she and no one else was his unknown. But she laughed somehow artificially and wrinkled up her long nose, which seemed to him to make her look old. Then he turned his eyes upon the fair girl in a black dress. She was younger, simpler, and more genuine, had a charming brow, and drank very daintily out of her wineglass. Ryabovich now hoped that it was she. But soon he began to think her face flat, and fixed his eyes upon the one next her. It's difficult to guess, he thought, musing. If one takes the shoulders and arms of the lilac one only, adds the brow of the fair one and the eyes of the one on the left of Lobitko. Then he made a combination of these things in his mind and so formed the image of the girl who had kissed him, the image that he wanted her to have, but could not find at the table. After supper, replete and exhilarated, the officers began to take leave and say thank you. Von Rabeck and his wife began again apologizing that they could not ask them to stay the night. Very, very glad to have met you, gentlemen, said von Rabeck. And this time sincerely, probably because people are far more sincere and good-humored at speeding their parting guests than on meeting them. Delighted. I hope you will come on your way back. Don't stand on ceremony. Where are you going? Do you want to go by the upper way? No, go across the garden, it's nearer here by the lower way. The officers went out into the garden. After the bright light and the noise the garden seemed very dark and quiet. They walked in silence all the way to the gate. They were a little drunk, pleased, and in good spirits, but the darkness and silence made them thoughtful for a minute. Probably the same idea occurred to each one of them as to Ryabovich. Would there ever come a time for them when, like von Rabeck, they would have a large house, a family, a garden, when they, too, would be able to welcome people, even though insincerely, feed them, make them drunk and contented? Going out of the garden gate, they all began talking at once and laughing loudly about nothing. They were walking now along the little path that led down to the river, and then ran along the water's edge, winding round the bushes on the bank, the pools, and the willows that overhung the water. The bank and the path were scarcely visible, and the other bank was entirely plunged in darkness. Stars were reflected here and there on the dark water. They quivered and were broken up on the surface, and from that alone it could be seen that the river was flowing rapidly. It was still. Drowsy curlews cried plaintively on the further bank, and in one of the bushes on the nearest side a nightingale was trilling loudly, taking no notice of the crowd of officers. The officers stood round the bush, touched it, but the nightingale went on singing. "What a fellow," they exclaimed approvingly. "We stand beside him and he takes not a bit of notice. What a rascal." At the end of the way the path went uphill, and, skirting the church enclosure, turned into the road. Here the officers, tired with walking uphill, sat down and lighted their cigarettes. On the other side of the river a murky red fire came into sight, and having nothing better to do, they spent a long time in discussing whether it was a camp fire or a light in a window. Or something else. Ryabovich, too, looked at the light, and he fancied that the light looked and winked at him, as though it knew about the kiss. On reaching his quarters, Ryabovich undressed as quickly as possible and got into bed. Lobitko and Lieutenant Merzlyakov, a peaceable, silent fellow, who was considered in his own circle a highly educated officer, and was always, whenever it was possible, reading the Vestnik Evropy, which he carried about with him everywhere, were quartered in the same hut with Ryabovich. Lobitko undressed, walked up and down the room for a long while with the air of a man who has not been satisfied, and sent his orderly for beer. Merzlyakov got into bed, put a candle by his pillow and plunged into reading the Vestnik Evropy. Who was she? Ryabovich wondered, looking at the smoky ceiling. His neck still felt as though he had been anointed with oil, and there was still the chilly sensation near his mouth as though from peppermint drops. The shoulders and arms of the young lady in lilac, the brow and the truthful eyes of the fair girl in black, waists, dresses, and brooches, floated through his imagination. He tried to fix his attention on these images, but they danced about, broke up and flickered. When these images vanished altogether from the broad dark background which every man sees when he closes his eyes, he began to hear hurried footsteps, the rustle of skirts. The sound of a kiss and an intense groundless joy took possession of him. Abandoning himself to this joy, he heard the orderly return and announce that there was no beer. Lobitko was terribly indignant, and began pacing up and down again. Well, isn't he an idiot? He kept saying, stopping first before Ryabovich and then before Merzlyakov. What a fool and a dummy a man must be not to get hold of any beer. Isn't he a scoundrel? Of course you can't get beer here, said Merzlyakov, not removing his eyes from the Vysnik Evropy. Oh. Is that your opinion? Lobitko persisted. Lord have mercy upon us, if you dropped me on the moon I'd find you beer and women directly. I'll go and find some at once. You may call me an impostor if I don't. He spent a long time in dressing and pulling on his high boots, then finished smoking his cigarette in silence and went out. Rabek, Grabek, Labek, he muttered, stopping in the outer room. I don't care to go alone, damn it all. Ryabovich, wouldn't you like to go for a walk? Receiving no answer, he returned, slowly undressed and got into bed. Merzlyakov sighed, put the Vysnik Evropy away, and put out the light. Muttered Lobitko, lighting a cigarette in the dark. Ryabovich pulled the bedclothes over his head, curled himself up in bed, and tried to gather together the floating images in his mind and to combine them into one whole. But nothing came of it. He soon fell asleep, and his last thought was that someone had caressed him and made him happy, that something extraordinary, foolish, but joyful and delightful, had come into his life. The thought did not leave him even in his sleep. When he woke up the sensations of oil on his neck and the chill of peppermint about his lips had gone, but joy flooded his heart just as the day before. He looked enthusiastically at the window frames, gilded by the light of the rising sun, and listened to the movement of the passers-by in the street. People were talking loudly close to the window. Lebedetsky, the commander of Ryabovich's battery, who had only just overtaken the brigade, was talking to his sergeant at the top of his voice, being always accustomed to shout. What else? Shouted the commander. When they were shoeing yesterday, your high nobility, they drove a nail into Pigeon's hoof. The vet put on clay and vinegar, they are leading him apart now. And also, your honor, Artemiev got drunk yesterday, and the lieutenant ordered him to be put in the limber of a spare gun carriage. The sergeant reported that Karpov had forgotten the new cords for the trumpets and the rings for the tents, and that their honors, the officers, had spent the previous evening visiting General von Rabek. In the middle of this conversation the red-bearded face of Lebedetsky appeared in the window. He screwed up his short-sighted eyes, looking at the sleepy faces of the officers, and said good morning to them. Is everything all right? He asked. One of the horses has a sore neck from the new collar, answered Lobitko, yawning. The commander sighed, thought a moment, and said in a loud voice. I am thinking of going to see Alexandra Yevgrafovna. I must call on her. Well, goodbye. I shall catch you up in the evening. A quarter of an hour later the brigade set off on its way. When it was moving along the road by the granaries, Ryabovich looked at the house on the right. The blinds were down in all the windows. Evidently the household was still asleep. The one who had kissed Ryabovich the day before was asleep, too. He tried to imagine her asleep. The wide-open windows of the bedroom, the green branches peeping in, the morning freshness, the scent of the poplars, lilac, and roses, the bed, a chair. And on it the skirts that had rustled the day before, the little slippers, the little watch on the table, all this he pictured to himself clearly and distinctly, but the features of the face. The sweet sleepy smile, just what was characteristic and important, slipped through his imagination like quicksilver through the fingers. When he had ridden on half a mile, he looked back. The yellow church, the house, and the river, were all bathed in light. The river with its bright green banks, with the blue sky reflected in it and glints of silver in the sunshine here and there, was very beautiful. Ryabovich gazed for the last time at Myastechki, and he felt as sad as though he were parting with something very near and dear to him. And before him on the road lay nothing but long familiar, uninteresting pictures. To right and to left, fields of young rye and buckwheat with rooks hopping about in them. If one looked ahead, one saw dust in the backs of men's heads; if one looked back, one saw the same dust and faces. Foremost of all marched 4 men with sabers. This was the vanguard. Next, behind, the crowd of singers, and behind them the trumpeters on horseback. The vanguard and the chorus of singers, like torchbearers in a funeral procession, often forgot to keep the regulation distance and pushed a long way ahead. Ryabovich was with the first cannon of the 5th battery. He could see all the 4 batteries moving in front of him. For anyone not a military man, this long tedious procession of a moving brigade seems an intricate and unintelligible muddle. One cannot understand why there are so many people round one cannon, and why it is drawn by so many horses in such a strange network of harness, as though it really were so terrible and heavy. To Ryabovich it was all perfectly comprehensible and therefore uninteresting. He had known for ever so long why at the head of each battery there rode a stalwart bombardier, and why he was called a bombardier. Immediately behind this bombardier could be seen the horsemen of the first and then of the middle units. Ryabovich knew that the horses on which they rode, those on the left, were called one name, while those on the right were called another. It was extremely uninteresting. Behind the horsemen came 2 shaft horses. On one of them sat a rider with the dust of yesterday on his back and a clumsy and funny-looking piece of wood on his leg. Ryabovich knew the object of this piece of wood, and did not think it funny. All the riders waved their whips mechanically and shouted from time to time. The cannon itself was ugly. On the forepart lay sacks of oats covered with canvas, and the cannon itself was hung all over with kettles, soldiers' knapsacks, bags, and looked like some small harmless animal surrounded for some unknown reason by men and horses. To the leeward of it marched 6 men, the gunners, swinging their arms. After the cannon there came again more bombardiers, riders, shaft horses, and behind them another cannon, as ugly and unimpressive as the first. After the second followed a third, a fourth. Near the fourth an officer, and so on. There were 6 batteries in all in the brigade, and 4 cannons in each battery. The procession covered half a mile. It ended in a string of wagons near which an extremely attractive creature, the ass, Magyar, brought by a battery commander from Turkey, paced pensively with his long-eared head drooping. Ryabovich looked indifferently before and behind, at the backs of heads and at faces. At any other time he would have been half asleep, but now he was entirely absorbed in his new agreeable thoughts. At first, when the brigade was setting off on the march, he tried to persuade himself that the incident of the kiss could only be interesting as a mysterious little adventure. That it was in reality trivial, and to think of it seriously, to say the least of it, was stupid. But now he bade farewell to logic and gave himself up to dreams. At one moment he imagined himself in von Rabeck's drawing room beside a girl who was like the young lady in lilac and the fair girl in black. Then he would close his eyes and see himself with another, entirely unknown girl, whose features were very vague. In his imagination he talked, caressed her, leaned on her shoulder, pictured war, separation, then meeting again, supper with his wife, children. Brakes on. The word of command rang out every time they went downhill. He, too, shouted brakes on, and was afraid this shout would disturb his reverie and bring him back to reality. As they passed by some landowner's estate, Ryabovich looked over the fence into the garden. A long avenue, straight as a ruler, strewn with yellow sand and bordered with young birch trees, met his eyes. With the eagerness of a man given up to dreaming, he pictured to himself little feminine feet tripping along yellow sand. And quite unexpectedly had a clear vision in his imagination of the girl who had kissed him and whom he had succeeded in picturing to himself the evening before at supper. This image remained in his brain and did not desert him again. At midday there was a shout in the rear near the string of wagons. "Easy! Eyes to the left! Officers!" The general of the brigade drove by in a carriage with a pair of white horses. He stopped near the second battery, and shouted something which no one understood. Several officers, among them Ryabovich, galloped up to them. "Well?" asked the general, blinking his red eyes. "Are there any sick?" Receiving an answer, the general, a little skinny man, chewed, thought for a moment and said, addressing one of the officers, "One of your drivers of the third cannon has taken off his leg guard and hung it on the forepart of the cannon, the rascal. Reprimand him." He raised his eyes to Ryabovich and went on. "It seems to me your front strap is too long." Making a few other tedious remarks, the general looked at Lobitko and grinned. "You look very melancholy today, Lieutenant Lobitko," he said. "Are you pining for Madame Lopukov?" "Gentlemen, he is pining for Madame Lopukov." The lady in question was a very stout and tall person who had long passed her 40th year. The general, who had a predilection for solid ladies, whatever their ages, suspected a similar taste in his officers. The officers smiled respectfully. The general, delighted at having said something very amusing and biting, laughed loudly, touched his coachman's back, and saluted. The carriage rolled on. All I am dreaming about now, which seems to me so impossible and unearthly, is really quite an ordinary thing, thought Ryabovich, looking at the clouds of dust racing after the general's carriage. It's all very ordinary, and everyone goes through it. That general, for instance, has once been in love, now he is married and has children. Captain Vodder, too, is married and beloved, though the nape of his neck is very red and ugly and he has no waist. Saunanov is coarse and very Tatar, but he has had a love affair that has ended in marriage. I am the same as everyone else, and I, too, shall have the same experience as everyone else, sooner or later. And the thought that he was an ordinary person, and that his life was ordinary, delighted him and gave him courage. He pictured her and his happiness as he pleased, and put no rein on his imagination. When the brigade reached their halting place in the evening, and the officers were resting in their tents, Ryabovich, Merzlyakov, and Lobitko were sitting round a box having supper. Merzlyakov ate without haste, and, as he munched deliberately, read the Vestnik Evropy, which he held on his knees. Lobitko talked incessantly and kept filling up his glass with beer, and Ryabovich, whose head was confused from dreaming all day long, drank and said nothing. After 3 glasses he got a little drunk, felt weak, and had an irresistible desire to impart his new sensations to his comrades. "A strange thing happened to me at those von Rabbicks," he began, trying to put an indifferent and ironical tone into his voice. "You know, I went into the billiard room." He began describing very minutely the incident of the kiss, and a moment later relapsed into silence. In the course of that moment he had told everything, and it surprised him dreadfully to find how short a time it took him to tell it. He had imagined that he could have been telling the story of the kiss till next morning. Listening to him, Lobitko, who was a great liar and consequently believed no one, looked at him skeptically and laughed. Merzlyakov twitched his eyebrows and, without removing his eyes from the Vestnik Evropy, said, "That's an odd thing. How strange, throws herself on a man's neck, without addressing him by name. She must be some sort of hysterical neurotic." "Yes, she must," Ryabovich agreed. "A similar thing once happened to me," said Lobitko, assuming a scared expression. "I was going last year to Kovna. I took a second-class ticket. The train was crammed, and it was impossible to sleep. I gave the guard half a ruble. He took my luggage and led me to another compartment. I lay down and covered myself with a rug. It was dark, you understand. Suddenly I felt someone touch me on the shoulder and breathe in my face. I made a movement with my hand and felt somebody's elbow. I opened my eyes and only imagine, a woman. Black eyes, lips red as a prime salmon, nostrils breathing passionately, a bosom like a buffer. Excuse me, Merzlyakov interrupted calmly, I understand about the bosom, but how could you see the lips if it was dark? Lobitko began trying to put himself right and laughing at Merslyakov's unimaginativeness. It made Ryabovich wince. He walked away from the box, got into bed, and vowed never to confide again. Camp life began. The days flowed by, one very much like another. All those days Ryabovich felt, thought, and behaved as though he were in love. Every morning when his orderly handed him water to wash with, and he sluiced his head with cold water, he thought there was something warm and delightful in his life. In the evenings when his comrades began talking of love and women, he would listen, and draw up closer. And he wore the expression of a soldier when he hears the description of a battle in which he has taken part. And on the evenings when the officers, out on the spree with the setter, Lobitko, at their head, made Don Juan excursions to the suburb, and Ryabovich took part in such excursions. He always was sad, felt profoundly guilty, and inwardly begged her forgiveness. In hours of leisure or on sleepless nights, when he felt moved to recall his childhood, his father and mother, everything near and dear, in fact, he invariably thought of Myastechki. The strange horse, von Rabeck, his wife who was like the Empress Eugenie, the dark room, the crack of light at the door. On the 31st of August he went back from the camp, not with the whole brigade, but with only 2 batteries of it. He was dreaming and excited all the way, as though he were going back to his native place. He had an intense longing to see again the strange horse, the church, the insincere family of the von Rabecks, the dark room. The inner voice, which so often deceives lovers, whispered to him for some reason that he would be sure to see her, and he was tortured by the questions, how he should meet her. What he would talk to her about. Whether she had forgotten the kiss? If the worst came to the worst, he thought, even if he did not meet her, it would be a pleasure to him merely to go through the dark room and recall the past. Towards evening there appeared on the horizon the familiar church and white granaries. Ryabovich's heart beat. He did not hear the officer who was riding beside him and saying something to him, he forgot everything, and looked eagerly at the river shining in the distance, at the roof of the house. At the dovecot round which the pigeons were circling in the light of the setting sun. When they reached the church and were listening to the billeting orders, he expected every second that a man on horseback would come round the church enclosure and invite the officers to tea. But, the billeting orders were read, the officers were in haste to go on to the village, and the man on horseback did not appear. Von Rabeck will hear at once from the peasants that we have come and will send for us, thought Ryabovich, as he went into the hut. Unable to understand why a comrade was lighting a candle and why the orderlies were hurriedly setting samovars. A painful uneasiness took possession of him. He lay down, then got up and looked out of the window to see whether the messenger were coming. But there was no sign of him. He lay down again, but half an hour later he got up, and, unable to restrain his uneasiness, went into the street and strode towards the church. It was dark and deserted in the square near the church. 3 soldiers were standing silent in a row where the road began to go downhill. Seeing Ryabovich, they roused themselves and saluted. He returned the salute and began to go down the familiar path. On the further side of the river the whole sky was flooded with crimson, the moon was rising. 2 peasant women, talking loudly, were picking cabbage in the kitchen garden. Behind the kitchen garden there were some dark huts. And everything on the near side of the river was just as it had been in May, the path, the bushes, the willows overhanging the water, but there was no sound of the brave nightingale. And no scent of poplar and fresh grass. Reaching the garden, Ryabovich looked in at the gate. The garden was dark and still. He could see nothing but the white stems of the nearest birch trees and a little bit of the avenue. All the rest melted together into a dark blur. Ryabovich looked and listened eagerly, but after waiting for a quarter of an hour without hearing a sound or catching a glimpse of a light, he trudged back. He went down to the river. The general's bathhouse and the bath sheets on the rail of the little bridge showed white before him. He went on to the bridge, stood a little, and, quite unnecessarily, touched the sheets. They felt rough and cold. He looked down at the water. The river ran rapidly and with a faintly audible gurgle round the piles of the bathhouse. The red moon was reflected near the left bank. Little ripples ran over the reflection, stretching it out, breaking it into bits, and seemed trying to carry it away. How stupid, thought Ryabovich, looking at the running water. How unintelligent it all is. Now that he expected nothing, the incident of the kiss, his impatience, his vague hopes and disappointment, presented themselves in a clear light. It no longer seemed to him strange that he had not seen the general's messenger, and that he would never see the girl who had accidentally kissed him instead of someone else. On the contrary, it would have been strange if he had seen her. The water was running, he knew not where or why, just as it did in May. In May it had flowed into the great river, from the great river into the sea. Then it had risen in vapor, turned into rain, and perhaps the very same water was running now before Ryabovich's eyes again. What for? Why? And the whole world, the whole of life, seemed to Ryabovich an unintelligible, aimless jest. And turning his eyes from the water and looking at the sky, he remembered again how fate in the person of an unknown woman had by chance caressed him, he remembered his summer dreams and fancies. And his life struck him as extraordinarily meager, poverty-stricken, and colorless. When he went back to his hut he did not find one of his comrades. The orderly informed him that they had all gone to General von Rabeck's, who had sent a messenger on horseback to invite them. For an instant there was a flash of joy in Ryabovich's heart, but he quenched it at once, got into bed, and in his wrath with his fate, as though to spite it, did not go to the general's. "Boys! Volodya's come," someone shouted in the yard. "Master Volodya's here," bawled Natalia the cook, running into the dining room. "Oh, my goodness!" The whole Korolyov family, who had been expecting their Volodya from hour to hour, rushed to the windows. At the front door stood a wide sledge, with 3 white horses in a cloud of steam. The sledge was empty, for Volodya was already in the hall, untying his hood with red and chilly fingers. His school overcoat, his cap, his snow boots, and the hair on his temples were all white with frost, and his whole figure from head to foot diffused such a pleasant, fresh smell of the snow that the very sight of him made one want to shiver and say, "Brrr." His mother and aunt ran to kiss and hug him. Natalia plumped down at his feet and began pulling off his snow boots, his sisters shrieked with delight, the doors creaked and banged, and Volodya's father, in his waistcoat and shirt-sleeves, ran out into the hall with scissors in his hand, and cried out in alarm. "We were expecting you all yesterday. Did you come all right? Had a good journey? Mercy on us. You might let him say, 'How do you do,' to his father. I am his father after all." "Bow wow!" barked the huge black dog, milord, in a deep bass, tapping with his tail on the walls and furniture. For 2 minutes there was nothing but a general hubbub of joy. After the first outburst of delight was over, the Korolyovs noticed that there was, besides their Volodya, another small person in the hall, wrapped up in scarves and shawls and white with frost. He was standing perfectly still in a corner, in the shadow of a big fox-lined overcoat. "Volodya darling, who is it?" asked his mother, in a whisper. "Oh," cried Volodya. "This is, let me introduce my friend Lentilov, a schoolfellow in the 2nd class. I have brought him to stay with us." "Delighted to hear it." "You are very welcome," the father said cordially. "Excuse me, I've been at work without my coat. Please come in. Natalia, help Mr. Lentilov off with his things." Mercy on us, do turn that dog out. He is unendurable. A few minutes later, Volodya and his friend Lentilov, somewhat dazed by their noisy welcome, and still red from the outside cold, were sitting down to tea. The winter sun, making its way through the snow and the frozen tracery on the window panes, gleamed on the samovar, and plunged its pure rays in the tea basin. The room was warm, and the boys felt as though the warmth and the frost were struggling together with a tingling sensation in their bodies. "Well, Christmas will soon be here," the father said in a pleasant sing-song voice, rolling a cigarette of dark reddish tobacco. "It doesn't seem long since the summer, when Mama was crying at your going, and here you are back again. Time flies, my boy. Before you have time to cry out, old age is upon you. Mr. Lentilov, take some more, please help yourself. We don't stand on ceremony." Volodya's three sisters, Katya, Sonia, and Masha, the eldest was 11, sat at the table and never took their eyes off the newcomer. Lentilov was of the same height and age as Volodya, but not as round-faced and fair-skinned. He was thin, dark, and freckled. His hair stood up like a brush, his eyes were small, and his lips were thick. He was, in fact, distinctly ugly, and if he had not been wearing the school uniform, he might have been taken for the son of a cook. He seemed morose, did not speak, and never once smiled. The little girls, staring at him, immediately came to the conclusion that he must be a very clever and learned person. He seemed to be thinking about something all the time, and was so absorbed in his own thoughts, that, whenever he was spoken to, he started, threw his head back, and asked to have the question repeated. The little girls noticed that Volodya, who had always been so merry and talkative, also said very little, did not smile at all, and hardly seemed to be glad to be home. All the time they were at tea he only once addressed his sisters, and then he said something so strange. He pointed to the samovar and said, "In California they don't drink tea, but gin." He, too, seemed absorbed in his own thoughts, and, to judge by the looks that passed between him and his friend Lentilov, their thoughts were the same. After tea, they all went into the nursery. The girls and their father took up the work that had been interrupted by the arrival of the boys. They were making flowers and frills for the Christmas tree out of paper of different colors. It was an attractive and noisy occupation. Every fresh flower was greeted by the little girls with shrieks of delight, even of awe, as though the flower had dropped straight from heaven. Their father was in ecstasies too, and every now and then he threw the scissors on the floor, in vexation at their bluntness. Their mother kept running into the nursery with an anxious face, asking, "Who has taken my scissors? Ivan Nikolaich, have you taken my scissors again? Mercy on us. I'm not even allowed a pair of scissors," their father would respond in a lachrymose voice, and, flinging himself back in his chair, he would pretend to be a deeply injured man. But a minute later, he would be in ecstasies again. On his former holidays Volodya, too, had taken part in the preparations for the Christmas tree, or had been running in the yard to look at the snow mountain that the watchman and the shepherd were building. But this time Volodya and Lentilov took no notice whatever of the colored paper, and did not once go into the stable. They sat in the window and began whispering to one another. Then they opened an atlas and looked carefully at a map. "First to Perm," Lentilov said, in an undertone, "from there to Tyumen, then Tomsk, then Kamchatka. There the Samoyeds take one over Bering Straits in boats. And then we are in America. There are lots of furry animals there." "And California?" asked Volodya. "California is lower down. We've only to get to America and California is not far off. And one can get a living by hunting and plunder." All day long Lentilov avoided the little girls, and seemed to look at them with suspicion. In the evening he happened to be left alone with them for 5 minutes or so. It was awkward to be silent. He cleared his throat morosely, rubbed his left hand against his right, looked sullenly at Katya and asked, "Have you read Mayne Reid?" "No, I haven't." I say, can you skate? Absorbed in his own reflections, Lentilov made no reply to this question. He simply puffed out his cheeks, and gave a long sigh as though he were very hot. He looked up at Katya once more and said, "When a herd of bisons stampedes across the prairie, the earth trembles, and the frightened mustangs kick and neigh." He smiled impressively and added, "And the Indians attack the trains, too. But worst of all are the mosquitoes and the termites." "Why, what's that?" "They're something like ants, but with wings. They bite fearfully." "Do you know who I am?" "Mr. Lentilov." "No, I am Monty Homo, the Hawk's Claw, chief of the Ever Victorious." Masha, the youngest, looked at him, then into the darkness out of window and said, wondering, "And we had lentils for supper yesterday." Lentilov's incomprehensible utterances, and the way he was always whispering with Volodya. And the way Volodya seemed now to be always thinking about something instead of playing, all this was strange and mysterious. And the two elder girls, Katya and Sonya, began to keep a sharp lookout on the boys. At night, when the boys had gone to bed, the girls crept to their bedroom door, and listened to what they were saying. Ah, what they discovered! The boys were planning to run away to America to dig for gold. They had everything ready for the journey: a pistol, 2 knives, biscuits, a burning glass to serve instead of matches, a compass, and 4 rubles in cash. They learned that the boys would have to walk some thousands of miles, and would have to fight tigers and savages on the road. Then they would get gold and ivory, slay their enemies, become pirates, drink gin, and finally marry beautiful maidens, and make a plantation. The boys interrupted each other in their excitement. Throughout the conversation, Lentilov called himself Monty Homo, the Hawk's Claw, and Volodya was, my pale-face brother. "Mind you don't tell Mama," said Katya, as they went back to bed. "Volodya will bring us gold and ivory from America, but if you tell Mama he won't be allowed to go." The day before Christmas Eve, Lentilov spent the whole day poring over the map of Asia and making notes, while Volodya, with a languid and swollen face that looked as though it had been stung by a bee, walked about the rooms and ate nothing. And once he stood still before the holy image in the nursery, crossed himself, and said, "Lord, forgive me a sinner, Lord, have pity on my poor unhappy Mama." In the evening he burst out crying. On saying good night he gave his father a long hug, and then hugged his mother and sisters. Katya and Sonya knew what was the matter, but little Masha was puzzled, completely puzzled. Every time she looked at Lentilov she grew thoughtful and said with a sigh, "When Lent comes, Nurse says we shall have to eat peas and lentils." Early in the morning of Christmas Eve, Katya and Sonya slipped quietly out of bed, and went to find out how the boys meant to run away to America. They crept to their door. "Then you don't mean to go?" Lentilov was saying angrily. "Speak out, aren't you going?" "Oh dear," Volodya wept softly. "How can I go? I feel so unhappy about Mama." "My pale-face brother, I pray you, let us set off. You declared you were going, you egged me on, and now the time comes, you funk it." I'm not funking it, but I'm sorry for Mama. Say once and for all, are you going or are you not?" "I am going, only, wait a little. I want to be at home a little." "In that case I will go by myself," Lentilov declared. "I can get on without you. And you wanted to hunt tigers and fight. Since that's how it is, give me back my cartridges." At this Volodya cried so bitterly that his sisters could not help crying too. Silence followed. "So you are not coming?" Lentilov began again. I am coming." "Well, put on your things, then." And Lentilov tried to cheer Volodya up by singing the praises of America, growling like a tiger, pretending to be a steamer, scolding him, and promising to give him all the ivory and lions' and tigers' skins. And this thin, dark boy, with his freckles and his bristling shock of hair, impressed the little girls as an extraordinary remarkable person. He was a hero, a determined character, who knew no fear, and he growled so ferociously, that, standing at the door, they really might imagine there was a tiger or lion inside. When the little girls went back to their room and dressed, Katya's eyes were full of tears, and she said, "Oh, I feel so frightened." Everything was as usual till 2 o'clock, when they sat down to dinner. Then it appeared that the boys were not in the house. They sent to the servants' quarters, to the stables, to the bailiff's cottage. They were not to be found. They sent into the village, they were not there. At tea, too, the boys were still absent, and by supper-time Volodya's mother was dreadfully uneasy, and even shed tears. Late in the evening they sent again to the village, they searched everywhere, and walked along the river bank with lanterns. Heavens! What a fuss there was! Next day the police officer came, and a paper of some sort was written out in the dining room. Their mother cried. All of a sudden a sledge stopped at the door, with 3 white horses in a cloud of steam. "Volodya's come," someone shouted in the yard. "Master Volodya's here," bawled Natalia, running into the dining room. And Milord barked his deep bass, "Bow wow." It seemed that the boys had been stopped in the arcade, where they had gone from shop to shop asking where they could get gunpowder. Volodya burst into sobs as soon as he came into the hall, and flung himself on his mother's neck. The little girls, trembling, wondered with terror what would happen next. They saw their father take Volodya and Lentilov into his study, and there he talked to them a long while. "Is this a proper thing to do?" their father said to them. "I only pray they won't hear of it at school, you would both be expelled. You ought to be ashamed, Mr. Lentilov, really. It's not at all the thing to do. You began it, and I hope you will be punished by your parents. How could you? Where did you spend the night?" "At the station," Lentilov answered proudly. Then Volodya went to bed, and had a compress, steeped in vinegar, on his forehead. A telegram was sent off, and next day a lady, Lentilov's mother, made her appearance and bore off her son. Lentilov looked morose and haughty to the end, and he did not utter a single word at taking leave of the little girls. But he took Katya's book and wrote in it as a souvenir, "Monte Homo, the Hawk's Claw, chief of the ever victorious."